Chapter 2002, Gifts. When Han Fei woke up, he didn't feel any special improvement. Although this time he felt that he seemed to understand something, yet he felt that he didn't hear anything. After class, when everyone came back to their senses, they suddenly heard Feng Yu say, "Thank you for your teachings, eldest senior brother. I've already perfected my state of mind and clarified my Tao on the path of sky opening." At this moment, senior brother Azure Dragon spoke first. "Congratulations, 11. You have a chance to prove your Tao. Congratulations, 11. You have a chance to prove your Tao." Han Fei took a deep breath. Therefore, this class might have been specially taught to Feng Fei. It definitely didn't mean that Feng Yu had a chance to prove his Tao, but it was an euphemism that Feng Yu was going to prove her Tao. At this moment, Han Fei couldn't help but feel nervous. Good lord, Feng Yu and Feng Xinglu were the same age, who both had cultivated for 1,800 years. Now, Feng Yu was going to prove her Tao, which seemed to indicate the current strength of Feng Yu. The perfection of the star transformation realm? Han Fei's face turned solemn. It seemed that Feng Yu was even more talented than him. He had the demon purification pot so he could accelerate time during his cultivation, but she didn't have it. She had only cultivated for 1,800 years. The only thing he was better than him was that she had awakened her divine heritage at birth. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. Before he entered the Void Temple, Feng Yu was ranked last. Now, Feng Yu was about to prove her Tao, which meant that she could become a monarch at any time. This meant that in the entire Void Temple, except for Feng Fei and him, everyone was a monarch. Although Han Fei had this conjecture before, he had guessed that only the fifth senior brother, senior sister Green Lotus, and senior sister Red Lotus were monarchs. But from the looks of it, he was probably the only one who hadn't become a monarch. Han Fei was shocked. No wonder the Void Temple was the strongest among the three temples. There were only 10 of them in total, and almost all of them were monarchs. And the eldest senior brother was even an extraordinary monarch. This combat power was almost unparalleled in the Sea Realm. Han Fei even felt that his eldest senior brother, senior sister Shen Lei, and senior brother Undead were all terrifying existences. Han Fei didn't think so before. He had thought that all monarchs were like the eldest senior brother. But after he had met Gu Tingnan, 10,000 scale monarch, and the two An family monarchs, he knew that there was a difference between monarchs. Eldest senior brother could cross the endless void and descend directly into the raging sea. However, Gu Tingnan and the others couldn't do it. They didn't even know where the raging sea was. Even if the An family found it, they couldn't enter it. Therefore, Han Fei had long discovered that the two An family monarchs were on completely different levels from his eldest senior brother. Unfortunately, he hadn't proved his Tao yet and knew too little about monarchs. It was meaningless to think about it now. His top priority was to turn his origin sea into a star. For others, perhaps it wasn't difficult to turn their origin seas into stars, especially for the descendants of the divine race like Feng Xinglu and Feng Yu. With their talent, their family resources must be at their disposal. However, as an itinerant cultivator, perhaps the difficulty of obtaining resources was beyond imagination. He had to rob, cheat, and loot, but the resources he obtained were still not enough. Fortunately, he still had a batch of qualification tokens, which totaled up to about 120. He didn't know how much he could sell them for later. At this moment, the class was over. When everyone congratulated Feng Yu, the eldest senior brother said, "There's no need to rush to prove your Tao. Since 11 has already comprehended it, it might be tomorrow or in 100 years. Before proving your Tao, you can find some treasures to protect you and wait for the monarch's tribulation." Feng Yu cupped her hands. "Thank you for your reminder, eldest senior brother." At this moment, senior sister Shen Le casually threw out a green feather that flew towards Feng Yu through the endless void. Senior sister Shen Le said, 11, this feather can help you block the monarch tribulation. Take it. Feng Yu smiled sweetly. Thank you, senior sister Shen Le. Han Fei swallowed hard. Wow, everybody is giving treasures now. Should I give away a treasure too? But I'm very poor. All the good stuff I have is gone. I can't afford it. Then senior brother Undead gave Feng Yu a mass of strange mist, saying that it could also block the monarch's tribulation. Senior brother Azure Dragon gave Feng Yu a scale, and the effect was the same. The fifth senior brother gave her an ultra-quality godly weapon, which was a human skin made of the molting of a monarch silkworm. It was a magical treasure that could filter the monarch's tribulation. Senior sister Green Lotus and senior sister Red Lotus seemed to have a lot of spiritual treasures of heaven and earth, divine medicines, and precious grasses. They gave Feng Yu 2 red lotuses, saying that they could absorb the monarch's tribulation, increase her physical resistance, and condense her soul. When it was senior sister Dark Shadow's turn, she said, Little junior sister, I don't have anything good here. I'll make it up to you when I have some. Feng Yu hurriedly waved her hand. No, senior sister Dark Shadow, it's okay. Senior sister Dark Shadow said, that won't do. The others have all given you something, so I can't be the exception. Then senior brother Six God said, Junior sister Feng Yu, I have a substitute egg here. If it fuses with your body, you can transform into your original body. If necessary, it can die in my place once. Fuck. Han Fei was shocked. At the edge of Tao proving, it was not easy to die in place of someone. This was equivalent to having one more life. Han Fei gaped in surprise. These people were too rich. He wondered what they would give him when he was about to prove his Tao. Then, senior brother Lei Hung said, "Junior sister Feng Yu, my gift may make you a little uncomfortable. Well, I'll give you a refined Monarch Realm lightning plate, which contains 3,000 Monarch Realm lightning strikes. If you temper your body with it slowly, it may help you improve your strength by about 10%. Fuck, there's such a thing in the world? Han Fei's eyes widened. Improve the strength by 10%. Are you serious, 10th senior brother? Feng Yu smiled sweetly. Thank you, senior brother Lei Hang. This time, when it came to Han Fei, he simply said shamelessly, "Senior sister Feng Yu, Before Han Fei finished speaking, he heard the 5th senior brother laugh and say, "Little junior brother, forget it. You haven't turned your origin sea into a star yet. Don't consider anything related to the monarch's tribulation. Just focus on preparing resources for your star transformation." He said, "That won't do. Everyone has given senior sister Feng Yu a gift. I have to give her one too. Senior sister Feng Yu, I owe you one. I'll definitely give you a big gift later." Regardless of whether it worked or not, Han Fei would brag about it first. Most importantly, everyone had given a gift to Feng Yu. If he didn't, it would be embarrassing. Even if he was little junior brother, he was still a member of the Void Temple. How could he avoid his responsibility? Feng Yu said, "Little junior brother, you saved the 2 brats from late-stage star transformation experts, which is already a big favor. You don't have to give me anything. Star transformation requires a lot of resources. Your foundation in the Sea Realm isn't stable, and you don't have any major forces backing you up. You'd better think of a way to turn your origin sea into a star first." Senior sister Dark Shadow said, "Can little junior brother already face late-stage star transformation realm cultivators head-on?" Senior brother Lei Heng said, "Wow, this growth rate is too fast. Only 400 years? Senior brother Six God said, "You can contend with late-stage star transformation realm cultivators before star transformation. Little junior brother, you must have many opportunities." Han Fei smiled awkwardly and said, "I'm flattered." In any case, he would have one more thing to do when he returned, which was to find treasures. After the gift-giving session was over, it was time to discuss current affairs. Senior sister Shen Lei, senior brother Undead, senior brother Azure Dragon, and 5th senior brother all expressed that they had nothing to say. In fact, senior sister Shen Lei, senior brother Undead, and 5th senior brother had never mentioned anything in the current affairs discussion. Senior sister Green Lotus and senior sister Red Lotus seemed to be in a special place. Normally, they didn't participate in the discussion either. Senior sister Dark Shadow said, "On the North Sea Divine Realm side, the Undying Army is already showing signs of defeat. So far, the Undead Army has begun to press towards the border of the East Sea Divine Realm. The war in the Sky Crater world of the East Sea Divine Realm may be intense in the next few hundred years." Senior brother Six God added, "I personally participated in this battle. There's a piece of news that the army of the North Sea Divine Realm has temporarily eased. Another main reason is that a heavenly talent monarch was born among the undead." Han Fei's heart did a flip. It seemed that senior sister Dark Shadow and senior brother Six God were both in the North Sea Divine Realm. Senior brother Lei Hung said, "Well, I recently received news that the Emperor Sparrow has returned. The location is in a place called the Ruins of God in the wilderness of the East Sea Divine Realm. This is the first time the Emperor Sparrow has appeared in 1,000,000 years. As far as we know, the Emperor Sparrow is temporarily in the sky-opening realm and isn't very strong." After that, senior brother Lei Hung looked at Han Fei and Feng Yu and said, 11, little junior brother, you are both in the East Sea Divine Realm now. You can pay attention. However, I think with the identity of the Emperor Sparrow, it's unlikely for him to go to the Divine Capital Dynasty. He should still be in the wilderness, so it won't be a big problem in the short term." When Han Fei heard the news, his head suddenly buzzed. How did senior brother Lei Hung know that the Emperor Sparrow appeared in the Ruins of God? Han Fei's heart trembled. He was certain that he had never exposed the Emperor Sparrow the entire time. Even when he fused with him in battle, he didn't let the Emperor Sparrow appear. It was impossible that senior brother Lei Hang was from the heavenly race. If he was, he should have already known Han Fei's identity and that the Emperor Sparrow was his spiritual beast. If it wasn't Lei Hang, was it the Ghost Strait? The Ghost Strait was good at soul technique, but wasn't as good as senior brother Lei Hang. Besides, if even the 3 sky-opening realm cultivators of the heavenly race didn't know it, how could a little old man from the Ghost Strait know? At that time, he was blocked by the Blood Fiend and was far away, so he shouldn't be able to sense the specific situation on his side. Therefore, in the end, Han Fei confirmed a fact. Senior brother Lei Hung was from the Divine Beast family. This was because when he left the Ruins of Gods, the Emperor Sparrow also sensed something. He said that he sensed the aura of a divine beast. Chapter 2033, Blessing of the God of War. The only thing Han Fei wasn't clear about now was the attitude of the divine beasts towards the Emperor Sparrow. However, at least from senior brother Lei Hung's tone, he seemed to be very afraid of the Emperor Sparrow. This fear might have shaped the relationship between the two sides. Han Fei wanted to ask something, but after thinking about it, he didn't. At this moment, neither he nor the Emperor Sparrow was strong. In the face of a true expert, the two of them combined weren't enough to defeat him. Han Fei could only say that during this period of time in the Divine Capital Dynasty, no matter what happened, he wouldn't let the Emperor Sparrow appear again. Senior brother Lei Heng said that the Emperor Sparrow wouldn't dare to go to the Divine Capital Dynasty, which meant that someone in the Divine Capital Dynasty could find the Emperor Sparrow. In the end, Feng Yu asked, "Little junior brother, has anything major happened in the Divine Capital Dynasty recently?" Oh. Han Fei didn't intend to tell Feng Yu at first. Besides, if he told her that he had fought the heavenly race, he wasn't sure if this matter would be traced back to the ruins of gods. Therefore, Han Fei shook his head quickly. Nothing happened at all. Everything is fine. Feng Yu didn't doubt him and nodded slightly. That's good. I think I'll arrive in less than 2 years. At that time, let's sweep the 10,000-year great competition. Han Fei laughed. Ha. The 100-year gathering ended after the gift-giving session and a messy discussion. Han Fei kept the secret of the Emperor Sparrow well. However, he had accidentally told Feng Xinglu and Feng Qingcheng that he had become enemies with the heavenly race. Feng Xinglu was easy to deal with, and he had probably forgotten about it. But Feng Qingcheng was a smart girl, who was still disguised as an ugly girl and hadn't changed back into her original self. The little girl was very smart, but Feng Yu probably wouldn't tell them about the appearance of the Emperor Sparrow, right? Even if Feng Yu knew that he had been to the ruins of gods, there was no evidence that the Emperor Sparrow was related to him. After all, the Emperor Sparrow had never been someone's spiritual beast. Han Fei felt that it shouldn't be a problem. After leaving the Void Temple, he took a long breath. I'm so poor. The old turtle had eaten a lot of energy crystals recently and was half asleep. Most of the time, he was digesting energy crystals. Fortunately, time had accelerated in his origin sea. Otherwise, he didn't know how long it would take this guy to digest them. He, who happened to wake up at this moment, couldn't help but complain when he heard Han Fei's words. You're not poor. I've never seen anyone establish an origin sea like yours in my life, Han Fei said. What do you know? I'm so poor that I don't even have the resources to turn my origin sea into a star. You call this not poor? Han Fei shook his head slightly. Forget it. I have something to think about now. Also, eat less of those energy crystals. They're easy to eat, but difficult to digest. The old turtle said, I ate very carefully. Han Fei didn't leave the Sea of Stars. He thought for a long time. It wasn't enough for him to rely on the Void Temple alone. The Phoenix Divine Race, whose power he could temporarily borrow, wasn't enough either. Han Fei felt that he lacked his own backer. For example, Feng Yu came from the Phoenix Divine Race. Lei Heng was from the Divine Beast family. Senior brother Six God should be a monarch of the Insect clan. And senior sister Dark Shadow didn't reveal her identity, but since she could get the details of the Battle of the Undead Army in the North Sea Divine Realm, she must have a force behind her too. As for his other senior brothers and sisters, they were all powerful monarchs. It didn't matter if they had a backer or not. Only he could be considered to be alone. He had to rely on bragging along the way. If he met someone truly powerful one day, he could only use the trump card of the Void Temple. The others were different. Even if they bragged as much as him, they still had the power behind them as a shield. Han Fei was thinking hard about how to borrow the power of the Void Temple for a long time. For example, should he let Gu Tingnan be his backer? But he was the dignified human emperor, and Gu Tingnan was his competitor. Also, could he borrow the strength of the 10,000 scale monarch? But the chaotic wasteland was too far away and was remote, so the heavenly race might not treat the 10,000 scales as an opponent. Son of a chash, if I become a god in the future, I'll take tens of thousands of disciples and let them boast about me every day. Suddenly, Han Fei paused and took a deep breath. A god? Han Fei swallowed slightly. Strictly speaking, he seemed to know a god, and he had communicated with him before. This person was the god of war. Although the old turtle later said that the god of war was only a monarch, he couldn't be a simple person since he could survive the battle of the gods and descend a divine decree from infinite distances. Yes, the god of war. Oh, how could I have forgotten about him? Buzz. A moment later, Han Fei appeared in his origin sea. As he issued an order in his heart, a god of war altar appeared. This was the most primitive god of war altar, the war giant's god of war altar. Although it was a long time ago, Han Fei had a deep impression of it. It shouldn't be a problem to reconstruct it. Above the Sea of Stars, the altar was floating in the air, and bonfires were everywhere in front of the altar. Han Fei used the void descending art to create 100 projections around the bonfires. Every projection put their fingers between their eyebrows, leaned forward, and raised their necks. Above the bonfire, barbecue was on a boat, and a sea establishment realm corpse and a lot of resources were placed on it. After everything was ready, Han Fei pondered for a while, stood on the altar and shouted, "The great god of war, faith of the war giants, eyes of the earth, sound of the ancient waves, in this boundless wilderness of the sea realm. With the sincere expectations, the current human emperor, praise for the eternal continuation of the giant race. Praise for the peace and happiness of the beast race. Praise for the extinction of the sea demons. Fourthly, I pray that I, Han Fei, can prove my Tao. May you listen to the pious prayers of your people. May your light be eternal. Please give us your oracle." Whoosh! Above the altar, a curtain of fire rose to the sky. After waiting for 2-3 seconds, Hanfei thought that the ritual might be ineffective. This was because he was the only one making the ritual. The number was not right, or the environment was not right. However, starting from the 3rd second, Hanfei discovered that the resources placed on the bonfires were slowly melting and finally disappearing. His eyes widened. This had never happened before. The things on these bonfires were used as food, and the things on the altar were used for sacrifice. When Hanfei looked back, he found that the sacrifices prepared on the altar, which was the sea establishment level sea beast that Hanfei had prepared, and the energy crystals were gone. Huh? Hanfei's heart trembled. When he looked at the fire curtain again, he saw words surfacing, and these words appeared quickly and abundantly. On it were the words, "Without the barrier of the small world, it's much easier for the oracle to descend." Heh, you've actually come to the sea realm? How can you make a bunch of projections to offer sacrifices? Hanfei was immediately shocked. Good lord, the god of war looks quite energetic this time. Hanfei hurriedly said, "Senior god of war." However, before Hanfei finished speaking, words appeared on the fire curtain. Right, I can't hear you. Hanfei thought to himself, how do you know I'm talking? But he didn't think too much about it. He hurriedly extended his hand and carved words in the air. His movements were smooth and natural. Senior god of war, I've saved the beast race. Now I'm the human emperor, and I broke into the sea realm alone. The human race here was suppressed by the chaotic wasteland's 10,000 scale monarch. The 2 monarchs of the An family in the city of origin tried to find the raging sea. As the human emperor, I broke into the sea realm alone and came to the East Sea Divine Realm to participate in the 10,000-year competition. Along the way, I encountered a lot of hardships, fighting a divine beast and attacking the heavenly race. Unfortunately, I'm an itinerant cultivator with no one to rely on. I can only rely on my own strength in combat and snatching resources. Now I've become a mortal enemy of the heavenly race. Please help me, Senior God of War, Hanfei kept writing. Although he didn't know which force the God of War was from, he knew that the God of War was a human, at least a humanoid. Besides, there should be a reason why the God of War's inheritance was in the Raging Sea. Hanfei suspected that he was from the Raging Sea. Since he had found him, he would naturally ask him for reinforcements. However, after a few seconds of silence, a line of words appeared on the fire curtain. I feel that what you said is very exaggerated. Hanfei hurriedly responded, Senior God of War, I'm not bragging at all. I've cultivated for 400 years and haven't turned my origin sea into a star yet, but I can already fight late-stage star transformation realm powerhouses, which I only told you. I think I can turn my origin sea into a star when the length of my origin sea reaches the heavenly number of 810,000 kilometers, but I don't have enough resources. God of War, how large is your origin sea now? Hanfei said. 700,000 kilometers. My foundation is extremely solid, but I haven't sensed the chance of star transformation yet. What Hanfei didn't know was that somewhere deep in the sea of stars, someone looked shocked. Fuck, the human race finally has a peerless heavenly talent? On the fire curtain. God of War, I'm too far away from you, but I'll bestow you with the mark of the God of War. From today onwards, you can obtain the power of the God of War for 1 to 10 seconds for every sky-opening realm creature you sacrifice. When you activate the mark of the God of War, you will temporarily obtain the strongest combat power that your original body can handle and the heritage of the God of War. Hanfei didn't look very happy. Instead, he frowned slightly and quickly replied, Senior God of War, my body can't even withstand my own strongest combat power now. I've finished cultivating the golden jade bones and haven't refined much golden jade marrow, and I've cultivated the Yang God, but my body still can't withstand my strongest combat power. What? In the depths of the Sea of Stars, a big star was shaking and moving. Then, a message from the God of War came again. Turn your origin sea into a star first, mold the ground veins, nurture a star core, inject vitality, and then temper your body. In this way, you can make rapid progress. Before that, keep a low profile. Hanfei, right? Hanfei asked, Senior God of War, what do you mean? However, this time, what responded to Hanfei was an exquisite double axe mark, which sank directly into Hanfei's chest. In the next moment, many insights appeared in his mind. So that's how it is. Chapter 234, Monarch's Traces. Although Hanfei hadn't turned his origin sea into a star, he learned the reason for the rapid progress in body tempering after star transformation from this God of War seal. He even directly understood the direction of his physical cultivation after turning into a star. According to the God of War, creating earth veins was to create connected earth veins for the entire source star like the human body. Then, a star core would be born and the entire earth veins would be controlled. It was equivalent to a central nervous system appearing. By injecting vitality into it, the source star would be revived, which was equivalent to giving birth to a mother star. Then, it would be body tempering, which would be even more terrifying. The God of War actually wanted him to connect his body with his origin sea. Hanfei was horrified. If the source star fused with his original body, his body would be equivalent to fusing with a star. Furthermore, from the God of War seal, it could be seen that this was not a technique created by the God of War. This was the path for every body cultivator, or rather, this path was suitable for everyone. The difference was that if one's physique wasn't strong enough, they couldn't carry the power of the source star at all, so they couldn't completely fuse with the source star, and the power that erupted in the end wouldn't be enough. It was like two people establishing a 300,000 kilometer origin sea at the same time. One of them had a physique of 1, and the other had a physique of 2. The power provided by the origin sea was both 1, so the first person's final strength was 2, and the second person's final strength was 3. The truth was that simple, but Han Fei was briefly stunned after he figured it out. He felt that something was wrong. If that was the case, then if their basic physique was the key to the gap between them, how big could the gap between their basic physiques be? It didn't make sense. Han Fei immediately sent a message to the God of War. Senior God of War, I have some doubts. The difference between our basic physiques shouldn't be so huge even at the late star transformation stage. Is the body tempering after star transformation based on the size of the origin sea? The God of War replied, you haven't reached that level yet, don't make wild guesses. From what you're saying, it seems that you can't use the God of War seal for the time being. But you've offended someone, so what you can do now is to keep a low profile. Han Fei wanted to roll his eyes. Are you kidding me? As soon as I came out of tomorrow camp, I announced the start of a battle with the heavenly race, okay? Han Fei quickly recovered. Senior God of War, is there anything you can help me with now? I'm afraid I'll be hunted by many late-stage star transformation realm powerhouses of the opponent, or even some in the perfected star transformation realm. The God of War said, then run, find someone who can help you. I'm just a remnant soul. How can I have the strength to help you more? If you have a way to contact the wild ancient races in the West Sea Divine Realm, you can use the God of War seal to find someone to help you. Huh? The wild ancient race of the West Sea Divine Realm? Han Fei suddenly felt that he had found the backer he longed for, but this organization was too far away. He was in the East Sea Divine Realm, which was far away from the West Sea Divine Realm. How could he get there? Han Fei asked, Senior God of War, do you have any other instructions? God of War, when will you come to the Sea of Stars? Come to the Sea of Stars? Han Fei was stunned. Why would I go to the Sea of Stars for no reason? Although I can stay in the Sea of Stars for a long time now, if I keep staying there, I will faint sooner or later. Han Fei responded, Senior God of War, the human race is in danger, and I have 3 monarchs to eliminate. I'm afraid I don't have time to go to the Sea of Stars for the time being. The fire curtain was obviously taken aback for a moment. Wait, if you want to save someone, so be it. But you haven't turned your origin sea into a star yet. Why do you want to eradicate monarchs? Han Fei felt that the God of War seemed to have nothing to do and was chatting with him. He couldn't help but remember what the giant king said. He said that he could chat with the God of War. Han Fei didn't believe it back then, but now he believed it. He had been chatting with the God of War for a long time. But Han Fei wasn't in a hurry. Even if the God of War wasn't a true god, he was definitely a super strong monarch. It wouldn't hurt to chat with him more. Han Fei said, Senior God of War, the 10,000 scale race has enslaved billions of human beings. How can I let them off? The 2 monarchs of the On family conspired to kill my wife, so I must not spare them. And also, the heavenly race has tried to kill me time and time again. Such a big clan has been wreaking havoc on the sea realm for countless years. How can I let them off when I have the chance to get rid of them? The God of War only felt that his head was hurting. He thought to himself, what do they have to do with you? The sea realm is so big and has so many problems. Can you handle all of them? However, the path of a peerless heavenly talent had no rules. What Han Fei wanted to walk was his path. The God of War could only try not to disturb him. Otherwise, once he tried too hard but ruined Han Fei's path instead, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. However, the God of War felt that from what he knew of Han Fei, it was only natural that Han Fei was being hunted. The God of War responded, by the way, if you have a chance, prepare some powerful creatures or resources in your origin sea. With only a sea establisher creature and the ordinary resources, there's not much time left for our call. It would be better if you sacrifice more sky-opening realm creatures. Before you turn your origin sea into a star, take care. I can't help you. With that, the fire curtain jumped and was extinguished. That's it? Han Fei opened his clothes, trying to see where the double axe mark were imprinted. However, when he lifted his clothes, he immediately exclaimed, Good Lord. He saw 2 exquisite axes, dark red and filled with fighting intent. But why was the icon so big? It was fine if he was given an inch-long mark, but this God of War seal was like a tattoo on his chest, covering both sides of his chest. Huff. Turn my origin sea into a star first. Mold the ground veins, give birth to a star core, inject vitality, and then temper my body. Han Fei remembered this sentence. In fact, all these years, he had thought of finding a body refining technique stronger than the void body refining technique. However, his growth in the past 400 years was too fast. It was so fast that he had been digesting his strength and consolidating his foundation for almost 400 years. Even now, with so many coincidences, he had just consolidated his foundation. How could he have the time to temper his body and soul? After hearing what the God of War said, Han Fei felt that there was actually no need for him to study techniques now. What he lacked now was only resources. He couldn't obtain all the resources he needed to complete the star transformation even if he captured Yi Tianlong and the others once more. Buzz. Quickly taking the altar back to his origin sea, Han Fei returned to the outside world. In the past year, Feng Qingcheng had been crazily absorbing the knowledge of the outside world in the Tomorrow Camp, observing this world from all kinds of information, intelligence, and events. As for Feng Xingliu, he was either eating or showing off in Tomorrow Camp. He looked so handsome that everyone praised him on the way. He felt great listening to them. Come back. Han Fei transmitted his voice to Feng Qingcheng and Feng Xingliu's ears, and the two of them quickly returned to the yard they rented. The next second after Han Fei spoke, Feng Xingliu arrived and said in surprise, "You cultivated so quickly? It hasn't even been a year and you're already out?" Han Fei said. "It's pointless to dawdle. I've done what I should do. Let's go." Feng Qingcheng asked. "Brother Han Fei, shouldn't we wait for sister to arrive? We've fallen out with the heavenly race, and they must have been prepared, right? Would they let you take so many resources from them for free?" Han Fei grinned. "What do you know about the outside world this year?" Feng Qingcheng said. "I've gained a lot of knowledge. All we needed to do was to spend some resources, and then we could get all kinds of information. We have also known more about the heavenly race. As far as I know, the residence of the heavenly race is actually close to the divine capital dynasty, and they often travel to and from the divine capital dynasty. For tens of thousands of years, the heavenly race has been in the East Sea divine realm. They are more powerful than I thought. There are at least 5 monarchs in their clan, so the heavenly race will definitely attack us if Brother Han Fei doesn't reveal his identity." "How many?" Han Fei was shocked. "Do you mean there are more than 5? Han Fei couldn't help but think, how many monarchs does the Void Temple have? "There are more than 5 monarchs in the heavenly race alone," Feng Qingcheng said. "But in such an ancient race, there can't only be strong masters on the surface. For example, our Phoenix divine race has many hidden powerhouses." Han Fei's heart sank. Were the monarchs no longer valuable? Feng Qingcheng blinked. "Brother Han Fei, don't be surprised. Monarchs have a lifespan of millions of years. Since the heavenly race has existed for so many years, it's not surprising that they have so many monarchs." "Huh?" Han Fei was about to ask what he meant. Did she mean that there should be many monarchs in such a long time? But immediately, Han Fei was also taken aback. That did make sense. In the sea realm, even if it was difficult for a monarch to appear, it wasn't too much for one monarch to appear every 100,000 years in every area, right? So 10 monarchs appeared in 1,000,000 years, 110 million years, 1 sea realm, 5 divine realms, and so many forces. After such a long time, there should be at least tens of thousands of monarchs, right? Han Fei had suspected this before. He thought it was because it was difficult to prove the Tao, but no one discussed it back then. Now that Feng Qingcheng said it so bluntly, she meant that there was a secret behind it. Han Fei wondered if the girl had seen through his disguise as a superpower. Han Fei thought for a moment. Since there couldn't be so few monarchs in the major factions, where did all the monarchs go? The answer was obvious, the Sea of Stars. Chapter 2005, Confrontation. The information that Han Fei got from Chu Howl was that monarchs would travel the Sea of Stars because there were enough resources in the Sea of Stars and there were giant beasts in the Sea of Stars. It was a suitable training ground for monarchs. Now, although Han Fei felt that the sea realm was so huge that even he couldn't walk through the 5 divine realms, when he really reached the monarch realm, his goal might be different, right? Han Fei didn't ask Feng Qingcheng anymore. Instead, he said, "If we wait here knowing that the heavenly races will attack us, wouldn't outsiders think that we're afraid?" Feng Qingcheng said, "So, Brother Han Fei, you have to reveal your identity? If there are 2 divine races behind you, it will definitely be able to intimidate the heavenly race," Feng Xingliu said. "Our family alone can intimidate them." Feng Qingcheng rolled her eyes. "Shut up," Han Fei smiled. "It's useless. The West Sea divine realm is too far away. The heavenly race won't be afraid of me, no matter if I reveal my identity or not." The West Sea divine realm? Feng Qingcheng and Feng Xingliu were surprised at the same time. Although Feng Qingcheng had guessed it, she didn't expect that Han Fei was really from the West Sea divine realm. But the West Sea divine realm was so far away from the East Sea divine realm, Han Fei said. "All right, let's go. Qingcheng, enter the origin sea. If the heavenly race doesn't send a few late-stage star transformation experts, I'm afraid they won't be able to stop me. Let's wait and see." "Perhaps this will be another battle to capture captives?" Feng Xingliu asked. "Late-stage star transformation realm experts?" "We can't beat them," Han Fei asked. "Are there many late-stage star transformation realm cultivators less than 30,000 years old in the Phoenix divine race?" Feng Qingcheng said. "Of course not, but there must be dozens of them." "Dozens?" Han Fei was speechless. It seemed that there were more heavenly talents than he had imagined. 30,000 years was neither long nor short. Those who could reach the late stage of the star transformation realm within 30,000 years could be considered heavenly talents. If dozens of them came, he might not be able to defeat them or escape. If that was the case, they might really have to wait for Feng Yu. After all, Feng Yu had already reached the perfected star transformation realm. Thinking of the perfected star transformation realm, Han Fei asked again, "Are there many cultivators in the perfected star transformation realm in the Phoenix divine race?" Feng Qingcheng said, "Of course not. Those who have reached the perfected star transformation realm within 30,000 years are very likely to become monarchs. There's nothing to hide. There are only 2 such people in the entire Phoenix divine race. If my sister is counted in, there are 3. Han Fei nodded slightly, thinking that his sister had already reached the perfected star transformation realm. But now, Han Fei was a little hesitant. The heavenly race must know that he could steal power, so if they really wanted to attack him, they wouldn't only send 3 late-stage star transformation realm cultivators. Han Fei guessed that they would send over at least 5 of them. However, if there was a perfected star transformation realm expert involved, the situation would become even more complicated. Although perfected star transformation realm cultivators weren't allowed to participate in the 10,000-year competition, they could actually participate in the competition if they were less than 30,000 years old. Although he had the 9-palace luck ruler, once he went deep into the wilderness, even if he ran at full speed, it was impossible for him to reach the divine capital dynasty in a day. If the 9-palace luck ruler detected an impasse during this period, the consequences would be unpredictable, although Han Fei felt that they might not be able to find him in the vast wilderness. Han Fei thought for a moment and suddenly said, "How about this? If anything happens, I'll tell you in advance. Don't you have monarch jade slips with you? Just crush one and let it transport you from the battlefield to the divine capital dynasty." "Then, what about you?" Fengxing Liu and Fengxing Cheng asked at the same time. Although the monarch's jade slip wouldn't be considered cheating as long as it wasn't used to kill the enemy, if you could foresee danger in advance, why wouldn't we take you with us? Han Fei licked the corner of his mouth. "I have my own path. A strong master will never be afraid of danger, even in desperate situations." "Well said. I'm with you." Encouraged, Fengxing Liu thought for a moment. If he were faced with so many late-stage star transformation realm cultivators, he would definitely admit defeat. Han Fei slapped him. "Shut up, I can't run away, but can you?" Fengxing Liu shook his head. "No." "But how can you run away?" "Humph. Because I have many trump cards." "Huh." Han Fei patted Fengxing Liu's shoulder, then looked at Feng Qingcheng and said, "When we go back, you'd better let him come out to gain more experience, or I won't be able to continue talking." Fengxing Liu immediately shouted, "Hey, what do you mean? I suspect that you look down on me." Han Fei said, No, you are very outstanding, Feng Qingcheng and said, "I mean, you should leave when you encounter danger, but you don't have to go if there isn't any danger." Feng Qingcheng said, "Brother Han Fei, I'm very curious about how you foresee danger. Do you have a prophecy technique that can reach the sky-opening realm or even the longevity realm?" Han Fei didn't keep it a secret. He took out the 9-palace luck ruler with a flip of his hand. In the sea realm, although the human sacred weapon was still extraordinary, it wasn't as powerful as he imagined. Sometimes he would encounter danger when he needed to. Even if he had the 9-palace luck ruler, the probability of transforming his luck was not high. He had already tried this. If he was at an impasse, it was impossible for him to change his luck now. It was fine if he wasn't in an impasse, but it was still very difficult to change his luck. Perhaps because his strength was high now, the limit of the 9-palace luck ruler wasn't enough to change his current luck. Buzz? The 9-palace luck ruler's marker moved and soon hovered between impasse and greatly ominous. Feng Qingcheng's eyes lit up. A functional godly weapon? That was very rare. Fengxing Liu immediately exclaimed, "You have another sacred weapon?" Feng Qingcheng asked. "Sacred weapon?" Fengxing Liu, Han Fei told me that he also has a compass that can point direction. Feng Qingcheng couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. She could sense that Han Fei didn't seem to know much about the big clans. Even if the power behind Han Fei was in the West Sea Divine Realm, with Han Fei's identity, he should know a lot about the big clans. But Han Fei didn't seem to know anything at all. Unless Han Fei was a person like Fengxing Liu, she couldn't understand why. But Han Fei wasn't. He was much smarter than Fengxing Liu, which was why Feng Qingcheng felt that Han Fei's identity was a bit strange and was very curious about it. With a thought from Han Fei, a large amount of immortal qi poured into the 9-palace luck ruler, narrowly bringing the 9-palace luck ruler's marker closer to greatly ominous, but the marker still occasionally touched impasse. After injecting 10,000 wisps of immortal qi, the marker of the 9-palace luck ruler finally fell on the greatly ominous. However, the marker was very close to the impasse, and it seemed that it could slide to the impasse at any time. Han Fei said, "This thing can predict if there is a crisis today. Impasses is the most dangerous situation and would be a near-death experience. Greatly ominous means very dangerous, the kind of situation where the slightest carelessness can lead to trouble." Fengxing Liu immediately glared at him. "Isn't this too close to impasse?" Han Fei smiled and said, "Yes, but we're not in an impasse yet. Well, it seems that there are already strong masters of the heavenly race guarding outside Tomorrow Camp, waiting for us to get out." Fengxing Liu was surprised. "Then what should we do?" Feng Qingcheng asked. "Brother Han Fei, the result of your test can only detect your own luck, right?" Han Fei nodded slightly. Feng Qingcheng glanced at Fengxing Liu. "Even Brother Han Fei will be so dangerous." "I'm afraid you can't." Fengxing Liu was immediately anxious. "What do you mean by I can't? Why I can't? I can." Han Fei looked at Fengxing Liu. "Do you really dare to go with me?" Fengxing Liu bit the bullet and said, "Why not? There's nothing I dare not do since I was a kid." Feng Qingcheng scoffed. "You wouldn't dare to fight sister." Fengxing Liu, Ululuwu Persentianjin. Seeing this scene, Han Fei couldn't help but have a headache. He felt that it was better not to bring Feng Xingliu with him. Han Fei looked at Feng Qingjing and said, "In any case, you're going to the Divine Capital Dynasty. If he is really in danger and can't escape, I'll let him escape with the monarch-level jade slip." As he spoke, he stomped, and layers of arrays appeared in the courtyard one after another. On the ground, Dao patterns floated. Feng Qingcheng's eyes lit up. Was Han Fei also a master of arrays? When Han Fei and the other two stood in the arrays, the outside world lost track of them immediately. It was also at this moment that Tomorrow Camp immediately discovered it and reported the matter. However, what they didn't know was that Han Fei didn't disappear from Tomorrow Camp. Han Fei waved his hand, and a blue barrier appeared in front of him. Feng Xingliu immediately said, "Is this the Great Tao of Time?" Feng Qingcheng's eyes widened. "The Great Tao of Time? Could it be?" Han Fei said. "Don't ask. I'm not. Wait for me here." Qingcheng, hurry up and enter his origin sea. Buzz. In the next moment, a teleportation array appeared more than 10 million kilometers away from Tomorrow Camp. Han Fei arrived instantly, holding a clone that looked like Feng Xingliu in his hand. In the next moment, Han Fei sprinted at full speed at 6 times the speed of light. After only 5 seconds, Han Fei felt a figure appear in the speed range. The person's speed was extremely fast. Han Fei had once seen someone as fast as him, whose speed was 9 times the speed of light. Once he entered Han Fei's field of vision, Han Fei knew that he was not far away from being caught. The person behind didn't approach rashly but kept a certain distance from Han Fei. Clearly, he already knew Han Fei's void-stealing technique. 9 seconds later, Han Fei saw a person appear next to him. 13 seconds later, a person appeared on Han Fei's left side. These people were a certain distance away from Han Fei and were obviously still waiting. Han Fei sneered. "Why? Are the people of the heavenly race all cowards? Do you not dare to fight me?" Someone responded, "What's the rush? Let's see how far you can run." 15 seconds later, Han Fei suddenly felt the void tremble, and dozens of shadows emerged from the void. Each shadow seemed to have the strength of the late-stage star transformation realm. Han Fei knew that the hunting of the heavenly race had begun. At this moment, Han Fei grinned, and the vast ocean navigator appeared in his hand. As he pointed with the vast ocean navigator, the next moment, Han Fei found the shadow's original body. The next moment, all the shadows collapsed, and a figure smashed out of the void like a big star falling, smashing directly into the seabed. Bang! Without any hesitation, Han Fei easily killed one of them with the vast ocean navigator. At this moment, the people who were chasing Han Fei all changed their expression. This person's ability was indeed terrifying. As long as he found the original body, he could instantly deprive that person of some power. What kind of weird divine technique was this? 25 seconds later, there were as many as 5 people chasing Han Fei. Furthermore, Han Fei suddenly felt a terrifying force. It was multiple soul spikes trying to break his soul. Unfortunately, that person didn't know that Han Fei had already cultivated a young soul. With a few casual punches, he directly broke this soul attack. Chapter 2306, Unknown White Hole. In the East Sea Divine Realm, the heavenly race were used to bullying others. No one had ever dared to bully them. They had hunted Han Fei before. At that time, they thought that Han Fei was just a nobody. Now that Han Fei was taking revenge crazily, in order to show the prestige of the heavenly race, they were prepared to punish Han Fei as a warning to others. In the eyes of the heavenly race, if they caught him, it was one thing to kill him. Anyway, they had to catch him first. If Han Fei would rather die than submit, they would just kill him. Even if Han Fei had a superpower behind him, even if he had the support of a divine race, the heavenly race weren't afraid. After all, they were an ancient big clan with divine heritage too. Therefore, at this moment, the heavenly race had sent out many late-stage star transformation experts less than 30,000 years old. Yes, it wasn't fair. If you wanted fairness, you just had to bring out an equal amount of strength. Fortunately, Han Fei didn't care. If it were in the past when he couldn't even beat a late-stage star transformation realm cultivator, he wouldn't have left Tomorrow Camp. But now, what better whetstone was there than a group of late-stage star transformation experts? If he could catch a late-stage star transformation expert, he would have the capital to extort resources from the heavenly race again. At this moment, the 5 experts surrounded him but didn't attack him. Suddenly, Han Fei stopped. The distance was too far, and the time node he left was about to exceed his senses. If he ran again, he wouldn't be able to go back. Han Fei, who had stopped fleeing, didn't attack either. He glanced at the 5 experts and said contemptuously, "You 5 cowards don't even dare to fight me together. Are all the heavenly race members as weak as you? Humph, arrogant. How could the 5 powerhouses tolerate Han Fei's insult?" They split into dozens of clones and attacked Han Fei. Because of the combat experience of the elders in the ruins of gods, they knew that the best way to deal with Han Fei was to fight with their clones. However, they completely underestimated Han Fei's growth over the past decades. The dozens of clones were all killed before they could even reach Han Fei. Han Fei smiled in disdain. Well, it depends on whose clone it is. If your clone can reach the late stage of the star transformation realm, I admit that I can't beat you. However, don't you see what level you are? How dare you use your clones to suppress me? At this moment, Han Fei's chi and blood were soaring. He didn't look like a sky-opening realm cultivator before star transformation at all. At this moment, the void suddenly trembled, and a young man in a windy cloak walked out of the void. When Han Fei saw this person, he suddenly felt a strong fear in his heart. He vaguely felt that this person was dangerous, a little too dangerous. Perfected star transformation realm? Han Fei narrowed his eyes and stared at this person, not daring to relax. The young man smiled casually. You're right. I didn't think I needed to do anything to subdue a nobody like you. I didn't expect you to have so many juggling tricks up your sleeve. Han Fei sneered. Do you want to try my juggling trick? The young man smiled casually. Of course. Since you're in such a hurry, feel the sky mirror divine technique that I've selected for you. Boom. In the next moment, one young man after another appeared in the void, and these figures, in Han Fei's view, were all original bodies. Yes, countless clones seemed to appear in the void, but these clones made Han Fei's heart skip a beat. He felt that they were all original bodies. Han Fei couldn't help but think of the Mirror of Infinity. This was a strange technique similar to the Mirror of Infinity. It could make the original body produce countless clones that felt like original bodies. The young man smiled contemptuously and said, This divine technique is specially designed for you. It took us a long time to find it. Although it's difficult, it's only a matter of time for a sky opener to cultivate it. I know you have a nautical instrument that can point to directions. Do you want to use it now? At this moment, Han Fei's mind was racing. It was impossible for there to be an invincible divine technique. Even the void-stealing technique was the same. There had to be a way to crack this technique. The fundamental to cracking it was how to break the mechanism of this divine technique. Since it was a technique, it was a phenomenon created with the Tao runes of the heavens and earth. Han Fei immediately thought of a countermeasure, which was to forbid all laws in this space to directly break the fundamental power of using this technique. However, after he forbade all laws in this space, his ability to reverse time would be instantly cut off, which meant that he couldn't return to Tomorrow Camp in an instant. According to Han Fei's plan, this escape was just a test. The direction he really wanted to run wasn't in this direction at all. However, Han Fei didn't panic immediately. Even if it was a divine technique, it was impossible for it to unleash the original body's strength 1,000 times at the same time to give him a devastating blow. However, the other party didn't give Han Fei any time to react. He just showed off his divine technique. Then, as he issued an order in his heart, countless clones surrounded Han Fei. Surrounding him together with the clones were the 5 super experts at the late stage of the star transformation realm. At this time, they had already perceived Han Fei's weird power. He could only deprive power for 3 times in total. Who would he deprive power from, and how would he do it? Although Han Fei had the Blood Fiend puppet, it could only stop one person at most. In this situation, it was meaningless. At the moment they attacked, Han Fei sneered. Goodbye. When I crack this technique, you are nothing. Buzz. All of a sudden, time flowed backward around Han Fei, and in the next moment, Han Fei had already stepped into the River of Time. You think you can escape into the River of Time in front of me? You're too naive. In the next moment, one figure after another struck the River of Time. The moment Han Fei stepped into the River of Time, he was enveloped by violent power, and his body was instantly penetrated. This was the first time Han Fei had faced the power of a perfected star transformation realm expert. When he felt the sword light from that person, most of his body was torn off. Under this round of bombardment of the late-stage star transformation experts, his body exploded on the spot. Twin in one. Buzz. Amidst the crazy attacks of the young man and the crowd, Han Fei's figure turned into a stream of light in the River of Time and disappeared from their vision. The young man frowned slightly. This person was indeed difficult to deal with. He didn't expect the other party's methods to be so special. The figure just now should be his original body. How could it be a clone? Furthermore, his intuition was that before he could even kill a clone of Han Fei, the clone had been sucked back by Han Fei's original body. Immediately, the young man said, Remember this. This guy has other special techniques that can split him into 2 bodies. One can be seen and the other can't be seen. These 2 bodies should both be the original bodies. They can even attract each other. Someone was shocked. How can this guy have so many strange techniques? Besides, this guy has walked the path of time. Could it be? The young man said indifferently. Don't think about that. If he's from the Time Temple, he must be carrying out some kind of trial now. He failed the trial himself. How can the Time Temple blame our heavenly race? Now let's return to Tomorrow Camp. That Feng Xing Liu is fake. This person has reversed time. I'm afraid he has returned to Tomorrow Camp. As a perfected star transformation realm strong master, even across the River of Time, this young man had seen through Han Fei's twin divine technique at a glance. In his heart, he had even begun to think about how to break the twin divine technique. This was the first time Han Fei had performed such a long-distance time reversal. If it was any further away, he wouldn't be able to sense the time node he had left. Han Fei had thought that he would return to Tomorrow Camp. However, he guessed wrong this time. Han Fei didn't return to Tomorrow Camp immediately, but was sucked into the white hole before he entered the speed of light. Hiss! Han Fei didn't know how he came to this white hole when he used time reversal. When his speed reached the speed of light, there would be 3 strange choices: the Sea of Stars, the White Hole, and the Stairs. Han Fei hadn't chosen any of them because he didn't dare to. This time, for some reason, he was sucked into the white hole. The moment he entered this place, Han Fei felt as if he had entered an inexplicable channel. There was a strange power in this channel, trying to tear his body apart crazily. Although Han Fei's physique was amazing, he felt that his body was almost torn apart at that moment. Buzz, but fortunately, it was only for a moment. When Han Fei felt his body suddenly lighten, he had already appeared in the array of the small courtyard in Tomorrow Camp, in front of Feng Xinglu. Hiss! Feng Xinglu gasped and his face changed greatly. Were you besieged? Seeing Feng Xinglu, Han Fei realized that he was back. It seemed that the white hole was still a path. However, when he looked at his own body, he couldn't help taking a breath. His body was dripping with blood and full of cracks, as if it would break at any time. But Han Fei had no time to think. He squeezed a mass of liquid divine light into his mouth and grabbed Feng Xinglu. Let's go. Chapter 2307, Catch a Perfected Star Transformation Realm Cultivator with Tricks. At this time, it was not the time for Han Fei to think about what the white hole was. When Feng Yu came, he could just ask her. With the heritage of the Phoenix Divine Race and Feng Yu's strength of the Perfected Star Transformation Realm, it shouldn't be difficult for her to know this problem. Now, he had finally won more than 30 seconds of time. If he didn't run now, when would he? Originally, Han Fei didn't intend to take Feng Xinglu with him. Although this guy's realm was higher than his upper limit of combat power was not high enough. Even if he unleashed his strongest divine technique, he couldn't resist or outrun a late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivator. Although theoretically speaking, Han Fei couldn't beat or outrun them either, he had many means. He wouldn't be as passive as Feng Xinglu. The reason why he brought Feng Xinglu with him was naturally that this was a peerless heavenly talent of the Phoenix Divine Race after all. If he really fell into an impasse, would he really resist it head-on? Feng Xinglu could be a variable. Unless Han Fei was sure that he could reach the Divine Capital Dynasty safely, or that Feng Xinglu couldn't run away, he didn't intend to be separated from him for the time being. Fuck, is this the Great Tao of Time? At this moment, Han Fei unleashed his full strength and accelerated with the Great Tao of Time, allowing his speed to reach more than 7.5 times the speed of light. That was the fastest speed Han Fei could reach. Feng Xinglu exclaimed, "Are you from the Time Temple? I heard that the Time Temple is very mysterious. It stands above the Sea Realm and no divine race can find it." "Are you guys really so strong?" Han Fei said. "Shut up, I'm not." Feng Xinglu didn't care. He had always felt that Han Fei was very mysterious. Although Han Fei later admitted he was from a big power in the West Sea Divine Realm, seeing him use the Great Tao of Time, even a fool like Feng Xinglu would guess that Han Fei was a member of the Time Temple, let alone others. Perhaps it was because the Great Tao of Time was too unique, or perhaps it was because the Time Temple was too famous, and Han Fei refused to reveal his identity that remained a mystery that everyone suspected him. Today, Han Fei had only used the vast ocean navigator once. Therefore, he wasn't worried about where to go. With a thought, he asked the vast ocean navigator to point at a place that could protect him. Han Fei didn't think that he could escape from those people just because his speed had reached 7.5 times the speed of light. In fact, it would only take less than half an hour for the enemy to find him if the enemy's speed was faster and he accurately knew the direction he was running. It was actually not easy to hide an ultra-light speed, so it was only a matter of time before the heavenly race discovered his whereabouts. Han Fei estimated that someone would catch up with him in half an hour at most. Of course, most people couldn't catch up. Even in the late-stage Star Transformation realm, not everyone's speed was above 8.5 times the speed of light. For example, outside the Ruins of Gods, only one person's speed had reached 9 times the speed of light. It could be seen that the pursuit of speed in the sky-opening realm was still difficult. Han Fei ran for half an hour at such a high speed, which was a long distance. It was not that he didn't encounter a wilderness camp during the period, but there was no need to stay. If he stayed, it would be difficult for him to leave. In fact, in less than half an hour, the young man who had just been shaken off by Han Fei had already caught up. The young man said, "If you could stall for a longer time, for example, more than 100 seconds, it might be difficult for me to chase you. But you only stalled for about 30 seconds. How dare you run? Do you think there's no one in our heavenly race?" Feng Xinglu exclaimed. "A perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivator?" Han Fei said. "Don't yell." Han Fei didn't stop at all. Ignoring the man's suppressing pressure, he sneered. "So what? You're the only one who caught up with me. Do you dare to attack me?" The man chuckled. "I alone am enough to deal with you. If our race's junior heavenly talents who would participate in the 10,000-year grand competition were here, I wouldn't have needed to do anything to deal with you." As he spoke, a sword light pierced through the endless void, forcing Han Fei to stop. The moment Han Fei stopped, this person turned into countless mirror images, each of which looked like the original body. He didn't think that Han Fei could break a divine technique in such a short period of time. Besides, although he arrived one step earlier, the others wouldn't be slow either. This time, the heavenly race had sent many strong masters. Among them, one's speed had reached 9 times the speed of light, and 2 had reached 8 times the speed of light. The one with 9 times the speed of light would arrive in dozens of seconds at most. The other 2 would be slightly slower, but as long as they stalled Han Fei for a while, it wouldn't take long for them to arrive. This person was full of confidence. He was a perfected star transformation realm cultivator. Even if this person's methods were strange and unpredictable, it shouldn't be a problem for him to suppress him for a while. Feng Xingliu said telepathically, Han Fei, can you still escape? I'm going to use a Monarch Jade Slip, Han Fei said. Don't use it so easily. Fight. Huh. Han Fei shook off Feng Xingliu and took a step forward. If it was just a one-on-one battle, Han Fei wasn't afraid of a perfected star transformation realm cultivator. This might even be an opportunity. With a thought, Blood Fiend appeared in the void. Han Fei wasn't a rigid person. Even if he had a plan, he wouldn't be in a hurry to reveal it. Blood Fiend was a puppet. This didn't conflict with the rules of the 10,000-year competition. It was just like how the An family could let a perfected star transformation realm cultivator hunt him. Any rules had loopholes that could be exploited. After he released the Blood Fiend, the young expert sneered. This puppet is not bad. Perhaps he has been in the perfected star transformation realm for a long time, but he's just a puppet after all. You think you can stop me with a puppet? What do you think the perfected star transformation realm is? Blood Fiend grabbed the river of murderous aura and swept across the clones that seemed to be original bodies. But to Han Fei's surprise, one of the clones casually punched Blood Fiend back. Han Fei wasn't surprised. He and Blood Fiend attacked at the same time, and their fist marks surged towards one of the clones. The young man smiled indifferently. He no longer used a sword but a fist. Bang! Han Fei was sent flying with a single blow. Then, the young man sneered. Even though your physique is unparalleled, how can you understand that all this will be made up by the realm in the end? You think you have a physique unparalleled in the world? But do you not know that any perfected star transformation realm cultivator is no weaker than you? Han Fei didn't say anything. After the god of war told him the way to transform his origin sea into a star, he already knew how to strengthen his physique in the late phase of the star transformation realm. He was just a little puzzled. However, unlike what the young man said, the effect of his body tempering would not be offset for by the realm. This was impossible. Bang, bang, bang. Han Fei pretended to erupt, and golden fist marks swept everywhere. However, when the countless clones hit him at the same time, Han Fei was instantly sent flying. However, the young expert didn't want to give Han Fei a chance. He slashed back with his sword, and sword chi shot out like a rainbow. A great Tao that Han Fei had never felt appeared. That was the path of a sword cultivator. But Han Fei knew that if he was hit by this sword, he would probably be directly knocked out. But Han Fei's eyes glittered when he saw the sword too. He shouted, "All laws forbidden in this space." Suddenly, the figures filling the sky froze. The young expert could no longer control these clones. It was also at that moment that there was only the sword shadow left between the heavens and earth. When the sword appeared, the young man's true original body was exposed. Without any hesitation, Han Fei glanced around and directly stole the power of the sword shadow. When he stole the power of this sword, Han Fei was also shocked. With his bearing power, his flesh and blood all exploded. How strong was this young man? Stealing the sword light, Han Fei had to quickly exhaust this sword light, or he would explode before the other party realized what was going on. Han Fei saw the only figure, and the one hidden among the many clones was his original body. The heavenly human expert was shocked. How is it possible? The laws of this world lost their effect at this moment. My divine technique also lost its effect. My original body can't switch freely among my clones. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei took out a mirror. Although the young expert didn't know what the mirror was for, he immediately felt his heart palpitate when he saw it. At this moment, his first thought was to escape. However, he discovered, to his shock, that he had forgotten how to burst out an ultra-light speed. He realized that his speed had been deprived. Deprived of his speed, his first reaction was to bombard Han Fei with his soul. But when the mirror in Han Fei's hand shone, the young expert was shocked to find that he was forced into a space and appeared in a mirror world surrounded by him in all directions. This person was a little stunned. He subconsciously thought that these were his countless clones. But then, he saw a sword light appear in the mirror. It was clearly his sword light. Puff, puff, puff. In the infinity mirror, the strong master of the heavenly race was attacked by the sword chi. But to Han Fei's surprise, the sword chi caused less damage to him than he expected. Han Fei hurriedly launched the all-great Daos in one sword on him, and the physique of a perfected star transformation realm expert was indeed astonishing. Anyway, after a round of sword tides and a slash of all-great Daos in one sword, although the strong master of the heavenly race was covered in wounds and blood, he wasn't seriously injured. This stunned Han Fei. How could a perfected star transformation realm expert be so strong? Han Fei didn't dare to let this person stay in the Mirror of Infinity for long. The Mirror of Infinity was just a replica mirror. Even ordinary people in the sky-opening realm had the ability to destroy it, let alone those in the perfected star transformation realm. Therefore, the moment the sword light failed to kill him, Han Fei immediately deprived him of his consciousness, giving him no chance to fight back. Then, Han Fei launched all great Daos in one sword again and stabbed into the mirror of infinity. He clearly couldn't beat a cultivator in the perfected star transformation realm, but if he stood still and let Han Fei beat him, how could he not kill him? Puff, 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 puff. In the mirror of infinity, the body of this young man was directly obliterated by countless all-great Daos in one swords. As all-great Daos in one sword also had the power to destroy the soul, this person's soul was also minced, but he wasn't dead. After all, the power Han Fei used wasn't enough to kill a perfected star transformation realm expert. With a flip of his hand, Han Fei grabbed a god-sealing spear and inserted it into the mirror of infinity. Seeing that the god-sealing spear was infinitely replicating in the mirror of infinity, Han Fei stopped in satisfaction. In the distance, Feng Xinglu was dumbfounded. What did he see? Han Fei killed a perfected star transformation realm cultivator. Chapter 2308, We Are Good Brothers. This, Feng Xinglu was dumbfounded. Only 2 seconds later, Han Fei, who had almost been beaten to death, suddenly turned the tide of the battle. He took out a mirror, casually shone it on the man, and killed him, making Feng Xinglu think of a terrifying chaotic spiritual treasure. Therefore, Feng Xinglu pointed at Han Fei and was stunned for a long time before he exclaimed, "Is that the yin-yang heavenly mirror? Are you a descendant of a demon god?" Huh? Han Fei was dumbfounded. The yin-yang heavenly mirror? A descendant of a demon god? He didn't understand. Huh? Suddenly, Han Fei remembered that the infinity mirror seemed to be copied from a mirror named the yin-yang heavenly mirror. Now it seemed that this yin-yang heavenly mirror had a powerful background. Han Fei immediately said, "No, wait a moment. This is just a replica." Feng Xinglu immediately said, "Then you are still a descendant of the demon god. Except for the descendants of the demon god who can get a copy of the yin-yang heavenly mirror, no wonder you refuse to tell which force in the West Sea divine realm you are from. It turns out that you are from the legendary ancient demon god clan." Han Fei was dumbfounded. He was only using a mirror, but his identity had already been recognized. Moreover, it was from the West Sea divine realm and sounded quite impressive. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with the descendants of a demon god? Can't the descendants of a demon god appear in the East Sea divine realm?" Feng Xinglu, "Yes, of course you can. I'm just shocked. No wonder you can be so powerful before star transformation. It turns out that you're a descendant of a demon god. I feel much better now." Han Fei was at a loss, but then he realized that Feng Xinglu wasn't like Feng Qingcheng and was easy to fool. So he said, "Why do you feel better if I'm a descendant of a demon god?" Feng Xinglu said matter-of-factly, "The descendants of the demon gods are all the children of the gods and blood relatives of the gods, The orthodox bloodline of the gods flows in their bodies, which is much higher than the level of bloodline awakening. Now I can understand why you are so strong. I was wondering how it was possible for someone to be weaker than me in the realm, but stronger than me in power. This doesn't make sense, so this is the reason." Feng Xinglu crazily hinted to himself that if Han Fei wasn't a son of God, he would at most be like him. Han Fei continued to run with Feng Xinglu. Although he had caught a perfected star transformation realm cultivator that was extremely valuable, he had to sell him on a suitable occasion. There were still a lot of people chasing him. Han Fei pulled Feng Xinglu and ran wildly. Feng Xinglu said, "Why are you the son of God, but you are not more than 30,000 years old? There are no divine sons in the sea realm anymore." Han Fei's heart did a flip. "It took me hundreds of thousands of years to be born, so I'm naturally not old." Feng Xinglu's heart stirred. That did make sense. It was said that the conditions for the birth of a divine son were very strict. Feng Xinglu couldn't help but feel a little excited, which was the excitement of seeing through Han Fei's identity. He said, "Are there many descendants of demon gods? I heard that the ancient demon god clan is the most mysterious force in the West Sea divine realm and hasn't appeared in the world for 100,000 years. Why have you appeared?" Han Fei said. "I thought you didn't like to study? How do you know about the ancient demon god clan and the yin-yang heavenly mirror?" Feng Xinglu immediately said, "Because I've heard a lot of stories. It's said that after the Battle of the Gods, many divine sons created the ancient demon god clan together and suppressed the sea realm for 30,000 years. But later, it was said that someone in the sea realm wanted to steal the power of the gods and transplant the bloodline of the gods, so they launched a scheme against the ancient demon god clan. Finally, 100,000 years ago, a peerless catastrophe broke out in the West Sea divine realm. I don't know what happened to the ancient demon god clan, but many people died overnight. It's said that at that time, the sky in the West Sea divine realm was blood red, and the lightning of the great Tao rumbled for 7 days and 7 nights. Countless children of the gods died. Since then, the ancient demon god clan has disappeared, whose traces are completely wiped off from the world. And the yin-yang heavenly mirror of the ancient demon god clan has disappeared and never appeared again." When Feng Xinglu spoke, he glanced at Han Fei from time to time and whispered, "Hey, what did you experience back then? Who attacked you?" Han Fei thought to himself, If you ask me, who should I ask? Han Fei didn't expect the Mirror of Infinity to have such a background. Besides, the Mirror of Infinity was indeed a copy of the Yin-Yang Heavenly Mirror, which was irrefutable. Han Fei couldn't help but think, 100,000 years ago, the ancient demon god clan was robbed. As it happened, 100,000 years ago, Chu Hao obtained the demon purification pot and was chased. And as it happened, he found the Mirror of Infinity in Chu Hao's monarch palace, which was a copy of the Yin-Yang Heavenly Mirror. Therefore, Chu Hao's identity was obvious. Chu Hao must be a member of the ancient demon god clan. Because he got the demon purification pot, the entire ancient demon god clan was implicated. Not good. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Since even the stupid Feng Xingliu could see that the Infinity Mirror was a copy of the Yin-Yang Heavenly Mirror, how could the powerhouse of the heavenly race, and even monarchs, not guess it? And once they guessed that he was from the ancient demon god clan like Feng Xingliu did just now, they would inevitably think of the demon purification pot through the replica of the Yin-Yang Heavenly Mirror. Perhaps Chu Hao had used this mirror before. They might even remember him. If all of this was connected by those experts, he would be doomed. Not to mention that he was not from the ancient demon god clan. Even if he were, no one could protect him. Perhaps eldest senior brother could protect him, but he would only protect him 3 times. At that time, if people guessed that he was related to the demon purification pot, the monarchs of the entire sea realm might attack him. Then there would be no place for him in the sea realm. Immediately, Han Fei looked at Feng Xingliu solemnly. Xingliu, do you think we are brothers? Yes. Feng Xingliu felt that his life had been quite exciting since Han Fei came to save them. Besides, although Han Fei was passionate about robbery, he was quite easy to get along with, in addition to hot pot and barbecue. In general, Feng Yu had made a good friend this time. Han Fei said, "Look, we're brothers. We robbed, fought, and ate meat together. Although we're not biological brothers, we're closer than biological brothers. From the first time I saw you, I regretted not meeting you sooner. I feel that you will definitely achieve more than Feng Yu in the future." Really? When Han Fei said the last sentence, Feng Xingliu felt his blood boil. In his entire life up to now, only Han Fei had said that he would definitely achieve more than Feng Yu in the future. Feng Xingliu wanted to surpass Feng Yu in his entire life, but who would be optimistic about it? In fact, even he wasn't optimistic about it. He just refused to admit defeat. However, just now, Han Fei said so. Immediately, Feng Xingliu felt that his eyes were wet and his throat was a little choked. He suppressed his voice and said, "Good brother, we are good brothers." Han Fei immediately said, "Brother, to be honest, I'm indeed from the ancient demon god clan. However, this news and the Yin-Yang Heavenly Mirror must be kept between you and me. No third person can know it. I haven't even told Feng Yu. You can't tell Feng Qingcheng or the elders of your family, or I won't live long." Feng Xingliu was surprised. "Wait, why is that?" Han Fei heaved a long sigh. "Brother, as you know, 100,000 years ago, the ancient demon god clan was harmed by some villains. Those people were trying to absorb our divine bloodline. Because of this bloodline, our clan was slaughtered and only less than 10% of our people survived. We fled and ran. Many people in the entire sea realm have been looking for us for 100,000 years. What do you think will happen if you leak that I have a copy of the Yin-Yang Heavenly Mirror?" Feng Xingliu's heart skipped a beat. He said in shock, "Many people must be after you for your divine blood." Han Fei said sadly, "That's right. By then, it won't be the sky-opening realm cultivators who will attack me, but the monarchs. Brother, let me tell you, many monarchs are not good people. In order to become stronger, they will do anything. Are you willing to watch your good brother being chased by monarchs? Are you willing to watch me fall into deep trouble? Are you willing to watch me die without a burial place?" Feng Xingliu immediately shook his head. "That's impossible. I won't tell anyone. I'm the most tight-lipped." "But doesn't the person in your mirror know? Should we?" Feng Xingliu made a throat-slitting gesture with one finger. Han Fei shook his head. "Don't worry, I'll change his memories later. He is quite valuable. He's already on the verge of Dao proving. How much is he worth?" Feng Xingliu. "But," Han Fei said, "Bro, do you know why I'm passionate about robbery?" "Why?" Han Fei said, "Alas, you might not believe it. Although our ancient demon god clan has the divine bloodline, our demand for resources is also huge. We were destroyed by various strong masters and didn't dare to snatch resources wantonly. We could only rob a little in the east and a little in the west and narrowly make our ends meet. When you were young, when you generously gave thousands of kilometers of resources to your servants, I was digging in a mine. When you went to the family's treasure house to collect resources, I was fighting with others for a few resources." Han Fei's face alternated between melancholy, excitement, regret, and emotion. Feng Xingliu felt ashamed when he heard that. No wonder Han Fei was so passionate about resources. No wonder he was so good at snatching resources. No wonder he was stingy and refused to give me more resources. It turned out that his childhood was so miserable. Without a word, Feng Xingliu was about to give all his resources to Han Fei. However, Han Fei stopped him. "Brother, who are you looking down on? A gentleman makes money in the right way. Do you think I can take my brother's resources?" Feng Xingliu said solemnly. Since we're brothers, what's mine is yours. I'll be anxious if you refuse again. Han Fei said, wait a minute, did you forget that I have something valuable in my hand? Besides, if you don't have any resources at all when you reach the Divine Capital Dynasty, you'll be in trouble, so keep it for now. If I need it, I'll tell you. We're good brothers. Chapter 2009, Don't Be Afraid. Just 3 or 5 seconds after Han Fei and Feng Xingliu's conversation, another late-stage star transformation expert of the heavenly race appeared. But this time, Han Fei definitely wouldn't use the Mirror of Infinity. This thing really couldn't be used now. Feng Xingliu was easy to fool, but others weren't. Han Fei didn't know how many people could catch up. By logic, as long as one's speed exceeded 8 times the speed of light, he could catch up. However, their strengths were different, so was the time when they caught up. The first batch of people who caught up must have reached 9 times the speed of light. Why didn't Han Fei feel that their speed was 10 times the speed of light? It was because if the speed really reached 10 times the speed of light, this person would have almost proved his Tao. Even if it was 9 times the speed of light, by logic, this shouldn't be something that experts less than 30,000 years old could have. However, the heavenly race also had a divine bloodline, so it was hard to say. He certainly wouldn't underestimate the heavenly race that was a powerful race in the East Sea divine realm. Therefore, even when Han Fei saw the two of them, he didn't stop but continued to escape. When the two of them saw Han Fei, they were a little surprised because they didn't see the perfected star transformation realm cultivator. That didn't make sense. That young master should have been the first to catch up with Han Fei. Besides, they had passed by a place where there were obvious traces of fighting. How could they not see that young master? Not stopping at all, Han Fei shouted, "How dare you two chase me? Do you want to die?" Someone responded coldly, "Han Fei, no matter where you come from, it's suicide to make an enemy of our heavenly race in the East Sea divine realm. What's the use of holding on for a while?" "How long can you last if you forcibly activate such a fast speed?" Han Fei said. "I can hold on until I'm exhausted. It's none of your business." Han Fei firmly believed that there was a way to get rid of the heavenly race if he kept running in the direction the vast ocean navigator pointed, so he didn't stop at all. And these two people really didn't attack. They were waiting for other experts to appear, and at the same time, for the young master to appear. However, after half an hour, only 2 late-stage Star Transformation Realm experts caught up. There was no young master. Half an hour later, another person caught up. Feng Xingliu said, "Do you want me to attack them? Let's go straight to the Divine Capital Dynasty. I think you should stop taking the trial. This has already exceeded the scope of a trial." Han Fei said, "Bro, there is great horror between life and death. If you walk on the edge of life and death often, you will gain a lot of insights, and your strength will definitely increase by several times." Gulp. Feng Xingliu swallowed hard. Sure enough, Han Fei was still influenced by his childhood experiences. It turned out that the gap between him and Han Fei was actually nothing more than fighting and experiencing life and death. At this time, Feng Xingliu had already forgotten the difference in bloodline between the two of them. Seeing that Han Fei was so persistent, Feng Xingliu said, "Including this, there are 5 of them. I can't think of a way to escape." He really didn't know how to fight a battle with such a huge disparity in strength. Anyway, he couldn't beat either of them. He could either use a Monarch Jade Slip or lay flat. Han Fei was not afraid because he was holding a captive in his hand. Han Fei gnashed his teeth. In order to capture him, the heavenly race had mobilized at least 5 late-stage star transformation experts and 1 perfected star transformation powerhouse. When the 5th person arrived, one of the 5 people immediately shouted, "Stop them!" Han Fei let go of Feng Xingliu. "Concentrate and experience with your heart. They dare not kill you. After you pass the life and death test, your strength will definitely increase greatly." Han Fei didn't want Feng Xingliu to leave with a Monarch Jade Slip because he didn't think it was necessary. It wasn't a big deal that the heavenly race attacked him because his identity was unknown. However, Feng Xingliu was a core disciple of the Phoenix Divine Race. According to Feng Qingcheng, the Phoenix Divine Race's status in the South Sea Divine Realm was similar to that of the heavenly race, so they weren't afraid of the heavenly race at all. The heavenly race could attack Feng Xingliu, but if they dared to kill him, they would be inviting a battle. Since he was sure that they probably wouldn't kill Feng Xingliu, Han Fei didn't mind give him a push. Feng Xingliu exclaimed, "But I can't beat them," Han Fei said. "Don't worry. Just try your best. They won't dare to do anything to you. You are a once-in-a-10,000-year heavenly talent of the Phoenix Divine Race. Don't you want to surpass Feng Yu? You have to believe in yourself. Now you have the opportunity. Just attack with your full strength." Buzz. Around Feng Xingliu, flames were steaming and billowing. "Fight with all your strength. Don't be afraid. Once you pass the life and death trial, you'll be able to surpass Feng Yu." Feng Xingliu had completely believed Han Fei's words and felt that this was an opportunity for him to grow. Yes, he was a core descendant of the Phoenix Divine Race. How dare these people kill him? Kill! Whoosh! Feng Xingliu launched his ultimate move as soon as the battle started. With a long sword in hand, the Fire Phoenix soared into the sky and pounced on a person. Han Fei issued an order in his heart and Blood Fiend chased after one of the people. Han Fei sneered. "Now 2 of you are gone. How can you 3 take me down?" However, the three people on the opposite side didn't attack. Instead, they looked at Feng Xingliu indifferently. Han Fei, you may have many means, but this boy from the Phoenix Divine race is still a fledgling. He's not proficient in all aspects, and his combat techniques are relatively rusty. He's relying on his own foundation. How long do you think he can last? Han Fei grinned coldly. A bunch of self-righteous guys. You will never understand. The most primitive state of fighting is recklessness. The three of them looked at each other. Although they would wait for another person to defeat Feng Xingliu, they wouldn't just sit by and watch Han Fei. This person's background was mysterious, and he had many means. If they gave him a chance, he might cause trouble. However, when the three of them attacked at the same time, they didn't attack with their original bodies but summoned a large number of clones. Obviously, they hadn't learned that divine technique, so they could only attack Han Fei in the most primitive way. However, if they only used their clones, Han Fei also had great strength if he erupted his full strength. With only 10 or 20 clones, they might be able to temporarily suppress Han Fei, but such a large number of clones could only suppress Han Fei for a second or two. Among the many clones, Han Fei didn't even need to activate his Great Tao. He only needed to steal power at will and use the other party's power to defend against them. After a while, these clones were all wiped out by Han Fei. One had to know that Han Fei today was no longer the Han Fei who was chased by the three cultivators of the heavenly race. The three of them realized that their clones were already useless. This guy already had the combat power to fight late-stage sky-opening realm cultivators head-on. They immediately split up into many clones and attacked Han Fei together with both their clones and original bodies. This was not the Ruins of Gods. They didn't think that there would be a special situation like in the Ruins of Gods here. And because they didn't fight Han Fei with their original bodies in the Ruins of Gods, they didn't remember it so well. In the blink of an eye, 9 clones of similar strength appeared and surrounded Han Fei, attacking him at the same time. They thought that although Han Fei was special, he could control at most 6 clones at a time. They thought that with 9 clones, they could take down one Han Fei easily. What they thought of now was actually the same as the 3 people who chased Han Fei in the Ruins of Gods. The difference was that the 3 people only treated Han Fei as an itinerant cultivator with many opportunities, and now these people treated Han Fei as a member of the Time Temple. Therefore, these people were a little more cautious now, but they still didn't think that Han Fei could really stop them. In fact, after they attacked, Han Fei didn't use the Frenzying Eye to frenzy their clones. It wasn't that Han Fei didn't want to use it, but he didn't dare to summon the Emperor Sparrow at all. In the territory of the Divine Capital Dynasty, once the information about the Emperor Sparrow or the Demon Purification Pot was exposed, he might die a tragic death. Over there, Feng Xingliu was sent flying and the void had already trembled many times. This guy's body was cracking and he had already activated the Fire Phoenix Divine Technique. In just 2 seconds, he was forced to activate his ultimate divine technique. But Han Fei didn't care. He simply took out the Vast Ocean Navigator. In the next moment, someone shouted, "Original bodies, retreat!" They knew the Vast Ocean Navigator, which could point to the original body, although they didn't think it was useful, because even if the original body was deprived of some kind of power, their clones were still here. How could Han Fei do anything to them? Besides, the Vast Ocean Navigator could only point to one direction at one time. How could he find all their original bodies? One of the 3 people lost consciousness for no reason, but there were 3 original bodies and 6 clones here. How could the others allow Han Fei to attack that person? 3 clones stepped forward together, blocking Han Fei's way. However, the body of the guy who lost consciousness suddenly moved. Not good. It's his original body that can't be seen. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Did they see through his twin divine technique? These people have really sharp eyes. Buzz. Since he had been seen through, Han Fei fused his twin bodies and flew back holding the body of the Heavenly Race cultivator in his hand. At the same time, he reached out to grab the head of the person in his hand. The clones chasing him, however, roared, "Brat, you can't kill my original body even if it's asleep." Heh! In the next moment, Han Fei's hand penetrated through the head of the man's original body. As he suddenly pulled, the man's soul was extracted by Han Fei. Hiss, not good. He's also a soul cultivator. Han Fei extracted its soul and rushed towards Feng Xingliu while obliterating it with his young soul. He shouted, "Come on. If you split into 2 clones now, your soul will definitely not be strong enough. At this time, even if I can't destroy your main soul, I can still severely injure you and make it impossible for you to reach the perfected star transformation realm in this life. Come on, attack, roar." At this time, the strong master of the heavenly race who had penetrated the Fire Phoenix divine technique split into 3 bodies, which rushed towards Han Fei at the same time. Then, a clone of the person who was grabbed by Han Fei shouted, "Stupid, our heavenly race has the spring of life. How can we be killed by you?" Han Fei's heart did a flip. "Yes, Chu Hao asked me to find the spring of life. This is a divine object that can regenerate bones and revive the dead. This person is not afraid of me obliterating his soul." Around Han Fei, 11 super strong masters whose original bodies and clones had joined forces attacked him at the same time. Gravity, storm, soul attack, and various kinds of power of the Great Tao bombarded him at the same time. Dharma Idol World. A golden body suddenly appeared and Han Fei forcibly pushed his strength higher to resist the storm-like bombardment. At the same time, he roared, "Explode." At that moment, Han Fei activated all his strength, stuffed the infinity water into this person's mouth, and detonated it. Unfortunately, as an ultra-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasure, the infinity water could no longer penetrate a late-stage star transformation realm cultivator. His body swelled and cracked but didn't explode. Bang! The power of Han Fei's Yang soul shook this person's main soul. The void lines were stealing his vitality and soul. Unfortunately, there was not enough time. Facing the siege of so many people, Han Fei was about to collapse. At this moment, he heard a chuckle. Then, a calm and gentle voice sounded. "Oh, so this is the heavenly race? So many people are bullying two people. How shameless." Chapter 2030-10. Kill a late-stage star transformation realm cultivator. Who is it? The battle on Han Fei's side was extremely intense. Because Han Fei's physique was extraordinary, his soul was exceptionally powerful, and his methods were extremely special, they didn't dare to relax at all. The visitor approached from a distance. When Han Fei and the others noticed her, they saw a beautiful woman about 1.65 meters tall in a long dress standing 10,000 kilometers away. Everyone was stunned at the first sight of this girl. This woman was slender and elegant. When she didn't move, she looked demure and gentle. There was a faint smile on her face, and there was gentleness and elegance in her smile. There was no flirtatiousness in her eyes, no cuteness, but infinite gentleness. Her jade-like fingers held a foot-long dagger in her hand, and her hands were crossed slightly. She looked like an innocent 15-year-old girl next door. On the whole, this girl gave everyone a feeling of gentleness and beauty. For some reason, they felt especially close to her. However, everyone immediately realized that this woman was definitely not that simple. How could she be an innocent and vulnerable girl if she could travel through the boundless wilderness and appear here? She was so innocent as if she had never seen the vicissitudes of life. How could such a person become a star transformation cultivator? Girl, don't mess with the heavenly race. Leave now. However, the girl gently raised the foot-long dagger in her hand, and a knife mark appeared in front of the person who spoke. When everyone's gaze fell on the knife mark, the girl disappeared, leaving only a blurry shadow jumping in the air, but she was already gone. Watch out. As soon as the heavenly race cultivator blocked the knife beam in front of him, he felt danger behind his back. He immediately launched an attack, and the force field here became chaotic. But even so, a half-arc lit up and cut his back. Puffer, this person was cut into two halves by the half-arc. Unfortunately, this girl didn't use her full strength, or maybe she wasn't so powerful that she couldn't kill this person in one blow. In fact, Han Fei felt that it was only natural, because even he couldn't blow up a late-stage star transformation cultivator with one blow, even if the other party was just a clone. This woman could cut him in half with a single slash, which was already very powerful. In terms of strength, she was definitely stronger than Feng Xingliu. At this moment, because the people who were fighting Feng Xingliu had come to besiege Han Fei, Feng Xingliu finally had a breather. Although he only lasted for 3 seconds under the attack of that late-stage star transformation realm cultivator, only he knew how it felt. There was no time to deal with the storm. Even if he used a divine technique, he was still penetrated and had no power to fight back. But just as Han Fei said, he was caught in a quagmire but didn't suffer a fatal blow, which made him inexplicably more confident. Seeing that someone came to help them, he roared, "Fire Phoenix, Sky Feather." Feng Xingliu used the void as a slingshot, condensed a flame feather, and shot it with a bow. It was like a ferocious phoenix had descended, and flames burned the sky. After this blow, Feng Xingliu felt that he had unleashed all his strength and was exhausted. But even Han Fei and the girl couldn't help but exclaim. This blow was enough to resist a late-stage star transformation realm cultivator. This made them realize that the potential of Feng Xingliu was much higher than they imagined. When Feng Xingliu attacked, knife lights flashed around Han Fei, but these knife lights seemed to be directly imprinted on the souls of the strong masters of the heavenly race and were difficult to dodge. It was as if space had no obstacles against the knife lights bursting out of her. Shadowless Blade? Han Fei felt that this method was very similar to Xiaoxiaoxian's Shadowless Blade, but much stronger. This knife didn't involve space but also seemed to avoid time. It was like directly slashing and then hitting. Between slashing and hitting, there was no third possibility. Unhindered, Han Fei suddenly thought of something. The unobstructed sword fluid that he had once used had given him this feeling. But now was not the time for Han Fei to think about this. Since someone was helping him, he could take the chance to break the siege of these people. Han Fei raised his hand and activated all great Daos in one sword. Multiple Dao runes intertwined and mixed. At this moment, he was at the peak of his strength and could completely defeat one person. Roar! The sacrificing punch erupted, and Han Fei's power was enhanced by the god-slaying boxing gloves. He threw a punch that pierced through the stars, and someone took the punch and fell into a struggle. Han Fei waved his hand, and the Dao patterns of the heavens and earth gathered into a spear. The god-sealing spear was used as a tool to block the enemy, instantly suppressing a person. Huh! The girl was shocked. At this moment, Han Fei launched 3 attacks and repelled 3 clones of the sky-opening realm. This person was much stronger than she had imagined. She guessed that if it weren't for the fact that there were too many people besieging him and they were too strong, she might not have needed to do anything. Han Fei shouted in a low voice, "Girl, can you block them for 1 second for me?" "Okay." A soft voice came, followed by a melodious melody. A black bone fan drew a semicircle in the sky, separating Han Fei from these people. At that moment, Han Fei's 100,000-foot-tall golden body seemed to erupt with infinite power. The yang soul penetrated his body and drilled into the soul of the person in Han Fei's hand. Roar! Han Fei's great Tao had reached its limit. With the god-slaying boxing gloves, the power of the heavenly Tao, the enhancement of the god's prayer bead, and the Dharma idol world, the power he carried exceeded 30 million waves. The dual powers of his body and soul were superimposed on this cultivator who had already split out 2 powerful clones. Boom! Han Fei's Dharma idol put his hands together and crushed the man's body and soul. If this person were in his peak state, Han Fei would have no chance of winning. He couldn't even shake the other party's soul. But now, he had sent out 2 powerful clones, and his original body fell into a deep sleep, so his soul was unguarded. Han Fei was not a kind person. Just now, the self-detonation of the infinity water failed to completely penetrate this person. Then he would definitely destroy him with all his strength. Han Fei, how dare you? Fuck your heavenly race. Why dare I not? Die. Han Fei felt that there was a huge force resisting between his hands. He immediately made up his mind and turned into a black fog. He rarely used the swallowing power of the black fog of the twin divine technique. But at this moment, he had no time to care about that. He only had 1 second. The girl couldn't resist the siege of so many people. If it weren't for the strange fan, she wouldn't have been able to resist it at this moment. At this moment, the world instantly darkened. The strong masters of the heavenly race were dealing with the combination of Han Fei and the girl, and one of them was resisting the Fire Phoenix divine technique. However, a sword light suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and the sword was like a swimming dragon, rampaging through the 9 heavens at a speed comparable to that of a monarch. East Sword Pavilion? A strong master from the heavenly race immediately called out the origin of the sword and sent 2 clones to block it. Then, a handsome young sword cultivator stood quietly in the distant sky with a long sword erected in front of him. A strong master of the heavenly race asked, "Why is the East Sword Pavilion meddling in the affairs of the heavenly race?" The swordsman said indifferently, "Justice. Die." Han Fei's 10,000 feet golden body let out a deafening roar, and the body and soul of the heavenly race cultivator in his hand were completely annihilated. However, there were no traces of the Great Tao's annihilation. The other party had clones left. For a sky-opening cultivator, his clone also contained the soul, chi, and blood of the original body. Although Han Fei had killed the original body, the other party still had a chance to live. The relationship between the original body and the clones was different from the relationship between the original body and the avatars. An avatar was equivalent to molding another self. When the original body was destroyed, the avatars were also the original body. However, clones were only a portion of the power that the original body had temporarily diverted. They only carried the original body's power, but not the original body's yang soul, yin soul, memories, and so on. If the original body perished, they could immediately return and reshape the original body. But if the original body perished for a long time and was obliterated from the world, no matter how long they could hold on, they would eventually be obliterated and couldn't be reborn. Han Fei extended his hand and time intertwined. The clone of the heavenly human cultivator was shocked, thinking that Han Fei was using the great Tao of time to send his dead original body to another time. Once Han Fei succeeded in doing so, he would really die. It wasn't easy for him to reach the late stage of the star transformation realm. How could he be willing? At that time, his clones dissipated and attempted to return to his original body. He thought that Han Fei wouldn't kill him. Han Fei had captured so many heavenly talents but didn't kill them but used them to exchange for resources. How could he kill him? But he didn't know that Han Fei was waiting for this moment. At the moment when his clone dissipated and was about to return, Han Fei issued an order in his heart. Steal his power. Steal his vitality. Steal his consciousness. Han Fei reduced this person's combat power to the lowest. Then he crazily activated his great Tao, causing his body to explode and blood to flow. But at this moment, Han Fei welcomed the strongest combat power in history. He closed his palms again and struck with the power of his yang soul. "Stop! How dare you, Han Fei? You're asking to be killed." Rumble. At that moment, a blood-colored crack across millions of kilometers appeared in the sky and a blood rain curtain descended. This was the first time Han Fei had really killed a late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivator. Late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivators were too difficult to kill. If Han Fei hadn't destroyed this guy's original body and pretended to exile the remnants of his original body, luring his clone to return, and then stole his power to wipe him out in one fell swoop, he wouldn't have been able to kill a late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivator. At this moment, Feng Xingliu flew over, the girl appeared again, and so did the Blood Fiend. The clones of the other party quickly fused with their original bodies. In an instant, the situation became 5-4. It seemed that the Heavenly Race's team had no chance. Feng Xingliu asked in shock, "Is he really dead?" The girl glanced at Han Fei, her eyes full of shock. Then she said, "You're seriously injured." The sword cultivator from the East Sword Pavilion was also a little stunned. The sword hums kept ringing in front of him as he thought to himself, "This person is so strong." Chapter 23011, The Crossing. Because of the appearance of two mysterious helpers, Han Fei thought that this was why the vast ocean navigator pointed here. Therefore, Han Fei didn't have to kill this person, because with this guy he could get a lot of resources from the heavenly race. However, he still killed him. Considering that he needed to sacrifice to obtain the power of the god of war, this person was a good sacrifice. Secondly, only in this way could he sell the person in the Mirror of Infinity for more sources. After that, Lin Xuan took the fish that Dong Huangzhou caught to the river and killed them all. When he returned, he began to cook them as he said, "Babies, these fish are called black-eyed stingers. The most suitable way to eat them is to cook them in soup." And quote, "The soup is thick and fragrant. With father's special spices, it will definitely become an unparalleled delicacy." End quote. At first, the girls wanted to roast the black-eyed stingray, so Lin Xuan explained it to them. So the black-eyed stingray is the most suitable for making soup. Then hurry up and cook it, father. I want to drink a lot of fish soup. The little girls were all looking forward to it. Since father said that soup is the best, then drink more soup. Dong Huangzhou laughed to herself. As expected of a good-for-nothing rich young master, he really had a deep understanding of food. Under the gazes of the five of them, Lin Xuan finished cooking the black-eyed catfish soup. Before boiling, he sprinkled some special spices into the thick, milky white soup. Rich and fragrant aroma filled the air within a radius of 1,000 feet, causing the little girls to drool. As Dong Huangzhou only had 2 heaven and earth jade plates, the little girls quickly discussed and decided that the 4 of them would share 1 jade plate. Lin Xuan and Dong Huangzhou would also share one. Lin Xuan had no objections to this. His daughter's arrangement was very reasonable. As the perfect stay-at-home dad, agreeing to their arrangements was also encouraging them to use their brains and improve their ability to deal with things. Dong Huangzhou didn't say much. It was not the first time she shared utensils with Lin Xuan. Besides, on that night 4 years ago, the two of them had exchanged saliva quite a lot. In front of his daughters, he naturally had to be generous and let them feel that there was no estrangement between his parents. Just like that, the family of 6 savored the delicious meat of the black-eyed Spanish mackerel and drank the fish soup one bowl after another. Although there wasn't enough utensils, the little girls seemed even happier than before, their eyes full of happiness and joy. Although there are fewer things that can be used, our family relationship is even better. This little bully sister, Zhizhu, quickly concluded this logic. Lin Xuan and Dong Huangzhou smiled in relief when they heard this. Unknowingly, his daughter had grown up a little. Han Fei looked back, and the gaze just now had disappeared. So he raised his chin at Feng Xingliu. "Get on the ship." At this time, the strong masters of the heavenly race looked awful. Why were they so unlucky as to run into the crossing in this vast wilderness? One of them shouted, "Han Fei, even if you can escape today, how can you leave the divine capital dynasty?" Han Fei sneered. "It's none of your business whether I can leave or not. Oh, by the way, remember to take 2 million kilometers of resources next time you come to me." The man sneered. "Who do you think you are? Splash." Han Fei casually threw out a head. It was the head of the perfected star transformation realm cultivator who had been sealed by him in the Mirror of Infinity. Just now, Han Fei attacked the Mirror of Infinity twice. This person's consciousness had been stolen, his body had been smashed and had fallen apart. Then, he was sealed by the god-sealing spears and couldn't regather his body or do anything. Now he was still lying in the Mirror of Infinity in a daze. Han Fei said, "Remember, you only have 1 month. If you don't bring me enough resources within a month, you won't have a chance to see this guy again." Young master? The 4 people were greatly shocked. No wonder they hadn't seen this guy from the beginning to the end. It turned out that he had already been captured by Han Fei. But how did Han Fei have the strength to capture a perfected star transformation realm cultivator? A super strong master at the verge of Dao proving should be able to easily crush Han Fei, right? At this moment, they had no time to think. The crossing was almost here, and these people reluctantly retreated and disappeared into the void. Then, Han Fei's Dharma idol disappeared, and a mass of flesh and blood fell from the sky. While the body of the strong master of the heavenly race was still warm, Han Fei stuffed it into his origin sea. In the end, he couldn't help but sigh. A late-stage star transformation realm cultivator was really powerful. If it were ordinary people, they would have been crushed into dust by him. But this person still had a human form. From this, it could be seen that the path after star transformation, as the god of war said, was indeed extraordinary. Han Fei couldn't help but look forward to what would happen if he completed that path. At this moment, Han Fei cupped his hands at the girl and then looked at the sword cultivator. "Thank you for your help. My name is Han Fei. I'm an itinerant cultivator." Slurped Feng Xingliu looked at the girl with a smile. "G-girl, hello. My name is Feng Xingliu." "I'm, an itinerant cultivator." Han Fei rolled his eyes. Do you think she doesn't know who you are? When did you become an itinerant cultivator? The girl smiled. Well, I know about the Phoenix divine race, but I don't know about this one. The girl looked at Han Fei and smiled. The capital of horror, Wuxuang, nice to meet you. Wuxuang, Han Fei thought that the name didn't sound suitable for her appearance. Han Fei felt that such a gentle girl should be called Wenru, means gentle. On the other side, the sword cultivator looked at Han Fei. East Sword Pavilion, Wangbation. What was the sword chi you used just now? Han Fei realized that this one was attracted by the sword technique he performed. He immediately replied with a smile. I created it myself. All great Daos in one sword. Wangbation nodded slightly, but his expression didn't change much. Very strong. Let's spar when we have time. Han Fei, okay. Han Fei was dripping with blood, his body was cracked, and he was exhausted. In their opinion, he was seriously injured. It was the same case for Feng Xingliu, which was even weaker than Han Fei. Han Fei could fight the late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivators, but Feng Xingliu couldn't. It was equivalent to him being beaten up for 3 seconds. Han Fei casually stuffed a mass of liquid divine brilliance to Feng Xingliu, pinched a mass of it himself, and stuffed it into his mouth. It would be too high profile to use the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique, but if he used liquid divine brilliance, it wouldn't attract much attention. Everyone would think that this was some kind of healing divine medicine, but they wouldn't think that it was some kind of magical technique. It was the first time that Feng Xingliu was so badly wounded. As soon as the liquid divine brilliance entered his mouth, he shivered and felt that his limbs and bones relaxed. The pain on his whole body was relieved, and his injuries were recovering at a visible speed. He was about to ask what this was, but Han Fei shook his head slightly. Knowing what he meant, he didn't ask further. Han Fei looked at Wuxuang and Wang Baichen. I owe you two a favor. Let me treat you to a meal first. A meal? Feng Xingliu immediately said. Great. We've run for so long and fought so hard. We should take a rest. On the crossing. There weren't many people who noticed the battle on Han Fei's side. The sky-opening realm cultivators could notice the changes in the weather, but to watch the battle on Han Fei's side from afar was not something ordinary sky-opening realm cultivators could do. However, most people knew that something big had happened ahead. The appearance of a great Dao crack was no longer a scene that could be caused by the death of an ordinary sky-opening realm cultivator. Unfortunately, when the crossing passed by the place where Han Fei and the others were fighting, many people didn't see the scene. Instead, many people gathered by the ship, collecting the spiritual rain after the destruction of the great Dao. They didn't board the crossing for free. The sea establishment cultivators and sky-opening realm cultivators were charged at different prices every day they stayed on the ship. They also paid in different ways. After all, they themselves sometimes didn't know what they had as itinerant cultivators. As for the payment for boarding the ship, the amount of resources a sea establisher should spend for staying on the crossing for a day was about 100 kilometers. Furthermore, different resources would be collected according to their strength, but the lowest limit was 50 kilometers of resources. This was already a very small amount of resources. Why were there so few? It was said that the owner of the ship, South Monarch, had gone from an itinerant cultivator to a monarch. He knew very well how difficult it was for an itinerant cultivator to grow, so he didn't rob them of their resources. However, if a sky opener wanted to stay on the ship for a day, he would have to pay 1,000 kilometers of resources a day, which was equivalent to 100,000 kilometers per 100 days. In other words, he would have to pay 10,000 kilometers of resources every 10,000 days. To be more exact, he would have to pay the resources needed to fully establish an origin sea if he wanted to stay for 27 years. For the sea establishment realm, this was naturally a huge number. But for the sky-opening realm, this amount of resources wasn't much. It was precisely because of this that there were many sky-opening cultivators on the ship. There were nearly 10,000 people on the ship in a single day on average. The South Monarch charged people from special powers even more. Anyone who was recognized as coming from a major power would be charged by 10,000 kilometers of resources a day. Because you came from a major power, I want to blackmail you. If you don't want to be blackmailed, get lost. This was the treatment Han Fei and the others received after they boarded the ship. Some peak-level sea establishment cultivators collected resources from them. According to our judgment, each of you will pay 10,000 kilometers of resources every day. How many resources do you want to pay? Han Fei smiled casually. How soon will we reach the Divine Capital Dynasty? The waiter said. The speed of the crossing won't be very fast, so it will still take a year and 8 months to reach the Divine Capital Dynasty. Han Fei's heart did a flip. This place was only 0.2 light years away from the Divine Capital Dynasty. In this case, the speed of the crossing was indeed not fast. Han Fei was sure that the crossing should be jumping for a while and sailing freely on the sea for a while, so it couldn't work at full power. Therefore, this felt like taking a cruise ship in another world. Han Fei looked at the man and was silent for a moment. Would you believe me if I say I'm an itinerant cultivator? The waiter shook his head with a smile, thinking to himself, what are you talking about? You, Han Fei, have already made a name on the crossing. You challenged the heavenly race, robbed them, and captured them for resources. And you call yourself an itinerant cultivator? Do you think I'm a sea pig? Han Fei shrugged helplessly and casually paid 2 portions of resources. The 2 of us will submit the resources for 100 days first. The waiter was not surprised. He just smiled and gave Han Fei and Feng Xinglu a token with the word South engraved on it. Feng Xinglu didn't say anything. He never took money seriously. He thought to himself, my brother is paying this petty money for me. Why should I scramble to pay? However, Feng Xinglu didn't know that small favors were the easiest to win people's hearts. Chapter 2312, The Demoness. Wuxuang Han Fei booked a comfortable and spacious room with a small courtyard, a lotus pond, and low-level demon plants on the crossing. Feng Qingcheng was listening to Feng Qingjingju telling her what happened during this period of time, which was slightly exaggerated. He fought a perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivator and killed a late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivator. Feng Qingcheng looked at Han Fei in surprise and then listened to Feng Qingjingju bragging, actually, I'm not bad either. I fought the late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivator for 3,000 realms. Although I was seriously injured, he wasn't much better. Han Fei couldn't stand it anymore and said, yes, he's not much better, but his hands hurt. Wuxuang couldn't help but laugh. Feng Qingcheng was speechless, wondering when Feng Xinglu would stop bragging. Feng Xinglu was about to fly into a rage, but when he saw Wuxuang's sweet smile, his heart melted. In the house, Han Fei tidied up a piece of land and casually waved his hand, setting up the hot pot and barbecue grill. This scene made Wuxuang and Wang Baishen a little confused. In the next moment, Han Fei took out a bunch of regular prawns, clams, sea cucumbers, sea urchins, and mantis shrimps. Han Fei said, Feng Xinglu, you barbecue. Then, Han Fei smiled at Wuxuang and Wang Baishen. Please wait a moment. How can a cultivator be greedy for food? At this moment, Feng Xinglu and Feng Qingcheng gave him a mysterious and slightly smug look. Han Fei heated the pot with spiritual fire and put cold oil in it. As soon as the green onions, ginger, and garlic were thrown into the pot, the peppers were thrown in too. Chila ai. In an instant, the fragrance overflowed. Wuxuang was refreshed and her eyes lit up. Before the ingredients were added, her appetite was already aroused. This was an experience she had never had. Even Wang Baichen had never felt such a magical taste. After the crab meat, dragon slices, lobster meat, and fish-faced meat were put into the pot made a gurgling sound. Then, Han Fei casually pinched out some Tao patterns of heaven and earth, which swam on the fresh and tender meat in the pot. This was Han Fei's new cooking method. He directly wrapped the broth evenly on the ingredients. After one bite, the broth was neither too much nor too little. The ingredients were just right. As he chewed, he could still feel the original flavor of the ingredients in his mouth. The hot pot made this way tasted several times more delicious than the previous hot pot. Wuxuang and Wang Baichen had never seen such dazzling arrays for cooking. Although it was strange, Han Fei seemed to be quite good at cooking. The hot pot and barbecue were ready in a moment. Han Fei took out the wine gourd and forged 5 exquisite glasses. He poured the wine gently into the glasses, filling the room with the fragrance of the Tao Enlightenment wine. At this point, the cups were placed in front of everyone, and Han Fei finally smiled and said, Brother Baichen, your sword path is really powerful. I've seen a few sword cultivators before, but only 2 of them have this sword path. Wang Baichen couldn't help but look at Han Fei. Oh, who is it? Sword cultivators had always been obsessed with the Tao of the sword. He recognized Han Fei's strength, so he befriended Han Fei and trusted Han Fei's judgment. Judging from Han Fei's strength, Wang Baichen believed his words. Wuxuang was also quite curious. Wang Baichen was a peerless heavenly talent of the East Sword Pavilion. How many people could compare to him in the path of the sword? Han Fei smiled casually. Actually, they aren't very strong. One of them is called Tang Ge, who is only in the Sea Establishment realm, but I don't know where he is now. The other is called Wang Yijian, who has just opened the sky. His sword path is wondrous. In the same realm, there are very few people who can resist his sword. This person is really a genius in the Tao of the sword. Wang Baichen couldn't help but say, Wang Yijian? He's a heavenly talent that the East Sword Pavilion just recruited 100 years ago. This person's sword Tao is indeed powerful and rare. If he weren't in seclusion to transform his origin sea into a star, he would definitely have a place in this 10,000-year competition. Did he go to the East Sword Pavilion? Han Fei didn't expect Wang Baichen to know about Wang Yijian, but at least he got some information about an old friend from him. He was relieved. It seemed that Senior Sword God and Wang Yijian were still fine and had walked out. Han Fei said, well, I've known him for more than 500 years. He once said that he was going to the East Sword Pavilion, but I didn't expect him to really go there. Seeing that Han Fei and Wang Yijian knew each other, Wang Baichen felt closer to Han Fei. After that, Han Fei looked at Wuxuang and smiled. Miss Wuxuang, when I met Wang Yijian and the others, one of them said that he longed for the capital of horror. That person's name is Kongshen, but he's not very famous. Sure enough, Wuxuang shook her head slightly, not knowing who this person was. Han Fei guessed that it made sense. Wuxuang was talented, and Kongshen had opened the sky for tens of thousands of years. He was definitely not a heavenly talent, but his strength should have improved further. He should have embarked on the path of star transformation now. After laughing, Han Fei said, I can understand why Brother Bachin helped me, and I'm also slightly involved in the sword Dao. However, I didn't expect Miss Xuanhuan to help me. Xuanhuan smiled faintly. The heavenly race has been the enemy of our capital of horror for a long time. Since ancient times, our two sides have never been on good terms. Therefore, it's only natural for me to take action. I wonder who Brother Hanfei is. On the crossing, news of your battle against the heavenly race has been spreading since 5 months ago. Huh? Seeing that Hanfei was a little stunned, Xuanhuan said gently, the crossing is slow, but people come and go often. Your name has already spread throughout the crossing. Feng Xinglu's eyes glittered. What about me? What about me? Xuanhuan narrowed her eyes and smiled. Feng Xinglu is famous too. It's said that you're a heavenly talent from the South Sea Divine Realm. Everyone wants to see whether the Phoenix Divine Race or the heavenly race is stronger. Feng Xinglu immediately raised his head slightly. There was no telling where his confidence came from, but he couldn't help but sneer. Of course it's the Phoenix Divine Race. A mere heavenly race doesn't deserve to be our opponent. Hanfei and Feng Qingcheng chose to ignore Feng Xinglu's words at the same time. Have you forgotten who you were beaten by? You were almost blown up by the heavenly race, and you still have the cheek to brag? Hanfei beckoned. Let's eat and talk. Unable to resist Hanfei's enthusiasm, Xuanhuan and Wang Beichen were also a little curious about the hot pot and barbecue. After taking a bite, Xuanhuan's smiling face immediately revealed shock. Although she quickly returned to normal, she soon picked up a garlic prawn. Hanfei couldn't help but secretly look at Xuanhuan, but he was a little disappointed. It seemed that she didn't know these foods, and this was the first time she had eaten them in her life. Wang Beichen had a mouthful of hot pot, and his expression was much simpler. He was only stunned for a moment before he stopped eating. Hanfei asked, Brother Baiken, why don't you eat anymore? Is it not to your liking? Wang Baiken shook his head and said simply, it's too delicious and distracts me. Hanfei was speechless. Were all sword cultivators like this? That shouldn't be the case. Some sword cultivators weren't. Perhaps a genius like Wang Baiken was too harsh on himself. During the meal, Xuanhuan asked tentatively, Fellow Taoist Hanfei, you have the guts to challenge the heavenly race. I wonder which faction you're from. Hanfei, would you believe me if I said I was an itinerant cultivator? Xuanhuan said, it would be great if you were an itinerant cultivator. The capital of horror welcomes talents like Brother Han. If you come, we can offer you ultra-quality godly weapons and peerless divine techniques. Hanfei laughed. I'm used to being undisciplined. I can go play when I have time. By the way, Miss Xuanhuan, you seem to have reached the late stage of the star transformation realm? Xuanhuan nodded slightly. Although I've reached the late stage star transformation realm, my foundation is still not solid yet. Hanfei thought to himself, if Xuanhuan were Xiao, wouldn't she be growing too fast? It had only been a few years, but she had already reached the late stage of the star transformation realm? Besides, if she was Xiao, it was impossible for him not to know, because the yin-yang double pendants he gave Xiao had no reaction. It might just be a coincidence. However, in case she didn't wear the yin-yang pendant now, Hanfei accidentally revealed the yin-yang pendant on his waist. In the eyes of Xuanhuan and Wang Beichen, it was impossible for them not to recognize this was a godly weapon. However, they didn't have any reaction. They were probably thinking, how can you call yourself an itinerant cultivator with such a treasure? After confirming that Xuanhuan was not Xiao, Hanfei lost interest. After Xuanhuan and Wang Beichen left, Hanfei and Wang Beichen agreed to have an exchange of swordsmanship. Up to this moment, Feng Xinglu was still waving at Xuanhuan cheerfully, and Feng Qingcheng said, Brother Hanfei, are the two of them really suitable to be friends? Hanfei smiled casually. Wang Beichen's purpose has been simple from the beginning to the end. He just wants to communicate with me about sword Dao. My sword technique must have aroused his curiosity. As for Xuanhuan, it's hard to say, Feng Qingcheng said. At least she made you owe her a favor. And, Hanfei looked at Feng Qingcheng. And what? Feng Qingcheng added. And, I've heard this name before. Huh? Feng Xinglu immediately turned his head around. You heard of her name? Then why didn't you introduce her to me? Why didn't you mention her before? Feng Qingcheng rolled her eyes at him and said, this person is indeed called Xuanhuan, but she also has another name, Xuanhuan the Demoness. Xuanhuan the Demoness? Hanfei and Feng Xinglu were dumbfounded at the same time. This pure, beautiful, dignified, and demure girl didn't even speak loudly. How could she be a demoness? Feng Qingcheng shook her head slightly. Men? She said, this person participated in the selection in the Central Sea Divine Realm not long ago. Furthermore, as it happens, she also achieved good results like Sister. I just read some simple information about her when I paid attention to Sister. Hanfei frowned slightly. The same level as Feng Yu, and she participated in the trial in the Central Sea Divine Realm more than 300 years ago. It seemed that she was definitely not Xiao. Hanfei really couldn't tell that. Feng Yu had already reached the perfected star transformation realm. If Xuanhuan was as outstanding as Feng Yu, how could she have just entered the late stage of the star transformation realm? Besides, the name Xuanhuan the Demoness didn't sound very friendly. Hanfei thought of the City of Horrors, which didn't sound like a good place. How could there be such an innocent late-stage star transformation realm cultivator? Therefore, Hanfei made up his mind. He could befriend Wang Beichen, but as for Wu Shuang, he couldn't trust her too much. Chapter 2313, You've Been Captured 1 month later. Han Fei's life this month was simple. He rested and strolled every day. Needless to say, there were a lot of good things on the crossing, and there were even godly weapons for sale. Godly weapons. They were rare even on the bodies of some strong masters, but they were sold here. It could be seen how rich the monarch captain of the ship was. Unfortunately, Han Fei didn't need any godly weapons now. However, it didn't seem to hurt to create some godly weapons of his own. In the past month, Han Fei spent 3 days exchanging swordsmanship with Wang Beichen. The two of them went out to spar, but it was only about swordsmanship and didn't involve anything else. In the late phase of the star transformation realm, one must have already had a lot of comprehension. Anyway, Han Fei felt that Wang Beichen should have benefited a lot, but in fact, Han Fei had also benefited a lot. Although he didn't embark on the path of a sword cultivator, it didn't mean that he didn't know how to play the sword. He was destined not to establish a sword palace anyway, but his understanding of the sword Dao could actually be used in other great techniques. For example, Han Fei easily learned how to make the sword Qi persist for a long time from Wang Beichen. It was just because Wang Beichen told him that swords were alive. Humans could breathe, so could swords. With that, Han Fei realized that as long as a sword that could absorb the Dao runes of the heavens and earth burst out, it would not only be strong, but also last for a long time. His interaction with Wang Beichen was very plain and there was nothing else to talk about. Wu Shuang, on the other hand, often came to eat hot pot. Feng Xinglu was enchanted by her anyway, so Feng Qingcheng wasn't happy. She probably cursed the demoness 1,000 times in her heart for seducing her brother. However, this woman didn't show any ulterior motives. Han Fei just repeatedly emphasized to Feng Xinglu not to expose his identity as a member of the ancient demon clan. Feng Xinglu repeatedly promised that even if it was Wu Shuang, he wouldn't tell her and would definitely keep his mouth shut. In this way, Han Fei was relieved. Feng Xinglu had too little experience. It was time for him to experience what it felt like to be a lovelorn. Today, the 1-month period was over. In the Mirror of Infinity, the young master of the Yi family had been controlled by Han Fei and hadn't woken up yet because Han Fei would deprive him of his consciousness every once in a while. This person's name was Yi Chen. During this period of time, Han Fei had already probed into his sea of consciousness, found his memories, and modified them. For example, he was sucked into the Mirror of Infinity, but Han Fei made it look like he was sucked into a calabash. He was destroyed by his own power, but Han Fei made it look like there were huge waves in the calabash. The waves were like a cage, like knives and swords tearing him apart. But Han Fei didn't hide the God-sealing spear. As the saying went, truth and falsehood were mixed. Anyway, Han Fei didn't believe that this part of tampered memory would be discovered, because in the eyes of the heavenly race, there was no need for Han Fei to tamper with this part of his memories. Besides, Han Fei had revealed the green thunder wine calabash back in the ruins of gods. However, he had never used the Mirror of Infinity. This was a killer move. He wouldn't use the Mirror of Infinity unless it was a critical moment. It was precisely because he was careful that only Yi Chen had seen the Mirror of Infinity. Then, he learned about the yin-yang heavenly mirror and the secrets behind it through Feng Xinglu. On this day, Han Fei was resting on the deck of the crossing and fishing with a fishing pole. There were actually many people fishing like Han Fei, but definitely not as many as on the dragon ship in the raging sea. This was because in this wilderness, no creatures above the explorer level would easily take the bait. Han Fei's fishing skills had changed. He would cast out his fishing hook, simulate a spiritual treasure, and fish for rare sea demonic beasts. At this moment, Han Fei caught a sea cucumber that was emitting green light. But at this moment, 3 people appeared beside Han Fei. The person in the lead was a woman. She was tall and gave off a very oppressive aura. She must be at least in the perfected star transformation realm. For a moment, Han Fei thought that this woman was a monarch. Han Fei put the sea cucumber back into his origin sea, put away the fishing rod, turned sideways, leaned against the railing, and said with a faint smile, "You're here. I thought your heavenly race didn't care about a perfected star transformation realm cultivator. I almost wanted to kill him." The woman glanced at Han Fei indifferently. "You are indeed bold. It seems that you are not afraid of the heavenly race. This game is not bad. At least you give us a chance to continue to hunt you." Han Fei shrugged. "Do you think I'm scared? Let's go. As long as you bring enough resources, I'll be happy to let him go. Look, I don't like killing." Seeing that Han Fei was unusually calm, the woman couldn't help but frown slightly. This person was not afraid of her at all and was even full of disdain. The emotion in his eyes couldn't be fake. However, she didn't understand what qualifications Han Fei had to look down on her. When Han Fei returned to his room, Feng Xinglu, Feng Qingcheng, and Wu Shuang were all there. Seeing Wu Shuang, Han Fei felt that the girl must have sensed something. Was she here to join in the fun? Han Fei greeted her. "Miss Wu Shuang, good morning." Wu Shuang smiled. "You went fishing early in the morning." "I told Qingcheng and Jingliu the story about the capital of horror for a while." Han Fei said, "Thank you." Han Fei took out the green thunder wine gourd and smiled. "Oh, right, I forgot to ask. What's your name?" The woman with a powerful aura said indifferently, "Yi Kai. I believe you will remember this name in the end." Han Fei chuckled. Really? You must think your name is really remarkable. Yi Kai snorted. Cut the crap. Where is he? Han Fei waved the calabash in his hand and said, Here, but where are the resources? I have to check the resources first. Although Han Fei didn't think that the other party would attack him on the ship, what if the heavenly race didn't care about morals? Among the 3 people who came this time, one was in the perfected star transformation realm. If they really fully unleashed their strength or used some targeted techniques, he might not be able to capture Yi Chen as a captive again. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, someone knocked on the door. Everyone couldn't help but look at the door, and someone outside the door said, Mr. Han Fei, on the crossing, large-scale transactions are not allowed so casually. Once the transaction amount exceeds 100,000 kilometers of resources, we have to collect tax. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Come in. A late-stage star transformation realm cultivator on the crossing walked in with a smile, followed by 2 cultivators who had just entered the star transformation realm. Han Fei asked, Fellow Taoist, what are the tax points on the crossing? The man smiled. It's not expensive. 5 points. We promise that the deal will be absolutely fair. Good Lord, Han Fei thought to himself. He had hunted a perfected star transformation realm cultivator with all his might, but had to hand over 5% of the resources he obtained. However, why did he feel that the crossing was helping him? It was because Han Fei couldn't guarantee the success of this deal, but the South Monarch could, although he hadn't seen the South Monarch in a month on the ship. Could it be that the South Monarch was really, as the rumors said, to only blackmail the strong? Without hesitation, Han Fei nodded quickly. Thank you. Yi Kai frowned slightly, but she didn't pay much attention to it. She looked at Han Fei. The 2 million kilometers of resources you asked for are too much. You should know how much more than the resources you asked for last time, right? Han Fei shrugged. I know. But how can that group of small fish last time compare to a cultivator who has reached the perfected star transformation realm and is on the verge of Tao proving? Isn't he even worth 2 million kilometers of resources? Yi Kai said. You should know that you should quit while you're ahead. At least there will be some room for reconciliation. Han Fei sneered. Reconciliation? I just don't like your heavenly race. Next time I see you, I'll snatch you again. Why should I reconcile with you? Yi Kai, are you really not afraid of death? Han Fei said. I'm not bluffing. I won't die even if you die. Yi Kai said indifferently, 1 million kilometers, the limit of the heavenly race. Han Fei grinned. If you really want to only give me 1 million kilometers of resources, I don't mind. How about this? I'll destroy 50% of his soul and half of his lifespan before handing him over to you. After all, it's a fair exchange. If you want a discount, I'll give you a discount, right? You should know that I can do it. Han Fei, behind Yi Kai, a late-stage star transformation realm cultivator, was about to flare up, but Yi Kai stopped him with a gesture. Then Yi Kai said, I'm very curious. Which force are you from? Do you dare to tell me? Han Fei said, This is a secret. If you want to know it, give me another 1 million kilometers of resources. I'll definitely tell you and prove it to you. Upon hearing that, Fishing Liu immediately said, Hey, Han Fei, this is inappropriate. You can't tell them. Han Fei turned to look at Fishing Liu. Don't worry. These days, there's nothing that can't be exchanged for resources. As long as this woman can afford the resources, I'll tell her the secret. Fishing Liu really thought that Han Fei would talk about the ancient demon god clan, but in the eyes of others, the two were clearly acting in collusion. Yi Kai snorted coldly. I hope that you won't show up in the entire 10,000-year competition. Otherwise, the heavenly race will find out sooner or later. Han Fei chuckled. Cut the crap. Just give me the resources. With that, Han Fei walked to the late-stage star transformation cultivator of the crossing and said, Since the crossing is supervising the deal, I'll let the person out first. With that, Han Fei shook the Green Thunder wine gourd and released Yi Chen. His battlesuit was corroded, but he was still intact. Han Fei tilted his head. Resources? Yi Chai? Let him wake up. Han Fei chuckled. If he wakes up, he will run away. What if you don't admit it? Give me the resources first. Yi Kai clenched her fists and threw out 6 small worlds. Han Fei reached out to take them, scanned them with his perception, and quickly confirmed the amount of resources. Then he grinned and said, That's right, the heavenly race are rich and powerful. Do you lack these petty resources? Slap. With a snap of his fingers, Yi Chen suddenly woke up and looked around warily. When he saw this environment, he immediately felt that something was wrong. Han Fei was here. Why was Yi Kai here? What was this place? Memories flooded into his mind. He remembered that he was sucked into a calabash. Then, he was hit by a terrifying wave in the calabash and lost consciousness. At this moment, Yi Chen's head was regrown in the blink of an eye. He said coldly, Yi Kai, why are you here? Yi Kai glanced at Yi Chen indifferently. Because of you, the family paid 2 million kilometers of resources. You were captured. Buzz. Yi Chen was instantly dumbfounded. Only one sentence echoed in his mind. You were captured. Chapter 2031-4, Legendary Tavern. As a peak-level star transformation realm cultivator, how could he accept the fact that he was captured by a sky-opening realm cultivator who hadn't even entered the star transformation realm? However, Yi Chen wanted to vent his fury, but this ship belonged to the South Monarch, the strongest person in the East Sea Divine Realm, so he would only be courting death if he vented his fury here. Therefore, the heavenly race left dejectedly again. This time, even Xuanhuan was amazed by Han Fei's robbery skills. 2 million kilometers of resources. She dared to say that 60 to 70% of the emperors in this world had never seen so many resources in their lives. But Han Fei had easily made the heavenly race give him so many resources. At this moment, Xuanhuan felt that Han Fei's killing of the heavenly race's late-stage star transformation realm cultivator was significant. It showed his attitude that he dared to kill the people of the heavenly race. If the heavenly race wanted to save their people, they had to give him money. After the tax collector left, Xuanhuan said, "Fellow Taoist Han Fei, you have to be careful. No matter what the heavenly race you see is like now, they will only be stronger than now. Among the younger generation, the strongest has reached the edge of Tao proving and has many divine techniques. Besides, there are many small forces attached to the heavenly race. You have to be careful in this 10,000-year competition." Han Fei smiled. "Thank you for your reminder, Ms. Xuanhuan. The 5% of 1,000,000 kilometers was almost 200,000 kilometers of resources." But Han Fei didn't care. Anyway, the resources he got this time were enough for him to transform his origin sea into a star. In the end, it was only natural for him to pay a certain protection fee since the crossing protected him. The strong had the final say. No matter how much the crossing could earn in a day, it was because it had a monarch guarding it. When the time came, he could also build a big ship like the crossing and travel the world. Then he could earn countless resources with his fame. That would be great. At this moment, Han Fei continued to establish his origin sea. He didn't need to wait long. He only needed a few months to know when he would transform his origin sea into a star. 2 months and 3 days later. The legendary tavern. This was one of the many taverns on the crossing. One of the characteristics of these taverns was that they had gathered many stories from the 4 major divine realms. Besides, these stories were just anecdotes to attract people to drink here. This was because the wine here was expensive and people would be charged by the hour. However, many people came to drink every day just to hear these stories. For example, ever since Fishing Liu knew that there was such a wonderful place on the ship, he came every day, wishing he could live in a tavern 24 hours a day. More importantly, this guy would even reward the storytellers. Whoever told the best story would be rewarded with a bunch of resources, which made many people exclaim how rich he was. For this reason, the legendary tavern had specially opened a private room for Fishing Liu and offered him a 20% discount on alcohol. Originally, Han Fei wasn't very interested in these things, but ever since he heard some rumors about the Emperor Sparrow here, he fell in love with this place. Therefore, Han Fei and Fishing Liu went to the tavern every day. Occasionally, they would even chat with other customers. On this day, on the table of the private room, liquor and barbecue were set up. Fishing Liu, Han Fei, Feng Qingcheng, and Xuanhuan were all there. Han Fei specially invited Wang Beichen to join them. The storyteller said, "Today, let's not talk about those trivial stories. Let's talk about the competition of 10,000 years, the strong masters from all sides." The old man casually looked at the private room where Han Fei and the others were. Then he said, "The grand competition of 100,000 years is a grand event that happens once every 100,000 years. In the last grand competition of 100,000 years, heroes gathered. Lord South Monarch of the Crossing rose 100,000 years ago. The time before last time, the gods were still around and personally selected talents from the participants. Today, I'll talk about some famous strong masters today. Great and great old Li. Take your time. I won't leave today if your story attracts me." The old man laughed. The 100,000-year competition involves the 3 realms of Sky Opening, Sea Establishment, and Venerable. The Venerable realm is naturally not worth talking about, and there is a Sea Establishment realm competition every 10,000 years, so we won't talk about it either. As for the sky-opening realm competition, the cultivators on the heaven, earth, and god roll were all involved in it. An itinerant cultivator said, "Why? Are there any strong masters on the god roll to participate in the competition this time?" "Haha, I'm not sure, but there are some on the heaven roll to participate in it." Someone sighed. "The heaven roll is already very impressive." Skusk. "It seems that there will be a lot of competitive pressure this time," someone said. "Wait, what are heaven, earth, and god rolls? Why haven't I heard of them?" Almost half of the people in the tavern didn't know, including Han Fei. The old storyteller chuckled. "Then let's talk about heaven, earth, and god roll first. Most people only know that there are 3 rolls in this world, recording the heavenly talents of the 5 divine realms in the sea realm, but they don't know there are true and false heaven and earth rolls." The old man said, "In this world, only the central sea divine realm counts the strong masters on the god roll, and there are only 10 of them. Among the 10, if any of them has proved his Tao, their positions will be filled by successors, maintaining the 10 positions. The heaven roll is 800 and the earth roll is 3000. But in the 5 divine realms, except for the central sea divine realm, the other 4 divine realms all have heaven and earth rolls. Therefore, there are real and fake heaven and earth rolls. The central sea divine realm updates them every 1,000 years to determine the true heaven roll and the true earth roll. Therefore, there are 3,200 people on the heaven roll we know now, or even many, because the heavenly talents of the Central Sea Divine Realm are not counted. The Earth roll is the same, someone exclaimed. Even if someone can be on the Earth roll, he must be an extraordinary cultivator, right? Even if he is on the false roll, he ranks among the top 10,000 people in the Sea Realm. The Sea Realm is so big that he must be super strong to be able to rank among the top 10,000. The old storyteller chuckled and said, yes, but don't be scared by the heaven and earth rolls. Because many people keep a low profile, they aren't listed in the heaven and earth rolls. The replacement of the people on the heaven and earth rolls is usually because of the lack of members on the heaven and earth rolls. Sometimes it's not discovered. Any strong master on the heaven and earth rolls who hasn't appeared for more than 1,000 years will be kicked out of the heaven and earth rolls and replaced by others. Someone smiled and said, Old Lee, we've long known about heaven, earth, and God roll. Tell us who will come this time, okay? That's right, Old Lee. Don't popularize knowledge to newcomers all the time. It's very expensive to drink in the legendary tavern. The old man smiled and said, all right, then let's talk about some strong masters on the heaven roll that I know of this time. After that, he took a sip of hard liquor. Well, in terms of the heaven roll, how can it be separated from the major divine races, major powers, and major cities in the 4 divine realms? This time, I'll list 39 people on the 3 rolls. Number 1, you should have heard of the heroic deeds of the other descendants of her family recently. Hey, Old Lee, stop nagging. The old man snorted. 300 years ago, in the Central Sea Divine Realm, the heavenly talents competed for supremacy, and in the Phoenix Divine Race in the South Sea Divine Realm, the strongest in the younger generation, Miss Feng Yu, ranked first on the heaven roll. This time, she is also a participant in the 10,000-year grand competition in the East Sea Divine Realm, Hiss. The first place on the heaven realm? Fuck, does she have to be so strong? How can we fight her? We might as well just admit defeat to her. The old man said, alas, you can't say that. The 10,000-year competition is not as simple as fighting. Don't be narrow-minded. In the private room, Feng Xingliu's face sank, but Feng Qingcheng put on a smile. Han Fei, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. Good lord, the first place on the heaven roll, which was decided by the Central Sea Divine Realm. Even if there was also the first place on the heaven roll in other divine realms, it was unlikely for the person to compete with Feng Yu. This was because Han Fei knew that she had already reached the perfected star transformation realm and was only one step away from proving her Dao. Wu Shuang said, Feng Yu is indeed powerful. She won first place through fighting. It's almost certain that she will win first place on the Sea Realm's heaven roll. Feng Xingliu snorted. The mere first place on the heaven roll. Han Fei patted his shoulder. It's obvious that you can enter the God roll. The mere first place on the heaven roll is nothing. Feng Xingliu immediately said in embarrassment, the God roll? Well, no, I'll get at most the 10th place. Feng Qingcheng and Wu Shuang secretly rolled their eyes. Can't you tell he is mocking you? Why don't you take a look at your own conditions? The God roll? The old man talked about the battle records of Feng Yu in the Central Sea Divine Realm. From then on, Han Fei knew a little more about Feng Yu. As the old man continued to speak, after mentioning a dozen names, he finally mentioned Wu Shuang. He said, hey, do you know that the 36th place on the heaven roll, Wu Shuang the demoness from the capital of horror, is on our ship? Han Fei couldn't help but look at Wu Shuang, who didn't seem to care about the title. She just smiled. It doesn't sound good. The old man said, Wu Shuang the demoness is good at hunting, masters the ultra-quality godly weapon, Wind God Fan, and is also a master of arrays and the creator of the demon god seal. Han Fei immediately turned to look at Wu Shuang, and Feng Xingliu also looked at Wu Shuang in shock. But the latter looked a little shy, pursing her lips and revealing 2 dimples on her face. Han Fei found that this old man seemed to know a lot. Han Fei was about to continue listening when he suddenly had an inexplicable feeling. Is it the time for me to transform my origin sea into a star? Immediately, Han Fei thought for a moment, flicked his finger, and threw out a star shell. Take it. Taking Han Fei's reward, the old man was overjoyed. Thank you, sir. But immediately, a voice appeared in his mind. Send the information over later. I'll buy it. Feng Xingliu couldn't help being surprised. Brother, this is the first time you gave a reward. Han Fei smiled and said, I learned it from you. Well, listen, I suddenly have an epiphany and need to cultivate in seclusion for a few days. I'll go back to my room first. After a while, when Han Fei entered his origin sea, his heart did a flip. At this moment, his origin sea had been expanded to 810,000 kilometers. Han Fei seemed to have expected this. He put on a smile. Finally, I'm going to transform my origin sea into a star. Chapter 2315, The Star Core Ever. Since he heard about the heavenly number theory from Feng Qingcheng, Han Fei had a feeling that his star transformation wouldn't be simple. However, he didn't expect it to be 810,000 kilometers. This was because the star transformation could happen at any time. The best time he felt was the best time to transform his origin sea into a star. Perhaps it would be best to turn one's origin sea into a star when the length of his origin sea reached a heavenly number. However, if someone sensed that he was going to turn his origin C into a star when his origin C was 800,000 kilometers long, but they insisted on doing it when his origin C was 800 and C was 800,000 kilometers long, the result might not be better than when it was 800,000 kilometers long. This was because you couldn't change your fate. This forceful behavior would cause a certain amount of karma, so it wasn't necessarily suitable. As for Han Fei, his origin C happened to be 810,000 kilometers exactly. Besides, Feng Qingcheng had said that there was no one who could turn his origin C into a star when his origin C happened to be 810,000 kilometers long, even in tens of thousands of years. Such a person only existed in legends. Could it be that he was the 1-in-a-million chosen one, the son of destiny? However, Han Fei wasn't surprised. He immediately thought of the demon purification pot because his origin C was the combination of his origin C and Forge the Universe. A treasure of the demon purification pot's level wouldn't just expand his origin C to 640,000 kilometers. Most of the time, he couldn't make the decision for the demon purification pot. Therefore, Han Fei felt that he had benefited from the demon purification pot. However, in any case, it was really awesome for him to have the chance. At this moment, Han Fei immediately stopped the star transformation. He had seen the process of star transformation from the Blood Fiend's star bead and learned that he could actually completely control the star transformation process. Although his entire origin C had a coverage of 810,000 kilometers, this was only a plane, so the resources he had obtained now were only on the plane. However, the star transformation required this plane to transform into a planet. In terms of surface area resources alone, Han Fei's resources weren't even enough to cover the surface of the planet, let alone by volume. However, to create a star, he didn't have to completely fill it up with resources, right? If he had to, he felt that perhaps he could barely meet his resource needs even if he conquered the entire heavenly race. Therefore, the star transformation couldn't be so complicated. Otherwise, how could so many people achieve it? Otherwise, if so many resources were needed to do it, how strong would they be after the star transformation? It would be impossible for him to cross realms to kill enemies. Therefore, Han Fei suddenly felt that the so-called star transformation was only the first step of the sky-opening realm. The initial star transformation allowed his origin C to become the origin star and give birth to a star bead. However, star transformation couldn't be so simple. An ordinary star wouldn't require so many resources. Therefore, the quality of the star depended on the amount of resources and one's potential. This was because cultivation was to embark on the path of becoming a god. One couldn't just transform his origin C into an ordinary star. The star transformation and star path were closely related. In theory, the first step was star transformation, and the second step was the star path. As for the third step, everyone was different and his was soul enlightenment. The information the god of war gave him was that he would first transform his origin C into a star, mold the ground veins, give birth to a star core, inject vitality, and then temper his body. This was more like part of the star path. It was to fuse his origin C with his body. But for him, the order changed. The first step was soul enlightenment, the second step was star transformation, and the third was the star path. The end of the star path should be the consummation of star transformation. Han Fei didn't know if his guess was right, but it couldn't be wrong to transform his origin C into a star now. Therefore, Han Fei issued an order in his heart, and the mountains, rivers, and earth began to distort. Part of his origin C that was originally flat began to rise higher. According to the star transformation technique he had learned, this process might take some time. 3 days later. 2 years later, in his origin C, Han Fei clearly felt that the speed of star transformation began to accelerate because a hemisphere had already begun to appear. A tremendous amount of resources melted in his origin C, crossed the boundless black fog, and kept expanding. From this moment on, it indicated the official beginning of star transformation. 3 days later, Han Fei came out of his origin C. In the past 3 days, he had discovered some problems. The star transformation consumed more and more energy, and the consumption of resources was higher than he thought. Therefore, he had to come out and ask. After coming out, Han Fei went straight to the legendary tavern, where Feng Xingliu was listening to stories. Seeing Han Fei coming, Feng Xingliu immediately greeted him. "Hey, you're out of seclusion? Come and listen. They're talking about the miracle forest in the South Sea Divine Realm. It's said that 100 years ago, the Holy Lady of the spiritual race appeared. My family is in the South Sea Divine Realm. I heard that there hasn't been a Holy Lady in the miracle forest for tens of thousands of years. I didn't expect to hear the news of the Holy Lady's birth here." Han Fei was not in the mood to listen to this now. He immediately stomped and set up a soundproof array. Immediately, Feng Xingliu hurriedly said, Hey, don't. I'm having fun listening." Han Fei said, "I'll hire him to tell stories to you later, okay? Now I have some questions for you." Feng Xingliu said helplessly, "That's fine. You've been acting weird these past 2 days. What's wrong with you?" Han Fei asked. "Let me ask you something. After you start to transform your origin C into a star, do you only need to consume resources during the process? Do you have to use some other things?" Feng Xingliu said. "Well, in theory, yes, because the amount of resources doesn't account for much in the entire star body. So, hey, have you turned your origin sea into a star? That's not right. You said more than a year ago that your origin sea was only 400,000 kilometers. Why have you suddenly turned your origin sea into a star? How can it be so fast? Feng Xingliu was shocked. He knew that Han Fei would be able to expand his origin sea faster since he had got enough resources, but he didn't expect it to be so fast. I can accept that you're going to transform your origin sea into a star in 8 or 10 years, but it's only been a year. What kind of crazy speed is this? Han Fei quickly stopped him. Did you forget my identity? Different from others, it's much faster for me to establish my origin sea. Hiss, Feng Xingliu was shocked. Is this the strength of the son of a god? He's really strong. His speed of establishing his origin sea is 10 times faster than mine. No wonder those people want to hunt the ancient demon god clan. So that's the reason. Feng Xingliu secretly made up his mind. He couldn't let anyone else know about this, or else his buddy would be in serious trouble. Immediately, Feng Xingliu said, "Well, have you already started?" Han Fei nodded slightly. Yes. Feng Xingliu asked curiously, "How big is your origin sea now?" Han Fei said without thinking, 490,000 kilometers. Feng Xingliu gasped in shock. Sure enough, I, Feng Xingliu, am a true genius. Even the son of a god can only transform his origin sea into a star when his origin sea is 490,000 kilometers long. It's exactly the same as me. It seems that my potential is very great. Han Fei asked, "So, what should I pay attention to when transforming my origin sea into a star?" Feng Xingliu thought for a moment and said, "Theoretically speaking, you only need to form your origin star in the early phase of the star transformation. With sufficient resources, it's naturally fine for you to form your origin star city." But, Han Fei frowned. "But what?" Feng Xingliu said. "But, if possible, it would be best if you could find a way to get a star core. By swallowing this star core, you can nourish your origin star and help it gather energy, and the stronger the star core is, the better. Also, if you have world origin, it will be even better. Of course, the two I mentioned can be used after the star transformation. It's just a matter of order. With the two before your star transformation, your origin star will be more stable. If you get them after the star transformation, it will take you some time to consolidate your origin star." Han Fei's heart sank. When he heard Feng Xingliu's words, he knew that if his origin star could be stable, who would be willing to stabilize the origin star in the future? Immediately, Han Fei asked, "Wait a moment. I know what the world origin is, but what is a star core?" Feng Xingliu explained. "It's the core of other people's origin stars or natural stars. However, the energy contained in the core of natural stars is much weaker. You should know that when you transform your origin sea into a star, you have to transform it from a plane into a ball. Inside this origin star, it's not empty. It also needs to wriggle and find a state that suits it best. At this time, such a huge energy mobilization requires a lot of energy to drive it. Even if you don't use energy to drive it now, after star transformation, you still need energy to sort out the interior of your origin star." "Sort out?" Feng Xingliu nodded. "Yes, it's the process of sorting out. However, this sorting requires a huge amount of energy. The best energy is the star core. The energy contained in a star core is beyond imagination." Han Fei suddenly thought of something. "Well, can I directly dig out the star core of the heavenly race cultivator I killed?" Feng Xingliu said in surprise. "Well, can you find where his origin star is? It's different from those who haven't opened the sky. After a person who hasn't opened the sky dies, his origin star may fall into the sea realm. We can even land on it and snatch the resources of his origin sea. But once he opens the sky, although his origin star is still connected to the sea realm after he dies, it won't appear in the sea realm because it's an independent star. You can only go to his origin star through a certain void node. When I transformed my origin sea into a star, my uncle, a monarch, dug out a star core for me." Han Fei's eyelids twitched. "Humph, you show off." Han Fei didn't pay much attention to it. Instead, he said, "In other words, after he died, his origin star was still alive." Feng Xingliu, "Yes. It's said that as long as the origin star is still alive, even if this person's body dissipates and his soul is destroyed, he will still be reborn in the future. And after he transforms his origin sea into a star again, he can find the lost origin star. Of course, this is a legend. In fact, when people die in the Sea of Stars, their origin stars will most likely be swallowed by a starseed giant beast or something. Then they will really die." Han Fei had heard. This was not the first time Han Fei had heard this. He had even guessed it himself. However, even in a family like Feng Xingliu's, this was still a legend, and legends were not trustworthy. Han Fei, got it. Keep listening. I'm leaving. Chapter 2316, Star Sea Giant Beast Translator, Henny Translations Editor, Henny Translations. As soon as Han Fei came out, he returned to his origin sea a moment later, but then he crossed the swamp of the Sea of Stars and appeared above the Sea of Stars, carrying a broken body in his hand. Han Fei had planned to use this late-stage star transformation realm cultivator of the heavenly race as a sacrifice to the god of war. But fortunately, he was not in a hurry to use the power of the God of War's seal, so he was not in a hurry to make a sacrifice. He didn't expect it to come in handy now. Han Fei held the vast ocean navigator in his hand. As the marker spun, Han Fei took the soul points scattered in the bones of this broken body and opened his origin sea in one fell swoop. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei quickly got in. Han Fei had entered other people's origin seas more than once. He didn't feel anything wrong before. But now that he thought about it carefully, if the origin sea of a sky opener was a big star, when he entered someone's origin sea, wouldn't it be equivalent to crossing a long distance in the sea of stars and instantly appearing in his origin sea? Therefore, the so-called connection between cultivators and his origin sea was actually equivalent to a miniature wormhole. By entering the origin sea, he had crossed billions of kilometers in the sea of stars. Buzz. In the origin sea of the heavenly rays powerhouse, as soon as Han Fei appeared, he felt that there were several great Daos permeating here, trying to suppress him. Han Fei sensed that the demon purification pot was about to come out, but this time Han Fei hurriedly said, "Master Calabash, this person has died. Let me do it this time." Sure enough, the demon purification pot didn't continue to drill out from between Han Fei's eyebrows. Han Fei sensed that this origin sea world was quite rejecting him. He didn't know if it was because he had killed the owner of this origin sea that this world was trying to suppress him. Unfortunately, the ownerless power of the great Tao, apart from restricting Han Fei's soul from completely exploring this world, couldn't suppress Han Fei at all. Huff. The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly. This was the first time he had strolled so leisurely in someone else's origin sea. In the past, he came and left quickly and basically relied on the demon purification pot to absorb the energy. Now he felt it most vividly without relying on the demon purification pot. This big star was full of vitality. As far as Han Fei could perceive, this star was a world with a good environment. When he looked up, he could even see the scorching sun. Did this guy create a galaxy himself? In his perception, there seemed to be a few places in his origin sea that had been penetrated by some kind of power. He wondered if it was because he had done something to his origin sea during the battle with him. Han Fei smiled and didn't pay much attention to it. Because this person died unjustly, most of his power was distributed to his clones, and then his original body's consciousness was directly stolen and he fell into a deep sleep, so he never used the power of the origin star. In any case, this person was in the late stage of the star transformation realm and knew much more about the star transformation realm than him. Han Fei walked and stopped, his mind racing. This person's origin star's ground veins had a very special backflow. Han Fei crossed more than 100,000 kilometers and found more than 3,200 main ground veins, hundreds of thousands of branches, and tens of millions of small, unidentified, and insignificant branches. 800 veins gathered and led to the depths of the star. These are the Earth veins. After the star transformation, all sky openers know how to mold and sort out their own Earth veins. Unfortunately, these molded Earth veins are part of this star body. It's too difficult to dig it over and turn it into my own use. However, the star core should have gathered most of the star's vitality and power. Digging this thing is equivalent to having most of its power. With a thought, Han Fei came to a place where ground veins gathered in a few steps. Buzz. After a while, Han Fei appeared deep underground. Theoretically speaking, if there was a star core, it should be the Earth's core. Following the ground veins to the deepest part, the main veins of the ground veins began to gather. Further down, Han Fei found a path from some ancient cracks. The power of the Great Tao burst out from inside. The power of the Great Tao rejected Han Fei, but that was all. It couldn't resist Han Fei's power. Unfortunately, the power of repulsion greatly limited his perception range, and the closer he went to the star core, the greater the repulsive power, and the smaller his perception range would be. However, this was only an ownerless origin sea, so Han Fei wasn't worried. Another moment later, Han Fei felt a terrifyingly high temperature, so high that Han Fei felt that he would be burned. There was also a huge amount of energy swarming towards the three twisted pillars. The so-called star core was much smaller than he had imagined. What Han Fei saw was probably smaller than 500 kilometers. However, when he glanced over, his body suddenly stiffened. This was because he saw an incredible scene. The huge energy was swarming towards the three twisted pillars. He didn't pay attention to it in the first place. However, data appeared in Han Fei's eyes, and a strange creature that he had only heard of appeared. Namely, three-headed dragon snake, star sea giant beast. Introduction. The three-headed dragon snake is a rare star sea giant beast that lives in the Sea of Stars. It's a strange beast born by looking for ownerless stars and absorbing the power of the stars. By swallowing the power of the stars, it can strengthen its own strength, swallow the Tao runes of the stars, and embark on a path exclusive to itself. The star sea giant beast is good at finding and discovering stars that match it. 2SS-108 A quality star sea giant beast. R-realm, late-stage planet-level Agaji force field A battle technique. Dragon Snake Soulfire, Force Field Storm, Strange Cage Axie Collectible, Behemoth Heart, Behemoth Crystal Core, 3 Dragon Teeth CS, Absorbable, RA Absorbable, 11 AGA. This is a 3-headed dragon snake that is about to advance to the star level. Deal with it with care. Huh? A Star Sea Giant Beast? Han Fei's eyes widened. Although he had known that there were Star Sea Giant Beasts in the Sea of Stars, he never thought that he would meet one under such circumstances. Also, what was the planet level, and what was the star level? Fortunately, the information said that it was also level 1008, which was easy to understand. It was equivalent to a late-stage star transformation realm cultivator, but it was still one step away from the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. Han Fei didn't expect that the enemy's origin sea that he had fought so hard to conquer would be occupied by a Star Sea Giant Beast. At this moment, he remembered the traces of battle and destruction on the ground. It was probably the destructive blow that the 3-headed dragon snake dealt to some ordinary creatures in this origin sea. When Han Fei looked at the 3-headed dragon snake, the 3-headed dragon snake was also staring at Han Fei with its 6 big round eyes, stunned. The 3-headed dragon snake was probably thinking, wasn't this person already dead? Wasn't the origin star already empty? Why was there a person now? The 3-headed dragon snake's round eyes gradually began to constrict and become vertical, which clearly meant that it seemed to be ready to enter a combat state. Buzz. Han Fei immediately activated the Great Tao, held the God-slaying boxing gloves in his hand, activated the God's prayer bead, and activated the power of the Heavenly Tao. This was the first time he faced a Star Sea Giant Beast, so he didn't know how strong it would be, so he had to be careful. Roar! The 3 dragon heads roared one after another, and this place was covered by the star core flames. Swish, the huge tail swept over, and the 3-headed dragon snake was angry. You blind bastard, don't think you can escape. In terms of strength, Han Fei was never weaker than others. When he used the sacrificing punch, his strength was terrifying and had reached the late stage of the star transformation realm, Rumble. Han Fei and the 3-headed dragon snake flew out at the same time, breaking a pile of rocks in this narrow earth core. I thought the Star Sea Giant Beast was very strong. I didn't expect it to be so weak. Having gained combat experience, Han Fei was about to take action when he found that the gravity here changed. However, Han Fei had also mastered the Great Tao of Gravity. At this moment, it had gradually evolved into a force field. By changing the force field around him, he could eliminate the power created by the 3-headed dragon snake. As the saying went, the Great Tao attracted each other. There was no telling if it was because of this, but Han Fei, the powerhouse of the heavenly race, and the 3-headed dragon snake, which all took the Tao of Gravity, collided. Bang, bang, bang. At this time, the god-slaying boxing gloves took effect. This 3-headed dragon snake often fell into an inexplicable state of madness. As a result, when they fought for 100 rounds, it was crazily suppressed by Han Fei, punched, kicked, and smashed. Its skin and flesh were torn apart, and its head and mouth were broken and dislocated by Han Fei. But perhaps it had gradually adapted to the god-slaying boxing gloves. Han Fei suddenly discovered that he was imprisoned by a strange force field cage. Steel. The 3-headed dragon snake shook its dislocated chin and spewed out a weird magnetic force, forming a storm, preparing to cover the imprisoned Han Fei. But in the next moment, it suddenly forgot how to use its imprisoning cage. Hey, what is my Great Tao? The 3-headed dragon snake had never encountered this before, so it was stunned. Han Fei, on the other hand, brandished his sword and punched the 3-headed dragon snake like raindrops. After fighting for a few seconds, this thick-skinned 3-headed dragon snake burst out a layer of blue-green flames that could burn the soul. Steel. The 3-headed dragon snake, BH Puff E, after fighting for more than 300 seconds, Han Fei finally killed the 3-headed dragon snake. He happened to lack the dragon tendon of the sky-opening realm, so he just accepted this gift with a smile. Dragging the 3-headed dragon snake with one hand, Han Fei looked at the star core and tore off his battlesuit that had been burnt. Its physique is tough, and its soul power can resist me for so long. In the end, it can even unleash an ultimate blow. Its chi and blood power is shocking. Its overall strength is comparable to a late-stage star transformation realm cultivator, or even close to a perfected star transformation realm cultivator. Is this the power of a Sea of Stars giant beast? Isn't it too strong? Han Fei was shocked. If it weren't for the void-stealing technique, this battle might have taken 6 hours to end. And this was just a rare Star Sea giant beast in the Sea of Stars. Wasn't it only one level higher than ordinary Star Sea giant beasts? Then what if there was a legendary or even legend level 1, chapter 2317, South Monarch Han Fei wanted to stuff the 3 dragons into his origin sea, but he failed. Why can't it be stuffed into my origin sea? Is it impossible to store these things in my origin sea? Han Fei couldn't help but reach for the star core, but his clothes were burnt by the terrifying energy of the star core. Han Fei was speechless. He had no choice but to attach an energy battlesuit to his body. It seemed that it was time for him to build a godly weapon-level battlesuit for himself. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing if he accidentally lost his clothes in a fight. Hi. Han Fei accumulated strength and threw a punch from the earth core outward. The golden sky-sweeping fist mark blasted from the earth core to the ground and then to the sky. Beat, beat, beat. For a moment, countless fist marks burst out, and soon, Han Fei dug out a super huge hole. When Han Fei pulled the star core with a void hand, he clearly felt that there seemed to be a power in the entire star that was playing tug-of-war with him. Land of Earth Veins? Han Fei thought of the words of the god of war again. First, transform his origin sea into a star, mold the ground veins, nurture the star core, inject vitality, and then temper his body. It seemed that the ground veins were created for the star core. The star core was equivalent to the heart of a human being. Thinking it through, Han Fei cut the ground veins with his knife. When the ground veins collapsed one after another, Han Fei felt that the interior of the star seemed to be collapsing. Go. Han Fei wanted to kick the star core that had a diameter of more than 500 kilometers, but after that kick, the star core only rolled a few times. Han Fei's face suddenly changed. This thing was so heavy and its density had reached a terrifying level. It felt like the first time he grabbed a small world, as expected of the core of a star. The terrifying energy gathered here probably provides the energy required by the entire star. Roar! Han Fei unleashed his power and casually dragged the star core and the three-headed dragon snake to the surface. The vast ocean navigator continued to point. After Han Fei forcibly tore open a huge hole with a fist mark, he dragged the two things into it quickly. What Han Fei didn't know was that not long after he left this star, the spiritual plants on this star began to decay, and in a few decades, they would completely wither. And because this star lacked a star core, its destruction was inevitable. But Han Fei had no time to observe the destruction of a star. In the sea of stars, thanks to the guidance of the vast ocean navigator, Han Fei dragged the star core with one hand and the three-headed dragon snake with the other, and was about to drill into his sea of stars. Suddenly, Han Fei felt a crisis in his heart. He only had time to turn around when he saw a bright red palm suddenly slapping at him. Who is it? Feeling the terrifying pressure, Han Fei's eyelids were jumping wildly. Steal. Han Fei hadn't seen anyone yet, so he could only steal the power of this palm mark. However, in the next moment, with pops, cracks appeared on his body in many places. His energy had nowhere to vent and condensed into an energy explosion on the surface of his body that released the stolen power in this way. Besides, Han Fei realized that something was wrong. The power he stole was interrupted in an instant, so he didn't steal much. Otherwise, Han Fei suspected that he would just explode. So strong, I can't even withstand a single palm mark? Han Fei was shocked. Is this a monarch? When Han Fei came back to his senses, he saw a beautiful woman with fan-shaped hairpins on her head. She was wearing a red dress that could be worn as a battlesuit. The woman was looking at Han Fei up and down arrogantly and sizing up the star core and the three-headed dragon snake. Han Fei asked solemnly, "Who are you, a monarch of the heavenly race?" Han Fei was already prepared to call out to his eldest senior brother. The reason why he didn't attack was that the other party didn't have any killing intent. The woman stretched lazily and said leisurely, "Can you put on your clothes first? Do you want to keep swinging that thing in front of me?" Han Fei looked down and blushed. He hurriedly condensed an energy battlesuit to block his body. It couldn't be helped. His previous battlesuit had been burnt by the star core, and he had only condensed an energy battlesuit. Who the hell knew that he would be ambushed at the entrance of his own origin sea? Could it be that this person had been ambushing him for a long time? When the energy battlesuit was condensed, Han Fei asked again, "Who are you?" A faint smile appeared on the beautiful woman's pretty face. "You can call me South Monarch, or you can call me Aunt Nan." Shuda Han Fei was stunned. Was this the South Monarch? He had always thought that the South Monarch was a man. Why was it a woman? If it was the South Monarch, he had guessed right. The other party was indeed a monarch. Besides, although everyone was on the crossing, the stars were far away from each other. When did she come? Or had she just come? Seeing that the South Monarch had no intention of killing him, Han Fei's attitude changed drastically. He quickly cupped his hands. "Hi, Aunt Nan. Thank you for helping me out last time." Han Fei was talking about him being hunted by the heavenly race last time. Although it was Wu Shuang and Wang Beishen who appeared, if it weren't for the crossing, he would have to ask Feng Xingliu to activate the Monarch Jade Slip. South Monarch chuckled. "Everyone is wondering who you are. It turns out that you're from the wild ancient race of the West Sea Divine Realm. Although the former god of war of your wild ancient race is not an orthodox god, there are still gods in your race. Why do you have to hide your identity?" Han Fei's heart did a flip. Did this South Monarch see the god of war seal on him? It must be the case. Since the god of war dared to ask him to go to the wild ancient race, the god of war seal should be an important symbol of the wild ancient race. As the #1 itinerant cultivator in the East Sea Divine Realm, it was said that she was extremely powerful. It was not surprising that she knew this. However, Han Fei didn't know much about the wild ancient race. Thinking for a moment, he said, "Auntie Nan, this is the East Sea Divine Realm. What's the use of my identity as a member of the wild ancient races? Besides, with my relationship with the Phoenix Divine Race, the more mysterious I appear now, the more advantageous it will be for me, right?" Regarding this, South Monarch agreed. The strong clans of the West Sea Divine Realm naturally couldn't be high profile in the East Sea Divine Realm. If it was the South Sea Divine Realm or the North Sea Divine Realm, it would be fine. For example, the Phoenix Divine race could still be arrogant in the East Sea Divine Realm, but the West Sea Divine Realm was too far away. South Monarch didn't ask further. Well, I was wondering why there was an abnormality in the Sea of Stars outside the crossing. You found the origin star of the heavenly race cultivator and happened to encounter a Starsea giant beast, Hanfei hurriedly said. Aunt Nan, you're so wise, South Monarch snorted. You have a sweet mouth. Fortunately, you only encountered a planetary-level Starsea giant beast. Otherwise, even if it went further and reached the star level, you would have big trouble. Well, it's not necessarily true. You seem to have some special methods, Hanfei smiled awkwardly. Well, I'm flattered. Hanfei wanted to run now, fearing that South Monarch would take away the resources he had worked so hard to get. If South Monarch wanted them, should he give them to her or not? The South Monarch said, This is the first time you've encountered a Starsea giant beast, right? Hanfei nodded. This was indeed the first time. When he saw the three-headed dragon snake just now, he was stunned. The beautiful woman said, A Starsea giant beast is considered truly dead only when its crystal core is taken out. Otherwise, the crystal core still exists in its original body, and the original body hasn't been completely crushed, so you can't take it into your origin sea, because theoretically he is still alive. Ah, well, Hanfei was dumbfounded. He didn't expect this to be the reason. Therefore, the Starsea giant beast could actually be stored in the origin sea. Hanfei put his hand into the body of the star beast and took out the crystal core of the beast. He glanced at it and found that it was a refining material, the main material for forging godly weapons. It also contained some star power, but Hanfei didn't know what star power was. Now with South Monarch in front of him, he didn't have the time to study it. Then, as Hanfei issued an order in his heart, the space phantom of his origin sea descended, and this Starsea giant beast was immediately absorbed into his origin sea. Hanfei was speechless. So that's the reason why I couldn't take it into my origin sea. Hanfei looked at the star core again, and the South Monarch said, This person's star core is at the late stage of the star transformation realm. How can you, a person who hasn't transformed your origin sea into a star, enter it at will? You can't take it in even if you drag it to the entrance of your origin Great Tao. You have to destroy the Great Tao origin in this star core first and make it ownerless before you can smoothly take it into your origin sea. Then, South Monarch shook his head slightly. Forget it. You're still a little lacking if you want to obliterate the Great Tao origin of the late-stage star transformation realm cultivator. Let me help you. As she spoke, South Monarch grabbed casually. A force field was forcefully extracted from the star core, followed by a terrifying power that caused ripples in the void. South Monarch must have been obliterating this person's Great Tao origin. 1 second later, South Monarch said casually, Try again. With a thought, the phantom of Hanfei's origin sea descended again. In the next moment, the star core was also taken in. Wow, Hanfei immediately felt that being ignorant was really scary. He didn't even know this, and South Monarch suddenly said, How did you get the inheritance of the God of War seal? You don't even know this? You're not from the Wild Ancient Race, right? Of course I'm from the Wild Ancient Race. South Monarch shook her head. You are not. Otherwise, as the inheritor of the God of War seal, how could you not even know the way to collect the Starsea giant beasts and star cores? You are more like an itinerant cultivator who knows nothing about this world. Hanfei asked, Well, Aunt Nan, would you believe me if I said that I'm a member of the Wild Ancient Race who has been wandering outside since I was born? Oh, is that so? Then you should know that if you have the God of War seal, you should have the God of War axe bestowed by the God of War. Where is your axe? Hanfei rolled his eyes. Well, my God of War axe, South Monarch said teasingly. Keep making up stories. There's only one pair of God of War axes, which are kept by the God of War. Why would the God of War give them to you? Heh, you itinerant cultivator. Hanfei, Chapter 23018, Star Transformation. Sure enough, being ignorant was dangerous. With just a few words, South Monarch had exposed his identity. Damn, he was like a child in front of her. After a moment of silence, Hanfei suddenly said, Aunt Nan, you didn't suddenly appear here just to expose my identity, did you? The South Monarch teased. Well, have you given up acting? Hanfei suddenly smiled and said, All right, I confess. I'm a trial taker of the Time Temple who hasn't entered the Time Temple yet. South Monarch chuckled. That's an acceptable explanation. Forget it. I don't care who you are. Are you interested in joining the crossing? You will be protected by it. Huh, Hanfei was stunned. He didn't expect such an answer. Why did South Monarch want him to join the crossing? He couldn't help but look at his origin sea. Logically speaking, because of the mire of the Sea of Stars, it was impossible to tell how big his origin sea was. Even if he had already turned his origin sea into a star, there were countless strong masters on the crossing. Why did South Monarch only come to him? Hanfei thought for a moment and shook his head slightly. Aunt Nan, thank you for your kindness, but I still have a lot of things to do and many enemies to fight. I'm afraid I won't be able to serve the crossing, South Monarch snorted. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you right now? I've never seen a person who hasn't entered the star transformation realm but dares to refuse a monarch's kindness before. Han Fei said. Aunt Nun, I don't think with your identity and strength you will fight me, a nobody who hasn't turned my origin sea into a star yet, right? South Monarch waved her hand casually. Go, remember not to appear in a place where you shouldn't with that star sea giant beast in the star core. Also, you owe me a favor. Although your favor is useless for now, I think you'll be somebody someday. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Could it be that South Monarch locates me because of these two things? Han Fei had to figure this out. It was like a sword hanging above his head. If South Monarch could find his origin star, so could others. In this case, how could he be safe? And wait, South Monarch didn't seem to have any killing intent, so Han Fei braced himself and asked, Aunt Nan, I have a question. South Monarch seemed to know what Han Fei was going to ask. She stretched lazily. This is the second favor. Han Fei was stunned for a moment, wondering if this could be considered a favor. However, South Monarch didn't seem to give him a chance to regret it. She threw a golden talisman over. Han Fei subconsciously grabbed it and scanned it. A great technique appeared in his mind. Star concealing technique, sky opening realm, godly quality introduction. The sea of stars is endless with billions of stars. The stars of those under the sea establishment realm can't be seen. Only the stars of those above the sea establishment realm will appear. The light of the stars is the manifestation of the cultivator's origin stars. When cultivators approach each other, it's not the stars approaching but shining at the same time. The star concealing technique can block the light of the stars, so the origin stars will become dim and can be hidden in the chaos. Deduced art, unknown effect, blocks the light of the stars. Disadvantages, the origin stars whose light is obscured may be mistaken for a destructed star by the star sea giant beast and be attacked by it. Remarks conceals starlight, and the origin sea is not easily detected by outsiders. Hiss! Han Fei was stunned to see the message, which subverted his understanding of the positioning of stars. Whether it was the mobile castles or the sea monster fortresses, they searched for prey by observing the sea of stars. Whenever there was a flashing star, they would chase after it. At that time, Han Fei thought that it was because the cultivators were close to each other, causing their origin stars to be close to each other. However, the star concealing technique told Han Fei that it was all wrong. It wasn't that their origin stars approached, but that their starlight shone at the same time at that moment. In fact, their origin stars were still far away from each other. Han Fei was stunned for a long time before he asked the first question. Where can there be starlight without the sun? South Monarch, before you transform your origin sea into a star, you can treat your origin star as a sun. Han Fei asked again. Starlight burst out in different places. How can the stars move so fast in the vast sea of stars? Han Fei couldn't understand. Even if it was just starlight, the stars' positions were fixed. Then, South Monarch looked at Han Fei like looking at an idiot. Light. The light emitted by a shining star is directionless. You can see that light from billions of places. Only where your original body is the most dazzling place of starlight, idiot. South Monarch waved his hand casually and said, Remember, you owe me 2 favors now. Buzz. South Monarch's figure turned into a mass of light spots and dissipated as if blown away by the wind. A clone? A projection? Han Fei's eyes flickered. He finally understood the principle of stargazing. Good lord, he had been despised by South Monarch. However, he seemed to have aroused the interest of the South Monarch and owed her 2 favors, which made Han Fei a little uncomfortable. After a while, in his origin sea, because the ownerless star core had reached his origin sea, he could mobilize the power of his origin sea at will and directly envelope the star core. Sure enough, Fengxing Liu was right. With the star core, Han Fei immediately felt that the consumption of resources and the energy loss of his origin sea returned to normal. He didn't know how long this star core's energy could last, but the star core of a late-stage star transformation realm cultivator should be enough, right? Instead of paying attention to the problem of the star core, Han Fei immediately began to practice the star concealing technique. He certainly didn't want what happened today to happen again. Otherwise, imagine when he stepped out of the sea of stars, he would suddenly encounter a monarch. Good lord, his soul would be scared out of his body. After a while, Han Fei learned that the so-called star-concealing technique was actually used on him to cover up the starlight. It turned out that because cultivators were connected to their origin seas, the connection between the two was this starlight. Therefore, what the star-concealing technique covered up was this starlight. 3 days later. On the crossing, South Monarch looked up at the sea of stars and found that there was a shining star in the sea of stars, which suddenly dimmed, lost its brilliance, and disappeared into the endless sea of stars. Tykes, as expected of a genius who could make his origin sea reach 810,000 kilometers when he transformed his origin sea into a star. It only took him 3 days to block the starlight. Han Fei came out of his origin sea feeling very good. The star-concealing technique might not be very important to others, but it was extremely precious to him. Covering up his origin star ensured the secrecy of his whereabouts. Coupled with his heaven-concealing divine technique and technique of infinite transformations, it was almost impossible for anyone below the monarch level to find his whereabouts. Even if a monarch personally observed the sea of stars, he shouldn't be able to find him now. With this in mind, Han Fei was very happy. Now he could attack the heavenly race without worry. His days on the crossing were destined to be carefree. There was no telling if it was because he was close to the divine capital dynasty, but the battles were more frequent in the wilderness now. Many people who met the crossing didn't know it, but they knew that it was a camp, so they just boarded it. Therefore, the crossing had taken in many people along the way. Han Fei sighed. The daily income of resources was astronomical. Even if he fought tooth and nail to coerce the heavenly race to give him resources, it might not be enough for the crossing to earn for several months. In the next few months, Han Fei would occasionally cultivate in seclusion for a few days. For the rest of the time, he listened to stories with Feng Xinglu. Unconsciously, Wuxuang seemed to have become his friend. Although Wuxuang only visited occasionally, listened to stories, and came to eat occasionally, she had a rather terrifying affinity towards everyone. Even though Han Fei knew that she was called Wuxuang the Demoness, he didn't feel very vigilant towards this girl. 1 year later, this lasted for a year, and Han Fei's origin sea was about to be transformed into a star. Han Fei felt that it would only take him half a month at most to successfully transform his origin sea into a star. In fact, the situation was better than Han Fei had imagined. The energy contained in the star core of a late-stage star transformation realm cultivator was too much. There was no telling if it was because this person was from the heavenly race that his star core was so full of energy. Anyway, this star core was almost enough for him to completely transform his origin sea into a star, and it seemed that there might be some energy left. Another half a month passed. Standing in his origin sea, Han Fei suppressed his joy, because on this day, there was only a small piece of darkness covering up his origin sea, which was about to completely dissipate. 6 hours later. Buzz, Han Fei's origin sea trembled slightly. At this moment, his origin star was born. Han Fei clearly felt that a milky white bead slowly appeared between his eyebrows. I've also given birth to a star bead. Han Fei's voice was slightly emotional. In addition to the star bead, he also sensed that energy was abnormally gathering inside the origin star, as if a star core was being born. However, this power was too vague to give birth to something like a star core. After all, the energy in his origin sea was too chaotic at the beginning of the star transformation. Han Fei scanned around with his perception and found that there were still some resources obtained from the heavenly race, about 400,000 kilometers. In fact, the range of his star was not small. All kinds of resources had failed to cover the surface of his origin star. As for the remaining resources, as well as the remaining power of the star core, he might as well use them all at once. Therefore, Han Fei sat cross-legged with himself as the center. Inside the origin star, the Dao rune surged, and the energy of the remaining star core exploded, causing the origin star to tremble violently. On the star, the remaining resources were gathered around Han Fei, shattered by the power of the great Dao, turned into energy on the origin star, and scattered everywhere. Origin returning, different from others, Han Fei's way of establishing his origin sea was origin returning, to turn all the resources here into the energy of the stars. In this way, Han Fei had no resources left at all. However, the strength of his origin star was consolidated in just half a day. At this time, when Han Fei looked at his information again, he found an abnormal change. Owner, Han Fei level, 10 Phi level, 1050 sky opening star transformation. Bloodline ranking among the clans in the infinite ocean. The 200,000 160 spiritual energy, 390,000 soul, 7.9 origins, 7,092,000 100,000 kilometers. Strength, 7.9 thousand kilometers. Strength, 7.03 star powers, 7,000 30,000 11 waves. First spiritual heritage, origin spiritual heritage, eternal darkness, spiritual heritage, first spiritual beast, twin yin-yang spirit, swallowing fish. Level 99, second spiritual beast, the Emperor Sparrow, level 101, main art, void fishing level 9, void stealing technique, monarch level, ultra quality, chapter 2319, the end of the journey. Han Fei was surprised by his new information template. It was only natural that his realm had changed from soul enlightenment to star transformation. As for level 105, Han Fei could understand it as that he hadn't fully finished star transformation, and he still had a long way to go. As for the chaotic chi turning into the immortal chi, Han Fei had foreseen it. The chaotic chi was a power needed by the sea establishers. It was a transitional power and would be replaced in the end. After all, once one opened the sky, he could set foot in the sea of stars and absorb the chaotic chi easily. The fact that the chaotic chi existed before he turned his origin sea into a star was easy to understand. This was because it was not easy for ordinary cultivators who had just opened the sky to cultivate in the sea of stars. Perhaps they could cross the quagmire of the Sea of Stars, but being in the Sea of Stars was dangerous. However, after transforming their origin seas into a star, it might be relatively simple for them to set foot in the Sea of Stars. Therefore, in his information, the chaotic chi was replaced by the immortal chi. What surprised Han Fei was the soul and power. They had respectively undergone some kind of transformation, but retained their original expression. For example, Han Fei's current soul showed 7.09 origins. Han Fei didn't know why the measurement was origin, but one origin equaled 1 million points of soul power. This was a very simple data transformation. It was the same for power. It was fine to change from waves to star power, but Han Fei didn't know what unit the star power was. However, since it had retained its previous expression, it seemed that this change wasn't complete. He could just ask Feng Xingliu about this matter later. Of course, he'd better not ask for the time being. Otherwise, Feng Xingliu would be shocked by his star transformation speed. Before turning his origin sea into a star, Han Fei had heard that the difference in strength between before and after star transformation was not huge. Han Fei discovered it, but it wasn't the case. He didn't know if it was because he had turned his origin sea into a star when his origin sea was 810,000 kilometers long, but his strength and soul had also improved greatly. Both of them passed the 7 million mark. For ordinary people, they might have conducted the star transformation when their origin seas were only 300,000 kilometers long. It could be imagined why they said that their strength hadn't increased much after the star transformation. Besides, regardless of the growth in strength before and after the star transformation, there were two things that were absolutely incomparable. Han Fei felt that after the star bead was born, he could mobilize the power of the origin star, which would burst out through the star bead. Although Han Fei had never tried it, he felt that if he unleashed such a power, it might far exceed all his current techniques. Another benefit was that his origin star was revolving and would spontaneously fuse with the heavenly Tao to absorb and give birth to the Tao runes he should own. This meant that Han Fei's continuous combat power would greatly increase. For example, he could use ultimate moves many times. The only disadvantage of his origin sea was that it looked extremely barren, because everything it should have had been used by Han Fei in the origin returning and turned into a part of his origin star. I finally turned my origin sea into a star. Han Fei had thought that this day would be very far away. But when he walked out of the chaotic wasteland, he realized that this step was actually not very far away. Especially after becoming enemies with the heavenly race, he felt the illusion that resources were flowing like water. Would Luo Xiaobai and the others have the same feeling if they left the raging sea? For example, Zhang Xuanyu and the others were very suitable to survive in the wilderness. It wouldn't be a big problem for him to quickly establish a 100,000-kilometer origin sea. It had been more than 350 years. They might have already opened the sky. A faint smile appeared on Han Fei's lips. He knew that he should go. Although it was safe on the crossing, it was so comfortable here that he forgot what the wilderness was. If it weren't for the star transformation, he wouldn't have stayed on the crossing for so long. In fact, it was only a year, but in Han Fei's view, hundreds of years had passed. His star transformation was over. On the crossing, Han Fei said, "I'm getting off the ship." "Xingliu, do you want to go with me?" Feng Xingliu asked in surprise. "Why do you suddenly want to get off the ship?" Feng Qingcheng also said, "Brother Han Fei, the crossing will go straight to the Divine Capital Dynasty, and it's less than a year before the 10,000-year competition begins. There are still 8 months before the crossing arrives. There's no need to get off at this time, right?" Han Fei said. "It's too peaceful on the ship." "What else can I do except listen to stories, drink, eat, and sleep every day?" Feng Qingcheng said. "Brother Han Fei, there's actually a lot of information hidden in the taverns. If you pay attention, you'll find a lot of stories and information about the 4 divine realms, mysterious treasure troves, and secret realms." Feng Qingliu nodded quickly too. He felt great on the crossing. He didn't have to fight and could listen to stories. He wished he could stay in the legendary tavern every day. Han Fei thought for a moment. "Feng Yu should have arrived by now, right?" Feng Qingcheng replied. "Sister sent me a letter that she was in the sea area outside the Divine Capital Dynasty, but she didn't know where the crossing was, so she didn't come looking for us. We're going there anyway, so she simply played by herself outside." "Play?" Han Fei thought to himself. Feng Yu is also a combative person. I wonder if she is looking for someone to fight. However, if what the old storyteller said was true, and Feng Yu was the first place on the heaven roll, who could be her opponent now? She didn't have to participate in this 100,000-year competition at all, Han Fei said. "How about this? I'll get off the ship myself, and you stay on the ship. I'll see you in 8 months. Feng Xingliu was taken aback for a moment. "No. We came here together, so we should leave together." "But why are we going to the wilderness?" Han Fei said. "Grab the qualification token." Feng Qingcheng had never seen anyone so passionate about robbery. She thought to herself, "You've already snatched a lot of resources along the way. Why do you still want to rob? Are you just enjoying robbing?" Little did she know that Han Fei had almost used up all his resources. Not just Feng Qingcheng, even the South Monarch couldn't have thought of that. More than 7 months passed. In the wilderness outside the Divine Capital Dynasty, 3 people were running amok. A 5-person team was lying flat on the sea because the qualification tokens they had obtained over the years had all been snatched by the 3-person team in front of them. In the 3-person team, Feng Xingliu pointed a spear at the 5 people and said, "The 5 of you only have 42 pieces in total? I really don't know what to say about you. If it were me, I could have got 420 pieces." The 5 people were speechless. "We are not you." "Also, 420? Do you think the people who came to participate in the 10,000-year grand competition are fools? Even if they can't beat you, why can't they run?" In the team, Han Fei said, "Hey you guys, we are not bloodthirsty. Hand over all your resources and we will leave. Don't play any tricks. I hate being deceived the most. Give us as much as you have." After a while, Han Fei glanced at the resources of these 5 people, which added up to less than 200,000 kilometers. He sighed. These guys are smart. When they went hunting, the resources they took with them were pitifully few. They must have been snatched by them. Then, Han Fei pointed at a bearded man and said, "Destroy him." "Don't." The bearded man's heart did a flip. Did this person really know that he was hiding resources? But before he had time to think, a flame spear shot out with a vortex at the tip of the spear. As the spear stabbed over, the bearded man was directly minced by the spear vortex. This was not Feng Xingliu's own move, and Han Fei didn't need to ask. Feng Xingliu said he got this from the stories he heard. In the past few months, Feng Xingliu had demonstrated big techniques and moves he had heard from the stories countless times. Perhaps the techniques weren't like that in the first place, but after hearing the stories, Feng Xingliu felt that they should be so he created new techniques on his own. This was the most talented thing that Han Fei had seen from Feng Xingliu so far. He could create great techniques with his own imagination. Even Zhang Xuanyu couldn't do that. Therefore, it was hard to tell whether Feng Xingliu was a genius or an idiot. When he acted like a genius, he was shockingly talented. But when he acted like an idiot, even sea pigs would admit defeat. When the bearded man was reborn, Feng Xingliu shouted, "Aunt, there won't be a second time." The bearded man hurriedly took out the last bit of his wealth. Although his heart ached, resources were not as important as his life. After taking all the resources, Feng Xingliu waved his hand. "Let's go rob someone else." The 5 people, another moment later. Han Fei suddenly said, "Well, I think we've arrived at the divine capital dynasty." After a while, when Han Fei and the others saw a city on the sea 1,000,000 kilometers away, the 3 of them stood quietly in the void. Feng Qingcheng said, "That's definitely not the divine capital dynasty. It's the divine capital dynasty's watchtowers on the sea. There should be many such watchtowers. Seeing this means that we're about to enter the safe area of the divine capital dynasty. In the safe area, no fights are allowed. You can't even attack the ordinary creatures in the sea, because they can't withstand the impact of the power of sky openers or even sea establishers." Watchtower? Han Fei had thought that this was an offshore facility of the divine capital dynasty, but it was just a watchtower. A watchtower was an island on the sea, nearly 100 kilometers wide, like a small city, with a lot of people on it. As for the watchtower, it did seem to have a tower thousands of feet high. Feng Qingcheng explained, "The watchtower is also a small village. After all, there are not only strong masters in this world, but also ordinary people, including law enforcers, explorers, and venerables. This is their battlefield, but not ours. Therefore, our robbery trip is over." Chapter 2020 Divine Capital Dynasty 10 days later. From the time Han Fei and the others discovered the first watchtower to the time they came to the Divine Capital Dynasty, the total journey was 10 light days, which was a 10-day journey at the speed of light. This was the first time Han Fei and the others had seen the true appearance of the divine capital dynasty. At this moment, Han Fei and the other 2 were standing at a certain entrance outside the divine capital dynasty, looking at the city in amazement. Han Fei had always thought that a city should look like a city with many houses and roads, but the city in front of him was too sci-fi. Han Fei had been surprised many times along the way, but he couldn't help but exclaim now, the divine capital dynasty was a city that looked very sci-fi. It was 3,000 kilometers deep into the sea, 6,000 kilometers high into the sky, spanning 12 million kilometers, with 4,900 islands on the sea. It was a super city that was a combination of underwater city, land city, and sky city. The main color of the underwater city was ice blue, which was a kind of building ore called blue bricks. It was extremely malleable and took into account toughness and hardness. It was an excellent building material. In addition, the underwater city needed light, so the light algae was planted outside the blue brick building, creating a huge, dreamy undersea city. The cities on land were like ordinary human-inhabited cities. Because there was relatively little land area, those who could live on land could barely be considered the middle class of the divine capital dynasty. But this didn't mean that there was only land on the sea. In fact, the sky city 6,000 kilometers above the sea was connected from the inside to the outside. The roads were crisscrossed with many layers of man-made land. At the top, there was the divine palace, guarded by 12 great monarchs. More importantly, the magnificent city that was as high as 9,000 kilometers above the sea could spin. Its rotation speed was 1 circle a month, 12 circles a year. The entire divine capital dynasty, except for the entrances, was enveloped by an invisible barrier. How could an ordinary person set up such a huge barrier? Feng Qingcheng exclaimed. Wow, is this the divine capital dynasty? It's so spectacular, Feng Xingliu said. It's so big, it must be very winding. Then where should we enter the city? Han Fei said. Look, there are many people waiting inside the entrance. They must be selling maps. Let's go. Why are you just standing outside and exclaiming? The entrances of the divine capital dynasty were all on land islands, with a total of more than 700 entrances. The entrance where Han Fei and the others were was the 2,000 Erd entrance. In fact, most of the people entering and leaving the divine capital dynasty weren't participating in the 10,000-year competition. Most of them seemed to be the natives of the divine capital dynasty. On their arms there was an ice blue crystal, so when they entered the city gate, they just needed to show it and didn't need to be examined. There weren't many people walking into the city from outside the city, it was just the three of them. Perhaps it was because they didn't encounter anyone else entering the city at this time. When Han Fei and the others came to the entrance of the 23rd city gate, someone seemed to have noticed them and a sky opener walked from behind the gate. This person hadn't turned his origin sea into a star, but Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. There were more than 700 entrances to the Divine Capital Dynasty. If every entrance was guarded by a sky-opening realm cultivator, it meant that there were at least 700 sky-opening realm gatekeepers in the Divine Capital Dynasty. Regardless of whether they had entered the star transformation realm or not, the number of sky-opening realm cultivators here was too many. This was not something a place like the City of Scavengers could compare to. The man walked to the door, looked at the three of them, and said neither humbly nor arrogantly, "3 contestants, please show your qualification tokens. If you don't have one, you need to register. We will give you an identity card." Han Fei and the other two rolled up their sleeves and flashed their qualification tokens. This meant that each of them had more than one qualification token. Strong Masters, the Sky-Opening Realm Guard nodded slightly. "Please enter. There are some basic rules that I need to tell you. In the Divine Capital Dynasty, you can't go to the top 1,000 kilometers. In addition, private fights are not allowed in the city. Once you fight outside, all damages will require high compensation. If you need to fight, you can go to the arena, the ring, the Divine Capital battlefield, and other places. Furthermore, you have to register. My suggestion is that after you enter the city, you can find a guide and pay a certain fee to get to know the Divine Capital Dynasty in all aspects. The guide can also take you to the residential area where you should go." Han Fei smiled. "Thank you for telling me." After the three of them entered, the sky opener calculated in his heart and quickly had an answer. Han Fei fighting the heavenly race, Feng Xingliu from the Phoenix Divine race, and the little princess Feng Qingcheng. They're all big shots in the city. 7 or 8 guides were already ready. These people who came to participate in the 10,000-year grand competition were all rich. Although most of them had bad tempers, they were quite generous. It wasn't easy for Chen Ye to get a spot as a guide. He got this position only because he had 2 younger siblings at home and his late father's credits in the Sky Crater world. In the past few years, he had already received more than 30 participants. Because he met a big client once, he was rewarded with almost 50,000 kilometers of resources. It was said that some people were rewarded with tens of thousands of kilometers of resources because of their good explanation, and some were directly rewarded with sea-quelling bizarre treasures. Of course, that was a little exaggerated. It could only be chanced upon by chance, but one could obtain at least thousands of kilometers of resources by being a tour guide. This was the basic requirement of the leaders for tour guides like them. The reason was that they couldn't let outsiders look down on the Divine Capital Dynasty, so the fee couldn't be low. It had to show the level of the Divine Capital Dynasty. As soon as the 3 people outside the city entered the gate, Chen Ye roared and knocked a blue turtle under his butt before he rushed to the front. In the next moment, a seahorse tried to pass him, but the turtle suddenly stretched out a leg and extended far away like plasticine, kicking the seahorse in the face and sending it flying. A sea dragon had already flown past him, but the turtle stretched out its head and bit the sea dragon's butt. "Roar!" someone shouted. "Chen Ye, you broke the rules." Chen Ye said, "I didn't hit you. It's just the affectionate interactions between the mounts." Behind him, a young man rode a crab over. Seeing the horrible claws, Chen Ye patted the turtle's shell and said, "Little green, fart. Puffer." Then a loud noise erupted from the turtle's butt, releasing a large amount of dirty ink-like mist, blocking the vision of the person behind. As soon as Han Fei and the others entered the inner city, they saw a group of people riding glowing big fish, seahorses, sea dragons, crabs, turtles, and other mounts rushing towards them. Then, they saw that these people were actually competing with each other. The green-headed turtle and the boy on it, 1 person and 1 turtle, used all kinds of unscrupulous methods to get rid of powerful competitors. Feng Xingliu. Feng Qingcheng opened her mouth. "Isn't this person too despicable? I definitely won't choose him." Before Feng Qingcheng finished speaking, Han Fei chuckled. "I bet you'll choose him as your guide." Feng Qingcheng looked at Han Fei in confusion. "Why?" Han Fei said. "Firstly, they didn't start to rush over until the moment we came in, which means that they had an agreement that they weren't to be chosen by us at will. Secondly, although this boy has all kinds of means, it can also prove that he is smart. As long as he achieves his ultimate goal, the process doesn't matter, which shows that he is very outstanding." Feng Qingcheng asked, "But shouldn't we choose the guide ourselves?" Han Fei said. "Look at these youths. They are very wild and their strength is between the peak-level explorers and half-venerables. This shows that they are talented. Just now, the Sky Opener called them over not only to attract business for them, but also to help them grow in another way. At this critical moment, what they need is some resources, insight, and combat experience. Being able to be a guide here means that they shouldn't lack anything else. All they lack is resources to help them successfully advance." Feng Qingcheng added, but the resources needed for a half-venerable to become a venerable are very few. Han Fei said, if this position was specially designed, they would definitely have to pay taxes. In addition to being guides, they might have many other ways to earn resources. Otherwise, what we saw wouldn't just be these 7 or 8 people, but hundreds or even thousands of people fighting to be guides here. The Divine Capital Dynasty will definitely not mess around when the 100,000-year competition is imminent, so those who can be guides must have been carefully selected. Among these carefully selected people, they can compete for job chances with their own means. Don't you think this is a good idea? Feng Qingcheng couldn't help but look at Han Fei in shock. Brother Han Fei, you seem to know their daily life very well. You speak as if you live here. Feng Qinglu nodded. That's right. I didn't think too much about it. I thought they were just a few guides. Han Fei smiled and said, have you forgotten what I told you? I cultivated to where I am today step by step. In every stage of cultivation, I risked my life and tried my best. Only in this way can I be who I am today. Feng Qingcheng was deep in thought. Even Feng Xinglu couldn't help but admire him from the bottom of his heart. After a while, when the boy on the turtle rushed to Han Fei and the others, the guides behind stopped chasing him with bitter expressions. They did not rush to compete with Chen Ye for this opportunity. Chen Ye rushed to Han Fei and the other two, a little nervous. He was afraid that these people would look back and pick one of them. In such a situation, he actually couldn't explain the reason to them. Greetings, my lords. My name is Chen Ye. I know the Divine Capital Dynasty very well. I know all the information you want to know as long as it doesn't involve my privacy. Han Fei asked, how much does your guide charge? Chen Ye hurriedly said, my lord, our price is all the same, 1,000 kilometers. If you 3 want to go different places, you may have to pay for other guides. But if you 3 travel together, you only need to pay 1,000 kilometers of resources. I will serve as your guide for 10 days. Han Fei nodded slightly and threw out a star shell. Okay, I'll take you. Chapter 2321, register and sign up. Although Han Fei had several things to do in the Divine Capital Dynasty, such as meeting netizens, however, none of these was as important as selling the qualification tokens. Han Fei's first question was, Chen Ye, right? Do you know where those who had no choice but to enter the Divine Capital Dynasty after their qualification tokens were snatched live? Feng Qingcheng and Feng Xinglu immediately understood what Han Fei meant. This guy was going to sell the qualification tokens. Ever since they got off the crossing, Han Fei had already told them his purpose, which was to grab the qualification tokens and sell them in the Divine Capital Dynasty. Han Fei said that by doing this, they could find opponents for training and earn resources, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. This sounded very reasonable, except that it sounded a little offensive. Chen Ye was stunned for a moment. He had been prepared to deal with all the questions, but he didn't expect Han Fei to ask this question. To be honest, the most bad-tempered people who came to participate in the competition were those whose qualification tokens had been snatched. Most people would take advantage of the 15 days after their qualification tokens were snatched to snatch it back. This was because during these 15 days, they were still in a safe period and the sky-opening cultivators couldn't attack them. However, either they couldn't reach the Divine Capital Dynasty in 15 days, or someone else had snatched it after they snatched it. After all, there were ups and downs in the competition between the strong. Later, many people stayed in the non-safe zone outside the watchtower, waiting for the right time. As for whether they got the right time or not, for a period of time, strong masters who were seriously injured would enter the Divine Capital Dynasty every day. Obviously, these people were defeated, their qualification tokens were snatched, and they couldn't fight anymore, so they could only choose to enter the city. This was because they had heard that someone in the city would sell qualification tokens to others. This was something that many people could think of. This was because a person only needed 1 qualification token. What was the point of snatching more? Therefore, many people made a fortune by selling their excess qualification tokens. Chen Ye was stunned for a moment before he realized what Han Fei wanted to do. Senior, are you going to sell qualification tokens? Stunned, Feng Xingli remarked, oh, you're quite smart. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Well, how can you tell? Chen Ye said, too many people have come to the Divine Capital Dynasty to participate in the 10,000-year grand competition. Many of them didn't get a qualification token and were seriously injured. These people probably don't know you, so the only reason for you to find them must be to sell them qualification tokens. Feng Qingcheng said lightly, you're quite smart. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Do you know the price of qualification tokens in the Divine Capital Dynasty? Chen Ye nodded. Theoretically speaking, the prices for the qualification tokens will be higher and higher as time goes by, and will rise to the peak on the eve of the 10,000-year competition. However, this peak isn't very high. Because in the past, only Sea Establishment realm cultivators participated in the competition, so no qualification token's price exceeded 20,000 kilometers of resources. But this time, it's the 100,000-year competition. With the sky-opening realm cultivators participating, the price upper limit will definitely increase, but it's impossible for a qualification to exceed 100,000 kilometers of resources. Han Fei asked. Why? Chen Ye explained. Because those who lose their qualification tokens will either lose their lives or escape with injuries. They may have resources, but they have to reserve the resources they need first. Also, they have to reserve resources for normal usage in the Divine Capital Dynasty and those for buying a qualification token. In any case, the consumption is actually not small. Besides, there are many people snatching the qualification tokens in the wilderness. The qualification tokens are gathered in the hands of the strong, so these people also have to sell them. Therefore, there are actually many qualification tokens to be sold. I don't recommend you to come to those people in person to sell them. This will waste time and might not be able to sell them for a good price, Han Fei said. Continue. If you have a better idea, I won't be stingy with your rewards. It may be a huge gain for you. Chen Ye's eyes lit up. Seniors, how much can you give me? Feng Xingliu frowned. You're already negotiating terms? Han Fei interrupted him. Chen Ye, how much have you earned since you became a guide? Chen Ye knew that Han Fei couldn't lie to him, so he said without hesitation, My income is mediocre. I received a total of 39 contestants and harvested 42,000 kilometers of resources. 90% of the resources were rewarded by a sky-opening realm master because I found a material for him to repair a godly weapon. Han Fei and the other two confirmed that there was no problem with Chen Ye's words. Then Han Fei smiled. If you want to know how much we can give you, it depends on the channel you can find. For example, I can give you one of the qualification tokens for sky openers. Chen Ye was shocked when he heard that. A qualification token for sky openers, no matter how worthless it was, could be comparable to all his income so far. Its value was definitely above 40,000 kilometers of resources. However, Han Fei continued, Boy, your combat skills are good, your reaction is fast, and your comprehension ability should be good too. If you perform well on this tour, I can consider giving you a body refining technique that can increase your strength by at least 50%. Hiss. Gulp. Chen Ye's heart skipped a beat. He knew that the opportunity had come. He knew that with so many strong masters participating in the 10,000-year competition, he would definitely encounter an opportunity. As a cultivator, his greatest wish was not only to harvest resources, but also to encounter opportunities. A good body refining technique was exactly what he lacked. Although practicing it would consume a lot of resources, Han Fei also promised to give him a qualification token for sky openers, which meant that he would have at least 40,000 to 50,000 kilometers of resources to earn. For sky openers, these resources were naturally not much, but he was only a peak-level explorer. He was even one step away from being a half-venerable. How could he use so many resources? All of this was to pave the way for his younger siblings to cultivate and improve his sister's spiritual heritage. However, if he became stronger, his fate might be changed. Chen Ye tried to suppress the excitement in his heart and immediately said, Seniors, please give me a day. Tomorrow I will find the most suitable buyers for you. Today I can explain some basic knowledge about the Divine Capital Dynasty and the 10,000-year competition to you. At this moment, Chen Ye didn't know that Han Fei, Feng Qingcheng, and even Feng Xingliu couldn't help but nod slightly. A peak-level explorer could still suppress his heart and calm down to explain to them in the face of such a huge temptation. This calmness was enough to prove this child's excellence. Feng Qingcheng couldn't help but look at Han Fei, thinking to herself, Brother Han Fei is right. His eyes are quite sharp. Half a day later, Chen Ye took Han Fei and the others to a place between 6,000 and 7,000 kilometers above the sea in the Divine Capital Dynasty. Chen Ye said, Master Han Fei, this is the temporary residence of the strong masters participating in the 10,000-year competition. In this 1,000-kilometer residence, the space from the 6,000th kilometer to the 6,800th is the temporary residence of sea establisher level powerhouses, and from the 6,800th to the 7,000th kilometer is the temporary residence of sky-opening realm powerhouses. This is because there are more strong masters participating in the 100,000-year competition than in history. It's said that more than 8 million people have lived here, including more than 600,000 sky-opening realm powerhouses. Listening to Chen Ye's introduction, although Han Fei didn't show anything, he felt that countless iron-head fish were running crazily in his heart. There were still nearly 2 months before the start of the 10,000-year competition. If the competition really started, there would be tens of millions of sea establishers and millions of sky-openers. What kind of number was this? The Divine Capital Dynasty made Han Fei experience how terrifying it was for the first time. A sky-opening realm cultivator might be the peak of an origin ground. But because of this competition, 600,000 sky-openers came, who were carefully selected from the entire East Sea Divine Realm. If any random sky-opener could participate, Han Fei didn't know how many there would be. Feng Qingcheng exclaimed, So many! This is much more than the number of participants in the Central Sea Divine Realms trial. Han Fei said, They're not of the same level. The arrival of Han Fei and the others required registration. They went to register Feng Qingcheng first because they were not taking the competitions of the same level. After Feng Qingcheng finished registering, Han Fei and Feng Xingliu came to the registration office for sky openers. At an altitude of 7,000 kilometers, when Han Fei and Feng Xingliu appeared here, there were only a dozen people in the registration office. Chen Ye said, "Many people have already registered, but there are still about 1,000 people registering every day. It's very quick, only simple records will be made." The registration won't be very detailed in the early stages. Han Fei could understand. No matter what kind of competition it was, the first step was to screen people. The Sky Garden Square was a little like a floating island, but the scenery was more abundant. Spiritual fruits were mostly used as decorations here. Behind the square was a swirling artistic statue, which was an incomplete figure. Han Fei didn't know who it was. Chen Ye said, "That's the Star Observation statue. It's said to be a statue of the remnant body of a strong master from the Divine Capital Dynasty who died in battle." Han Fei nodded slightly. When it was his turn, one of the two people in charge of registration was definitely at the late-stage Star Transformation realm, and the other had just entered the Star Transformation realm. The woman who had just entered the Star Transformation realm was as expressionless as a robot. Name, realm, and background, and submit a qualification token. Han Fei, Star Transformation, an itinerant cultivator. Huh? Suddenly, the woman couldn't help but look up at Han Fei. Even the strong master who was resting with his eyes closed opened his eyes. Chapter 2322, Number A36. For the cultivators of the Divine Capital Dynasty, there were too many sky-opening cultivators. Not everyone was worth remembering. However, Han Fei's name had already spread among some people. Challenging the heavenly race, robbing them, and suppressing 4 heavenly talents alone, these things were too famous for the heavenly race to hide. Although Han Fei's suppression of Yi Chen was covered up by the heavenly race had lost a late-stage Star Transformation realm cultivator. This matter couldn't be kept a secret. This was because the crossing happened to pass by at the time, and the signs of the death of a late-stage Star Transformation realm cultivator couldn't be hidden. Perhaps in the EC Divine Realm, sky openers were nothing, but the people who could reach the late stage of the Star Transformation realm was 80% less. And the late-stage Star Transformation realm cultivators of the heavenly race were not something ordinary late-stage Star Transformation realm cultivators could compare to. Therefore, when Han Fei said his name, the two registrars couldn't help but look at him. The cultivator who was resting with his eyes closed just now said, "High-quality cultivation area, number 306. The registrar nodded slightly and engraved the number 306 on the qualification token given by Han Fei with a special technique. Then, the qualification token changed again. It turned into a circle of light, covered Han Fei's right hand, and melted into his skin. Han Fei's left hand was full of qualification tokens, so the circle of light appeared on his right hand. The registrar said, "During the competition, with this qualification token, you can enter and exit any place in the Divine Capital Dynasty. If you lose in the competition, your mark will disappear and automatically dissipate. However, you can live in your assigned residence until the end of the 10,000-year competition, and the losers can still watch the rest of the competition." The registrar briefly explained the permission of the qualification token, and Han Fei nodded slightly. From the looks of it, the Divine Capital Dynasty was quite generous. As long as you came, you could live in the house assigned to you until the end of the game. Even if you lost, you could still watch the game normally. Even just in order to watch the battles, many people wouldn't give up the qualification token. This was because it represented unparalleled luck to be able to watch such a magnificent scene. Normally, how many strong masters could you see fighting each other? But in the 100,000-year competition, you could watch it all the time, until your scalp tingled and your eyes were dazzled. It was very beneficial for cultivators to watch the battles of others to verify their own Tao. If some extremely talented people could watch the entire 100,000-year competition, their strength would almost inevitably increase. Some people could even break through a major realm. Half-kings might establish the sea, and sea establishers might open the sky. This time, there might even be sky openers to prove his Tao. According to the scale of the 100,000-year competition of the Divine Capital Dynasty, even the number of sea establishment realm participants had reached 10 million. God knew how many venerables would participate. As for venerables, in a place like the Divine Capital Dynasty, there were simply countless of them. Just from the number, one could tell the scale of this 100,000-year competition. Han Fei was thinking about the unprecedented grand occasion of the 100,000-year competition. But Chen Ye, the guide, was shocked beyond words. Number A36? What kind of ranking was this? As guides, they had all been trained and had visited the area between 6,000 and 7,000 kilometers. The Sky City protruded above the sea. It was 9,000 kilometers high and 30,000 kilometers wide. There were 108 such Sky Cities in the Divine Capital Dynasty. The one Han Fei and the others were in was specially prepared for the participants. The so-called high-quality cultivation area was above 6,800 kilometers and was called a high-quality cultivation area. The A-ranked number was basically equivalent to the combat power ranking of the sky-opening realm. They lived closest to the 7,000th kilometer. Therefore, the way Chen Ye looked at Han Fei changed. Among the hundreds of thousands of sky-opening realm cultivators, this person ranked 306. He was a super strong master. Chen was too weak to feel it. He only felt that these strong masters were like ordinary people. He took Hanfei and the others to register first because he wanted to see their ranking numbers. According to Hanfei's ranking number, he would decide if he should do his best to help Hanfei find a buyer for the qualification tokens. In the vast Divine Capital Dynasty, this wasn't easy to find. Most people who weren't from the Divine Capital Dynasty, no matter how strong they were, might be tricked because this was not their territory. At this moment, Chen was excited. If such a super cultivator could really reward him with a body refining technique, it would probably be extraordinary. In the Divine Capital Dynasty, body refining techniques were not expensive. In fact, they were very cheap. However, body refining techniques were divided into different levels. There were too many body refining techniques available on the market. If one practiced them randomly, the result might not be ideal. As for the body tempering technique, generally only high quality and above were qualified to be called a great technique. The great technique was divided into 3 levels: high quality, ultra quality, and very rare divine quality. High quality techniques were relatively cheap and could be obtained with hundreds of millions of ultra quality spiritual stones. They had already surpassed the scope of ordinary body tempering techniques. As for ultra quality techniques, they were mostly the secret techniques of some sects and couldn't be easily obtained. As for the divine quality technique, Chen had only heard of it. It was said that only the royal family and some major powers in the East Sea Divine Realm had such a technique. Chen didn't expect Hanfei to reward him with a divine quality technique, but he thought that if Hanfei was ranked number 36, he might be rewarded with an ultra quality technique. Even if it was not an ultra quality one, but a high quality one, it was not something ordinary people could get. If he really got one, this large technique could be used by 4 people in his family, or maybe they could trade it for a good price, so he would definitely make a fortune. Chen was very smart. If Hanfei knew this, he might be amazed, because if Hanfei were in the same situation, he would have made the same choice. It was never wrong to be shrewd. Feng Xinglu, on the other hand, looked at Hanfei weirdly, wondering when he had turned his origin sea into a star. Didn't he just start to do it? But it didn't matter. He could be counted as a star transformation realm cultivator even if he was still in the process. At this time, Feng Xinglu said in a hurry, "I'm Feng Xinglu, Star Transformation Realm. I'm an itinerant cultivator." However, this time, the cultivator who was resting with his eyes closed said with a teasing tone, "Feng Xingliu, Star Transformation Realm, Phoenix Divine Race, High-Quality Cultivation Area, number 397. Hanfei patted Feng Xingliu's shoulder and thought to himself, "Stop acting. When you fight, you show everything, unlike me." The reason why Hanfei could claim to be an itinerant cultivator was that even these people from the Divine Capital Dynasty didn't know Hanfei's background. Even the heavenly race who had fought Hanfei many times didn't know his identity. How could they know? However, it was hard for others not to know about Feng Xingliu. But Feng Xingliu argued, "Why is my brother's 300 plus, but I'm almost 4,000? The registrar, you can live with Mr. Hanfei." Feng Xingliu was taken aback for a moment. What she said made a lot of sense, so he immediately forgot his original intention of asking the question. After registering, Chen took them to number 36, which was a large courtyard near the periphery of the revolving sky city. It covered an area of 10 square kilometers, with delicate flowers, trees, birds, ponds, rockeries, a long corridor by the lake, small buildings with beautiful eaves, and a special training place. The spiritual energy concentration here was dozens of times higher than in the outside world. It was elegant and refined. Hanfei couldn't help but sigh. Coming here for a vacation would be a good choice. Feng Xingliu didn't feel anything. He looked around and then shook his head. "Too plain," Feng Qingcheng said. "It's called elegant," Feng Xingliu said. "My home's flowing fire, heavenly waterfall, and fiery forest are more beautiful." Feng Qingcheng explained, "This is the Divine Capital Dynasty. Every place has its own characteristics. When Hanfei and the other 2 arrived here, they only scanned the area with their perception and stood at the edge of the courtyard. Looking outside, the clouds floated in front of their eyes and the surroundings were empty and vast. It seemed that ordinary people wouldn't come to such a high place." Roar. Occasionally, dragon snakes soared into the sky and flew higher. Those were people living above 7,000 kilometers. Their number shouldn't be large. After all, ordinary people couldn't enter above 8,000 kilometers. Chen sighed in his heart. Only super strong masters like Hanfei could live in this kind of courtyard. If he lived in this courtyard for 3 to 5 years, he was confident of breaking through to the venerable realm. If his sister lived here for a few years, the ground vine's essence here could subtly improve her spiritual heritage. Even now, Chen was controlling his breathing, trying to absorb as much spiritual energy as possible. Suddenly, Feng Xingliu said, "Boy, it's useless for you to suck like this. This is not the right cultivation method." Feng Xingliu didn't mean to look down on Chen Hanfei added, "He's right. This is indeed useless and may disturb the balance of your body's absorption of spiritual energy. In the future, when you go to such a place, you don't have to do it deliberately. Just be normal. When you reach the advanced venerable realm, you can stay in such a place long." Upon hearing this, Chen hurriedly stopped his stupid behavior. Fortunately, there was a strong master reminding him. Han Fei said, "Well, you can go now. Come to me when you find a buyer for the qualification tokens." "Yes, Master Han Fei." One day later, without a guide, Han Fei and the others were too lazy to study the Divine Capital Dynasty. Feng Xinglu was eating barbecue, and Feng Qingcheng ran to find some books about the Divine Capital Dynasty to read. Han Fei closed his eyes and rested for a day. He was observing the situation of his origin star. The god of war said that he needed to mold the ground veins and give birth to a star core, but after he transformed his origin sea into a star, he felt that it was still too early to do so because he walked the path of origin returning. In theory, he could strengthen his origin star and continue to improve his overall strength through the method of origin returning. As for origin returning, would it also consume the ground veins? It seemed possible to retain the ground veins and conduct the origin returning, but he should find a way to get a batch of resources and experiment with them. As long as the ground veins were still there after the origin returning, the two things wouldn't conflict. "Master Han Fei, Master Xingliu, Master Qingcheng, I found a merchant who can buy your qualification tokens. They're the most trustworthy of the 103 shops I've found." Chapter 2323, Threat of the Heavenly Race. Oh, so punctual? Even Han Fei was a little surprised. He had thought that with Chen Ye's speed, it would be good if he could find a buyer in a day. He didn't expect him to say that he had found the most trustworthy buyer. Immediately, Han Fei rose. "Well, Feng Xingliu, here comes the business." Han Fei looked at Chen Ye and asked, "Who is the buyer?" Chen Ye said, "My lord, this is the shop of my father's comrade in arms. My father saved his life before he died, so he offered me the highest possible price." Feng Xingliu couldn't help but ask, "What's the highest price?" Chen Ye said, "One sea establishment realm, token for 18,000 kilometers of resources, and one sky opening realm, token for 57,000 kilometers. Shen Fei calculated in his heart. This price was higher than he thought because countless people who came to participate in the 10,000-year competition had died on the way. Some of them died in the wilderness. Crossing the wilderness was not a simple task in the first place. Being able to cross the wilderness was a kind of training in itself. Secondly, within 0.3 light years from the Divine Capital Dynasty, this was a large hunting ground. Although only people of the same realm were allowed to fight and kill each other, there were strong and weak people of the same realm. The killing between people of the same realm was often very intense. Therefore, the number of qualification tokens distributed was definitely more than the actual number of participants. This meant that some of the qualification tokens would definitely be redundant. Han Fei couldn't help but ask curiously, "Chen Ye, where will the redundant qualification tokens go?" Without thinking, Chen Ye immediately replied, "Master Han Fei, they will end up in the hands of the local residents of the Divine Capital Dynasty, because if you want to watch the entire competition, you need qualifications. Many people are actually not qualified, so they can only buy a qualification token." Feng Xingliu couldn't help but ask, "But if they get a qualification token, won't they have to fight in the competition?" Chen Ye shook his head. "Master Xingliu, a lot of people will abstain during the game. They are not interested in the game itself. They are just going to watch the game. So, even if they are required to fight, they can give up." Han Fei immediately understood why the qualification tokens were sold at such a high price even though a lot of participants had died before the competition. It turned out that some people would buy them as tickets. However, this benefited Han Fei. Perhaps this was also a benefit of participating in the 10,000-year competition, but not everyone could get this benefit. Feng Xinglu looked at Han Fei excitedly. "If each of them can be sold for so much money, then I seem to have made a fortune. I have 278 qualification tokens, which means more than 900,000 kilometers of resources." Feng Xinglu was excited. Sure enough, Han Fei made the right choice to take him all the way here. He didn't care about the resources. What he cared about was the fact that he could earn a lot of resources. Han Fei knew the feeling of Feng Xinglu. He would feel a great sense of accomplishment if he earned the resources through hard work of his own. Chen Ye's heart suddenly trembled when he heard that Feng Xingliu actually had 278 qualification tokens. This kind of big shot was really a strong master from a divine race. However, he didn't feel indignant, nor did he feel that he was wronged for only obtaining the reward of one sky-opening realm qualification token. Wasn't this the so-called opportunity? A real cultivator could easily find a treasure that he couldn't get even if he tried his best. As long as he could get what slipped through their fingers, he would be lucky. 2 hours later. In the sky above the land city of the Divine Capital Dynasty, Chen Ye took Han Fei and the other two forward and introduced them to the training grounds, the awakening pool, the resource trade, the battlefield of the strong, and so on. Because Chen Ye knew the Divine Capital Dynasty quite well, Han Fei and the others didn't find it boring along the way. Of course, it was mainly because Feng Xingliu had too many questions. At this moment, this guy was still chattering. "Xiao Ye, what is this round green ball?" Chen Ye explained. "Master Xingliu, that's a sting ball demon. Its body is spherical, and its surface is full of long thorns. The quality of these thorns is different. Any one of them can be used as a weapon. When people go to the sting ball demon and offer resources, they will have a chance to pull out a thorn. But whether the quality is good or bad is hard to say." Feng Xingliu nodded and asked again, how many races are there in the Divine Capital Dynasty? It's not hot at all, but along the way I saw many coquettish women who were dressed too revealingly and tried to seduce me. Slap. Han Fei immediately slapped her. Hey, that's the clam girls and the mermaids in the undersea city. Their lifestyle is different from ours. Who would seduce you for no reason? Then why am I slightly agitated? Feng Qingcheng couldn't stand it anymore. Shut up, don't talk. Feng Xingliu snorted inwardly. After a while, he suddenly said, Xiao Ye, why do you have to ride a sea creature under your butt when you go out? Is this your spiritual beast? Chen Ye said. Master Xingliu, Little Green is not my associated spirit, but he is as close as my associated spirit to me. This is because the Divine Capital Dynasty advocates mutual assistance between races. Firstly, it is to prevent creatures like them from growing up too quickly and giving birth to more children, which will lead to overproliferation. Secondly, we can make progress together and complement each other to promote our growth. Thirdly, it is convenient. It was just like buying a car. Having a car was better than running on two legs. Soon, Han Fei and the others came to a resources trading place covering about 1,000 kilometers in a land city. This shop was called the Zhao Family Resource Trade Center. Obviously, it was a family business. It occupied such a large area, and many people lined up here to exchange for or sell resources. Han Fei knew that whoever could afford so many of their qualification tokens couldn't be simple. As soon as Han Fei and the others arrived, a peak-level Sea Establishment Realm cultivator immediately flew over. After seeing Han Fei and the others, he hurriedly cupped his hands at them. My lords, nice to meet you. I'm Zhao Cheng. Chen Ye hurriedly said, Master Han Fei, Master Xingliu, this is Uncle Zhao, my father's comrade in arms. I got the best price through Uncle Zhao. Zhao Cheng respectfully said, My lords, I am one of the managers of the number 13 Zhao Family Trading Center. I can guarantee that the price that the Zhao family offers is 10% higher than other trading centers. The Zhao family's scale can be ranked in the top 10 in the entire Divine Capital Dynasty. You can rest assured. Han Fei nodded slightly. Zhao Cheng was a peak-level sea establisher and one of the managers of a large trade center. He must have made connections for Chen Ye out of old friendships. Otherwise, he only needed to pay the usual price. Anyway, such a superpower didn't lack such little resources. Han Fei nodded. Okay, then make the arrangements quickly. This kind of huge transaction was naturally handled by the director himself. Zhao Cheng at most acted as a go-between, and the director of the resource center here seemed to have known about this long ago and led them to the Zhao family's house to talk. Han Fei nodded slightly when he saw the director. He was not surprised that the director was a late-stage star transformation realm cultivator. In charge of a huge resource trading center, he couldn't be an ordinary person. The people in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm wouldn't meddle in such matters, so the director was only a late-stage star transformation realm cultivator. Dear guests, I am Zhao Kai from the number 13 Trade Center. Zhao Cheng has reported the situation. It is said that you have many qualification tokens. May I know the exact number? Han Fei nodded slightly. We have 362 Sea Establishment Realm tokens and 569 Sky Opening Realm tokens in total, which is quite a lot. I think with the Zhao family's wealth, it shouldn't be a problem for you to take these tokens, right? Zhao Kai's heart slightly trembled. Although he knew that this deal was big, he didn't expect it to be so big. 569 Sky Opening Realm qualification tokens. To be able to snatch so many qualification tokens, the other party's strength could be seen. Zhao Kai chuckled and said, Of course, it's not a big problem. Our Zhao family's prices will definitely be fair. Please wait a moment, I'll go get the resources now. Just as Zhao Kai was entertaining Han Fei and the others, he suddenly saw a sky-opening cultivator flying over. This person was not from the number 13 Trade Center. He might be from the Zhao family. Zhao Kai couldn't help but frown. Thinking that this person was here to snatch the business, he immediately said, Brother Cheng, why are you here? I'm meeting a big client here. Why don't you wait for me for a while and I'll have a drink with you later? However, the newcomer shook his head slightly, glanced at Han Fei and the others, and then said something telepathically. Zhao Kai's face immediately changed, and he looked at Han Fei and the others in surprise. Han Fei and Feng Qingcheng sensed that something was wrong, and Han Fei asked, What happened? Well, the visitor said, Sir, I'm afraid we can't do this business. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Are you going to dismiss me with a few words? Zhao Cheng was shocked by Han Fei's terrifying gaze. Although he was angry, he didn't dare to flare up because he knew who these people were. In any case, they were not someone he could afford to offend. Director Zhao Kai hurriedly said, Mr. Han Fei, it's our Zhao family's fault for what happened today. But to be honest, someone from the heavenly race has issued a warning. Anyone who dares to make a deal with the three of you will face the wrath of the heavenly race. I'm afraid no one in the Divine Capital Dynasty dares to make a deal with you now. Chapter 232 Dragon Fighting Street Ant-like Heavenly Race, They're Too Much. Feng Xingliu was still delighted that they were about to get a lot of resources, but when it was time to get the money, something unexpected happened. Feng Qingcheng said, It seems that they can't threaten Brother Han Fei in the wilderness, so they have to suppress him in this way. Not far away, Chen Ye secretly looked at Zhao Cheng. Zhao Cheng's expression changed slightly. He looked at Chen Ye, whose face turned pale, and shook his head slightly. This matter involved the heavenly race. There was a reason for this. Even Feng Xinglu couldn't blame this on the Zhao family. After a few seconds of silence, Han Fei asked casually, "How big are the properties of the heavenly race in the divine capital dynasty?" Zhao Kai was stunned. "Do you want to fight the heavenly race here?" But this problem was not a big problem, so Zhao Kai said, "The heavenly race are a big power. Basically, they will be involved in all the livelihood and cultivation industries. For example, resource trading centers, refining workshops, alchemy houses." Han Fei turned around. "Okay. This matter has nothing to do with your Zhao family. Since our business can't be done, we can't stay long." Then, Han Fei glanced at Chen Ye. "Let's go." Chen Ye's heart did a flip. He was afraid, wondering if Han Fei would vent his anger on him. He didn't know that such a thing would happen. He was still dumbfounded, wondering why a superpower like the heavenly race would attack Han Fei and the others. After Han Fei left, Zhao Cheng took a long breath. "Fortunately, I came quickly and the deal hasn't been completed. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire." Zhao Kai frowned slightly. "He is Han Fei?" Zhao Cheng said. "That's right. I heard that he killed a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator of the heavenly race and extorted many resources from the heavenly race. Up to now, no one knows his exact background. They only know that the two people beside him are the heavenly talents of the Phoenix divine race in the South Sea divine realm." Zhao Kai said, "I heard that this person is extremely ruthless. He dares to challenge the heavenly race in the wilderness. Unfortunately, he shouldn't be from the East Sea divine realm. It's difficult for him to do anything in the divine capital dynasty. But I estimate that the heavenly race's actions this time might make them a great enemy in other divine realms." Zhao Cheng said, "That's right. Feng Xinglu was obviously holding back his anger just now. I heard that the first place on the heaven roll, Feng Yu, is also here. She's the number 1 on the heaven roll. The Phoenix divine race can't be underestimated. I wonder if these two parties will encounter each other in this 10,000-year competition." Han Fei was also furious. If he sold all the qualification tokens he had, he could also sell them for more than 900,000 kilometers of resources. However, just because of a word from the heavenly race, his qualification tokens couldn't be sold. How could he not be angry? Feng Xinglu was angry because he was being targeted. He had never been targeted like this since he was young. Han Fei's fire was hatred. Cutting off my source of income is like killing my parents. How could Han Fei not take revenge? However, Han Fei's top priority was still to sell the qualification tokens. If he couldn't sell them, he would lose nearly 1,000,000 kilometers of resources. He had just fucking turned his origin sea into a star and might need a lot of resources in the future. How much resources would these qualification token could be sold for? Feng Xinglu cursed. "No, I can't stand this. When I return to the South Sea Divine Realm, I'll make my family suppress all the powers of the heavenly race in the South Sea Divine Realm." Feng Qingqing said, "If you suppress them, why won't they suppress the Phoenix Divine Race? You have to know that the Phoenix Divine Race also has some power in the East Sea Divine Realm." Feng Xinglu said, "I can't just let them bully me. I've never been bullied like this in my life. It's not easy for me to earn resources. If I take the resources back, how glorious will it be? Just because of those ants of the heavenly race, my source of income is cut off." After that, Feng Xinglu looked at Han Fei. "What do you think? Should we target the heavenly race in the 10,000-year grand competition?" Feng Xinglu talked like a robber now, thanks to Han Fei. They had robbed and killed more than once, so he inevitably changed. Han Fei said indifferently, "Don't panic. These big clans in the Divine Capital Dynasty are threatened by the heavenly race, but don't forget, there are many people coming to the Divine Capital Dynasty to participate in the 10,000-year competition. There are also many people who can afford the qualification tokens. As long as we find the right users, we won't have to worry about not being able to sell the qualification tokens. Besides, I don't believe that everyone in this huge Divine Capital Dynasty is afraid of the heavenly race." At this time, Han Fei looked at Chen Ye, who quickly lowered his head and said apologetically, "Sorry, Master Han Fei, Master Xinglu, I really didn't know," Han Fei said casually. "It's not your fault. Feng Xinglu and I won't blame you. Back to the first time I asked you, do you know where the injured and disqualified guys are?" Chen Ye hurriedly said, "Master Han Fei, those people are too scattered. However, because they don't have a qualification order, they can't live in the #1 spinning star city, or they can only live lower than 3,000 kilometers. I can go to the major inns to ask. There must be some gathering places for them." Han Fei thought for a moment. "That's not appropriate. It's indeed troublesome to search them one by one. You might be familiar with the Divine Capital Dynasty, but you're only a peak-level explorer. With your strength and identity, it's difficult to find out when the strong masters stay or leave." Han Fei said, "Perhaps we don't have to sell the qualification tokens to these big families." The Divine Capital Dynasty is essentially a dynasty above the East Sea Divine Realm, with Great Monarch East Marshal presiding over it. The heavenly race can threaten these big clans, but can they threaten the royal family? Feng Qingcheng's eyes lit up. That's right. The royal family is extremely powerful, suppressing the entire gate of heaven, if we can cooperate with them, but there's a problem. The heavenly race has been standing in the East Sea divine realm for many years. The royal family of the divine capital doesn't need to offend the heavenly race for us, and the heavenly race might have a good relationship with the royal family of the divine capital. Chen Ye was shocked. Do you want to do business with the royal family? Chen Ye said. Well, Master Han Fei, the royal family of the divine capital only collects taxes. They won't participate in the trading of qualification tokens. Oh? Han Fei frowned slightly. In that case, was he going to find the crossing? The crossing should be arriving at the divine capital dynasty soon. However, if South Monarch helped him, wouldn't he owe her another favor? Although Han Fei felt that owing a favor to a person for 1,000,000 kilometers of resources was nothing, a favor was a price now, and it might not be the same price in the future. Han Fei knew that he couldn't help South Monarch at all now. If South Monarch valued him, she would be glad to make him owe her a favor. But Han Fei was not used to it. He never liked owing favors, and it was not easy to owe a monarch a favor. Even if he did, he shouldn't owe someone like South Monarch. Suddenly, Han Fei's heart did a flip. Damn, how could I have forgotten the vast ocean navigator? Han Fei immediately said, Chen Ye, give me a map of the divine capital dynasty. Chen Ye was dumbfounded. What's the use of this? Feng Xingliu and Feng Qingcheng were stunned too, not knowing what Han Fei was doing either. A moment later, Han Fei took Chen Ye back to residence A36. As Han Fei issued an order in his heart, he discovered that the scaled-down map of the divine capital dynasty was like a three-dimensional projection. Han Fei held the vast ocean navigator in his hand and stood in the projection. As the vast ocean navigator spun, it quickly found a place. Feng Xingliu and Feng Qingcheng widened their eyes. What's this? Feng Xingliu sniffed. Qingcheng, can our family also make such a sacred weapon? Its function is too powerful, Feng Qingcheng said. This isn't something that you can make easily. Chen Ye was dumbfounded, not knowing what Han Fei was doing. At this time, Han Fei suddenly asked, Chen Ye, what is Dragon Fighting Street? Huh? Chen Ye was stunned for a moment and then quickly said, Master Han Fei, this Dragon Fighting Street is not a good place to go. Han Fei said, tell me about it. Chen Ye seemed a little scared. My lord, almost all the hedonistic playboys of the divine capital dynasty gather on Dragon Fighting Street. The entire street is for consumption, and it's full of blood and violence. There is the most terrifying dragon fighting arena in the divine capital dynasty. Ordinary people can't enter it without a lot of money or a distinguished identity. Otherwise, they can only enter it as gladiators. Feng Qingcheng frowned slightly. Is there such a place in the divine capital dynasty? Chen Ye nodded. In the Dragon Fighting Street, everything is chaotic and disorderly. It's basically an anarchic place. It's said that in the divine capital dynasty, countless hedonistic sons of rich families idled around, but later angered great monarch East Marshal, so he directly ordered a street to be built for them called Dragon Fighting Street. It's said that those hedonistic sons of rich families can only play in it. Whoever dares to do evil outside will be killed. Han Fei's eyes glittered. Oh, Feng Xingliu wondered. They sound like my cousin Feng Ye who fools around all day long. Han Fei grinned. This is a great place. Chen Ye, take us there. Chen Ye panicked. Well, Master Han Fei, accidents happen often in that place. Han Fei, with me here? What can happen to you? What can happen to you? Don't worry. Just lead the way. Chapter 2325, My name is Han Fei. The invincible Feng Qingcheng felt her teeth ache when she heard that. During the time that Feng Xingliu spent with Han Fei, his personality had changed a lot. Although he became more scheming, he became even more arrogant than before. More importantly, Han Fei took Feng Xingliu to experience things that he had never experienced before and often stimulated Feng Xingliu. As a result, Feng Xingliu now became very accepting of new things and was bold enough to come into contact with them. On the way to Dragon Fighting Street, Feng Qingcheng took out an exquisite flame badge, which seemed to have some special use. Han Fei was curious. What is this? Feng Qingcheng said. Oh, this is our family's totem token. We can use it to communicate with a few people distant, as long as the other party also has this. Han Fei was shocked. Wouldn't this be equivalent to being able to chat with each other no matter how far away they were? It was equivalent to the altar of the god of war, and the fire curtain appearing after his sacrifice, through which he could chat with the god of war. Feng Xingliu asked casually, Where are Feng Yu? Feng Qingcheng said, She should already be in the divine capital dynasty. In fact, Feng Qingcheng didn't know where Feng Fei was. She wanted to send a message to Feng Yu to help them out. It didn't matter if Han Fei had the support of a powerful force or not. Han Fei clearly didn't know much about the big clans. He seemed to be used to being reckless and was even a little lawless. Therefore, in Han Fei's eyes, the Dragon Fighting Street was just a bunch of hedonistic kids. How could he be afraid of some hedonistic kids? Feng Xingliu was thinking the same thing. I'm a heavenly talent. How can a bunch of hedonistic kids compare to me? But Feng Qingcheng was different. Although she was young, she read a lot of books and had critical thinking. Chunye was only a peak-level explorer, so he only felt that the Dragon Fighting Street was just a place where the Divine Capital Dynasty exiled rich kids. However, Feng Qingcheng felt that one couldn't judge a book by its cover. Was the appearance of such a chaotic place in the Divine Capital Dynasty really just for a bunch of idle rich kids to have fun? Their goal was very clear, so they were very fast. In less than an hour, they arrived at the 1001st island on the ground. This island was directly called the Dragon Fighting Island. The Dragon Fighting Island spanned 120,000 kilometers and wasn't large. It could even be said to be very small compared to other islands. However, the people on the island seemed to be very tough. As soon as Han Fei and the others arrived at Dragon Battle Island, they saw a few law enforcer-level children fighting each other. Yes, Han Fei could be sure that they were just children. Perhaps because the cultivation environment here in the Divine Capital Dynasty was too good, the children born here were all very talented, so it was very fast for them to grow to the law enforcer realm. This was the difference between the core of the East Sea, the Divine Capital Dynasty, and the yin-yang world where Han Fei used to live. Their starting line was completely different. The starting line of these children might be the finishing lines of Han Fei's group. Oh no, it might exceed their finishing line by far. At this moment, the two youths were fighting each other, holding big bone sticks in their hands and smashing at each other's heads. Clang, clang, clang. The two of them knocked each other until their 7 orifices bled, but they didn't seem to care. Feng Xingliu couldn't help but ask, are they stupid? Are they practicing the Iron Head technique? Chen Ye said, well, they are just competing to see whose body is tougher. There is a sun moon shell behind them. They are gambling. Feng Xingliu, Feng Xingcheng, a Han Fei, Feng Qingcheng, a Han Fei, Feng Qing, Ken Tresting. Chen Ye, we've arrived at our destination. You can go back now. Well, Chen Ye thought about his duty as a guide and then heard Han Fei say, after all, you are from the Divine Capital Dynasty. You don't have to get involved in the matters here. Go. Yes, Master Han Fei. In a place where you didn't have to be reasonable, Han Fei's wild personality was exposed. Han Fei's perception swept across half of the Dragon Fighting Island. Han Fei wanted to sweep the entire Dragon Fighting Island, but his perception was shattered halfway, so he didn't see the other half of the Dragon Fighting Island. Even so, Han Fei had found the legendary Dragon Fighting Street. The Dragon Fighting Island had the worst environment in the Divine Capital Dynasty. Battles often broke out here, so many places showed signs of collapse. The so-called Dragon Fighting Street was a road that stretched for 80,000 kilometers. The street was so wide that it was almost unbelievable. The street was 3,000 kilometers wide and there was nothing but a flat road in the middle. After Han Fei's perception swept across, thousands of perceptions immediately swept over. For a moment, all kinds of voices were heard. Someone shouted, which son of a bitch dares to sweep the Dragon Fighting Street with your perception? Do you want to die? Someone scolded, which bastard? Is the Dragon Fighting Street a place for you to behave wildly? I'm doing something and you're peeping at me. If you don't give an explanation, don't even think about walking out of Dragon Fighting Island today. Someone sneered. Stranger, do you know what happens when you break into the Dragon Fighting Street? Someone was too lazy to curse and simply shouted, someone, bring those people here. Make them kowtow and apologize. A shop owner from Dragon Fighting Street smiled. Interesting. Newcomers. They have qualification tokens for the competition. They are outsiders. Someone was amazed. I can't see through their strength, but the other one has just entered the star transformation realm. His strength seems to be mediocre. Why did they bring a peak-level sea establisher with them? At this time, Feng Xingliu said, many people have gathered around. Han Fei said, don't panic. Let's fight our way through. Huh? Feng Xingliu was dumbfounded. Wait, we haven't even figured out what happened yet, and we're already fighting our way through? Han Fei said, in such a place there's no need to reason. The more chaotic a place is, the more strength speaks. Let's fight first. After fighting, we can do our business. The ways to integrate into different circles are different. Buzz. The void trembled, and someone stepped out of the void and pointed at Han Fei and Feng Xinglu. Who are you? How dare you mess around in the Dragon Fighting Street? Go to hell. Ah, bam. The group of sky-opening cultivators at the edge of the star transformation realm had only come to call for reinforcements, but they were used to being fierce. They didn't expect someone to attack them. Ignoring his strength, he was kicked to the ground by Han Fei. This person was kicked into the void, flying 8,000 kilometers in the void, and a hole directly appeared in his chest. Hiss. So strong. Outside, someone shouted angrily, you blind bastard, come to Dragon Fighting Street if you have what it takes. Dragon Fighting Street was 80,000 kilometers long and 3,000 kilometers wide, and many people were already waiting there. Han Fei could tell that the whole street was sealed by a spiritual barrier. The ground was paved with special black bricks, but even so, many places were damaged. Obviously, there were frequent battles here. Han Fei smiled and said, Xingliu, let me recite a few poems for you. Feng Xingliu Lu Mengren asked, poems? What is that? Han Fei said with a faint smile, listen carefully. The first line, even if it is an army of 100,000, I will go forward. Huh? Feng Xingliu couldn't help but be refreshed. Why was this sentence so appropriate to the scene in front of them? Feng Qingcheng's eyes lit up too, but for some reason she found his words a bit weird. Han Fei followed. Holding the sun, moon, and stars in my hands, there is no one like me in the world. Feng Xinglu looked at Han Fei in shock. So arrogant? Is this Han Fei's belief? The sky's the shore of the immense sea. I am the tallest when I stand on the peak of the mountain. The strong have been lonely since ancient times. Only the arrogant leave their names. Standing on the peak, no one can be my foe. Stepping fighting dragon underfoot, who can beat me? Shoot, shoot, shoot. Feng Xinglu was amazed by Han Fei's poems. Although he wanted to learn it, he really couldn't make such poems. The poems were so domineering and unbelievably arrogant that Feng Xinglu felt that he wanted to slap Han Fei's face. Feng Qingcheng opened her mouth, took out the flame emblem again, and sent a message. Sister, it's out of control. Han Fei has already gone wild and challenged the dragon fighting street alone. Oh no, with Feng Xinglu. Han Fei stepped into the dragon fighting street and Feng Xinglu followed him in. Feng Qingcheng was only spectating the battle, so she wasn't worried. Besides, she had jade slips to protect him. Even if a monarch came in person, he couldn't kill her easily, so she followed them in. Immediately, when Han Fei entered the dragon fighting street, a star transformation realm cultivator burst out with his rod like a roaring dragon. Han Fei also roared and punched out. With a loud clang, the ultra-quality long rod bent, and half of the body of the person who attacked exploded. He was sent flying for 30,000 kilometers. Someone attacked Feng Xinglu, and the latter grabbed a fiery feather in the air and shot an arrow at the cultivator who was in the late star transformation realm. The cultivator's body exploded, and he was burnt to ashes. Feng Xinglu exclaimed, his heart trembling. Can people fight like this in the main city of the divine capital dynasty? I'm so fierce. I can actually be so fierce. On the other side, Han Fei kept attacking with the sacrificing punch. A strong master who had obviously mastered the great Tao of strength rushed up, thinking that Han Fei had also mastered this Tao, and prepared to fight Han Fei head on. Bang! He punched out a spiral storm, crushing the vast sky of the dragon fighting street. All the other people who were about to attack had to dodge this punch. Han Fei roared, "My name is Han Fei, the Invincible. I'm told that there are many strong masters in the dragon fighting street, so I'm here to fight you." Chapter 2326, A Dragon Fight. Why was Han Fei so interested in Dragon Fighting Street when he heard that it was a place where hedonistic children gathered and was the most chaotic place in the divine capital dynasty? That was because Han Fei thought that the money of the rich second-generation heirs was the easiest to earn. Regardless of whether Dragon Fighting Street was really a concentration camp for rich kids, according to Chen Ye's description, the people here were aggressive, rich, and willful with good and evil people mixed up. It was exactly such a place that the heavenly race's influence couldn't reach. Han Fei admitted that the Gate of Heaven was very powerful and involved in a wide range of properties in the East Sea Divine Realm. Perhaps the Divine Capital Dynasty was also inextricably related to the Gate of Heaven. However, it was impossible for everyone in this world to be afraid of the heavenly race, such as the hedonistic children of the major powers. These people had always been a group of fearless guys. Only when they suffered a battering might they have a trace of fear. However, as long as they weren't killed, they would use their status to find strong cultivators to kill you. As for whether there were hedonistic children in the sky-opening realm, Han Fei firmly believed that there were. One of them was Feng Xinglu. Although Feng Xinglu wasn't a playboy, he was a spendthrift, wasn't he? He kept calling others ants and was not afraid at all of challenging the heavenly race with him. When he was bullied by the heavenly race, he immediately claimed he would return to the South Sea Divine Realm to wipe out the heavenly race power. These were typical characteristics of hedonistic children. It had nothing to do with what realm one was in. As long as one's family was powerful enough and was willing to pay the price, he might be able to reach the sky-opening realm even if he was a pig, let alone a human being. Han Fei had some experience in dealing with rich playboys. First of all, he had to anger them. People who were angry were the most irrational. At this moment, Han Fei didn't want to sell the qualification tokens for money for now, he just wanted to earn some money first. Sure enough, when Han Fei shouted this slogan, the dragon fighting street exploded. What an arrogant son of a biche. If I don't kill you today, where is the face of our dragon fighting street? Come on, let's kill these two. Since Han Fei dared to barge into the dragon fighting street, these people dared to gang up on him. They were not stupid. They could tell that Han Fei and Feng Xinglu were not weak or even extremely strong. Ordinary star transformation realm cultivators could not even withstand a single blow from them. However, there were only two of them, but there were too many strong masters in the dragon fighting street. However, being rich didn't mean being stupid. When these people asked their subordinates to attack, they all ordered one thing. Before they are killed, I want to know all their information. At the end of the dragon fighting street, there was a strong master who looked like a tycoon. He lay on a throne on the road comfortably. In front of and on the left and right sides of him stood 6 bodyguards at the late stage of the star transformation realm. This person shouted, "Everyone, listen up. Those who haven't entered the star transformation realm, get lost. Set up the dragon fighting array. Each family picks 2 people. Don't just put everyone on the street. It will make the dragon fighting street look like a mess." As soon as the tycoon gave the order, 2/3 of the hundreds of sky-opening cultivators who had appeared suddenly disappeared. There were only less than 200 left, but these 200 people were all Star Transformation Realm cultivators. Han Fei licked the corner of his mouth. It was just a street, but there were at least 200 Star Transformation Realm cultivators. There must be stronger people who hadn't taken action yet. The Divine Capital Dynasty was indeed worthy of its reputation. To be precise, there were still 192 people here. These people stood on the sides of the road in twos, waiting for Han Fei and Feng Xingliu to walk forward. Then, the young master said to Han Fei and Feng Xingliu, "It's been many years since I've seen an outsider dare to barge into the Dragon Fighting Street. Since you have barged in, don't leave. If either of you dare to run, I'll send 10 late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivators to kill you." Han Fei sneered. "If I take a step back, this game is my loss. I heard that there is trash from the heavenly race who hangs around the Dragon Fighting Street all year round. Is this news true? If it is, come out, get on their knees and wait for me to crush them." Han Fei didn't know if there were people from the heavenly race in the Dragon Fighting Street. Whatever, it wouldn't cost him anything. He could also give these people the illusion that he was here because he heard that there were people from the heavenly race in the Dragon Fighting Street. When Han Fei shouted this, even the young master was a little stunned. The heavenly race? Was this fucking villain here because of the heavenly race? Someone gasped. How dare he make the heavenly race kneel and wait for him? Had the outsiders become so arrogant now? To Han Fei's surprise, more than a dozen people stood up. "Where did you come from? How dare you challenge our heavenly race?" Han Fei chuckled. He shouted this mainly because the Gate of Heaven had frequent dealings with the Divine Capital Dynasty. After beating up Yi Yuan and the others from the heavenly race, he learned that these people were more or less arrogant. Since this Dragon Fighting Street was said to have gathered all the hedonistic children of the Divine Capital Dynasty, there should be one or two heavenly races, right? Sure enough, there were. Seeing these people stand up, Han Fei grinned. "All right, if you have the guts, don't leave. I'll give you a chance to call for reinforcements. You'd better call as many as you can. Otherwise, it'll be a waste of my time." The young master of the heavenly race said with an ugly expression, "You ant, talk when you can walk to me. It's ridiculous that the two of you want to conquer the Dragon Fighting Street." Han Fei immediately looked at Feng Xingliu. He had already attracted a lot of hatred. If he let Feng Xingliu speak at this time, this guy would definitely irritate these people. Han Fei said to Feng Xingliu via voice transmission, "Xingliu, if you destroy this street, you will be the most handsome boy on this street. From now on, the entire Divine Capital Dynasty will know you, Feng Xingliu. Feng Yu can rank first on the heaven roll in the Central Sea Divine Realm. It shouldn't be a problem for you to destroy a street, right?" Feng Xingliu was refreshed, and then he grinned. "The people on the street are as insignificant as ants to me." Feng Xingliu pointed at the people of the heavenly race and said, "Ants of the heavenly race, you're not even qualified to lick my feet. I won't walk out of this street until I destroy you." On both sides of the street, luxurious shops were lined up. All kinds of rich people and strong masters were watching the show. It turned out that those two seemed to have a big grudge against the heavenly race. Even the young master at the end of Dragon Fighting Street said, "Go find out who the heavenly race have pissed off recently. I'm afraid these two people came to the wrong place." An old servant in the peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm in the front said, "Young master, the one who used fire just now should be from the Phoenix Divine race in the South Sea Divine Realm. Based on this, they should be the two people who defeated the 4 heavenly talents of the heavenly race in Tomorrow Camp. As for their names, one seems to be called Han Fei, and the other is called Feng Xingliu." "Oh, I see. I heard that in the battle at Tomorrow Camp, not only did they suppress the 4 heavenly talents of the heavenly race, but they also captured more than 30 Star Transformation Realm cultivators. From the looks of it, they don't seem to be weak." The old servant said, "Even if they are talented and extremely strong, it's impossible for 2 people to conquer the entire Dragon Fighting Street. It's hard to describe the soul strength needed for this. Unless their mental recovery ability is extremely high and their strength can maintain the peak state." "Young master, I heard that the Phoenix Divine Race's #1 on the heaven roll, Feng Yu, is here too." The old servant nodded. "Yes. If it's that person, I'm afraid no one in the Dragon Fighting Street can challenge her. According to the intelligence from the Central Sea Divine Realm, Feng Yu once fought a god molt and won in the end. We can't underestimate her." The young master nodded slightly. "Then, don't kill them. When Feng Yu comes to ask for them, just give them to her." The young master calmly crossed his legs. At the front of the Dragon Fighting Street, a fight had already started. Bam, 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 hoop, 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 hoop. In a head-on clash, the brave would win. Han Fei's fist marks were invincible. All his techniques could both hurt the body and attack the soul. He swept through more than 20 people along the way, his chi and blood overwhelming and his killing intent overflowing. Feng Xingliu was in high spirits. A fiery phoenix appeared and its terrifyingly high temperature swept across the Dragon Fighting Street. He used the fire phoenix technique to burn the bodies of 7 or 8 people. However, Feng Xingliu was not Han Fei after all. Although he seemed extremely powerful in battle, he was also under a lot of pressure. It was not a problem for him to beat a dozen ordinary people in the late-stage Star Transformation Realm, but how could those who were sent to the Dragon Fighting Street be ordinary? After taking down 7 or 8 people, Feng Xinglu was a bit exhausted and couldn't be as invincible as Han Fei. Feng Xingcheng watched from the back. A dazzling pearl appeared on the surface of her body and surrounded her. Every time a wave of air rippled over, it couldn't shake her at all. She somewhat understood what Han Fei meant. He was helping Feng Xinglu to make a breakthrough. Feng Xinglu was very strong, but he still couldn't reach his limit. Even in trials, it was very difficult for so many cultivators to besiege him. Feng Xinglu could fight 10 or 20 people, but could he fight 100? If he could defeat the 100 people, his star path would definitely reach a new height. Chapter 2327, Conquer Dragon Fighting Street 1. Only 100 seconds after Han Fei and Feng Xinglu entered the Dragon Fighting Street, almost all the strong masters on the Dragon Fighting Island had gathered here. After Han Fei and Feng Xinglu fought for 300 seconds in the Dragon Fighting Street, everyone saw that Han Fei was better at fighting than Feng Xinglu. Although Feng Xinglu was violent in battle, his endurance was not good. He could keep up with Han Fei in the beginning, but the further he went, the less he could keep up. The price of keeping using ultimate skills was that others might deduce a way to deal with them if they saw them. Even if they couldn't really block Feng Xinglu's attacks, they could at least delay his attack. Besides, using a great technique not only consumed one's own strength, but also tested one's mental strength. Even a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm couldn't sweep through so many strong masters in the sky-opening realm. Back in the number 3 revived place, 500 or 600 evil spirits could stall Anti-Ping and the others. Although they couldn't stop them in the end, they had made them lose at least 50% or more of their combat power. But these people in front of him were all Star Transformation Realm cultivators. How could ordinary evil spirits compare to them? Even Han Fei didn't dare to say that he could really defeat them alone. This was why he took Feng Xinglu with him. Although Feng Xinglu couldn't penetrate hundreds of people, if this guy really stimulated his potential, it would be no problem for him to beat 50 of them. After all, this was not a life-and-death battle. These people would not risk their lives to fight Han Fei and Feng Xinglu. Boom Xinglu. Boom Xinglu. Bong Xinglu was violent, and the tide surged for thousands of kilometers, but Han Fei didn't retreat at all. He held the stick in both hands and suddenly gave it a tug. A terrifying force came. The other party dared not approach Han Fei and directly abandoned the long stick, which was an ultra-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasure. The ultra-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasure struggled crazily, trying to escape Han Fei's control. Han Fei snorted coldly. How dare you show off with a lousy weapon? Han Fei gave the stick a knee and then pulled it down with both hands. Crack. Bam. To the shock of countless people, the ultra-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasure was broken into halves by Han Fei's knee and thrown to the ground. The person opposite Han Fei had no room to retreat. Since he had appeared on Dragon Fighting Street, he had to either lose or beat Han Fei back. He had no choice but to come up. The long stick was useless. He took out a big axe, and a thick, sharp light bloomed on the axe. Han Fei stretched out his hands, and gloves appeared on his hands. Bang! After a punch, the man's hands were shattered, and his giant axe was sent flying into the void. At this moment, Han Fei had already beaten more than 50 people along the way. The onlookers all exclaimed, "This person's physique is so strong that he can break an ultra-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasure with his bare hands. Does it mean that his body can resist godly weapons? This guy has been using fist techniques to defend himself from the beginning to the end. Is he from the Fist Light Mountain? Is there such a tough guy in the Fist Light Mountain? The power of this person's casual punch exceeds 10 million waves. What does this mean? It means that his body can resist late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivators. If he uses any secret techniques or the power of the Heavenly Tao, his combat power will probably be comparable to peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivators. I think it's more than that. If his combat power is only comparable to peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivators, would he dare to challenge the Dragon Fighting Street alone? Didn't Dragon Fighting Street have a peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivator? Fire Phoenix, Surging Fire Tide. At this time, Feng Xinglu had just defeated more than 30 people, but Han Fei could see that Feng Xinglu was already a bit exhausted. He probably couldn't last long. 100 seconds later, when Feng Xinglu pierced through the 39th person, someone unleashed the fatal poison sting and took advantage of the moment when Feng Xinglu's breath was chaotic to launch an attack. Steal. Han Fei stole the time around that person. In the next moment, Feng Xinglu had already reacted. With a sweep of his sword, the flames incinerated the poisonous stinger. Feng Xinglu didn't notice this. He felt very tired now and felt that he and Han Fei were too careless. It was too difficult for 2 people to fight 200 people. He was afraid that they wouldn't be able to fight anymore in the latter half of the battle. Han Fei said, "Feng Xinglu, do you want to be on the heaven roll? Do you want to go to the Central Sea Divine Realm? Do you want to surpass Feng Yu? If you do, fight until you're completely exhausted." Roar! Feng Xinglu's eyes were spitting fire as he roared, "You ants, come at me together." Feng Yu had already arrived at the Divine Capital Dynasty. She was invited by the royal family of the Divine Capital Dynasty and was visiting a princess. When the flame emblem lit up, Feng Yu glanced at it and said to the princess, "Lan Xin, do you know the Dragon Fighting Street?" The princess, who was sipping tea, was slightly surprised. Dragon Fighting Street? That's not a good place. Why is Miss Yu suddenly asking about this? Feng Yu got up and said, "Two of my family have gone to Dragon Fighting Street. I have to take a look." Huh? Challenge the Dragon Fighting Street? The princess named Lan Xin couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. There are so many strong masters on the Dragon Fighting Street. How can two people break through? An hour later, Feng Xingliu couldn't fight anymore. He had only defeated 48 people, feeling mentally exhausted and physically powerless, and his soul was extremely sore. This soreness was partly caused by his outburst, and partly because he was beaten up. At this moment, Han Fei had already defeated more than 80 people, but he suddenly turned back and came to Feng Xingliu. "When I was fighting, a maidservant massaged your feet for you. When I was fighting, you might be lying on the rocking chair sleeping. When I was competing for resources, you might despise the treasures in your family's treasure house. When I was competing for resources, someone might have already sent the resources to you, but you were thinking how you could escape from cultivation, Xingliu. You cannot be a young master forever. Where are your divine techniques? Where are your flames? Where is the blood of the divine phoenix flowing in your body? Ignite it and let it burn violently. Look, I'm going to reach the end of the street, but you're only halfway through. Don't you want to catch up with me? Feng Xingliu, if you cross this street, you will be the most handsome boy on this street. You will make a name for yourself, shake the Divine Capital Dynasty, and impress the entire Phoenix Divine race." Feng Xingliu heard Han Fei's cry at this moment, but he didn't have the time to speak because it would mess up his breath. However, a fire was burning in his heart. He didn't quite understand what Han Fei meant before, but now he knew that Han Fei was squeezing his power. He was also wondering why Han Fei could do it, but he couldn't. As for the others who were watching the battle, including many playboys on the Dragon Fighting Street, their eyes turned cold. These two guys actually used the Dragon Fighting Street as a whetstone. Someone shouted, "Come on, kill them!" Two late-stage sky-opening realm cultivators rushed up. One of them slashed with his long saber, and the saber beam spread out for thousands of kilometers, carrying the Tao of destruction. The other formed a strange seal and gathered the power of the heavenly Tao into an invisible cage. When the two forces enveloped him, Han Fei's eyes turned cold. He counterattacked and fused the sacrificing punch with the imposing dragon punch. Bang, boom, the barrier exploded, and the saber beam turned into powder. The two cultivators joined forces, trying to block the attack, but half of their bodies were annihilated, and blood splashed across the sky. Han Fei's punch went all the way to the end of Dragon Fighting Street. In front of the young master, an old servant in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm took action. He reached out and grabbed, and the power of the great Tao gathered. Bang! The ripples shook, unable to affect the young master at all. The young master smiled faintly. "This person is indeed very strong." The old servant nodded slightly. "This person's fist mark carries invincible intent. He didn't show it before because he didn't fight to his full strength. Now, I can be sure that he takes the path of invincibility." "Oh, the path of invincibility? No wonder he dares to come to the Dragon Fighting Street. He is not only sharpening his knives with the Dragon Fighting Street, but also beating the heavenly race and making a name for himself. However, he has to be alive to walk the path of invincibility." Roar! Whoosh! At that moment, Feng Xingliu erupted. He began to burn his blood and crazily make his great Tao operate. In his origin sea, the ground veins were trembling, and the core of his origin sea was solidifying, constantly producing Tao runes. Feng Xingliu is the most handsome boy on this street. Divine technique, arrow aura like a phoenix. Feng Xingliu had released all his strength. His skin was torn apart, and scarlet burning blood was as sticky as magma, and flames all over his body turned into arrows. A spear light broke through the void, but before it approached him, the spear light was melted by the terrifying heat wave. A sword tide surged and stopped 10,000 feet away from Feng Xingliu. Some of the poisons, like snakes, evaporated tens of thousands of feet away. For a moment, none of the various techniques could get close to him. Han Fei looked at the 20 or so people left on the other half of the road. They knew that they couldn't beat Han Fei, so it wouldn't be their fault if they were defeated by Han Fei. However, at this moment, even they couldn't help but marvel at the huge potential and terrifying strength of these two people. Although the 10,000-year competition hadn't started yet, they knew that these two people would definitely make a name in the competition. Feng Yu was still some distance away from the Dragon Fighting Street. All of a sudden, she sensed the descent of a fire phoenix. Second awakening of bloodline? Is this the Fire Phoenix divine technique after the essence blood was burnt? Chapter 2328, Conquer Dragon Fighting Street. What Han Fei needed to do was to stimulate Feng Xingliu. Regardless of whether Feng Xingliu was stupid or not, the Phoenix divine race was involved in the war with the heavenly race because of him. What Feng Xingliu lacked was an opportunity. As long as he found this opportunity, his strength would make a qualitative leap. He might even find his own star path. Han Fei didn't know if his provocation worked, but it seemed to be working. Otherwise, Feng Qingcheng would have spoken long ago. But now, Feng Qingcheng just followed them from a distance without saying a word. She was even a little nervous. As for why she was nervous, it was unknown. When Feng Yu arrived, she was stunned to see Feng Xingliu that was bathed in blood and fighting to his peak. Is this Feng Xingliu? In her impression, Feng Xingliu would do nothing but bragging and being jealous. He didn't even kill much. It was precisely because he hadn't done anything proper but had cultivated to the star transformation realm with his talent alone that the divine phoenix race took him seriously. She had taken Feng Xingliu to various trials before. However, the results of the trials were always not good. He accepted the trials and was improving, but he was always lacking something. At this moment, Feng Yu suddenly realized that what Feng Xingliu lacked was courage, madness, and a fanaticism that was on the verge of death. At this moment, Feng Xingliu was fighting on the left side of the dragon fighting street and moving forward. He seemed to be caught in a tsunami of battle. His speed was very fast, and in the flames, he could draw all kinds of weapons at will. However, the Great Tao was the same. The scorching flames that turned into weapons could also turn into a flame barrier, blocking in front of him. Standing on the right side of the street, Han Fei shouted at Feng Xingliu, "Keep attacking. There are only 30 people left." In fact, there were still 44 people on Feng Xingliu's side. Han Fei was still shouting, "Feng Xingliu, didn't you eat? You ate a hot pot in the morning. There are still 10 people left. Beat them, and you will win." Hearing Han Fei's roar, many people were speechless. There were still fucking 30 of them. How could there only be 10? However, for some reason, it felt great to see fewer and fewer strong masters on Dragon Fighting Street. The Dragon Fighting Street was full of playboys. Even in the Dragon Fighting Arena, they had never seen such a crazy battle. It was simply exciting. These playboys didn't care about anything else, although they crazily clamored to kill Feng Xingliu and Han Fei a moment ago. Now, some people had forgotten their original intentions and roared crazily with Han Fei. "Feng Xingliu, is this all you've got? You can't even cross the Dragon Fighting Street. How can you call yourself a heavenly talent? Fuck, Feng Xingliu, if you can cross this street, let's become sworn brothers. Feng Xingliu, as long as you cross this street, I'll give you 10 female cultivators. Feng Xingliu, if you can't cross the Dragon Fighting Street, you won't be able to get on the heaven roll." At this time, the entire Dragon Fighting Street was in an uproar, full of agitation and fanaticism. Some were throwing resources randomly, some were smashing sea-quelling bizarre treasures on the ground, and some were dancing and following Feng Xingliu. In any case, under the influence of inexplicable emotions, these people seemed to have gone crazy. Han Fei found that his voice was drowned out. Feng Xingliu seemed to have lost his mind in the noisy and crazy voices. Han Fei could only shout, 8 more, 7 more, hold on a little longer. When Feng Xingliu defeated more than a dozen people, Han Fei shouted, "There are still 6 left. You'll win if you defeat them." At this time, Han Fei looked at the dozen or so people on his side who he hadn't solved. These people looked nervously at Han Fei, who was approaching, because there were only a dozen or so people left for Feng Xingliu. Han Fei glanced at the people in front of him and shouted, "All of you, come at me together." These people smiled bitterly in their hearts. "We fucking want to do it too, but our boss won't allow it." However, perhaps because the big shots knew that they couldn't beat Han Fei, the people blocking Han Fei received the voice transmissions one after another and left the battlefield. Different from Feng Xingliu, Han Fei swept all the way just now, and the force of his punch was more than 10 million waves. Wouldn't be you afraid if he launched thousands of punches on you in an instant? This fierce man was obviously not someone the people on the Dragon Fighting Street could block. If he didn't go to the Dragon Fighting Arena, no one would fight Han Fei to death on the Dragon Fighting Street. On Feng Xingliu's side, Han Fei felt that his chi and blood were dropping, less than half of his peak. He seemed to be extremely exhausted, and the flame barrier was no longer stable. Han Fei frowned slightly and shouted, "Cheer up, there's still one last blow. Pierce them." Behind the Dragon Fighting Street, Princess Lan Xin looked at Feng Yu and couldn't help but ask, "Miss Yu, who is this?" The corners of Feng Yu's mouth curled up slightly. "My younger brother." Lan Xin's heart did a flip. Was every one of the Phoenix Divine race so strong? The sister was ranked first on the heaven roll, and the younger brother broke into Dragon Fighting Street and fought from the start of the street to the end of the street, about to fight it through. Feng Yu couldn't help but look at Han Fei, thinking that her little junior brother was quite trustworthy. Once Feng Xingliu got through this and had his second bloodline awakening, he would be comparable to a heavenly talent who entered the star transformation realm when his origin sea was 640,000 kilometers long. However, the power of Feng Xingliu had begun to decline, which was not a good thing. Buzz. Suddenly, on Dragon Fighting Street, a girl in red came up and walked to the end of the street with one stride. Han Fei was stunned. Feng Yu was here? The young master sitting at the end of the street could sense that the 2 old servants in front of him instantly tensed up and approached him, making a defensive posture. However, Feng Yu didn't care about this young master at all. She said to Feng Xingliu, "Phew, you can't do it anymore? Are you going to chicken out?" Huff. Feng Xingliu's body suddenly stiffened, and his chi and blood and flames that were sliding down instantly soared again. "Feng Yu is here? Even Feng Xinglu, who was in this special state, knew that Feng Yu was here. Feng Yu is here. How can I flinch? Ah! Buzz! A brilliant divine bird roared angrily, and flames filled half of the dragon fighting street. Feng Xinglu drew a blazing longsword from his body and thrust it out. The sword left no trace as the sea of fire roared. Pung! 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 The remaining 7 or 8 people exploded under this sword. A big hand quickly grabbed the remains of these people's bodies and souls, saving their lives. Upon seeing this, Han Fei immediately shouted, "You did it, Feng Xinglu. You conquered Dragon Fighting Street. Today, you are the most handsome boy on this street." Buzz. Although the enemy was finished, the flames were still burning. In the flames, there was a red light shining. On the Dragon Fighting Street, a fire phoenix soared into the sky, spiraling into the flames. At this time, Feng Qingcheng rushed over. "Sister Ra." When Feng Yu saw this, she immediately frowned and said, "Why did you make yourself so ugly?" Feng Qingcheng said, "We're not at home. It's very dangerous outside." "How is Feng Xinglu doing?" Feng Yu said. "He had a second bloodline awakening." "Not bad, but it's a pity that he hadn't comprehended the life and death challenge yet. Otherwise, his strength would have definitely increased greatly, and he might have even surpassed the late-stage star transformation realm and entered the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm." Then she looked at Han Fei. "Little Han Fei, thanks." Han Fei laughed. "No need to thank me. It's my fault to involve the Phoenix divine race into my business." "Your business?" At this moment, Han Fei pointed at the heavenly race cultivators hiding in the crowd and shouted, "If you have the guts, don't run. Get over here and kneel on the ground." Be starred. "Han Fei, are you bullying our heavenly race?" Han Fei said, "Yes, I'm just bullying your heavenly race. Isn't there a dragon fighting arena on Dragon Fighting Street? Ask the top heavenly talents of your heavenly race to come. If they dare not come, they're my grandsons." The person's face flushed with anger. "You lunatic, what nonsense are you spouting? If you have the guts, don't leave. When all the heavenly talents of the heavenly race arrive, we'll make you kneel on the Dragon Fighting Street." Han Fei arrogantly pointed at the man's nose and shouted, "Then call them over. I'm waiting for you." Feng Yu had heard that Han Fei took Feng Xinglu to fight the heavenly race. It was said that he robbed some heavenly talents of the heavenly race and suppressed the 4 heavenly talents of the heavenly race. At that time, Feng Yu thought that little junior brother was quite powerful. She had thought that little junior brother wouldn't be very strong since he hadn't turned his origin sea into a star yet. However, today she found that she was wrong. Han Fei had finished fighting Dragon Fighting Street earlier than Feng Xinglu and looked energetic and unscathed. It couldn't have been so easy even for a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator to defeat 100 people alone, right? Pa, pa, pa. At this moment, the young master was actually applauding at the end of Dragon Fighting Street. He said with a smile, "Indeed, you did it. The 2 of you beat the entire Dragon Fighting Street. You're really strong. However, you can't just mess with our Dragon Fighting Street like this. Even if you made it, I'm afraid you won't be able to walk out of this street if you don't give me a reason today." Han Fei sneered. "How can you stop us from walking out of this street? With the 2 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators in front of you?" The young master put on a smile, craned his neck on the chair, and said casually, "On the Dragon Battle Street, there are 18 regular peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators and 3 perfected star transformation realm cultivators. Do you want to fight them too?" Han Fei's heart did a flip. Good lord, there are quite a number of strong masters. I definitely can't beat them now. However, I can't be afraid. Han Fei sneered. "Perfected star transformation. I once captured one alive." But immediately, Han Fei smacked his lips and said, "I heard that Dragon Fighting Street is the bloodiest, most violent, and most chaotic place in the Divine Capital Dynasty. I like this kind of place, so I'm here today to make a name, and, by the way, use the Dragon Fighting Arena on the Dragon Fighting Street to declare war on the Gate of Heaven." "Why? Is there an order on Dragon Fighting Street? You don't even want to lend me a place?" Chapter 2029, The Price of Conquering, The Borrow My Place. The Dragon Fighting Arena? You challenged the Dragon Fighting Street just for that? This young master didn't really believe that Han Fei wanted to make a name for himself. When Han Fei challenged the heavenly race, he had already made a name for himself. Of course, this time he also made a name, but this time the one who really made a name was not Han Fei, but Feng Xinglu. Therefore, he was more inclined to believe that Han Fei wanted to use the Dragon Fighting Street's place to declare war on the heavenly race. Therefore, Han Fei almost fucking destroyed the Dragon Fighting Street just to declare war on the heavenly race. Hearing Han Fei's explanation, the young master felt a little uncomfortable. Han Fei raised his chin. "Hey, who are you? Can you make a decision? Or are you afraid of the heavenly race too?" The young master suddenly stood up. "Afraid of the heavenly race? I suspect that you are insulting me. I am xuanhuan, the 3rd prince of the royal family of the divine capital. Do you think I am afraid of the heavenly race?" Han Fei's heart did a flip. Wow, this guy seems to have a powerful background. The divine capital dynasty presides over the East Sea divine realm and is the strongest power in the East Sea divine realm. Why is the 3rd prince of this strongest power here? But on the path of cultivation, what was the use of having such an identity? You're the third prince, and I'm the fucking human emperor. How can I be inferior to you? Han Fei immediately raised his head and said, "Oh, third prince. Does the entire Dragon Fighting Street listen to you?" Kongshuan said. Dragon Fighting Street is an island of freedom. Here, everything is free. Freedom to kill? Kongshuan's lips curled. As long as you think you can escape after killing someone, you can kill. Han Fei thought that Dragon Fighting Street had 3 peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivators and 18 peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivators. If Kongshuan issued an order, there might come strong masters many times more than now. So, although he had conquered Dragon Fighting Street just now, he didn't kill anyone, which should be the right choice. Although he came to the Dragon Fighting Street to provoke them, he wasn't crazy enough to court death. In Han Fei's view, he just crossed a street, which shouldn't be considered courting death. Han Fei said, "In that case, are you interested in doing business?" Heh, Kongshuan immediately laughed. "You almost destroyed Dragon Fighting Street, and now you want to do business with me?" Han Fei said matter-of-factly. "Fighting is fighting, and business is business. I heard that winning a fight in the dragon fighting arena can earn countless resources. You, the third prince, shouldn't lack resources. However, I don't believe you don't want more resources, more godly weapons. Even monarchs needed to go to the Sea of Stars to grab resources, let alone emperors." Kongshuan narrowed his eyes and suddenly smiled. "Han Fei, I know you. You're quite a capable person. Your origin is unknown, your strength is powerful, and you have many godly weapons. Although you are strong, don't underestimate the strong in the world, especially the heavenly race." Then, Kongshuan said leisurely, "You said you wanted to declare war on the heavenly race and borrow the life and death arena of the Dragon Fighting Street. But why? You have to show your identity. Otherwise, do you think the heavenly race will fight you?" Han Fei asked. "So, you want me to reveal my identity?" Kongshuan shrugged. "Even if it's a life and death battle, you have to have a decent identity, right? Will the heavenly race want to fight an itinerant cultivator in person? I don't think so." Kongshuan was full of confidence. "If others can't figure out your background, then let me do it. I'll let you personally tell your background in front of countless people on Dragon Fighting Street." Kongshuan stretched out his hand, and an enchanting woman immediately came up with a wine cup and handed it to Kongshuan. He said casually, "It's really interesting. Dragon Fighting Street has been boring for a long time, but now things become interesting because of you." Han Fei chuckled. "If I reveal my identity, will you help me preside over the declaration of war?" Kongshuan extended his hand. "Of course not. In the dragon fighting arena, it's all about wealth. Anyway, after you die, your wealth will belong to someone else. If you don't have any wealth, why should they fight you? Just because of your provocation and ridicule? I think you underestimate the shamelessness of the heavenly race." Others didn't dare to say it, but Kongshuan did. No one would think there was anything wrong if he said the heavenly race was shameless. Han Fei grinned. "Wealth. Although I'm not as rich as the royal family of the divine capital, I do have some properties." Han Fei waved his wrist and took out 291 sky-opening realm qualification tokens. Then, Han Fei's boxing gloves floated in the air. "You can send someone to investigate my gloves. It's comparable to an ultra-quality godly weapon." Then, a red bead appeared on Han Fei's chest. He smiled casually. An ultra-quality godly weapon. Feng Yu looked at Han Fei speechlessly, as if it was the first time she knew Han Fei. So, was little junior brother so arrogant outside? Why was he so arrogant? Feng Yu couldn't figure it out. The place where Han Fei came from was just an origin ground. It was said that there weren't even many people in the sky-opening realm there. Now, it seemed that he had got many ultra-quality godly weapons. Wasn't he afraid that he would lose? Or did little junior brother want to use the void mark of the void temple and rely on eldest senior brother? Feng Yu couldn't help but look at Feng Qingcheng. Is he always so arrogant when he's with you? Feng Qingcheng thought about it and remembered how Han Fei flaunted the godly weapons when he challenged Black Shark. At that time, she thought that Han Fei was a direct line descendant of a big clan. Feng Qingcheng nodded slightly. He's even more arrogant than this. "Hey, not just that, I'll raise the stakes." Suddenly, a hoarse voice came from the steaming flames. The fire phoenix slowly became illusory, and the flames began to shrink. A moment later, Feng Xingliu, covered in wounds, revealed himself from the flames. Feng Xingliu said to Han Fei via voice transmission, "It hurts." When Feng Xingliu spoke, his mouth seemed to hurt, mainly because his injuries were too serious. Every time he moved, his whole body hurt. With a thought, Han Fei threw 3 liquid divine halos over. But in order to show off, Feng Xingliu endured the pain all over his body and chuckled. "It's just a minor injury. What's there to worry about?" After that, he opened his mouth and gently sucked, and 3 balls of liquid divine light entered his body. Then, Feng Xingliu walked out of the flames. His body was burning with raging flames. The blood in his body was flowing back, and his wound was healing. He swaggered arrogantly. He spat and raised his hand, and 278 qualification tokens flew towards Han Fei. Feng Xingliu said, "I'll raise the stakes. How much are nearly 600 sky-opening realm tokens worth?" Feng Qingcheng suddenly understood. She waved her hand, and 362 sea establishment tokens flew to Han Fei. Feng Qingcheng added, me too. Feng Qingcheng naturally knew that the heavenly race had blocked the trade channels. They had these qualification tokens, but they couldn't sell them. Since Kung Xuan wasn't afraid of the heavenly race, they would give them to him. However, Kung Xuan wasn't stupid. He had sent someone to investigate just now, and the results of the investigation had been out. Recently, the heavenly race had ordered that no one was allowed to accept the qualification tokens in Han Fei's hands. Otherwise, they would be enemies of the heavenly race. Ha ha ha! Kung Xuan immediately laughed and said, is the Phoenix Divine race so poor that they need to sell their qualification tokens for resources? At that moment, Feng Yu suddenly looked at Kung Xuan, which shocked Kung Xuan. He felt an inexplicable suppressing pressure. He had almost forgotten that Feng Yu, the first place on the heaven roll, was also from the Phoenix Divine race. However, as the third prince of the royal family of the divine capital, he was still calm. He said calmly, I think this is the real purpose of your visit, right? The heavenly race threatened the various races not to buy your qualification tokens. Then, you thought of the Dragon Fighting Street and said that you were here to challenge us. Heh, because of this, you almost destroyed the Dragon Fighting Street, am I right? Han Fei didn't feel embarrassed at all. He said without blushing, yes, that's one of the main reasons. But more importantly, I'm good at fighting. Since the heavenly race can't affect the Dragon Fighting Street, I'll just sell them here, Kung Xuan said. Then why don't you just sell them here? Why did you fight us? You're not giving me face, Han Fei said. If I want others to buy my goods, I have to be famous. In short, can the qualification tokens be taken as my properties? Kung Xuan said, yes. The Dragon Fighting Street will buy them at 20% off the market price. That's the highest price I can offer. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. If it were in the Zhao family's resource trade center, the price would be 10% higher than the market price. Now, it was 20% lower than the market price. Just as Han Fei was about to speak, Kung Xuan said, oh, it's not over yet. If you want the Dragon Fighting Street to buy your tokens, you have to reveal your identity so that I can arrange the Dragon Fighting Arena. A dandy was not necessarily a fool. Sometimes he was very smart. No one in the market wants your goods, but I want them, so you have to give me a discount. In the entire Divine Capital dynasty, no one knows your identity, so I have to know. But in fact, these were not reasons. Kung Xuan didn't lack the 30% resources, and he didn't care about Han Fei's identity. What he wanted from Han Fei now was the face. This was the price to pay for defeating the entire Dragon Fighting Street. Chapter 2030, Dragon Fighting Arena. However, in Han Fei's view, the Dragon Fighting Street had already been defeated by him and Feng Xingliu. Why did he still want to save face? If he didn't have an identity before, it would be fine. But now, in any case, he had gained an identity from the God of War. As for whether this identity was good enough, Han Fei felt that it shouldn't be bad. The wild ancient race must have been a big force that had stood for countless years in the West Sea Divine Realm. Feng Xingliu didn't know that. He had always thought that Han Fei was from the ancient demon god clan. Among the various ancient clans in the West Sea Divine Realm, only the ancient demon god clan was the most miserable. He remembered Han Fei's words. If Han Fei revealed his identity, the person who attacked him might change from sky openers to monarchs. At that time, even the Phoenix Divine race wouldn't be able to protect him. Feng Xingliu snorted coldly. If you have the ability, beat my brother. This kind of threat is despicable. Feng Xingliu didn't think that the people of the Dragon Fighting Street could be Han Fei's opponents and wouldn't be able to force Han Fei to use the methods of the ancient demon god clan. However, Han Fei chuckled. If you want to know my identity, fine. What can I get from the Dragon Fighting Arena? Kung Xuan grinned. You can get as many resources as you can take out as long as you win. Of course, your opponent has to agree. If the heavenly race chooses not to fight, there won't be any life and death battles. Of course, even if there aren't life and death battles, you can still sell some of your tokens, right? Han Fei frowned slightly. Did I spend so much effort just to sell some of my tokens at a 30% discount? Feng Xingliu said, why don't we just drop it? After all, Feng Yu looked at Feng Xingliu and then at Han Fei, wondering how the two of them became brothers. Alas, Feng Xingliu didn't seem to be as stupid as before. Also, what identity did little junior brother have? Why was he pretending at this time? Did he want to use his identity as a disciple of the Void Temple? Once the identity of the Void Temple was exposed, it wouldn't be a small matter. Among the three temples, only the Void Temple was the most mysterious. Even the Time Temple often had people showing up in the world. However, the Void Temple only had 12 people in total. They were scattered and extremely difficult to find among the countless strong masters in the 5 divine realms. Once his identity was exposed, the number of people paying attention to him would probably be unimaginable. At that time, if he didn't borrow the power of eldest senior brother, he probably wouldn't be able to escape. Han Fei said, okay, with the power and identity of the heavenly race in the East Sea Divine Realm, I'll have no choice but accept it if they're afraid of fighting. Then, Han Fei looked around at the two sides of Dragon Fighting Street. Amidst the countless curious voices and hoots, his body glowed red. Han Fei, buzz. Suddenly, everyone saw 2 axes flying in the air, brimming with fighting intent. Behind Han Fei, a terrifying figure seemed to rise from the ground. That figure was entirely covered in blood. His face couldn't be seen clearly, but his boundless fighting intent shocked everyone on the entire dragon fighting street. Fuck, what race is this? What a crazy fighting intent. Heh, I don't think this is from the East Sea Divine Realm, right? At least, it can't be the Fistlight Mountain. There's no such inheritance in the Fistlight Mountain. What's behind him? It looks like some kind of divine phantom. Oh my god, this guy is really powerful. I knew that he couldn't be an ordinary person, let alone an itinerant cultivator. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, I know, this is the god of war from the West Sea Divine Realm. It's said that although he hasn't become a god, his combat power is godly. Huh? God of War? What kind of race is that? The Wild Ancient race? Huh? This guy came from the West Sea Divine Realm? Why is someone from the West Sea Divine Realm so arrogant in our East Sea Divine Realm? Fuck, kill him. I've never seen such an arrogant and despotic person from the West Sea Divine Realm. Even if you have a powerful background in the West Sea Divine Realm, you still have to keep a low profile in our East Sea Divine Realm. Who wants to fight this life or death battle and nail this Western barbarian on the dragon fighting arena? The rich kids who were cheering for Han Fei just now suddenly turned their attitude to Han Fei. These people were very strange. Why couldn't the people from the West Sea Divine Realm be arrogant in the East Sea Divine Realm? They began to unite for no reason, as if the East Sea was their home and they needed to protect it. Feng Yu was surprised. She knew Han Fei's identity best because she was responsible for the entry test for Han Fei. No matter what, it was impossible for Han Fei to have a relationship with the West Sea Divine Realm. It could only be said that after Han Fei came out, he had some chance and obtained the inheritance of the god of war of the Wild Ancient race. Feng Yu couldn't help but smile. She had been thinking about how to help Han Fei out, but there was no need now. However, what puzzled her now was that little junior brother was going to fight in the dragon fighting arena. There was no fairness or unfairness in this arena. If she hadn't learned that Han Fei had once captured a perfected star transformation realm cultivator, she would have stopped him. Feng Xinglu, on the other hand, widened his eyes and looked at Han Fei in surprise. The Wild Ancient race? How could it be the Wild Ancient race? Immediately, Feng Xinglu came up with a strange story. When the ancient demon god clan was invaded and the divine sons were slaughtered, Han Fei, who had just been born, was secretly sent to the Wild Ancient race. From then on, he hid his identity. In order to take revenge, he began to fight crazily and plundered resources. The dignified son of God was even branded with the inheritance mark of another race. How much pressure did he have to bear? Immediately, the qi and blood on Feng Xingliu's body soared and flames began to burn. Unfortunately, although he had swallowed 3 masses of liquid divine brilliance, his injuries were still too serious and he was extremely mentally exhausted. He couldn't launch an attack. Because of the appearance of the phantom of the god of war, everyone's attention was not on Feng Xingliu at the moment. They thought that he had only recovered a little and nothing special. Buzz. The god of war seal and the phantom of the god of war disappeared, and Han Fei held his head high. Did you see that? My identity is exactly this identity. It's not that I don't want to show my identity, but on my way here, all I met was trash. They don't deserve me revealing my identity. Kongshuan frowned slightly, somewhat surprised. He had thought that Han Fei might be from the North Sea Divine Realm, the South Sea Divine Realm, or some hidden power, but he didn't expect this guy to be from the West Sea Divine Realm. Heh 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 heh, Kongshuan immediately laughed. You are really the boldest barbarian from the West Sea Divine Realm that I have ever seen. Han Fei raised his head. Why? Do you look down on my identity? Kongshuan said leisurely. No, but since you've revealed your identity, I'm afraid you're in trouble. Han Fei could hear people sighing and cursing on both sides of the dragon fighting street. There were all kinds of voices. Someone said, the West Sea Divine Realm is too far away. Even if Han Fei is the descendant of the god of war, he can't escape the palm of the heavenly race in the East Sea Divine Realm. Someone said guiltily, unless he never leaves the divine capital dynasty for the rest of his life, he will be doomed after the competition. Someone clicked his tongue. If it were me, I would definitely not fight this guy. As long as we wait for the competition to end, he will be dead meat. No one can save him. But can the heavenly race really hold back? If they don't accept his challenge, they will lose face today. And from today onwards, Han Fei will definitely make a name, and his name will be household in the divine capital dynasty. How can the heavenly race tolerate him since he has challenged the heavenly race? Someone frowned. No matter how talented this person is, it's not like the heavenly race don't have peerless talents. They have several strong masters on the heaven roll. Why would they refuse to fight him? Suddenly someone said, I just got the news. Yi Chen from the heavenly race was once captured by Han Fei. The heavenly race used 2 million kilometers of resources to exchange for him. Hiss that murned. What? How is that possible? Yi Chen is in the perfected star transformation realm. This guy? Huh, that's not right. I can't see Han Fei's origin star at all. Fuck, this kid actually has the means to hide his origin star. I heard that he hadn't turned his origin sea into a star just a few years ago. What are you bragging about? How could he capture a perfected star transformation realm cultivator before even entering the star transformation realm? Do you believe it? Oh. Don't forget, he might be able to borrow the power of the god of war. That's true. For a time, discussions were going on both sides of the dragon fighting street. At first, they wanted to kill Han Fei and Feng Xingliu, but now they didn't think it was a big deal that the dragon fighting street was defeated. They were just waiting to see the heavenly race get in trouble, and their evaluation of Han Fei and Feng Xingliu soared. The heavenly talents of the West Sea Divine Realm were also heavenly talents. As for Feng Xingliu, he had his second bloodline awakening after his last outburst. And now that Feng Yu, the first place on the heaven roll, was here, it was impossible to kill them. However, even if they couldn't kill these two, they wanted to see the heavenly race defeat Han Fei. Otherwise, wouldn't it look like there was no strong master in the East Sea Divine Realm? At this time, as Xuanhuan waved his fingers, someone had already gone to prepare the resources. No matter what, with the qualification tokens he got from Han Fei at this price, he could actually get 50% of the profits. Why didn't he take the money others gave him? After a while, when millions of kilometers of resources were placed in front of Han Fei, Xuanhuan said indifferently, "This is a good deal. As for whether the heavenly race will come or not, we'll know in a moment." Chapter 2331, Yi Qianxing. At this moment, Han Fei could vaguely feel the authority of the strong. A real cultivator had nothing to fear because the enemy he faced was not worthy of his fear. For example, although he hadn't reached the perfected star transformation realm yet, he was confident of fighting a perfected star transformation realm cultivator. It was mainly because he was confident and had the powerful void-stealing technique. If a perfected star transformation realm cultivator came to challenge him, he would have a chance to kill him. Of course, Han Fei knew that there must be someone in this world who could crack the void-stealing technique. After all, the 9th level of void fishing was no longer divine quality but ultra quality among the monarch level techniques. Regardless of the level of void fishing, it was a technique that only monarchs could practice. In theory, only monarchs could master void stealing. But he mastered it in advance, which would be equivalent to him having the power of a monarch in advance. This way, it would be equivalent to a dimensional reduction blow for the strong masters in the sky-opening realm. Therefore, Han Fei was not afraid of the dragon fighting arena at all. Even if he had to face a strong master like Zhao Honghuang, he would not be afraid. This was his confidence. After a while, suddenly, many people looked at the entrance of Dragon Fighting Street, and a man with long hair walked over. From his walking posture to the expression on his face, this person seemed a little feminine. Occasionally, he would show some feminine characteristics. When Han Fei saw this person, he frowned slightly. Too feminine, he gave off a very bad feeling. There were many human emotions, but some would make people feel a little frightened and disgusted. Compared to pure evil, this feminine and vicious feeling was especially strange. Of course, Han Fei was not afraid. He wanted to see what the heavenly race would do this time. After Yi Chen was captured by him last time, Han Fei thought that either the heavenly race didn't dare to attack him again, or they must have found a special way to deal with him. However, Han Fei was confident that the heavenly race didn't know all his methods, because he hadn't shown some of his strength yet. What? The heavenly race released this guy? Yi Qianxing? It's the monster Yi Qianxing. Oh, Han Fei is doomed. Compared to this god of slaughter, Han Fei is nothing. Good lord, I haven't heard any news about Yi Qianxing for almost 1,000 years. He's said to have been suppressed by the heavenly race. Why would he appear in the Divine Capital Dynasty at this time? Hiss! Someone took a deep breath. Is this guy here for Han Fei? Oh? Yi Qianxing, long time no see. Xuanhuan sat on his big chair, picked up his wine glass, and took a sip. When did you come to the Divine Capital Dynasty? Yi Qianxing's voice was as feminine as his temperament. It's been 3 months. I heard that a person appeared in the wilderness and attacked the heavenly race crazily. TSK. What a pity. Why didn't he kill them? Isn't it good to kill those pieces of junk? Yi Qianxing grinned with redness in his eyes. Yi Qianxing looked at Han Fei and let out a shrill laugh. I really didn't expect you to be willing to fight in the dragon fighting arena. What a pity. I'm counting on you to help me kill more good-for-nothings of the heavenly race in the 10,000-year competition. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Han Fei snorted. What are you talking about? Why are you fighting for the heavenly race when you hate them so much? Are you out of your mind? Immediately, there was silence on both sides of the dragon fighting street. Even these rich kids were unwilling to talk to the lunatic Yi Qianxing, but Han Fei mocked him unscrupulously. Yi Qianxing licked his lips, his shoulders slightly shaking. Interesting, as expected of someone who conquered the dragon fighting street. Don't worry. When I pick your head and extract your soul, marrow, and bloodline, I will definitely kill more strong masters of the heavenly race for you. At this moment, Feng Yu said, Yi Qianxing had already become famous 10,000 years ago. He was known for his ruthlessness and viciousness. He once entered the heavenly talent selection in the Central Sea Divine Realm. Because of his cruelty and bloodthirsty nature, no one who fought him survived. As a result, the top heavenly talents died one after another, so he was forced to withdraw from the competition and was sent back to the East Sea Divine Realm. Han Fei responded, It didn't make sense. Feng Yu said, It didn't make sense indeed, but I wasn't even born back then. Let me fight this battle, okay? Let me see how strong this cultivator who has been famous for 10,000 years is. Han Fei said, No, leave this person to me. The heavenly race caused me a huge loss. How can I vent my hatred if I let you do it for me? Feng Yu was speechless. Vent your hatred? That's just because the heavenly race made you lose money. Feng Yu said, I won't stop you when you reach the peak level late stage star transformation realm, but you haven't turned your origin sea into a star yet, Han Fei said. I have. Huh? Feng Yu's beautiful eyes lit up. Really? Wait, when did Han Fei transform his origin sea into a star? Could the star transformation be so quick? Immediately Feng Yu asked in surprise, when did you enter the star transformation realm? I remembered you hadn't the last time we met. How large was your origin sea when you entered the star transformation realm? As Feng Yu bombarded him with questions, Han Fei replied casually, you know that I know the great Tao of time, right? So I can accelerate time for myself. I told Feng Xinglu that my origin sea was 490,000 kilometers when I did that because I didn't want to discourage him, but in fact it was 640,000 kilometers. Han Fei thought for a moment and didn't tell her the fact that his origin sea was actually 810,000 kilometers when he did it because it might hurt her feelings. Hundred Tida, Feng Yu instantly took a deep breath. How many years had it been? It seemed to be less than 3 years, but he had already entered the star transformation realm. Feng Yu was dumbfounded. However, Feng Yu wasn't surprised that Han Fei had a 640,000 kilometer star transformation. Eldest senior brother's judgment couldn't be wrong. She would be surprised if Han Fei had a 490,000 kilometer star transformation. After all, even if he had a 490,000 kilometer star transformation, he was still considered a genius, although there were still some such talents. As time went by, there were actually quite a lot of them. However, there were very few people who could have a 640,000 kilometer star transformation. Although there were more than 1 or 2 of them after a long time, they were still extremely rare. Besides, there might not be many people who could have a 640,000 kilometer star transformation and still stay in the sea realm. This was because there was a high probability that those who had a 640,000 kilometer star transformation could become monarchs. After becoming monarchs, few people were willing to stay in the sea realm. In order to continue to become stronger, many monarchs would go to the Sea of Stars. The vast Sea of Stars seemed endless. Even monarchs couldn't explore it completely. However, Feng Yu was a little conflicted in her heart. After the surprise, she sighed slightly. Should she tell little junior brother that she had a 810,000 kilometer star transformation? What if she hurt him? Han Fei and Feng Yu were both afraid of hurting each other, so they hid some of the truth. Feng Yu thought for a moment. Since little junior brother dares to fight, he probably has a certain degree of confidence. What's the big deal about the dragon fighting arena? Even if little junior brother really loses, I can help him. Who dares to stop me? Even at the very worst, eldest senior brother could take action to suppress the entire divine capital. Then no one would dare to touch a single strand of Han Fei's hair. Feng Yu nodded slightly. Han Fei tilted his head and said to Yi Qianjing, ouch, you scared me. Extract my soul and sucked my marrow? Who the hell do you think you are? I can beat the hell out of you. Hiss. 1 CE. Countless people held their breath and gasped. Even Kong Xuan's lips twitched. Fine, I won't interfere in this matter. Just let these 2 lunatics fight. Yi Qianxing suddenly raised his eyes and stared at Han Fei. Then he grinned so widely that his smile almost reached his ears. Han Fei mumbled, what a freak. He has such a big mouth like a clown. Yi Qianjing's feminine and cold voice sounded, very good, I will let you die in pain. Han Fei ignored him and looked at Kong Xuan. Tell me, where is the dragon fighting arena? Heh. Kong Xuan disappeared from Dragon Fighting Street with the throne under his butt. When only Han Fei and the others were left on Dragon Fighting Street, someone shouted, do you know nothing about Dragon Fighting Street? The dragon fighting arena is right under your feet. At this moment, Kong Xuan's voice sounded from a tall building. Except for the contestants, the rest of you, leave the arena immediately. The dragon fighting barrier is about to open. Roar. Ha ha ha. Today's dragon fighting arena is going to be fun. Yi Qianxing, kill him and tear this kid from the western desert apart. Kill Han Fei. Kill Han Fei. Shouts rose and fell on Dragon Fighting Street. Feng Yu grabbed the immobile Feng Xinglu and Feng Yu and left the Dragon Fighting Street. Feng Xinglu snorted reluctantly, but Han Fei's battle was obviously more important now. He quickly said, will Han Fei be okay? This person feels very strong. I can't beat him. Feng Yu sneered. Of course you can't beat him. Who can you beat? Ah, Feng Yu, don't go too far. I'm now the most handsome boy on this street. Feng Yu pouted. Look around. The most handsome boy is over there. Feng Xinglu looked around. Kill Han Fei. Kill him. Aha, come on, bet. At this time, Feng Xinglu was dumbfounded. These people are too much. Have they forgotten me so quickly? Chapter 2332, Difficult Opponent. Han Fei didn't care about the cheers of the people on both sides. He looked at Feng Yu and Feng Xinglu. He said telepathically, bet. Xinglu, bet all your resources on me. We'll split them evenly. Feng Yu, do you have any money? The corners of Feng Yu's mouth twitched, but she still turned around and walked towards the casino. After that, Han Fei pointed at Yi Qianjing. Putting everything else aside, show me your money first so that I know you're not broke. Yi Qianjing was not angry. Instead, he licked the corner of his mouth and threw out a small world, saying, "If you beat me, why would you care about this little resource? I don't have a godly weapon, but I have enough resources. Ha ha ha. I heard that you have multiple ultra-quality godly weapons. I will take them with a smile," Hanfei snorted. "You don't even have a godly weapon, you poor BS stard." Yi Qianxing's face darkened. It wasn't that he didn't have any, but that he didn't need it. He was on the edge of Dao proving and didn't want to use a godly weapon to improve his power. When there were only Hanfei and Yi Qianjing left on Dragon Fighting Street, from the start of the street to the end of the street, everywhere with patterns on the ground emitted a pale golden light. In the sky, a pale golden phantom that had exactly the same length and width as the Dragon Fighting Street appeared. This golden light trembled for a moment, then gradually faded and finally disappeared, turning transparent. But in fact, if anyone appeared at the edge of Dragon Fighting Street at this time, they would find that they had been blocked by an invisible barrier. Yi Qianxing dropped his hands and said in a cold voice, "The dragon fighting barrier is strengthened by a monarch. It can't be opened until a constant is killed." "Sk, are you afraid?" Hanfei chuckled. "Afraid of you, sissy?" Fuck. The harder Hanfei's counterattack was, the more excited the audience was, because they all knew that Hanfei would suffer a storm-like blow from Yi Qianxing. Feng Xinglu, Hanfei is invincible in provocation. Feng Qingcheng asked, "Sister, can brother Hanfei win? This person seems to be very powerful." Feng Yu nodded. "Yes, he is a perfected star transformation realm cultivator." Huh? Feng Xinglu's eyes bulged. Perfected star transformation realm? Then why did you let him fight? Although Feng Xinglu and Hanfei had fought Yi Chen, who was in the perfected star transformation realm, together, well, Hanfei fought the other party alone. It didn't mean that every perfected star transformation realm cultivator was easy to defeat. For a moment, Feng Xinglu breathed heavily. Crazy. Hanfei is really a lunatic. With this in mind, he felt that it wasn't quite crazy for him to defeat the entire Dragon Fighting Street. At this moment, Yi Qianxing stood at the entrance of the street, and Hanfei stood at the end. The two were nearly 80,000 kilometers away. However, there were very few people present who could watch the battle. Most people could only watch the results. While they roared crazily, suddenly, the two people on Dragon Fighting Street disappeared. Knock, knock, knock. In the next moment, 3 super explosions burst out in the middle of the Dragon Fighting Street. The light waves and energy ripples impacted the Dragon Fighting barrier one after another. At this moment, on both sides of the Dragon Fighting Street, even among the Sky Openers, not many people could see their actions clearly. Boom. At the end of the Dragon Fighting Street, Hanfei was suddenly smashed onto the Dragon Fighting barrier, causing ripples on the invisible barrier. What happened? What happened just now? So fast. Faster than 5 times the speed of light. Damn it. Do I have to be in the Sky Opening realm to watch the battles on the Dragon Fighting arena? No, I have to ask my family for resources to improve my strength. Some people could see what happened just now. Hanfei instantly increased his speed to 6 times the speed of light, but Yi Qianxing's speed instantly reached 10 times the speed of light. This was the fastest person Hanfei had encountered so far. In that instant, in fact, Hanfei was hit 13 times by Yi Qianxing, but Hanfei couldn't even touch Yi Qianxing. Because the attack was too fast, there seemed to be only 2 or 3 waves of shockwaves. Everyone was dazzled. Yi Qianxing was still standing in C2, but Hanfei had already hit the Dragon Fighting barrier at the end of the street. If Hanfei hadn't changed his position, many people would have moved. However, this was just a test. No one would take this seriously. Hanfei just grinned, and then the two of them disappeared again. Yi Qianxing could reach 10 times the speed of light. Although it was powerful, it was impossible for Yi Qianxing not to know that he had the means to steal his speed or even his consciousness. So, why did he show such a fast speed in front of him? He knew that it was impossible for him to crush him with speed. Therefore, in the second clash, the moment when Hanfei's body was attacked by Yi Qianxing, Hanfei issued an order in his heart. Yi Qianxing's body froze, and Hanfei threw out an invincible fist mark at Yi Qianxing's head. Bang! The people outside the field could only see Yi Qianxing's figure suddenly appear, but in the next moment, his body exploded into powder. Wow, what happened? So fast, I can't see any trace of his attack at all. Countless people were shocked because this time it was Yi Qianxing who exploded, and Hanfei felt a strange Dao. This was a very strange Dao, like the Dao of clones, but clearly not. However, he could only sense a little of this Dao rune, so he couldn't understand what kind of great Dao it was. However, he learned about Yi Qianxing's Dao of speed. This Dao was unobstructed and ignored space. It was a combination of godly will and space to achieve teleportation. At this moment, Hanfei was standing at the entrance of the street, and Yi Qianxing's voice appeared at the end of the street. Well, as they said, you took away my power. This should be a kind of divine technique, right? Hanfei frowned. Something was wrong. Because the power he stole was real, the person he just blew up should also be real. But Hanfei immediately sensed that something was wrong. If the person just now was real, how could he have blown him up with a single punch? It wasn't like he hadn't fought a perfected star transformation realm cultivator before, not to mention a perfected star transformation realm cultivator. Even if it was a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator with their physiques, he wouldn't be able to blow them with a single punch. If he could unleash all his strength, he might be able to do it, but the power his body could withstand now was absolutely unable to do this. Therefore, Han Fei was sure that the person just now was fake. The power obtained was real, but the person was fake. A dummy could unleash the combat power of a real person, but it wasn't a clone. Was this a divine technique or some kind of great Tao? Han Fei wasn't sure, but he thought he should try again. This time, Han Fei, who was standing on the entrance of the street, slightly tilted his neck and took away Yi Qianxing's consciousness, causing him to fall into a deep sleep. Han Fei stepped in front of Yi Qianxing without hesitation, but he didn't think this person was Yi Qianxing. Without hesitation, Han Fei used the power stealing on this person for the third time, stealing his great Tao. This time, Han Fei only stole a tiny trace of the power of the great Tao. Although he knew that the person was fake, he wanted to see if he could steal the great Tao from this person. As a result, he did steal it, but it was too little, insignificant, and not even enough for him to discover anything. It felt very strange, as if he had only stolen a strand of hair from a cow. He couldn't see through this strand of hair that it was a cow, so Han Fei still couldn't figure out what this person's great Tao was. Outside the dragon fighting street, many people were surprised. Wait, what is Yi Qianxing doing? Attack! What the hell are you doing? Does he fall into Han Fei's illusion? Suddenly, Han Fei extended his hand and inserted it into Yi Qianxing's body. He felt that the other party's physique was not even at the early stage of the sky-opening realm. It was as simple as piercing through a layer of paper. Chi La. Under the stirring of Han Fei's power, the body was obliterated. At this time, Yi Qianxing appeared at the entrance of the street. Are you looking for me? The others were a little confused, wondering what the two of them were doing. They kept changing their positions from the entrance of the street to the end of the street, from the end of the street to the entrance of the street, but they didn't attack. What was going on? Han Fei looked back with a smile. Interesting. He calculated in his heart. This was a bit like Ghostblade's molting. He used this layer of skin to block his void-stealing technique, but Han Fei wasn't sure yet. He had to try again. Buzz, Han Fei attacked again. This time, because he didn't directly steal Yi Qianxing's power, Han Fei and Yi Qianxing engaged in a close combat. The two punched each other and the ground cracked. At that moment, Han Fei felt a purple light enter his body from Yi Qianxing's palm. It was a strange poison. On Han Fei's chest, the god's prayer bead glowed and the poison was basically purged in an instant. There might still be some left, but Han Fei was not a rookie. His resistance to poison was also terrifying. Therefore, Han Fei simply ignored Yi Qianxing's dirty tricks. At that moment, he abandoned the power he had stolen and stole Yi Qianxing's great Tao again. However, at the moment he thought of stealing, the great Tao of time burst out around him. Time reversed here, and Han Fei stole again. At that moment, Han Fei clearly felt an abnormality. The great Tao of time was offset by a speed resistance. Therefore, although Han Fei had stolen more power of the great Tao when he tried the second time, it was still not enough. If he had only stolen a hair just now, now he had only stolen a tuft of hair. However, at this moment, Han Fei realized that he had caught something. It meant that it was not that Yi Qianxing's great Tao couldn't be stolen, but that he didn't have enough time to steal it. Therefore, after the second stealing, Han Fei immediately cast the great Tao of time on himself. The next moment, his speed increased to 8 times the speed of light. Yi Qianxing, who was already affected by the Tao of time, could no longer run at 10 times the speed of light, so Han Fei carried out the third stealing. Bang! However, when Han Fei was stealing for the third time, Yi Qianxing suddenly emitted 10,000 rays of light. He had probably stolen another tuft of great Tao. When the two of them appeared again, the 10,000 streams of light gathered and condensed into Yi Qianxing again. He smiled. Interesting. You're obsessed with stealing my great Tao. Chapter 2333, Defeat the Enemy with Young Soul. On both sides of the dragon fighting street, many people were stunned. At first they were shouting, but then they found that they couldn't watch a battle of this level at all, so they simply stopped shouting. Their perception swept back and forth on the dragon fighting street, just to find where Han Fei and Yi Qianxing were. Yes, most people couldn't find them. However, some people looked at the field with shocked expressions. Feng Xingliu could see Han Fei and Yi Qianxing fighting. He saw the great Tao of time and the occasional clash. It was more like Han Fei was chasing, and Yi Qianxing suddenly exploded into countless streaks of light. Perhaps he didn't know Han Fei's great Tao and techniques, so he was dumbfounded. Most of the people who could see the battle between the two felt the same as Feng Xingliu. Only the dozen or so people at the late stage of the star transformation realm, including Xuanhuan and Feng Yu, were deep in thought. The two's fighting pattern was very strange. Both of them were still testing each other after several rounds. Yi Qianxing seemed to be dodging something, and Han Fei didn't seem to want him to dodge. He even used the great Tao of time to reverse time. Although they didn't know what kind of confrontation the two of them had at that moment, they knew that the two of them must have had a very terrifying confrontation, but others couldn't tell. As for Feng Yu, she seemed to be deep in thought. She had heard the following words from Senior Sister Red Lotus once, when Senior Sister Red Lotus and Senior Sister Green Lotus were frolicking. Senior Sister Red Lotus said, "I steal your great Tao." Senior Sister Green Lotus said, "I steal your chaotic spiritual treasure." Senior Sister Red Lotus said, "I steal your thoughts of stealing my things." Senior Sister Green Lotus said, "I steal your thoughts of stealing my thoughts." At that time, Feng Yu felt that it was like children playing, so she asked Senior Sister Green Lotus and Senior Sister Red Lotus what they meant. Then, Senior Sister Red Lotus said, "This is a great technique deduced by former cultivators of the Void Temple. Unfortunately, it wasn't really completed before those seniors died." For some reason, when Feng Yu saw the battle between Han Fei and Yi Qianxing, she thought of this scene. Han Fei didn't attack much, but Yi Qianxing guarded very carefully. Feng Yu thought that she would ask little junior brother later. If this was really the incomplete technique that Senior Sister Red Lotus mentioned, she might be able to learn it. On Te Arena. In this confrontation, Han Fei and Yi Qianxing didn't seem to fight, but they used a lot of methods. Although Han Fei couldn't take down Yi Qianxing, he had obtained a portion of his Great Tao. He didn't intend to give up the Great Tao he had just snatched. With a thought from Han Fei, he activated the Void Descending, and a clone descended into his quasi-origin star. Buzz. The green jade stone bridge appeared. Han Fei planned to make something out of nothing and see if he could comprehend more of this Great Tao. As for Han Fei's original body, he really charged out this time. With the enhancement of the power of the Heavenly Tao, the God's Prayer Bead, and the God-slaying boxing gloves, his Great Tao was activated. Han Fei's chi and blood immediately soared to the sky. He clasped his hands and unleashed the Immortal Fiend Saber. 1, 2, 3, 36 Immortal Fiend Sabers shot out. They would not stop until they caught up with Yi Qianxing. However, considering Yi Qianxing's Tao of molting, Han Fei knew that the Immortal Fiend Sabers wouldn't work. At most, they could kill 36 dummies. All he had to do was stall for time. However, from the outside, all of this seemed much more intense than before. The Immortal Fiend Saber was not a minor technique. This was Han Fei's former killer move. Even now, it was not something that anyone could easily break. The Immortal Fiend Sabers were thrown out, but Han Fei stood where he was, which puzzled others. But they felt the consecutive explosions in the void, and the entire dragon fighting barrier exploded with billowing ripples, making the audience very excited. Han Fei's heart sank. It was too fast. Yi Qianxing broke the Immortal Fiend Sabers too fast. "Hey, is that all you've got?" At that moment, Yi Qianxing appeared beside Han Fei at 10 times the speed of light, with 2 black bone blades in his hands. Han Fei failed to dodge, mainly because his speed was not fast enough. In the face of 10 times the speed of light, even if he accelerated time, he still couldn't reach Yi Qianxing. Clang, clang, Suddenly, Yi Qianxing's cunning and evil expression disappeared because he found that his dark bone spurs failed to penetrate Han Fei's skin. How could it be possible? He was a perfected star transformation realm cultivator. In terms of physique and strength, he couldn't be weaker than Han Fei. Even if he had fought Han Fei and knew that Han Fei's physique and strength were very strong, so what? He had reached the perfected star transformation realm. From entry to the star transformation realm to the perfected star transformation realm, this path was the true path of the sky-opening realm. Han Fei hadn't stepped on it yet, but he had already walked it through. There was no reason that he couldn't penetrate Han Fei. The path of invincibility? At that moment, Han Fei's body burst into a dazzling golden light. The infinity water was penetrated by the 2 black spurs, and even the invincible golden body was almost pierced through. At this moment, there was clearly a strange poison spreading in his chest. However, the God's Prayer Beads, this ultra-quality auxiliary godly weapon, finally bloomed with its brilliance at this moment. A light-colored ripple spread out from Han Fei's body, and the spreading dark green strange poison was directly purified. Suddenly, Yi Qianxing disappeared and retreated, because he felt a trace of threat just now. What a fast reaction. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Just now, he released the void lines. Although he couldn't control Yi Qianxing with the void lines now, he could still scare him. However, this kind of scare might not work twice. On his origin star, the projection was walking on the green jade stone bridge. Han Fei didn't want to use the green jade stone bridge to walk directly onto Yi Qianxing's Great Tao, because he knew that even if his original body walked over, even if he walked on Yi Qianxing's Great Tao, he would still be much weaker than Yi Qianxing. Therefore, his goal was only to know what this Great Tao was. However, after the short confrontation with Han Fei, Yi Qianxing seemed to be certain that Han Fei couldn't do anything to him, so he was a little unscrupulous. He didn't intend to give Han Fei a chance to react. He wanted to quickly crush him. Yi Qianxing, who had just retreated, attacked again. Those who walk the path of invincibility will die a miserable death. But isn't it great to let me kill you? Ha ha ha. Yi Qianxing appeared again. Knowing that the fist mark was ineffective, Han Fei was about to draw his saber. But suddenly, Han Fei felt that something was wrong. At that moment, what was charging at him was not Yi Qianxing's original body, but a soul. Yang soul? Someone exclaimed. His Yang soul has left his body. This is a technique of the Go Straight. Someone smiled and said, Han Fei is doomed. Even if he has entered the star transformation realm, how can he defeat the Sun Soul technique? Ghost Eyes, Infinite Blood Prison. At that moment, the dragon fighting street turned into a pool of blood. In the pool of blood, thick blood and rotten creatures crawled over Han Fei. This was not an illusion, but a soul poison. It was the soul poison given to him by the other party. Perhaps Yi Qianxing saw that ordinary physical poisons had no effect on Han Fei, so he poisoned Han Fei's soul. Ha ha ha, Bloom, Ghost King Dharmakaya, walalali. In the blood pool, blood bulged, and a ferocious bloody man rose from the ground more than 300 meters tall. Gulp. Wow. Xuanhuan finished the wine in his cup in one gulp and said indifferently, even if Han Fei is a peerless heavenly talent and his physical combat skills are not inferior to those perfected star transformation realm cultivators, the soul is still his weakness. The Ghost King Dharmakaya requires extremely powerful soul power to master. This Dharmakaya is mainly used to attack the soul and corrode it. Han Fei, I'm afraid he will lose. Huh. Why are you here? A long dress appeared beside Xuanhuan. It was Princess Lan Xin who came with Feng Yu. She said casually, Feng Yu asked me about Han Fei. I can feel that the two of them have a deep relationship. If Han Fei dies, I'm afraid you will be hated by her. Once Feng Yu proves her Dao, you have to be careful, Xuanhuan smiled. So what? I might be afraid of her when she proves her Dao and enters the God role. The first place on the heaven roll. However, in the next moment, the corners of Xuanhuan's mouth stiffened, and he couldn't help but sit up straight. Han Fei's body stood on the spot, and his soul also left his body. Is he crazy? This was the common feeling of everyone who saw this scene. How can your soul compare to Yi Qianxing's young soul? However, in the next moment, Han Fei's young soul clenched his fist and shook the blood pool. Bang! To everyone's shock, the blood pool collapsed at a visible speed. Finally, someone exclaimed, Yang Soul, this guy has also cultivated a Yang Soul. That's impossible. How can he control his Yang Soul as easily as controlling his body? Everyone found it ridiculous. Even if Han Fei had hidden his strength and had actually cultivated a Yang Soul, he still had to use a soul technique, right? How could his Yang Soul hit the ground with his fists? More importantly, after one punch, the blood pool was gone. What did a body and soul cultivator mean? Han Fei was going to show Yi Qianxing and these ignorant popinjays, chapter 233-4, none of the heavenly races can fight. Han Fei didn't care if some of his trump cards were exposed. Regardless of whether they were exposed or not, it wouldn't be easy for him to walk out of the Divine Capital Dynasty after the 10,000-year competition. He might as well take the opportunity to get some resources for himself now. Han Fei felt that if it weren't for his hard work to collect resources, he wouldn't have been able to transform his origin sea into a star so smoothly. Han Fei thought that if he killed Yi Qianxing, he might be able to take out his star core and stuff it into his origin star. Then he might be able to save the energy needed to mold the ground veins. Maybe he could quickly condense his star core. Han Fei's Yang Soul appeared and grabbed at the void. Dao patterns of the heavens and earth condensed, and 2 god-sealing spears burst out. Someone exclaimed, What? He grabbed the Dao patterns of the heavens and earth so casually. How did he do it? Someone said, this guy must be hiding his strength. I didn't believe that a person who hasn't entered the star transformation realm could fight a perfected star transformation realm cultivator. Yes, now it seems that Han Fei must have already turned his origin sea into a star. He must have at least reached the late stage of the star transformation realm or even the peak level late stage star transformation realm. Feng Yu was the most surprised of them all. Feng Xingliu was already used to Han Fei's strength. Since the first time Han Fei met him, Han Fei had shown his strength. Later, Han Fei unleashed more and more strange techniques, and he was no longer surprised. Of course, he was still a little surprised. When did Han Fei cultivate a Yang Soul? It was unknown if Yi Qianxing could still shed his shell in his Yang Soul state, so Han Fei shot out 2 god-sealing spears to test him. Yi Qianxing's Ghost King Dharmakaya raised his hand, and a wave of blood chi engraved with blood-colored Dao pattern swept past the god-sealing spears. Pooh, pooh, pooh. The tide was destroyed, but the power of the god-sealing spears was only reduced by half. Yi Qianxing was slightly surprised. What kind of technique was this? The moment the spears touched the tide, they almost sealed the blood tide. Boom, boom, boom. After 3 consecutive waves, Han Fei's god-sealing spears were finally extinguished by the blood tide. Yi Qianxing laughed weirdly and crazily. Interesting. I didn't believe that you could fight a perfected star transformation realm cultivator, but now it seems that you are indeed capable. My Ghost King needs your hot blood, the Ghost Parade. Dao pattern arrays flashed under the feet of the Ghost King Dharmakaya, and ferocious demon-like figures appeared one after another. There were flesh balls full of tentacles, bloody corpses, shadows, and disgusting monsters with sharp mouths and fangs that didn't look like human beings. Han Fei could sense that all the ghosts were soul poison. Is this the Dharmakaya you are so proud of? Han Fei grinned ferociously and activated his Dharma idol. A dazzling golden light enveloped him, and a 10,000-foot-long Dharma idol burst out on Dragon Fighting Street, enveloping Yi Qianxing's rich blood and qi in a faint golden color. With a thought, Han Fei grabbed a holy divine brilliance. He had wanted to purify the Ghost King Dharmakaya and the poison of the Ghost Parade with the divine brilliance. However, in the next moment, Han Fei suddenly felt inexplicably manic and excited. The additional 40% strength of the Dharma idol had made Han Fei even stronger. Han Fei's huge palm grabbed at the ghost poison. Under everyone's shocked gaze, he grabbed 2 ghost poisons and brought them to his mouth. Gulper. After that bite, like eating a fresh and crispy crab claw, Han Fei's Dharma idol actually chewed the ghost poison. Huh? Well, even Kong Xuan rose quickly. How was it possible? Someone exclaimed. That's impossible. The Ghost King Dharmakaya, the super strong Dharmakaya, ranked 66th on the Sea Realm's Dharmakaya list, was actually eaten. Someone was shocked. Even if Han Fei has a Dharma idol, so what? How can a Dharma idol created from the fusion of ordinary Dharmakaya be compared to the Ghost King Dharmakaya? Someone was surprised. Han Fei's former Dharmakaya is definitely not simple. It should be the strongest Dharmakaya of the wild ancient race. Otherwise, it's difficult to explain. Someone sneered. Do the wild ancient race have a super powerful Dharmakaya that surpasses the Ghost King Dharmakaya? Someone said. Not necessarily. Those people in the Western Desert have basically lived from the age of the gods to the present. God knows what mysterious Dharmakayas have been passed down to them. If Han Fei's Dharma idol was only comparable to the Ghost King Dharmakaya, he wouldn't have felt anything. He would only think that Han Fei might be a heavenly talent at the same level as him. However, it was a little unbelievable that Han Fei took the initiative to eat his Ghost Parade. Ghost Parade was the most poisonous soul poison. Was it really fine for him to eat it like this? It turned out that Han Fei had a bigger appetite than Yi Qianxing thought. Under the absolute suppression of the Dharma idol world, Han Fei picked up one ghost after another and stuffed them into his mouth. To others, it was rather disgusting. The ghosts and demonic creatures looked ferocious and looked like aliens. Han Fei ate one alien at a mouthful, making them feel creeped out. The Ghost King Dharmakaya certainly couldn't tolerate this. He put his hands together, and a sea of blood emerged behind him. The tide of blood occupied half of the Dragon Fighting Street before it surged towards Han Fei. After eating a group of ghosts, Han Fei's desire grew stronger and he wanted to swallow the Ghost King Dharmakaya. However, the sea of blood did make him feel pressure. Perhaps he wasn't the strongest now and couldn't sweep through all Dharmakaya. Therefore, Han Fei raised his hands and the infinity water appeared. By logic, an ultra-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasure was no longer useful at this time. However, the infinity water also turned into a blade wave and occupied the other half of the street. This was not enough. With a thought, Han Fei activated the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique and attached the infinity water to it. In an instant, the half of the Dragon Fighting Street where Han Fei was shining with dazzling divine light. The scene was ridiculously powerful. Half of Dragon Fighting Street was blood red, and the other half emitted a faint holy brilliance from the golden light. When the two sides collided, at first, Han Fei's side was slightly suppressed, but as the brilliance erupted, the blade wave struck one wave after another, and gradually, the blood tide was suppressed. Only Feng Xingliu shouted, Han Fei, keep it up! Kill him, hammer him, and purify him. Feng Xingliu had experienced the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique more than once, so he knew what power Han Fei used. In his eyes, it was obvious that Han Fei was righteous because he could unleash the power of purification. On the contrary, Yi Qianxing was evil, very evil. Feng Yu looked at Feng Xingliu strangely and couldn't help taking a breath. Little junior brother had suddenly become so strong. How long had it been since he entered the star transformation realm? 400 years? He had become so strong after only 400 years? Feng Yu calculated how long it had taken her to reach the perfected star transformation realm. It seemed to have taken her 900 years. She had reached the peak of sea establishment when she was 900 years old, but it took her a full 900 years to reach the perfected star transformation realm. Feng Yu felt that she was already very talented. In the entire Phoenix Divine race, she was the only one who could do this. However, today she felt the pressure. Han Fei had become so strong in only 400 years. If he were given another 400 years, he might be able to prove his Tao. Of course, although she was amazed, Feng Yu knew that Han Fei must have borrowed a lot of power. Otherwise, she really couldn't understand how Han Fei, who had just transformed his origin sea into a star, could be so strong. The sacred sea of knives finally crushed the blood tide, revealing the Ghost King Dharmakaya. Seeing that he had lost to Han Fei no matter in Yang Soul or Dharmakaya, Yi Qianxing immediately tried to withdraw the Ghost King Dharmakaya. However, when he wanted to do that, he felt that the Ghost King Dharmakaya was out of his control. He could feel that the Ghost King Dharmakaya and Han Fei's Dharma idol seemed to have a life and death grudge. They really wanted to kill each other. Little did he know that Han Fei was thinking the same thing. Han Fei's idea was to eat it. Han Fei felt that it was just a way to absorb power. Since he swallowed Black Shark's Rakshasa Dharmakaya in the Sea of Chant last time, the additional power that his Dharma idol could unleash had reached 40%. Han Fei couldn't help but think that if he swallowed this Ghost King Dharma Idol world, maybe the power of his Dharma Idol could be increased to 50%. Roar. Since Yi Qianxing couldn't retreat, his young soul could only return to his body. He wanted to save his Ghost King Dharmakaya by attacking Han Fei's physical body. However, the moment Yi Qianxing's young soul disappeared, Han Fei put on a teasing smile. You can shed your shell infinitely, but I also have my twin divine technique. Swish to Han Fei and Yi Qianxing returned to their bodies almost at the same time. However, Han Fei only returned half, which didn't prevent his Dharma idol from continuing to attack. Swish to Yi Qianxing's body broke through the void and rushed towards Han Fei, but he was shocked to find that Han Fei had also woken up and sneered. When he looked back, he saw that Han Fei's Dharma idol's hand had penetrated through the sea of blood into the Ghost King Dharmakaya's body. Sheila. Gulp the ghost. The Ghost King Dharmakaya was torn apart and sent to Han Fei's mouth. With a bite, a large amount of the Dharmakaya's origin power was absorbed into Han Fei's body. Yi Qianxing instantly vomited blood. He was horrified. His Ghost King Dharmakaya had been destroyed. This scene, in the eyes of the audience on both sides of Dragon Fighting Street, was horrifying. At that moment, they wondered which one of Han Fei and Yi Qianxing was a lunatic. Oh, no, to be precise, they were both lunatics, but Han Fei was even crazier than Yi Qianxing. Roar! Han Fei and his Dharma idol roared at the sky at the same time, their voices crazy. What bullshit heavenly race? None of them can fight. Chapter 2335, Death of Yi Qianxing. Under Han Fei's furious roar, his body and young soul stopped at the same time. However, this didn't mean that Han Fei could win, because even Yi Qianxing, who didn't have the Ghost King Dharmakaya, still had super powerful combat power. His speed, strength, physique, and soul were no weaker than Han Fei's. However, Han Fei shouted that none of the heavenly race could fight because his projection had walked through the green jade stone bridge. As Han Fei expected, he could indeed walk the great Tao of Yi Qianxing. Although the great Tao he had walked was very shallow, he had at least understood what it was. When the projection returned and fused with his original body, Han Fei put on a smile. Han Fei didn't know if there was such an absolutely invincible great Tao in this world that even the void-stealing technique couldn't do anything to it. Han Fei had thought that such a great technique must be beyond his understanding, or even a super technique at the monarch level. Han Fei suddenly smiled and said, I heard that you're very good at killing? When Han Fei put on that smile, for some reason, Yi Qianxing had an ominous feeling. Han Fei's smile slowly widened as he watched Yi Qianxing rush over at a speed that he couldn't resist. He seemed to be mocking him for not being able to keep up with him. Han Fei grinned and said in a silent voice, In this space, the soul is forbidden from leaving the body. Yi Qianxing was about to reach him, but in the next second he found that his speed was gone. This was not surprising at first because he knew that Han Fei could steal his power. Now that his speed was gone, he just needed to shed this layer of skin. But at that moment, Yi Qianxing was horrified. His great Tao was not working, and he couldn't shed his skin. Because his speed suddenly disappeared, Yi Qianxing bumped into the ground, slid all the way from the middle of Dragon Fighting Street, and hit the Dragon Fighting Barrier at the end of Dragon Fighting Street. Han Fei, on the other hand, stood at the end of the Dragon Fighting Barrier without moving at all. At that moment, Han Fei's voice sounded in Yi Qianxing's mind. Haha, you are bloodthirsty, but in fact, it's not that you are really bloodthirsty, but you have to kill. Every time you kill a person, you can deprive his remnant soul and assimilate it into your own Tao. In battle, you can use it as your fake body, so you can switch effortlessly, and I can't catch you at all, right? Buzz. At that moment, Yi Qianxing was horrified. How could he have stolen his Tao? Impossible. He had countless layers of skin. How could he have stolen his Tao? Han Fei smiled and said, This is really a very strong Tao. I'm curious about how many layers of skin you can refine for each cultivator you kill. Well, to be precise, how many death replacement souls can you refine for yourself? You don't have to tell me. I'll try it myself in the future, hehe. Yi Qianxing was about to speak when he suddenly became a little dizzy and at a loss, as if he had forgotten that he was in a battle. Yi Qianxing, who had lost the ability to shed his shell, had become like an ordinary perfected star transformation realm cultivator. He no longer had the ability to be almost immortal. But Han Fei was different. His hands were burning with burning immortal qi. Step by step, he walked unhurriedly to Yi Qianxing, who was temporarily dizzy. Bang! With a punch, Yi Qianxing was sent flying and hit the dragon fighting barrier. Then, in an instant, 10,000 fistlights hammered Yi Qianxing's body crazily. Knock, knock, knock. Flesh and blood flew, the soul dissipated, and Yi Qianxing was completely crushed by Han Fei. At this moment, the playboys and heavenly talents on both sides of the Dragon Fighting Street were all horrified. The strong masters of the heavenly race who were waiting to see Han Fei slaughtered widened their eyes in disbelief. They saw that Yi Qianxing seemed to have lost all his strength and fell into a daze. Then, Han Fei went up and punched like crazy, shattering Yi Qianxing's body and soul. Bang, 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 bang! Han Fei's invincible fist marks lasted for more than 10 seconds. At this time, Yi Qianxing had been beaten into mud. Why didn't he completely turn into dust? It was because Han Fei's fist mark still had healing divine brilliance. He didn't want Yi Qianxing to die so easily. He wanted to let the heavenly race see what would happen if anyone offended him. The scattered soul was grabbed by Han Fei, and the flying flesh and blood were gathered by Han Fei. In the eyes of the onlookers, this was simply perverted. Han Fei didn't let Yi Qianxing die at all. This was fucking torture. At this moment, many hedonistic children were a little frightened. He won? Although I don't know how he won, he clearly won. Yi Qianxing was actually defeated? What kind of person is this? This is crazy. From the moment he ate the Ghost King Dharmakaya, I knew that this person was too terrifying. This time, this person is completely at odds with the heavenly race. What do you mean by completely? The heavenly race has been losing from the beginning to the end. Oh, the heavenly race should be glad that they didn't meet Han Fei in this competition. Otherwise, Chapter 2336, The Great Tao of Life Borrowing. In order to show off, Han Fei didn't leave with the others, but left Dragon Fighting Street first. In this operation to break into the Dragon Fighting Street, he suffered a small loss in the beginning, but later he made a huge profit. The end result was that he killed a perfected star transformation realm cultivator of the heavenly race. When Han Fei arrived at his yard number 306, he was not afraid of being spied on because of the seal. The moment he returned to his residence, Han Fei immediately entered his origin star. As soon as Han Fei entered his origin star, a green jade stone bridge appeared. Han Fei stepped on it. Although Yi Qianxing had died, the great Tao he had stolen wouldn't last long. Yi Qianxing's path could be said to be almost invincible among all the great Taos Han Fei had seen. If he didn't have the void-stealing technique or the green jade stone bridge, he wouldn't have been able to kill this person. Earlier, he had only understood Yi Qianxing's Tao with the little Tao he stole, but he hadn't really embarked on it. Therefore, he couldn't wait to come back to replicate this Tao. If he didn't replicate this unbelievably powerful great Tao, it would be a waste of the green jade stone bridge's existence. On the other side, in a certain giant floating city in the East Sea Divine Realm, in the Void Crack, the real location of the heavenly race. Crack 1. One of the jade slips of the Heavenly Talent Hall was broken. The strong master responsible for guarding this place noticed it immediately, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Although it was a big deal that the jade slip of a heavenly talent was broken, it didn't matter if one occasionally shattered. After all, this was the path of cultivation. It was unknown if you could survive to the next day. However, when he scanned it with his perception, he suddenly stiffened and his body trembled. It's over. It's over. What's over? The captain of the guards noticed the anomaly and cast a questioning look at him. However, before this person answered, the captain's perception had already swept over. In the next moment, the captain of the guards trembled as if he had seen a ghost. A thought popped up in his head. It's over. Another moment later. Boom. In the old residence of the heavenly race, in a continuous mountain range, hundreds of mountains suddenly collapsed and killing intent soared to the sky. Han Fei, you son of a bitch, I'm gonna cut you into pieces. Han Fei didn't know what happened in the heavenly race. He only knew that Yi Qianxing's great Tao was rather difficult to walk, not because it was difficult to replicate, but because when he crossed the green jade stone bridge and tried to replicate this path, he would inexplicably produce a crazy killing intent. As a result, Han Fei became ferocious after only going down to the 5th floor. He didn't dare to go down to the 6th floor. This crazy killing intent was only felt when he fused with Little Black and Little White. Now, because his realm was much higher than Little Black and Little White, his emotions wouldn't be controlled by Little Black's brutality. However, this great Tao reminded Han Fei of the feeling back then. No, I can't just continue like this. Otherwise, once this great Tao is born, my personality might change drastically. This isn't what I wanted. Han Fei stood on the 5th level of stairs, closed his eyes, and took a few deep breaths. He decided not to take the exact same path as Yi Qianxing. He would only take part of it and walk this great Tao in an unknown direction, which was completely different from Yi Qianxing's. Han Fei had tried this before. The All Things 3 was missing a page, but he had reconstructed the All Things 3 without knowing the contents of this page at all. The situation was the same now. Han Fei just didn't know which great Tao Yi Qianxing's great Tao would lead him to. Because he chose to give up Yi Qianxing's great Tao, he could only choose a great Tao he didn't know. After walking down these steps, he didn't know what great Tao he would comprehend, but he was certain that he would definitely not be as bloodthirsty as Yi Qianxing. This was because he had deviated from Yi Qianxing's great Tao. Huff! Han Fei's face was solemn. After opening his eyes, he paused for a few seconds and finally stepped out. 1 step, 2 steps. After Han Fei walked off the green jade stone bridge, he suddenly had some weird and wonderful understanding. Huh? Life borrowing? Han Fei comprehended something. Yi Qianxing's way was to absorb the remnant souls of people after killing them and then refine them into a kind of soul that could be killed by his enemy. In danger, he could directly attach this wisp of soul to the surface of his body and completely replace himself with that wisp of soul. Therefore, theoretically speaking, as long as Yi Qianxing killed enough people and refined enough death replacement souls, he was almost immortal when facing people of the same realm or even 2 levels higher. This was because from the understanding of the Great Tao that Han Fei had deduced earlier, killing a powerhouse of the same realm could allow Yi Qianxing to obtain many death substitute souls. However, the Great Tao that Han Fei comprehended now was different. This Great Tao was based on Yi Qianxing's Great Tao, so the two had a lot of similarities. With this Great Tao, he could also kill strong cultivators. But the difference was that he could extract the life and luck of the person he killed and refine them into another life of his. If one day Han Fei encountered an invincible cultivator, he could use this life he had cultivated to exchange for his life. No matter if the other party was a monarch or a god, no matter how powerful their blow was, they could only kill his borrowed life. However, because his life was with him, if the other party was too strong, there was no reason for him to only take his life but not shatter his body and soul. Therefore, when the borrowed life perished, Han Fei would be invincible for 3 seconds. This was unreasonable invincibility. He would be immune to any physical and soul attacks during the 3 seconds. Within 3 seconds, even a god couldn't obliterate him. There would be the power of the Great Tao protecting him, unless the other party's strength could directly crush the Great Tao. Hiss! Han Fei took a deep breath. He couldn't practice countless life substitute souls like Yi Qianxing and could only borrow life once. However, this life was super strong. He could be immune to any physical and soul attacks for 3 seconds, and even gods couldn't kill him. Wow! Han Fei couldn't help but exclaim. He was too amazed by the power of this Great Tao. Of course, in the face of a cultivator who could definitely crush him, it was still useless. The other party just needed to wait for the 3 seconds to pass or exile him to the endless void, which could also finish him off. However, what if he faced an evenly matched cultivator? He could be immune to any physical and soul attacks for 3 seconds. Taking advantage of the 3 seconds, he might be able to turn the situation around. And now, Han Fei had such an opportunity. Although Yi Qianxing was dead, he still had his body as a sacrifice to the God of War. Last time he gave the God of War a sacrifice, he was allowed to use the God of War seal for 5 seconds, although he had taken that person's star core. This time, Han Fei decided that he still had to dig out the star core. Otherwise, if he left the star core there, it would only be taken by starry sky giant beasts. Above the sea of stars, Han Fei carried the remains of Yi Qianxing and took out the vast ocean navigator, quickly indicating the direction. Another moment later, when Han Fei appeared on an origin star, just like last time, he still couldn't sweep Yi Qianxing's origin star with his perception. This was because Yi Qianxing's origin star was born with his Great Tao, so it was very rejecting Han Fei and his perception couldn't work here. Han Fei could only fly around and soon confirmed that Yi Qianxing was a 640,000 kilometer star transformation cultivator. There were not many cultivators of this level in the entire sea realm. The quality of his star core was undoubtedly better than the last one. However, Yi Qianxing's Great Tao was a little strange, a little like the creation. This was because his origin star was enveloped by blood and qi. On this origin star, extremely powerful monsters were born. They were the demons and ghosts appearing when Yi Qianxing used the ghost parade. The strongest of them had already opened the sky. However, the monster was covered in blood and its tentacles were all over the ground, like a huge, twisted, ugly worm. However, there was only one such worm and it was in a deep sleep. It didn't seem to be very active. Han Fei wasn't interested in waking this thing up. Of course, it wasn't because he couldn't beat it, but because this thing was too disgusting. He'd better leave it to the starry sky giant beast. Perhaps they liked this thing. Swish, swish, swish. He used the void descending art to drop tens of thousands of projections. Han Fei quickly gathered all the external resources of Yi Qianxing's origin star, and then found the star core of this origin star according to the ground veins. This time, there were no star sea giant beasts here, mainly because he came too fast. This was a star core with a diameter of more than 1,000 kilometers. Its density was extremely high, and its mass was extremely huge. Han Fei suspected that if he let this thing burn in the sea of stars, it might still have slight energy fluctuations after burning for billions of years. With South Monarch's reminder, Han Fei knew that the star core could be stored in his origin star. Therefore, he took out the demon purification pot without hesitation. Compared to South Monarch's ability to directly extract the Great Tao, Han Fei still had to count on the demon purification pot. Otherwise, the Great Tao of this origin star would keep growing, and he wouldn't be able to deal with it in a short time. Chapter 2337, Discussion about the Star Path half a day later. In Han Fei's origin star, there was another star core that was burning and bursting with infinite energy. No matter whose star core it would eventually become a tool for his origin star to replenish energy. Ignoring the origin star for the time being, Han Fei had several things to do. The first was to offer sacrifices to the God of War. In the Sea of Stars, Han Fei arranged the altar and stood on it, shouting, "The great God of War, faith of the war giants. Eyes of the earth, sound of the ancient waves, in this boundless wilderness of the sea realm, boom when the fire curtain burned, the God of War instantly replied, 'You found a sacrifice again?' Wait, what kind of offerings did you give me? The heavenly Tao origin I can absorb from it is pitifully little. It seems that his origin star is about to perish. Did you dig up an old grave somewhere? Han Fei wrote on the fire curtain. Of course not. I just dug out his star core. However, Senior God of War, I'm really curious. How will you receive the thing I sacrificed to you? The God of War replied, you won't understand even if I tell you. When you become a monarch and can set up a sacrificial field, you will understand. Han Fei said, then don't mind it. What I'm offering to you this time is a perfected star transformation realm cultivator. This time I can get more than last time, right? God of War, you can use the God of War seal for 6 seconds, for the sake of the fact that the sacrifice is a perfected star transformation realm cultivator. Don't touch the star core next time. Give me a complete one. Then you'll be able to use the God of War seal for more than 100 seconds, Han Fei asked. So he's worthless without the star core? The God of War said, his origin star is about to die. What do you think he's worth? If he hadn't reached the perfected star transformation realm, I would have given you 5 seconds too. I even gave you 1 second more. Han Fei was lost for words. Fine, thank you. Just when Han Fei was about to retreat, the God of War continued to send a message. Hey, aren't you growing a little too fast? I can understand why you killed a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator last time, but how did you kill a perfected star transformation realm cultivator this time? Han Fei said, Senior God of War, everyone has secrets. God of War, heh, if you don't want to tell me, fine. But it's not necessarily a good thing to grow too fast. After you finish the step of star transformation, you have to calm down and study your star path. Speaking of the star path, Han Fei had something to talk about. Anyway, the God of War liked to chat. He had probably been lonely for too long and always wanted to chat with someone. Han Fei asked, Senior God of War, what is the star path? God of War, oh, you've grown so fast that I forgot that you were an itinerant cultivator. The star path is a little complicated. What do you think you want to do after you finish your star transformation? Han Fei said. Mold the ground veins, give birth to a star core, and then timber my body to build the strongest physique that can carry all my strength. God of War and? Han Fei paused. Then, I don't know. Should I create a blazing sun and make a circle of stars around it? God of War? Huh. You know it? Have you ever seen such a combination of stars? Han Fei's heart did a flip. This might be his special advantage. After all, he was from another world. However, it was not easy for others in the Sea Realm to know this. If someone wanted to jump out and see the entire Sea Realm, how strong would he have to be? Besides, although the sky was full of stars, they were all hanging in the distant sky. How could people who had never been to the Sea of Stars and explored it know about the solar system? Han Fei's heart did a flip. Oh, I have a good friend who is from the Phoenix Divine race in the South Sea Divine realm. He told me about this and drew a picture for me. God of War, no wonder. But it's not enough for you to only know this. Although everyone knows that we have to walk like this, it's not easy to walk like this. What do you think the role and purpose of the stars surrounding your origin stars are? Han Fei thought for a moment and said, create an environment to facilitate the creation. Han Fei felt that maybe this was how the solar system came about. In his original world, there were also legends about various immortals and gods there. If this was all true, didn't it mean that that was just strong masters walking their own star path? It seemed that those cultivators were quite strong. They had already embarked on their star paths billions of years ago. Perhaps they had already proved their doubts. The God of War paused and then said, this might be one of the goals. But this is to be considered after the star path. Some people will choose creation, but some will choose other things. There are all kinds of choices. In fact, the main goal is to connect to the power of those stars and strengthen the fundamental power of their origin stars. The other goal is to protect their own origin stars. Han Fei was even more certain that after all this was set up, the power of the origin star would be greatly improved, and correspondingly, the origin star's master's strength would definitely become extremely strong too. At this point, the entire star path must have been completed. At this time, it seemed simple to create a new world, right? Han Fei asked. Senior God of War, now that I know everything, how can I get the stars? God of War, what do you know? Han Fei, God of War, it's very difficult to prove your Tao. Most people use their origin stars as the base point to search for the stars around and bring them back. After slowly modifying them, their star path will be completed. However, that's what the majority of people do. Han Fei frowned. What about the minority of people? God of War, had you ever thought about whether there are other star paths besides the one you mentioned? Han Fei thought for a while. Shit, I don't know anything. Han Fei, number God of War, you lack imagination. How can an ordinary dead star you pulled back be modified into a star comparable to an origin star? With enough resources, it should be possible. At this moment, Han Fei understood without the God of War saying anything. It might require an unimaginably huge amount of resources. Creating his origin star had almost killed him. The ground veins hadn't been molded yet, and the star core hadn't been born yet. If he modified 10 or 8 more of them and brought back a huge energy body comparable to the sun, Han Fei didn't know how many resources it would take. Han Fei hurriedly said, Senior God of War, you seem to have another brilliant move. God of War, hee. Alas, I usually don't tell others about this kind of thing, Hanfei said. Senior God of War, as a big shot comparable to a god, you should be broad-minded. Do you want me to turn to the Phoenix Divine Race for help? I don't know them well, but I know you very well. Senior, are you in trouble now? If I become stronger, I might be able to help you in the future. Hanfei's words touched the heart of the God of War. He knew about the Phoenix Divine Race. They were a big clan that had once had a god, and he had fought side by side with their god. He had seen Hanfei grow up to where he was today. It was mainly because this kid kept contacting him. Furthermore, his background was clear. He was also a human. If he didn't have a good relationship with him, should he have a good relationship with that bird race? Immediately, the God of War responded, Fine, I can tell you a secret. You can actually skip the star path in a certain way. Huh? Hanfei was stunned. Wasn't this a necessary road? Could it be skipped? Hanfei immediately replied, Senior God of War, I don't read much. Don't lie to me. God of War, it's true that ordinary people can't skip this step, so they can only find the dead stars and modify them roughly. If they're lucky, or from a large power, they can also enter other people's origin star through their star beads and directly snatch other people's origin stars and modify them. This method works too. However, this modification needs to obliterate other people's great Tao. The way to obliterate it is mainly to comprehend other people's great Tao, assimilate it, and transform other people's origin stars into their own after a long time. This can't be done in 1,000 years or 10,000 years, so I'm quite curious how you directly stole others' star core and took away their great Tao, turning their origin star into a dead star. Hanfei, secret. Hanfei thought of something. Senior, I have a question. How can I bring back others' origin star? They are so big. The God of War replied, Find them. You can leave behind your own Tao runes, ask someone to help you, or dig them back bit by bit through the star beads. As long as you don't touch the star cores at first and come back and forth many times, you can get them back. Of course, there's a simple way. That's to directly refine others' origin stars. In this way, you can change their forms at will and hold 7 or 8 in one hand. Let me tell you, many people use this method. Isn't this cheating? If he chose, he would definitely choose to cheat. Otherwise, even if he had the vast ocean navigator, he wouldn't be able to find the void node and drag such a huge star back. Hanfei said, Senior God of War, this method sounds awesome. Then why should we skip the star path? How? God of War, that's a good idea, but the star path is something that everybody can take. What's special about it? The God of War added, but the way to skip the path of stars is only suitable for body refiners, very powerful body refiners. Otherwise, when you're going to prove your Tao, you'll probably die. Are you sure your physique is strong enough? Hanfei responded without hesitation. Yes, OT. Hanfei felt that since the God of War despised normal star paths, there must be a reason. He was already prepared. If my physique is not enough, who else is? The God of War said. Then just wait and ask me when the time comes. Because before I tell you this secret, I will conduct some simple tests on you during the birth of your star core. After confirming it, I will tell you about this method. If you don't meet this requirement, you'd better go find dead stars. Chapter 2338, Earthquake. Hanfei wasn't too surprised by the so-called test of the God of War. It couldn't be meaningless to skip the star path. Otherwise, why would the God of War want to? Even if the God of War told him this way, he still had to ask eldest senior brother and the others. After all, if the star path existed, it should have a meaning. Wasn't it a little disrespectful to skip it casually? He chatted with the God of War for a while about the method of shaping ground veins. In the end, the God of War instructed him to offer some good stuff next time and no more these scraps before ending the conversation. After the sacrificial ritual was over, the explosive duration of the God of War seal reached 10 seconds. Oh, because he used 1 second on the dragon fighting street to show his identity as a member of the wild ancient race. Now, this secret should only be known by South Monarch, but as the strongest itinerant cultivator in the East Sea Divine Realm and South Monarch's attitude towards him, it seemed that she would not expose her identity. But Hanfei couldn't care so much now. He had 2 more things to do. Firstly, he had to create an earth vein and then carry out the origin returning again. Although he was already prepared, he didn't know if the 2 would conflict, so he had to try. In his origin star, Hanfei sat cross-legged. He stuffed a tremendous amount of resources into the sea of stars to prevent them from all being absorbed at once. After reaching the star transformation realm, his need for resources was not so strong for the time being. Hanfei had thought for a long time about shaping the ground veins. The ground veins were like the meridians of the human body, connected to the position of the star core. Their most basic external manifestation was the earth vein spring water. However, ground veins weren't just earth vein spring water. Veins carried luck and fate and accorded to the operation of the heavenly Tao. In the origin stars, they were also needed to contain, nourish, and emit the Tao runes through the star core. Therefore, there were 2 ways to create ground veins, internal and external. The external one was simple. A special area was created to carry the vitality and pulse of this area, just like the big red trunk forest for the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. He needed to carve out a path to the star core as a pulse. Although he hadn't formed his own star core yet, he had to open a path first. According to the veins shaping technique he obtained from the god of war, when the ground veins of the origin star could carry the vitality of the entire star and connect the veins, the ground veins would be considered shaped. In particular, the god of war asked Han Fei to refer to his meridians. In his words, one had to make their origin star come to life. Not only did it contain a huge amount of vitality, but it also had to disperse that huge amount of vitality to each corner of the origin star. The human body was also divided into primary and secondary veins. What Han Fei was doing now was to mold a secondary vein. Because it was just an experiment, it didn't take long to mold such a ground vein. With no shortage of energy resources, it only took Han Fei 3 days to mold a slender secondary vein, or to be exact, it wasn't even a secondary vein. Perfect, I can test it now. Another half a day passed. When Han Fei's origin star began to tremble slightly, all the resources, creatures, flowers, and trees on the surface turned into energy and returned to the origin star. However, the origin returning this time made Han Fei feel abnormally difficult. This was because inside his origin star, there was a star core that didn't belong to him. Han Fei might have underestimated the majestic energy contained in the star core. The power of origin returning tried to obliterate the energy of the star core, but at this time, Han Fei discovered that there was a limit to his Tao of origin returning. This time, the origin returning technique had only worn away 1/10 of the star core. It wasn't that Han Fei couldn't continue, but that he felt the terrifying energy inside the star core. When this energy was compressed into the star core, he felt that it was nothing, but when he released 1/10 of it with the origin returning, Han Fei felt that if he kept releasing it, his origin star would explode. Huff. When Han Fei woke up from the origin returning state, he took a deep breath and felt a rather large earthquake on his origin star. This earthquake didn't just affect 1 or 2 places, but the entire origin star was shaking. Fortunately, the magnitude of the earthquake was not high. It was probably level 8 or level 9. However, this was the first time that Han Fei realized the terrifying energy that the star core possessed. Last time, when Han Fei transformed his origin star into a star, he didn't feel this way. This was because it took time. Plus the addition, subtraction, and acceleration, it took him almost 200 years to transform his origin star into a star. Besides, it required a huge amount of energy to transform his origin star into a star. Besides, it was a star core of a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator, so Han Fei didn't feel much affected by it. But this time, Han Fei didn't need to transform his origin star into a star, nor did he spend more than 200 years absorbing the energy of this star core. Therefore, when he tried to turn the star core into energy and dissipate it throughout the origin star, this problem came. The earthquake continued, and the energy bursting out of the earth core was impacting the ground, slowly being released and conducted out in this way. Han Fei thought that this situation might last decades before it died down. Fortunately, his origin stars could accelerate time so it wouldn't take so long. But Han Fei soon discovered that the ground vein he created was still there. Yes, this ground vein didn't disappear because of the origin returning state. In fact, not only did it not disappear, but the magnitude of the earthquake around this ground vein had greatly decreased. The entire ground vein was filled with energy, and this energy was slowly transforming. Part of it transformed into ground vein spring water, and the bottom was vaguely attracted by the great Tao. Huh? Han Fei was surprised. The god of war asked him to check his meridians before building the ground veins. If the star core was the heart, then the ground veins were the bridge that connected the heart and transmitted blood throughout the body through the meridians. In fact, it was the same case for the origin stars. The reason why his origin star would have an earthquake was that he didn't have a good channel to carry the energy bursting out from the star core. Therefore, Han Fei finally came to a conclusion. Origin returning wouldn't let the ground veins melt. Besides, the next time he tried origin returning, he had to do it after he molded many ground veins. Otherwise, the world would shake crazily for decades or even hundreds of years like this time. Unfortunately, in this state, it was not suitable to create an earth vein. He could only wait for the earthquake of his origin star to subside. Fortunately, he had only released about 1/10 of the star core's energy. Fortunately, he had just transformed his origin star into a star. There were too many places in his origin star where lacked energy supply. The first energy feedback should have a very good absorption effect. Otherwise, his origin star might shake for thousands of years. Chapter 2000 of Years, Feng Yu's Reminder. Han Fei wasn't surprised at all that Feng Qingcheng became prettier. He knew that Feng Qingcheng's previous face was fake, or she wouldn't have had the cheek to use the name Qingcheng. Now it seemed that she was indeed devastatingly beautiful. Although cultivators could change their appearance at will, in fact, many people didn't pursue this. Even female cultivators wouldn't change their original faces. At most, they would retain their youth. If they really weren't good-looking, they would adjust their facial features to make themselves look better. This was because they knew that no matter how they changed, their real selves would always be their original selves. Male cultivators were even more casual. They didn't care if they were tall or short, and the longer they cultivated, the less important their appearance would be. This was also part of cultivation. They valued it. Han Fei complimented Feng Qingcheng, "You're so beautiful." Then, there was nothing else. Han Fei wasn't Zhang Xuanyu, and he had seen a lot of beauties. Xia Xiaochan was as beautiful as Feng Qingcheng. Feng Xingliu made room for Han Fei. Han Fei sat down, picked up a piece of shrimp meat, and looked at Feng Xingliu. "How did it go? How much did you make this time?" Feng Xingliu chuckled. "It's really a lot this time. After deducting the 10% tax, I've calculated that there are a total of 1,260,000 kilometers of resources. You won't believe it even if I tell you. It's almost as much as the resources you got from catching that perfected star transformation realm cultivator last time." Hiss. Han Fei took a deep breath. "So many?" At this time, Feng Qingcheng said, "The odds are high. Those people didn't think Brother Han Fei would win." Feng Yu said indifferently, "Well, I made more money than him." Instantly, the hot pot was no longer tasty. Han Fei couldn't help but look at the two of them and say, "We agreed to split it evenly. I worked so hard to win the battle." Feng Xingliu didn't care about that. While throwing a small world to Han Fei, he said, "Well, give me a few more pills. I'm tired now." Han Fei took the small world and looked at Feng Xingliu in surprise. "Why, haven't you recovered yet?" Feng Xingliu said disdainfully. "Of course, I've recovered a long time ago. I just want to consolidate my foundation." Slap. Feng Yu suddenly slapped Feng Xingliu's back, who immediately wailed and hurriedly said, "Ouch, it hurts. I haven't recovered yet." Feng Yu sneered, "Heh, only children cry in pain." After that, she looked at Han Fei and said, "His bloodline has been awakened for the second time. His body is undergoing a metamorphosis. Any external force will cause him extraordinary pain." Han Fei's eyelids twitched, and he took out 3 balls of liquid divine light and handed them over. He asked with a strange look, "Are the side effects of your bloodline awakening so great?" Feng Xingliu, "It's not a side effect, but a metamorphosis. When I finish the metamorphosis, my strength will increase by at least 30%. "Yes. That's for sure." Han Fei echoed casually, but in fact he said to Feng Yu via voice transmission, "Senior sister, I have a question to ask." Feng Xingliu was rambling. "Han Fei, if you hadn't fought the last game, I would have been the most shining star of Dragon Fighting Street. It's a pity that you should have waited for the grand competition of 10,000 years to fight Yi Qingxing. Hey, I don't quite understand how you beat him." "Tell me about it. Shut up. You're nagging all day long. How annoying." Feng Yu glanced at Feng Xingliu and put a finger on his arm. "Hey, I warn you, don't touch me, don't touch me," Feng Yu snorted. "I have something to tell Han Fei. You guys eat here." After that, Feng Yu glanced at Han Fei, and Han Fei got up. The two of them came to the edge of the courtyard number 306. Dao patterns appeared under Han Fei's feet, and a complicated soundproof array and a breath-concealing array appeared. Seeing this scene, Feng Xingliu snorted. "Do you think the seniors of our family will approve of their relationship? Although Han Fei is indeed outstanding, I remember that our family has always been at odds with the West Sea Divine Realm. They think the people of the West Sea Divine Realm are too barbaric. TSK, Feng Qingcheng, what are you thinking? I think the friendship between my sister and brother Han Fei is pure." Feng Xingliu, "You little brat, what do you know?" "Heh, heh, 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 heh. Senior sister, I've already entered the star transformation realm." Feng Yu rolled her eyes at Han Fei. "I know." "Little junior brother, isn't your time Dao already quite powerful?" Han Fei thought for a moment. He didn't know how powerful it was, but for now, if he fully activated time, it shouldn't be weak. It shouldn't be a problem for him to deal with strong masters of the same level. Han Fei nodded slightly. "Not bad. My comprehension isn't too deep, but it's enough." Feng Yu understood, and then she asked, "Little junior brother, what do you want to ask?" "Since I'm here, I'll cover you from now on." Han Fei laughed. "Don't. Now we're just waiting for the grand competition of 10,000 years. If a monarch of the heavenly race really takes action against me in the future, it's useless even if you want to protect me. I still have to ask eldest senior brother to help me, right?" Feng Yu snorted. "Why are you fighting the heavenly race?" "Little junior brother, although you're indeed talented and have completed the star transformation in just 400 years, the heavenly race is a big clan after all. Furthermore, since the establishment of the Gate of Heaven, they have been recruiting geniuses and producing many strong masters." Han Fei thought to himself, "I have to provoke the heavenly race no matter what. I still have to figure out how to sneak into the heavenly race and get the demon purification pot's vine. Besides, I have to help Chu Hao find the spring of life." Fortunately, these things were not urgent for the time being. He couldn't liberate Chu Hao too early, let alone help him recover too early. After all, he hadn't grown up yet and didn't have the strength or means to resist a monarch. At the very least, he wouldn't consider these things until he reached the perfected star transformation realm. Han Fei said, "Senior sister, this is my own business. I'll take care of it myself. My current problem is about the star path." Wait a minute. Before Han Fei could continue, Feng Yu couldn't help but look at Han Fei suspiciously. "Don't tell me you think your star transformation is already over?" Han Fei shook his head and said, "It's not over yet." "Next, shouldn't I mold the ground veins and produce a star core?" Huffo. Only then did Feng Yu heave a sigh of relief. I thought you didn't know. Since you knew that you had to mold the ground veins and give birth to a star core, why did you jump straight to the star path? Could it be you've already produced a star core? Seeing Feng Yu's exaggerated and shocked expression, Han Fei was amused. No, senior sister. Although my cultivation speed is relatively fast, it's not this fast. My origin star hasn't completely stabilized yet. How can it give birth to a star core? Feng Yu patted her chest. That's good. I was so scared. I thought you were already so abnormally strong, Han Fei said. I do have doubts about the star path. After that, Han Fei told her all his speculations about the star path. These questions were what he had asked the God of War. Although the God of War liked to chat, he wasn't that familiar with him after all. He was more familiar with the Void Temple. Now that Feng Yu happened to be by his side, he could ask her. Hearing Han Fei's description, Feng Yu couldn't help but say, You know a lot about the star path, Han Fei said. Ha! This has something to do with my experience in the past decades. I learned these from an ancient sealed place. It was also at that time that I encountered and had a conflict with the people of the heavenly race. Feng Yu's heart did a flip. What Han Fei said was actually not a big secret. As long as one had been in the star transformation realm for a long time and interacted with more people and information, they would most likely know these things. Then, they would try to get to know what they should do next. Feng Yu said, What you said about looking for dead stars and setting up a related system is indeed a cultivation path for ordinary people. As for skipping it, I've never heard of anyone who can skip the star path. This is a path that has to be taken. How can anyone skip it? Han Fei's heart did a flip. It seemed that senior sister Feng Yu didn't know much about it. Suddenly, Feng Yu said, Well, I don't know if you can skip it, but you can ask eldest senior brother and the others later. But let me remind you that this might be a mistake of yours. During the star transformation period, you might have to find some dead stars to set up a system with them, but this system doesn't have to be completed during your star transformation. During the entire sky-opening realm, you have plenty of time to complete the star path before you prove your Tao. This is a long and continuous path. At this step of the star path, you're just establishing your direction during the sky-opening realm. Huh? Han Fei's eyes glittered. Oh, is that so? The God of War didn't mention this, nor did Han Fei have thought of it. The God of War might think that such a trivial matter didn't need to be mentioned. Han Fei didn't know if God of War had forgotten it or what. But now that Feng Yu mentioned it, Han Fei felt that taking this normal road was fine too. He had thought that he had to complete all the dead star molding at the stage of the star path. But now it seemed that it was not that case. Before proving his Tao, he could modify the dead stars at any time. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Did the God of War deliberately not make it clear to me? Why didn't he make it clear to me? Chapter 2340, Rewards for the 10,000. After talking to Feng Yu about the star path, Han Fei was much more relaxed. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the God of War deliberately didn't tell him. This wasn't difficult to guess. According to the growth method of sky openers, one would first transform his origin sea into a star and then embark on the star path. After giving birth to a star core, he should begin to find his star path. Compared to dead stars, it was naturally faster and easier to hunt and snatch other people's origin stars. However, the God of War had told him to refine others' stars, which made him feel that he still lacked a very important technique. It would be even more ridiculous if he were to use dead stars. If he wanted to build a solar system, God knew how many resources it would take. More importantly, it would make Han Fei think that he had to complete the transformation of the dead stars within the stage of star path. Then, how much time would that waste? Therefore, the reason why the God of War deliberately guided him without giving an explanation was probably because he wanted him to skip the star path. However, why should he skip the step of the star path? According to the God of War, this seemed to be a better way than directly embarking on the star path. God of War even wanted to test him before he embarked on the star path after producing a star core to see if he could skip it. Therefore, Han Fei was even more curious now. What did the God of War want to guide him to do? But in any case, the God of War didn't know that he had the support of the Void Temple. When he learned the fundamental reason why the God of War misguided him, he would ask his eldest senior brother about it. Wouldn't that be okay? When thinking of his eldest senior brother, Han Fei felt full of security. Now that he didn't have to worry about the star path anymore, Han Fei was immediately relieved. He stopped asking this question and said, Senior sister Feng Yu, you're already the first place on the heaven roll. Why are you still participating in the 10,000-year competition in the East Sea Divine Realm? Feng Yu said matter-of-factly. For the reward. Why wouldn't I want such a good reward? Han Fei was dumbfounded. He knew that there were rewards for participating in the competition, but he didn't know what the reward was exactly. But now it seemed that this reward was not simple. To be able to make the number 1 on the heaven roll, Feng Yu personally come to take it, it must be good stuff. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, Senior sister, what's the reward? Feng Yu was surprised. You don't know? Han Fei shook his head quickly. He knew that there would be a great opportunity to participate in the 10,000-year competition, but who knew what the great opportunity was? Zhao Yuanxi didn't mention it before he came. As an itinerant cultivator who hadn't even left the chaotic wasteland before, how could he know that there would be a great reward? Feng Yu was speechless. You don't even know what the reward is, and you're already here? Han Fei smiled awkwardly. I knew it was an opportunity. Feng Yu craned her head at Han Fei and rolled her eyes. Outside, Feng Xingliu and Feng Qingcheng both gasped. What's going on? Didn't you say that you had something to discuss? Is that all? Do you two want to kiss? But why didn't you choose the right place to do it? We're still watching. Feng Yu rolled her eyes and retracted her head. The rewards are different for the top 10. The top 3 will each be rewarded with an origin ground. Hiss. Han Fei took a deep breath. An origin ground? Feng Yu nodded. Yes, why else would I participate? It's an unexplored origin ground given by Great Monarch East Marshal himself. No one knows its location, so we don't have to worry about others coveting it. Han Fei was dumbfounded. An unexplored origin ground, and personally given by Great Monarch East Marshal? Then does the Great Monarch East Marshal have any purpose? Feng Yu looked at Han Fei as if he were an idiot. You're a smart kid. Why are you so stupid? Feng Yu smiled and said, the 100,000-year grand competition in the East Sea Divine Realm is such a big event. Who doesn't know it? Do you think no one from the Western Sea Divine Realm has come? I tell you that there definitely are, but most people will participate as itinerant cultivators. Do you think others will let it go if Great Monarch East Marshal tampers with this competition? Han Fei nodded slightly. It made sense. Great Monarch East Marshal might be very strong, but there must be monarchs comparable to him in the South Sea Divine Realm. With the strength of the first place on Heaven Roll and the influence of the Phoenix Divine race in the South Sea Divine Realm, it would be difficult for anything to happen to Feng Yu. Han Fei couldn't help licking the corner of his mouth and suddenly said, Senior sister, even if you were given an unopened origin ground, what can it be used for? There may be a lot of resources, but your Phoenix Divine race doesn't seem to lack these resources, right? Feng Yu tilted her head and looked at Han Fei. It seems that you don't know the origin ground well enough. Han Fei, Feng Yu said, every origin ground has its own unique will of the heavenly Tao. The greatest significance of finding an origin ground is not the resources in the origin ground, nor is it the world origin in the origin ground. Instead, it's to absorb the heavenly Tao of that world and fuse with it. Han Fei, Man Yu, Feng Yu, to put it bluntly, we can use it to prove our Tao. Han Fei's eyes widened. Really? Can an origin ground help people prove their Tao? Feng Yu looked at Han Fei speechlessly. From what you're saying, it sounds like the origin ground isn't worth much. Since the ancient times, from the chaotic world to the primordial era, then to the ancient times, the age of gods and the age of doom, God knows how many strong masters have been born. How many of those people proved their Tao by themselves? Many of them relied on origin grounds to prove their Tao. Many of them took the heavenly Tao of some origin ground and then deprived the origin and resources of the world there as their capital to prove their Tao. So, little brother, now you know the importance of the origin ground, right? Han Fei couldn't help but think of the countless primitive graveyards buried in the chaotic wasteland. If each of them used to be an origin ground, how many monarchs were there in this world? Han Fei didn't come back to his senses until a long time later. He exclaimed, Senior sister, can one prove his Tao as long as he has an origin ground? Feng Yu shook her head. No, that depends on the quality of the origin ground. But theoretically speaking, assimilating the heavenly Tao there and using it for your own use can increase the success rate of Tao proving by at least 30% or even 50%. If you're lucky enough to have a super strong origin ground, your success rate can be even higher. Han Fei said, if we borrow the heavenly Tao of the origin ground, will the origin ground die? Han Fei thought that if he sacrificed trillions of creatures just to prove his Tao, would he really feel at ease after doing this? As if knowing what Han Fei was thinking, Feng Yu immediately said, if you don't die, you can return the power of the heavenly Tao after you prove your Tao. Even if you don't return it, the world origin of the origin ground is still there. A new heavenly Tao will be born. The only bad thing is that this place might fall into a long period of chaos, but it won't die. Han Fei's eyes lit up after hearing that. He couldn't help but lick the corner of his mouth. Although he hadn't even finished the star transformation, this didn't stop him from obtaining the capital to prove his Tao first. As for molding the ground veins, as long as he was given time to cultivate in seclusion and study it slowly, it might only take him a few years, at most a dozen years, to finish this step. After he molded the ground veins and got some energy, he wouldn't have to worry about anything. By then, it would be easy for him to give birth to a star core. After at most 40 or 50 years of cultivation, he would definitely be able to finish the star transformation. Once the star transformation was completed, he would only have one step left, which was the star path. With this in mind, Han Fei felt that reaching the perfected star transformation realm was right before his eyes. When he reached the perfected star transformation realm and his body could carry all his combat power, he wouldn't be afraid of anyone in the City of Scavengers or the City of Origin except the 10,000 scale monarch and the An family's 2 monarchs. With the void-stealing technique, he might even be able to challenge monarchs. Han Fei had never thought of proving his Tao directly because if he wanted to prove his Tao, he had to satisfy at least one condition. The City of Scavengers must be destroyed, and the 10,000 scale monarch must be killed. There was no doubt about that. He might kill the 2 monarchs of the An family after proving his Tao, but he had to resolve the enslavement of the human race by the 10,000 scale race as soon as possible. Otherwise, how could he be called the human emperor? Han Fei immediately grinned and said, "Oh, that's great. This reward is really great. Seeing that Han Fei seemed to have already obtained the origin ground, Feng Yu smiled and said, Hey, wake up. Don't think that you can get an origin ground so easily. Since Great Monarch East Marshal has given such a good prize, do you think I'm the only one who wants to compete for it? Han Fei couldn't help but ask, who else? You're already the first place on the heaven roll. Are there still? Suddenly, Han Fei frowned. Are you saying that some strong masters on the god roll will come? Feng Yu nodded slightly. This is my guess. After all, not all the cultivators on the god roll have an origin ground. Of course, even if they come, there might only be one or two, definitely not more than two, and they must be at the bottom of the god roll. It's impossible for the cultivators on the god roll to compete with ordinary cultivators for rewards. But, with that said, Feng Yu looked at Han Fei. But there will definitely be many people on the heaven roll. After all, this is a shortcut to obtaining an origin ground. Who wouldn't want it? So you have many competitors. The strong masters on the heaven roll are very powerful. Well, but you killed Yi Qianxing. Your strength is enough to shock people. If Yi Qianxing hadn't been banned from participating in the competition, with his strength, he would definitely have entered the heaven roll. Han Fei grinned and said, who cares? Anyway, there must be a place for Senior Sister and me in the top 3. Chapter 2341, Visit. By the way, Senior Sister, I'm going to meet a few people in the next 2 days. Who are they? What are you going to do? Feng Yu discovered that her little junior brother was really capable of causing trouble. He was only an itinerant cultivator, but he was bold enough to provoke the gate of heaven before he even entered the star transformation realm. As soon as he entered the star transformation realm, he challenged the dragon fighting street and even killed a perfected star transformation realm cultivator. Now, he reported to her that he was going to see some people. Her intuition told her that there must be something fishy about it. Han Fei grinned. Senior Sister, do you remember I said that I met a strong master suspected to be from the Time Temple in the City of Scavengers? Feng Yu nodded slightly. Yes, I specially investigated. There is indeed a City of Scavengers in the chaotic wasteland where you are now. Although there is a monarch guarding it, it's a polluted land. Most people rarely explore the wasteland, and the people there seem to be very low-key. Han Fei nodded slightly. The environment there is not as good as the outside world, but it's still one of the most dangerous places in the East Sea Divine Realm. Every 100 years during the tidal wave outbreak, it's almost a forbidden place. However, I don't know why the Time Temple patronizes it. If the person I know is from the Time Temple, she might have been there for 10,000 years. I suspect that there are special secrets in the chaotic wasteland. Feng Yu nodded slightly. She also felt that something was wrong. If that person Han Fei knew was from the Time Temple, why did she stay in that remote place for so long? Feng Yu said, I'll arrange it. I'll inform you before the end of the competition. Han Fei grinned and said, Thank you, Senior Sister. Han Fei thought that it was great to have someone behind him. Although the Phoenix Divine race weren't a superpower in the East Sea Divine Realm, they were still a superpower, weren't they? It would be easier for them to get some information than for him. After telling about this, Han Fei said, There's one more thing. I made a deal with the person suspected to be from the Time Temple. I want to represent her to meet a few people on this trip to the Divine Capital Dynasty. Feng Yu's eyes flashed. You represent her? What's the matter exactly? Han Fei shook his head slightly. I don't know. I just need to read her name and take out her keepsake. Feng Yu was speechless. You made a deal with her? I had no choice. She was the only one who saw through my identity there. She was a very smart and difficult person to deal with. But Han Fei suddenly said, however, I don't think it's dangerous. I think this is more like a test. Feng Yu couldn't help but look at Han Fei. Time Temple? Entry test? Han Fei nodded slightly. If the other party is really from the Time Temple, I suspect that this so-called meeting is just a test, or maybe not. But in any case, I will find out when I go there. Feng Yu asked, should we tell eldest senior brother about this? Han Fei said, there's no need for that for now. What if they don't have that purpose? I want to see their purpose first before deciding how to deal with them. However, I tell you about this because I want to make it clear that whether the other party is from the Time Temple or not, I won't join the Time Temple. Feng Yu smiled and said, of course, no matter how strong the Time Temple is, how can it be stronger than our Void Temple? It might not be obvious now, but it's said that after Dao proving, it will be obvious. Anyway, our Void Temple is the strongest. Han Fei certainly felt that the Void Temple was the strongest. He had already analyzed this problem. Among the three temples, the Immortal Temple should be the weakest in theory. At the very least, their individual combat power was definitely inferior to the Void Temple and the Time Temple. This was easy to understand because the Immortal Temple had many people. With so many people, it could only mean that they were strong in group combat and could use human wave tactics. Of course, there must be no lack of powerful undead creatures among them, but their combat power upper limit was definitely inferior to the Void Temple. As for the Time Temple, they were more like cultivators who wandered in time. Their main talents weren't in combat. For example, people like Mo Chi, who was a prophet, were more like sages. Of course, the combat power of the Time Temple was definitely not weak. However, Han Fei felt that their strength should be due to tricks, not true combat power. But the Void Temple was different. Just look at Feng Yu. She had reached the perfected star transformation realm and was about to prove her Dao. Besides, according to the true cultivation time, he accelerated time to cultivate, but Feng Yu cultivated with normal time. According to the things senior brothers and sisters gave Feng Yu, it could be seen that Feng Yu would prove her Dao soon. Even Feng Yu was about to prove her Dao. Han Fei thought that all his other senior brothers and sisters were monarchs, especially the eldest senior brother. If it weren't for the fact that there were no gods in this world, Han Fei would have thought that eldest senior brother was a god. After telling Feng Yu about this matter, Han Fei was about to go out for a walk to make his presence known when a guest came to his courtyard. They were his acquaintances, Xuanhuan and Wang Baichen. Han Fei thought to himself, that's right, the crossing should have reached the divine capital dynasty, so the people on the ship should have arrived. Feng Yu didn't want to get to know these people, so she left with Feng Xingliu and Feng Qingcheng because Han Fei would have to take care of his own affairs in the next few days. He had to pay attention to the test of the time temple. If anything went wrong, he would ask the eldest brother for help. Feng Xingliu, alas, I'm fine with Han Fei. I don't want to live in the sky number 2 room. Feng Yu snorted. Shut up. Han Fei has something to do these days. Don't hang around there. Also, you've just had your second bloodline awakening. Go consolidate your cultivation, Feng Qingcheng said. That's right, you should quickly consolidate your cultivation. Otherwise, how long will it take for you to catch up with brother Han Fei? Feng Xingliu, hey you little girl, are you siding with an outsider now? Just because Han Fei gave you a godly weapon, you always speak for him now. Feng Qingcheng said, I'm telling the truth. It has nothing to do with the godly weapon. Although you beat the entire dragon fighting street, do you forget who was helping you in the end? He had already finished fighting you halfway through. Feng Xingliu's face immediately darkened. But I fought more excitingly. I'm more dazzling. Feng Yu looked at Feng Qingcheng in surprise. Han Fei gave you a godly weapon? What godly weapon? What quality? With a thought from Feng Qingcheng, a lotus seed appeared, and she said, this is a soul-suppressing lotus seed, a low-quality godly weapon that can protect the soul. But it should be a set. If I gather all the pieces, I can probably make a high-quality godly weapon, but it will be very difficult to gather them all. Indeed, such a lotus seed soul-protecting godly weapon was not rare, but it was extremely rare to have a set of it. The corners of Feng Yu's mouth curled up slightly. It seemed that little junior brother was quite nice, giving her sister a godly weapon and helping Feng Xingliu awaken again. It seemed that what eldest senior brother said was right. Little junior brother's luck and strength were very good. In Han Fei's residence, Wu Shuang and Wang Baichen came to visit him. Seeing that, Han Fei immediately greeted them. Hey, the crossing is finally here. You two came at the right time. Wu Shuang smiled faintly and seemed a little shy. The speed of the crossing is a little slow. However, as soon as we arrived at the divine capital dynasty, I heard that you fought through the dragon fighting street alone and killed Yi Qianjing, a perfected star transformation realm powerhouse of the heavenly race. I didn't expect you to hide so much strength, Han Fei laughed. Really? I didn't hide it. It's just that Yi Qianjing doesn't deserve his name. Wu Shuang chuckled in her heart. Doesn't deserve his name? Do you think I don't know who Yi Qianjing is? Although this guy is not on the heaven roll and has been suppressed in the heavenly race, he is publicly acknowledged as the strongest person on the heaven roll in the East Sea divine realm. Wang Baichen was much more straightforward. He said, I just came to see if you were injured. It seems that you're in good shape now. I look forward to meeting you in the competition. Han Fei smiled and said, why bother to fight me? There's plenty of time if you want to spar with me. There are so many people in the 10,000-year competition. Why do you have to fight me? Haha. Wang Baishen's expression relaxed and his stiff face revealed a slight smile. Unlike Wu Shuang, Wang Baishen simply came to see if Han Fei was injured. After all, he knew how dangerous it was to kill Yi Qianjing. He came just because he treated Han Fei as a friend. This was also the reason why Han Fei and Wang Baichen got along well, because the latter was a very simple person. However, Wu Shuang always gave him a mysterious feeling, so although they seemed to be friends on the surface, in fact, Han Fei was still a little distant from her. Wu Shuang asked, why don't I see Feng Xingliu and Qingcheng? Are they not around? Han Fei said. Well, Feng Xingliu is indeed seriously injured and is recuperating. Feng Qingcheng must be taking care of him. Wu Shuang smiled. I heard that the strongest person on the heaven roll, Feng Yu, is here too? Han Fei nodded. Yes, the strength of the first place on the heaven roll is unfathomable. She just chatted with me for a while and then left. Han Fei didn't keep it a secret. Who didn't know that he had a good relationship with the Phoenix divine race? With Feng Xingliu and Feng Qingcheng as a catalyst, it seemed natural for him to interact with Feng Yu. No one would suspect anything. However, if he intentionally avoided it, it would alert some people. Wu Shuang and Wang Baichen just chatted with him for a while and then left. After they had left, Han Fei was a little puzzled. Wu Shuang didn't seem to have any purpose. She just came over to take a look and chatted with him for a while. He couldn't help but wonder if this girl really didn't have any ulterior motives. Chapter 2342, Not Bad. 2 days after the incident on Dragon Fighting Street. On island number 372, in a dense cluster of houses, there was a house with an area of less than 50 square meters and a courtyard of about 50 square meters. An advanced hidden fisher was cultivating cross-legged. At the door of the house stood a little girl who was only a junior hanging fisher. This strength was simply too weak in the Divine Capital Dynasty. In the Divine Capital Dynasty, even a boy who grew up naturally couldn't be only a beginner hanging fisher when he was 10 or so years old. He could at least be a peak-level hanging fisher. Those with better talent were mostly peak-level hidden fishers or even law enforcers. Therefore, the boy and girl in the yard could only be considered ordinary in terms of aptitude. Buzz! A green light flew over. The eyes of the two boys lit up at the same time. The girl shouted, "Brother is back!" The boy, on the other hand, wasn't that excited. He calmed down and took a deep breath before he rose. "Brother, didn't you say that you would be busy and might not have time to come back?" Chen-Yi patted the turtle under him and jumped down. "It's okay. My employer is cultivating in seclusion now. I just need to visit him every 6 hours. During this period, I'll come back and give you something." In the past 2 days, Chen-Yi heard that Han Fei was in seclusion, so he didn't disturb him. Han Fei's residence was too high-leveled. As an explorer-level guide, although he had the right to go there, he couldn't stay there all the time. Therefore, he could only stay at home and go up to ask every 6 hours. The main reason was that his mission as a guide wasn't over yet. Of course, it also had to do with whether Han Fei would give him additional rewards. Therefore, he had been struggling these past 2 days. Han Fei had already forgotten him. After all, he was just a guide at the peak of the explorer level. Besides, Chen-Yi was very cautious. He knew that Han Fei had beat the Dragon Fighting Street and knew how terrifying this lord was. However, he was the one who took him to the Dragon Fighting Street. Although theoretically speaking, it was unlikely that a fight between strong masters of that level would affect a minor character like him, it wouldn't hurt to take precautions in advance. What had happened had already happened. If anything happened to him, who would take care of his younger siblings? Therefore, he took out all his money and went to the Zhao family's business center to buy a marrow-changing pill and a heritage-boosting pill. Chen-Yi said, "Look what I brought back for you." Ta-ta! When Chen-Yi took out the box that was emitting a red mist, the girl seemed to understand something. She exclaimed, "This is a heritage-boosting pill? Brother, you're crazy. This one costs 40,000 kilometers of resources." The boy also took a deep breath. "Brother, have you used up all your resources to become a venerable?" Chen-Yi smiled and said, "What do you know? How many resources can I use to break through to the venerable realm? It's not like breaking through to the king realm. Hey, I have something else for you, Tata." When Chen-Yi took out something else, he put on a mysterious smile. "Xiaoshu, this is for you." This time, Chen Xiaoshu could recognize this thing from the words on the box. He was shocked. "Brother, is this the marrow-shifting pill?" "It's a treasure pill that cleanses the marrow. Its value is even higher than the heritage-boosting pill." "Brother, are you crazy? Did you use our parents' pension?" Chen-Yi's eyes darkened and his expression became serious. "Xiaoshu, resources are meant to be used. With this marrow-shifting pill, your potential will increase by a level. With the heritage-boosting pill, Xiaoya's spiritual heritage may rise to another level." Chan Xiaoya shook her head. "Brother, it can't be improved. My spiritual heritage is damaged. I've used 3 heritage-boosting pills, but my spiritual heritage is only level 2, high quality. Our parents' pensions are wasted by me." "Shut up." Chen-Yi's eyes turned cold. "If I tell you to use it, you have to use it. What's wrong with having a level 2, high-quality spiritual heritage? If you use this heritage-boosting pill, you will have a level 3 spiritual heritage. I'll get a few more later, and then your spiritual heritage will be level 4, level 5, or even level 6. The girl's eyes were filled with tears. "Brother, but you should have broken through to the venerable realm long ago." Chen-Yi said, "What it takes to break through to the venerable realm is comprehension, not taking a pill." With that, Chen-Yi looked at Chen Xiaoshu and said, "I'll leave in 10 hours. Xiaoshu, you have to take good care of our sister when I'm not around. Take this marrow-changing pill. In less than a year, you should be able to reach the law enforcer realm. Then you'll be an adult, understood?" Chen Xiaoshu nodded slightly. "I know, brother, but don't buy it next time. You have to help yourself make a breakthrough with the resources you earn first. Only when you become a venerable can our lives be better." Chen-Yi sighed inwardly. In the Divine Capital Dynasty, there was not much difference between a peak-level explorer and a venerable. The point was that he didn't know if he would be implicated. Logically speaking, he shouldn't go to Han Fei anymore. So many people were paying attention to him now. However, he had said that he would give him a body-refining technique. If it weren't for the heavenly race, he would have obtained this technique. Damn the heavenly race. Now, just because he was a little guide, no one would care about an ant like him, so he dared to continue to go to Han Fei. Regardless of whether he would succeed or not, he had to go meet Han Fei and strive for what he wanted. Buzz. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in this ordinary and even somewhat crowded small courtyard. This person appeared behind Chen-Yi, but Chen Xiaoshu and Chen Xiaoye saw him clearly. Brother, huh? Seeing that his younger siblings were all looking behind him, Chen-Yi felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Could it be that those big shots wouldn't even let go of an ant like him? He was already prepared. After he went home this time, he would never go home again until this matter completely faded out. When Chen-Yi turned his head with difficulty, his heart that had sunk to the bottom of the valley suddenly relaxed. Master Han Fei? Gulpa Chen-Yi was dumbfounded. He never expected that it would be Han Fei who appeared here. Seeing that Chen-Yi was stunned, Han Fei said, I heard that you visited my residence every 6 hours, so I came out not long after you left, but I didn't see you, so I asked where you lived. Chen Ye hurriedly bowed. Greetings, Master Han Fei. After that, Chen Ye called out to his younger siblings, come on, greet Master Han Fei. Master Han Fei is a super cultivator in the sky-opening realm. Chen Xiaoshu was shocked, and Chen Xiaoya was full of curiosity, but the two still hurriedly bowed to Han Fei. The three of them were frightened. Chen Ye didn't know the purpose of Han Fei's visit. He wondered why such a big shot who could beat the entire dragon fighting street would come to his residence. He wondered if Han Fei had another purpose. As for Chen Xiaoshu and Chen Xiaoya, they were shocked because they had seen a sky-opening realm cultivator. Although they lived in the Divine Capital Dynasty, a sky-opening realm cultivator was not something they could see easily. They only knew where sky-opening realm cultivators were, but they had never seen one before. Han Fei smiled casually. You're very cautious, but you don't have to worry. I won't go back on my word. With a thought, Han Fei gave out many star shells and said, here are 50,000 kilometers of resources, your first reward. Although the deal you recommended failed, at least you did it. Chen Ye was shocked and took a deep breath. He had just exchanged all his resources for 2 pills, and now another 50,000 kilometers of resources had come. This was something he didn't expect. In fact, he no longer had any hope for the rewards that Han Fei mentioned. Chen Xiaoshu and Chen Xiaoya gasped hard. 50,000 kilometers of resources. That was a huge amount of resources that they couldn't even imagine. But they knew that such a huge amount of resources was enough for Chen Ye to cultivate to the peak of the venerable realm, right? Thank you, Master Han Fei. Chen Ye hurriedly bowed again. Han Fei said, you deserve it. Then Han Fei threw out a jade slip. This jade slip records a venerable level divine quality body tempering technique. This is what you should get. However, you can only read this jade slip 3 times. Chen Ye's heart skipped a beat. Venerable level, divine quality? He thought that he could even accept a high quality one. If it was ultra quality, it would simply be the greatest reward. But he never expected that Han Fei would reward a divine quality one. He could only read it 3 times, which meant that Han Fei wouldn't allow him to teach this technique to others. But thinking that it was a divine quality technique, Chen Ye's heart trembled. Han Fei didn't care about this and casually threw it to Chen Ye, who held it in his hands, unable to speak. Han Fei didn't even look at the technique that was thrown out, but looked at Chen Xiaoya and the pill in her hand. Then he looked at Chen Xiaoshu. These 2 kids both had problems with their spiritual heritage, especially Chen Xiaoya, who had a much more serious problem. This problem was just like what happened to him back then. However, her spiritual heritage had been forcibly upgraded, and the girl had thus accumulated a lot of medicinal waste in her body and was almost poisoned. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, how many of these pills did your sister take? Chen Ye quickly said, my lord, 4. Han Fei looked at the heritage boosting pill. This pill was not low level and should be valuable. But he remembered that Chen Ye's father's comrade in arms was in the sea establishment realm. He guessed that their father must have died, and the mother of these 2 children must have been seriously injured when they were born. Han Fei said, she can't eat this pill anymore, or she will die. Huh? Chen Ye was horrified and looked at Han Fei in shock. He didn't know why his sister would die from taking the heritage boosting pill, but he knew that Han Fei was the man who defeated the dragon fighting street and challenged the heavenly race. What he said must be right. Immediately, Chen Ye panicked. His face turned pale, and then he looked at Han Fei. Senior Han Fei, please save my sister. I don't want resources. You can take back this great technique too, but please save my sister. Han Fei couldn't help but look at him. Oh, with this great technique, it can easily make you a heavenly talent. The stronger you are, the more chances you have to come into contact with better techniques, combat skills, and great techniques. Are you sure you don't want it? Brother is sure. Shut up, senior. Yes, please save my sister. Han Fei grinned and said casually, you're not bad. Chapter 2343, First Time Reversing. He was already a peak-level explorer. Few people in the world of cultivation could give up the greatest opportunity in their lives. If he hadn't encountered this matter, of course, he could have ignored it. However, this was just a small matter within his ability. This girl's congenital incomplete heritage was caused by insufficient vitality and qi and blood. For Han Fei, he just needed to reshape the girl's spiritual heritage. It might be a little difficult for others, but with the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique, he could completely cure the girl and give her a good talent. All he needed to do was to consume less than 100 years of Han Fei's vitality. As for Chen Xiaoshu's problem, it was even simpler. He simply had insufficient qi and blood and vitality. Han Fei estimated that it would take him 100 years of vitality to cure these 2 people, which could be easily taken back from whoever he killed with the void lines. Therefore, he was not stingy. Han Fei stomped and the whole yard was enshrouded by an invisible barrier. Han Fei looked at the girl and smiled. It will be very painful, but the result will be very good. Do you dare to bear it? Chen Xiaoya nodded heavily. She was not afraid of pain. Compared to watching Chen Ye spend all the resources in the family to buy the heritage boosting pills for her, she felt that the pain she endured was nothing. Under the nervous and expectant gazes of Chen Ye and Chen Xiaoshu, Han Fei stretched out his hand and pressed on Chen Xiaoye's head. The next moment, golden light burst out, and in an instant, all the meridians in Chen Xiaoye's body were shattered. Ah! Chen Xiaoye screamed in pain. Chen Ye's heart was pounding hard. He held Chen Xiaoshu with one hand to prevent him from being rude. Although he didn't know why Han Fei said that Chen Xiaoya would die if she took another heritage boosting pill, he believed Han Fei. There was no point in Han Fei lying to him. About 100 seconds later, when the spiritual heritage in Chen Xiaoya's body was rebuilt because there was too much power left in her body from the heritage boosting pill, it all erupted at this moment. Chen Xiaoya's spiritual heritage was directly molded into a level 8 spiritual heritage, which was only a little bit away from level 9. This was theoretically the spiritual heritage that Chen Xiaoya should have. Chen Xiaoya, whose spiritual heritage had been reconstructed, passed out, but Han Fei had a strange feeling. Oh, so this is how it feels to mold a spiritual heritage? Interesting. Chen Ye and Chen Xiaoshu quickly came to Chen Xiaoya. Under Chen Ye's expectant gaze, Han Fei said lightly, "A level 8 high-quality spiritual heritage, not bad." Buzz, Chen Ye and Chen Xiaoshu were stunned. Level 8 high quality? Snap! Before the two of them were surprised, Han Fei snapped his fingers, and Chen Xiaoshu was shrouded in white light and passed out too. Chen Ye, who didn't know what was going on, quickly looked at Han Fei and found that Han Fei had already put his hands behind his back and said, "They will wake up in a while. Your brother lacks qi and blood. It's best for him to rest for half a year to consolidate his foundation before thinking about breaking through to the law enforcement realm. Our karma has ended. No one will blame you because of me. You don't have to come to the number 306 courtyard again." Before Chen Ye thanked him, the seal had suddenly disappeared and Han Fei was no longer in front of Chen Ye. Even so, Chen Ye grinned and bowed deeply to the void. "Thank you for giving us a new life, Senior Han Fei. I will never forget your kindness." Han Fei left quietly. However, even he didn't know that Chen Xiaoya's rebuilt spiritual heritage emitted a faint glimmer, which was the vitality and an inexplicable golden light in her spiritual heritage. These two were slightly altering Chen Xiaoya's spiritual heritage. It didn't disappear until Chen Xiaoya's spiritual heritage became a level 9 spiritual heritage, For Chen Ye, Han Fei's casual action was a huge favor that he would never be able to repay. But Han Fei felt that he had only done something trivial. He was thinking about who he would meet later and what he should say. On the 121st island, Han Fei, who had already obtained the map of the Divine Capital Dynasty, easily found this place. As soon as he arrived on Island 1021, Han Fei felt that something was wrong. With his strength after star transformation, he could easily sense that something undetectable had happened on Island 1021. For example, he felt that there was a slight time Dao rune here. It was so slight that it was equivalent to an imperceptible repetition of a fallen leaf as it fell. For others, they wouldn't pay much attention to such small details. This was the Great Dao of Time, and its effect wasn't just like a fallen leaf. The Great Dao of Time here was used on the growth of some spiritual plants. It was just because Han Fei walked the Great Dao of Time that he sensed the Time Dao runes here and found something abnormal here. Otherwise, Han Fei wouldn't have cared, let alone ordinary people. In the Divine Capital Dynasty, perception couldn't be easily used. Otherwise, once it was detected, he would definitely be held accountable. At that time, even if they couldn't beat Han Fei, there would be stronger people coming out. After all, this was the Divine Capital Dynasty. It was within the rules that Han Fei killed Yi Qianxing, but this didn't mean that Han Fei could be unscrupulous. Therefore, Han Fei just followed one of the abnormal spiritual plants. One of the leaves had a pattern growing repeatedly. Following this pattern, Han Fei changed his appearance until he came to a place called the Prophecy House. Han Fei couldn't help but sneer. Mochi only asked him to come to Island 10221 of the Divine Capital Dynasty. She didn't tell him the location and said that he would know when he arrived. Now it seemed that he had found the place. Now that he was here, Han Fei was naturally prepared to get in touch with those who had mastered the Great Dao of Time. Without thinking much, he walked straight in. There was no telling if it was because people like Mochi liked this unorthodox style, but when he entered the Prophecy House, he saw that there was almost no place to stand. There were all kinds of messy things everywhere. There were precious materials, strange tools, various jade slips, carapaces and bones of sea creatures, and many ancient weapons. Anyway, this place wasn't any better than Mochi's place. Han Fei moved around in this flea market-like garbage station for a while and saw that a relatively clean and spacious place with an area of about 20 square meters had finally appeared in this ruins-like garbage dump. In these 20 square kilometers, an old man was sitting on a table facing the door, examining a conch shell. The conch shell had almost turned into a fossil, but the old man didn't mind and was still examining it carefully. Beside him was another conch shell, which he didn't seem to intend to study for the time being. Behind the old man, in the other two places, a young man was lying on a chair with his eyes closed. However, there were at least 50 jade slips floating around him. Obviously, although his body wasn't moving, his brain was moving. There was also a young girl who was wiping the crystal ball in her hand with a piece of cloth as if she didn't notice anyone coming at all. The three of them restrained their auras. Even Han Fei could only vaguely sense the collision of the Great Dao and could barely see through their strength. Han Fei walked forward and almost laid half of his body on the table, but the three people still didn't respond. Even if the old man was less than half a meter away from him, he didn't respond. Han Fei couldn't help shaking his head. He picked up the arm-long conch shell beside the old man. He looked at the conch shell carefully for a while, then looked at the old man, only to find that the old man was focused and there seemed to be a strange glint in his eyes. Han Fei's heart did a flip. He secretly activated the great Tao of time, and then found that the conch shell in his hand seemed to come to life. At that moment, he seemed to see conch meat smile at him. Huh? Han Fei hadn't thought of using the great Tao of time to trace time. Wouldn't he need to go back to the past if he wanted to reverse time? Wait, what if he didn't need to go over but only needed to see the past through something? Han Fei couldn't help but look at the conch shell in his hand. When he secretly activated the great Tao of time and converged it in his eyes and looked at the conch shell, he seemed to see a layer of illusory fog. When the power of the soul gathered and was imprinted on the mist, Han Fei seemed to see a scene similar to an illusion. He saw a conch crawling at the bottom of the sea. Its six-sided antenna-like eyes were raised and it was gnawing on the algae. Suddenly, Han Fei saw that this crawling conch was picked up by a big black fish that swam for a while and threw it into the nest of a sea spider. When the sea spider opened the shell with its legs, reached in, and killed the conch, the big black fish appeared again, picked up the conch again, and began to eat it. Hiss! At this moment, Han Fei felt a slight sting in his soul, but he was more curious about the environment, so he wanted to explore it further. Therefore, he saw that the half-eaten conch's flesh began to heal. Han Fei even felt that he could see the shape of its flesh wriggling, the changes in its body, and the convergence of power. This conch seemed to be converging the last of its power into the depth of its shell, where hundreds of small conches were quickly absorbing this energy. At this time, Han Fei felt a little uncomfortable again. Suddenly, the old man said, "Boy, it seems that this is the first time you've looked back in time." Chapter 2344, War of the Gods. Han Fei closed his eyes slightly. When he came back to himself, he found that the old man was no longer looking at the conch, but was looking at him with a faint smile. The young man stopped looking at the jade slip and looked at Han Fei curiously. The young woman stopped wiping the crystal ball and looked at Han Fei with a hint of joy in her eyes. Under the gaze of the three of them, Han Fei asked calmly, "Is this time reversing?" The old man asked. "What else do you think this is?" Han Fei asked, "If we want to reverse time, shouldn't we enter time and cross the river of time to look back?" Han Fei didn't hide the fact that he had mastered the great Tao of time because the other party didn't hide it. The old man looked at Han Fei with a smile and then shook his head slightly. Going back in time doesn't necessarily mean you have to physically go back in time. It takes a lot of effort to do it. Isn't it simple to look at the past directly? It's like when you casually looked at it just now, you had crossed almost 3 million years. What price do you have to pay to go back to 3 million years ago? Han Fei's heart did a flip. This conch was from 3 million years ago? Although he hadn't really crossed time, he knew that if he crossed 3 million years, he probably wouldn't be able to do it with his limited time Tao runes. Not to mention running halfway, he wouldn't even be able to run 1/10. One who walked the great Tao of time could enter the river of time, but this didn't mean that the river of time belonged to him, or he could completely wander freely inside. Han Fei gently put down the conch shell and looked at the room full of junk, understanding what these people were doing. They seemed to be exploring and retracing the past. The reason for using this method to trace back was just as the old man had said. It would be too troublesome to personally step into the river of time to go back to the past. Suddenly, Han Fei thought of a question. He wondered, if you are studying history, is it possible for the people of the future to study the present? Han Fei said, "How do we know that it's the present? The name Prophecy House doesn't seem to be meant to trace back to the past." "Google-ed," the girl said. "The future is a forbidden area of time. Only a few people can foresee it." Han Fei smiled. "Oh, what did you foresee?" The young man said, "The future changes with a thought. But the futures of you and me are unpredictable." Han Fei didn't know what to say. It was interesting that he couldn't foresee his future. Han Fei shrugged. He wasn't interested in this game. He said, "Moki asked me to come on her behalf. She didn't tell me the reason or who I would be meeting. So, who are you?" The young girl said. "You should have guessed it, right?" It wasn't until this moment that Han Fei finally confirmed the other party's identity. He smiled and said, "I originally thought that the Time Temple was the most mysterious existence in the legendary 3 temples. I didn't expect you to settle down in the Divine Capital Dynasty so openly and even open a shop along the street." The old man smiled and said, "Mystery doesn't conflict with opening a shop. We are still mysterious, as always." Han Fei had no time to beat around the bush with them. He simply said, "So, are you waiting for me?" The old man said, "Young man, you are smart." Han Fei said leisurely, "Is it so easy for the Time Temple to absorb disciples? Do you know who I am?" The old man shook his head slightly. "I don't need to know who you are. I just need to know that you have taken the Great Tao of Time. Of course, not everyone who has taken the Great Tao of Time can enter the Time Temple." Then the threshold would have been too low. Han Fei was just testing if Mochi had informed these people about his identity as the human emperor. If she had, his alliance with Mochi would end here. Although this old man said that he didn't know, who knew if he knew or not, so Hanfei was very vigilant now. But in the next moment, Hanfei said, I think the people who walk the great Tao of time are rare, right? The old man nodded again. Hanfei, since they're rare, you should know that Hanfei broke through the dragon fighting street and killed Yi Qianxing a few days ago, right? The old man nodded again. Hanfei asked, in that case, do you know who I am? However, the old man still smiled and said, I know you are Hanfei, but I don't know your real identity, even if you have revealed the God of War seal. However, you have no reason to appear in the chaotic wasteland. Therefore, your appearance is a mystery. Hanfei smiled. It's not convincing, the young man said. It's very convincing, because your identity isn't important. After all, in this vast sea realm, there are millions of races. Someone thinks you're good, so we'd like to test you. Hanfei smiled and said, Test what? Test if I'm suitable to join the Time Temple, the girl said. Although you have the strength to kill Yi Qianxing, entering the Time Temple is something countless strong masters dream of having. Hanfei chuckled. Girl, I can kill Yi Qianxing and have the confidence to get the reward for this competition. I'm very confident that I will prove my Tao someday. If I prove my Tao, what's the attraction of the Time Temple to me? The girl said. The road of the monarch is long. There are many unknowns on this road. How many people do you think can give you guidance? In the vast sea realm, if the monarchs refuse to guide you, how can you continue down this road? Hanfei sneered. Girl, do you think my path can't go down without the Time Temple? She just said, so, what do you want? Hanfei asked. What do I want? You have to show me what you can give me first. By the way, Moki asked me to come over to find you because she wanted me to take this test. Hanfei wanted to argue with the girl, but then he wondered why he didn't take this opportunity to take a look at the test of the Time Temple. Although the Time Temple seemed to have opened a shop here openly, it was still mysterious. At least, he didn't know what it was like in the Time Temple. Besides, Feng Yu didn't know either. If he could take this opportunity to understand more about the Great Tao of Time, would it help him further comprehend the Great Tao of Time? Therefore, Hanfei didn't refuse immediately. Anyway, it was just a test. No one said that he had to join the Time Temple if he took the test. The old man smiled. Yes and no. Before this test, we will tell you some secrets of this world. No rush. Oh, then I'm all ears. Hanfei casually sat on a clamshell. Compared to the test, he was quite interested in the secrets of this world. He just didn't know how much this old man could tell him. Could he tell more than Chu Hao? The old man said. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, the gods perished. You know this, right? I do. Hanfei thought to himself, not only do I know, but I also know the reason. The old man said, you can understand it as a terrifying power, an unknown power that surpasses the gods. It will bring about the destruction of the entire sea realm and even the Sea of Stars. Hanfei pretended to be taken aback for a moment, but then he said with a smile, power beyond gods? Destroy the Sea of Stars? The girl behind the old man was obviously disdainful when she saw Hanfei's expression. She seemed to be looking down at Hanfei from above. The old man said slowly, the stronger you are, the more you will know about this world. With that, the old man took out a crystal ball and pushed it to Hanfei. Hanfei thought that the old man was going to tell him, but he saw that time was flowing on the crystal ball. He was clearly asking him to see it in person. Hanfei didn't doubt him. With Feng Yu watching him come to the 1020 Worst Island, not to mention that it was meaningless that these people attacked him, even if they really wanted to do something to him, Feng Yu could quickly save him. Hanfei didn't care. He took the crystal ball and sank his perception into it. Buzz. At that moment, the world Hanfei saw changed. He was in an unknown starry sky, surrounded by countless broken stars. Chapter 2345, Dare You Fight Me? When everything in front of him disappeared, Hanfei returned to reality from the chaotic sea of stars. He subconsciously closed his eyes and slowly opened them after a long time. When he opened his eyes, he saw the old man and the other two looking at him quietly. Hanfei returned to normal. Thinking about the scene just now, he asked solemnly, what was that, huh? The old man was slightly surprised. You recovered your calm so quickly. I didn't even see your shocked look, Hanfei said. What's the point of being shocked? You'll probably explain to me anyway. The girl curled her lips and the young man said, that's a small part of the War of the Gods. A war between gods? Hanfei recalled the picture he saw just now. The stars fell like rain. The holes were rolling back. The time chains sealed the Sea of Stars and all kinds of magical and terrifying power. He had already guessed what it was. Hanfei said, so, what does this mean? The old man said indifferently. That black fog will make a comeback. Hanfei pretended to take a breath and then said calmly, so, the old man said, you must have seen the strong masters of the Time Temple seal it, right? I'm showing you all this to tell you how powerful the Time Temple is, and to tell you that the world we live in is never safe. Also, I'm telling you that there is a mysterious power in this world that surpasses the gods. What do you want from cultivation? Hanfei smiled and said, yes. You did tell me some secrets about this world, but if the power surpasses that of a god, do you think I have the potential to surpass a god? Puffa the girl couldn't help but say, "You're really narcissistic." Han Fei shrugged. "Then why did you show me this?" the old man said. "We're telling you that once the ominous darkness revives, you, me, the billions of races, and all the creatures in the world will be annihilated. If you enter our time temple, putting aside whether you can become a god, as long as you can prove your Tao, you'll be the strongest." Han Fei smiled. "The strongest? Why do you say that?" The elder said, "The time temple can see the river of time, the past, and the myriad of great Taos. In this world, no power can walk the path of monarchs more easily than the time temple." Han Fei chuckled. "Unfortunately, Senior, you didn't convince me. The great Tao of time is just one of my many great Taos, not my true Tao. Also, the time temple can see all the myriad great Taos in the world. This isn't true. You can only see some great Tao that have appeared, but you lack the ability to create a new Tao. Even if you can stand on the shoulders of your predecessors, continue to grow, quickly rise, and even become gods, you can't solve the power that surpasses gods. In that case, why should I join you?" With that, Han Fei rose. "The time temple is strong, but if this is your path, then I just want to say that the path is too narrow. I'm not interested in such a time temple." The three people in the prophecy room all looked surprised. What they showed Han Fei just now represented rapid growth on the path of monarchs. They felt that a genius like Han Fei could easily be convinced. He would find that as long as he joined the time temple, he would quickly stand at the top of the sea realm. However, this guy actually rejected them facing such a huge temptation. In the history of the Time Temple, no more than 10 people had rejected them so easily. "Hey, you refuse us without even knowing what the test is about? You will regret it." The girl looked at Han Fei and said angrily. Han Fei smiled and said, "Regret? If that's all the Time Temple can show me, sorry, I really don't know what I should regret. Well, maybe in the future you can show me something else that can really move me. Then I might consider joining you." The old man took a deep breath. "What can move you?" Han Fei shrugged. "I don't know. It depends on you." With that, Han Fei was about to leave. "Stop." After that, the girl shouted at Han Fei, "Do you look down upon the time temple?" Han Fei couldn't help but laugh. "Girl, are you out of your mind? We just don't have the same ideals. I don't deny the power of your time temple, and I don't mean to look down on you. However, it's not my path, nor is it the path I think is the right one. Why? Are you angry because I rejected you? Do you want to force me to join you? Bah. You don't even know if you can pass the test. If you leave now, you might not dare to take the test. Do you dare to fight me?" "Tianran, don't be rude." The old man smiled apologetically. "Little friend Han Fei, since you don't want to, we won't force you. However, please don't spread the picture you just saw." Han Fei smiled. "Don't worry, it's meaningless for ordinary people to know about this. I'm too lazy to tell others. However, I think this girl's suggestion is good. I also want to see the power of the Time Temple. There's nothing wrong with sparring." The elder didn't refuse. To be honest, he also wanted to see Han Fei's strength above the Sea of Stars. He entered the Sea of Stars through a gate opened by the old man. Han Fei was quite surprised. Most people could only appear in his own Sea of Stars. To reach the Sea of Stars where he would have to fly across the infinite sky. But this old man casually opened a door, which made Han Fei wonder how strong this old man was. Is he a monarch? Or did he use some other method to make him appear in this Sea of Stars? But in any case, the girl named Tianran appeared opposite Han Fei at this moment. The old man and the young man stood far away and watched. "Humph, I know you defeated Yi Qianxing. I also know that your strength is not even in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. My strength is only at the late stage of the star transformation realm. Let's see how powerful you are." Buzz, Tianran took the lead to attack. As soon as she attacked, Han Fei felt that his surroundings were sealed by time. As if an array domain had instantly condensed, a time sword slashed at Han Fei. Transforming time into knives was a move that Han Fei often used. But when Tianran used this move, Han Fei felt that the flow of time in the time sword was different. This meant that once he was cut open, his body would be scattered in different fragments of time. It was as if he had been sealed. Interesting. Han Fei found it quite refreshing. He had never fought a strong cultivator who walked the great Tao of time. But as soon as they fought, he felt that the other party was extraordinary. Han Fei didn't use all his strength at the beginning. Tianran could deviate time and mold the swords of time that flowed in different directions. Then all he needed to do was to create chaotic time and shatter these swords of time. By doing that, he could easily break Tianran's technique. As soon as the time sword struck Han Fei, it was twisted into the time vortex. The chaotic time fell into the river of time and then returned to peace. But this was just a test. Han Fei punched back. Tianran waved her hand casually, and this punch entered another time. Tianran sneered. "Your fist techniques are ineffective against the great Tao of time." Then she launched another attack. This time sword was not something that simple chaotic time could resist. Han Fei stretched out his hand and pushed, and time slowed down. But Tianran smiled in disdain and accelerated time, offsetting the time deceleration. Han Fei imitated Tianran and opened a time displacement, trying to lead this sword to another time. But the time gap that Han Fei had just summoned was broken by this sword. Han Fei, who didn't have time to react, stepped back and entered the river of time to reverse time to deal with this move. Buzz. When Han Fei appeared again, he returned to the position and state he was in a few seconds ago. However, what surprised him was that this sword was still in front of him. Huh? Tianran said. You can reverse time, so can my sword. It can even transcend time and return to the past. Not far away, the old man and the young man who were watching the battle both nodded slightly. The young man said, it seems that he is indeed not familiar with the great Tao of time. As he said, this is not what he is best at. The old man nodded slightly. Not bad. A pure newcomer. Interesting. Han Fei reached out and grabbed, and the time sword disappeared. Huh? Tianran was surprised that her attack was gone. What kind of technique was that? Where was her sword? After Han Fei obtained the power of the time sword, he didn't find anything special. This was just an ordinary time sword. This meant that the characteristics of this sword had nothing to do with the sword itself, but with Tianran's great Tao. Therefore, it wasn't that this sword was powerful, but that her control over the great Tao of time was higher than his. There were specialties in every profession. Han Fei had been walking the great Tao of time on his own. No one verified it or sparred with him. These were all taught to him by Little Time. Compared to the people from the Time Temple, he was naturally much weaker in the great Tao of time. Standing proudly in the Sea of Stars, Han Fei smiled. Come again. Chapter 2346, A Weapon of Mass Destruction. Han Fei had never underestimated the great Tao of time. In fact, even his not very strong great Tao of time had saved him countless times. Therefore, he showed a strong interest in the use of the great Tao of time shown by Tianran. For example, Han Fei imitated Tianran to use the power of time to stop Tianran from using displacement of time. Then, countless fist marks burst out, trying to see how Tianran would deal with them. However, with a tap of Tianran's finger, time stopped. Only Han Fei, who was enveloped by the Time Tao runes, was unaffected. His fist marks actually stopped in the void. That shouldn't be the case. She can freeze time, so I should be able to cancel the time freeze. Since I'm not affected by time freeze, there should be several ways to crack it. I can attach Time Tao runes to my attack or turn this place into my own domain. Sun. Han Fei already had a plan in mind. When he punched next, the Time Tao runes covered the fist mark. Tianran smiled contemptuously. How can you use it so simply? You know nothing about time. Sun Fei didn't feel ashamed of being mocked. After all, he hadn't studied this Tao in the first place, and it was difficult to walk the great Tao of time. His fist mark that was covered by his Time Tao runes was sealed by another mass of Time Tao runes and then exploded in the void. Han Fei found it strange. Why could the other party's Time Tao runes seal his Time Tao runes? Although the great Tao was the same, the frequency of time explosion was different, right? Fuck, has she seen through the nature of my Time Tao runes? Han Fei couldn't help but have such an idea, but he wasn't discouraged. This was because he felt that there was a limit to the usage of Time Tao runes. Time displacement, the flow of time, time reversal, time freeze. It was all about one's thoughts and mastery of the great Tao of time. Of course, thoughts were also based on one's understanding of the great Tao of time. Han Fei still lacked understanding of the great Tao of time, but he had many forward ideas about it that he hadn't implemented yet. For example, seeing that his attacks couldn't hurt Tianran, Han Fei frowned. The chaotic power of time he added on his fist mark was a disordered power of time, namely chaotic time power flowing in different directions. So how could she capture the frequency of his great Tao of time? Thinking about that, Han Fei launched an attack again, and the time around him became chaotic. But this time, different from the chaotic time that Han Fei created just now, it caused a strong spatial shock. Tianran shouted, "You don't know anything about the great Tao of time. Don't use it randomly." The chaotic power of time requires an extraordinary carrier. But in the next moment, the void around Han Fei exploded, and a storm suddenly appeared, but Han Fei still punched out. In the void storm, Han Fei was as steady as a mountain. The power of the storm couldn't shake him at all. The time that seemed to be chaotic appeared in a strange cycle. All the chaotic power of time was sucked into this inexplicable time cycle. Therefore, no matter how chaotic Han Fei's surroundings were, he was safe. Even the elder and the young man were surprised. The man was surprised. Is this the time cycle? How can he create the power of the time cycle now? The old man frowned slightly and pondered for a moment. No, this is not a time cycle. This is a time cycle frequency. Huh? The young man was dumbfounded. What? Why didn't I understand? Huh, the elder said. You've all learned this technique. It's not a time cycle, but quantification of time. You should remember that the Void Temple has a great technique. By quantifying the Time Tao runes, one can construct a time attack with 10 units of time that only he can use and no one else can crack. However, this is a chaotic time. The young man frowned. Yes, but how can he use that technique like this? Logically speaking, the flow of time at this frequency will cause chaos. Why is he not affected at all? The power of time can't hurt him at all. The old man said, as long as he follows a certain frequency, he won't be affected by chaos. The frequency of time he found doesn't include the current time at all, But at the moment the time Dao runes burst out, he created the cycle of connecting the head and tail. It's like a circle. A circle. A young man was confused, but the old man exclaimed, "Genius, he's really a peerless heavenly talent. I can guarantee that he just comprehended it." Just now, Tianran captured his time Dao runes, which was noticed by him. Therefore, he immediately reacted. Perhaps at first he wanted to use the disorderly chaotic time to resist Tianran, but later he discovered that he could create the frequency of time Dao runes. Then, he immediately found an almost perfect time inverse frequency. In fact, just as the old man thought, Han Fei did find a unique frequency, which was the legendary pi. Han Fei's original intention was to find a time frequency that Tianran couldn't imitate. This was because Tianran's methods were strange. What if the frequency he found wasn't complicated and the other party accidentally cracked it? Therefore, he thought of the infinite pi. But after performing this frequency, Han Fei found that something strange happened. That was, he found that the chaotic power of time didn't hurt him at all. It actually gave birth to an inexplicable cycle of power. How mysterious was this power cycle? For example, the punch Han Fei threw out just now was cut into pieces by Tianran's sword of time. However, in the next moment, the shattered fist mark condensed again and continued to attack Tianran. Time freeze. Tianran hurriedly unleashed the power of time restriction, but Han Fei's punch was not limited by this power at all, because the time frequency attached to this punch pierced through Tianran's time frequency. It was not just that. Tianran wanted to displace time to separate Han Fei's punch, but the power of displacement was destroyed by this punch as soon as it burst out. Tianran was shocked. This person was clearly a rookie who didn't have a deep understanding of the great Tao of time. Why did he suddenly burst out a punch that she couldn't crack at all? Why could the time Tao runes that Han Fei launched be reassembled after they were shattered? In the end, Tianran triggered the time Dao runes in front of her and made them explode at the same time after touching Han Fei's punch. This time, the punch that Han Fei unleashed seemed to try to regather, but it was annihilated before it was regathered. The scene where the fist mark regathered stunned Tianran, the old man, and the young man. A casual punch had broken Tianran's many great time techniques at the same time. What kind of magical time frequency had Han Fei found? They were only surprised, but Han Fei understood why this punch couldn't be recombined. It was because there was no absolutely perfect technique in the world, nor was there an absolutely perfect frequency. Pi had no end. He had only corrected it to the 1000th decimal place. It was not bad that it could cause such destructive power. In fact, even if he corrected it the 10,000th decimal place, or even the 100,000th decimal place, the effect might not be much better than now. It would probably only last 2 more rounds and gather twice more than now. The root reason was still his own strength. The reason why Tianran and the other two didn't understand was that the things they came into contact with were very profound, so they didn't know some simplest things instead. For example, they didn't know pi. The more complicated something was, the more simple it was. Therefore, it seemed natural for Han Fei to win. At this time, Han Fei suddenly grinned and said, "Well, do you have any other means?" Tianran's eyes turned cold. "Don't be smug." With that, a time sword appeared in front of Tianran. Han Fei thought to himself, "What else have you got?" When the sword came at him, Han Fei was about to block it, but it disappeared. Huh? Han Fei was puzzled. This sword had completely disappeared. It didn't make sense. But at this moment, a time sword domain burst out around Han Fei, and time swords shot at Han Fei. Han Fei couldn't help but say, Fei couldn't help but say, "Hey, this trick has been used. Are there any new ones?" Han Fei casually threw out a sea of knives. No time sword of the so-called time sword domain could touch him. Just as Han Fei was about to continue clamoring, suddenly, a time sword appeared in front of him. It was the one that had disappeared earlier. This sword suddenly appeared. Even his perception of danger appeared at the moment the sword appeared. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been slashed by this sword because he couldn't block or dodge in time. Steal. Han Fei stole the power of the time sword again. Sure enough, he couldn't underestimate the people of the Time Temple. What was this move? The sword that disappeared a moment ago came out a moment later. If it came from the River of Time, he would definitely be able to see it. However, there was no movement in the River of Time just now. It was as if this sword had jumped for a period of time out of thin air. Han Fei's heart did a flip. This was a super technique. If he learned this technique, coupled with the frequency of pi he had just comprehended, his attack would be almost impossible to defend against. Therefore, Han Fei grabbed again without hesitation, directly stealing Tianran's great Tao. Unlike Yi Qianxing, Tianran didn't have the ability to dodge his stealing in an instant. Therefore, when this sword appeared in Han Fei's hand, Tianran suddenly forgot how to use the great Tao of time. She was horrified. What did you do to me? Why can't I feel the great Tao of time? Han Fei casually waved Tianran's sword and cut open the time sword domain, saying casually, "It's temporarily sealed by me. It will recover in a while." Even the old man couldn't help but frown. Seal? Where did the sealing power come from? Why didn't I sense it? Chapter 2347, Competition Disclosed Finally, the old man said. "All right, Tianran, stop. You've lost." The old man said, "Little friend Han Fei, please remove the seal." Han Fei smiled casually. My seal can't be removed, but there is a time limit. She will recover in a moment. In fact, Han Fei was now experiencing Tianran's Great Tao of Time. Instantly, many thoughts and understandings about the Great Tao of Time appeared in his mind. Many questions that he didn't understand in the past were suddenly answered. Because Han Fei also took the Great Tao of Time, he didn't need to use the green jade stone bridge to make something out of nothing. As long as he seized Tianran's Great Tao, he could somewhat comprehend it. Of course, before Tianran regained her Great Tao, Han Fei would definitely not remove the stealing power. He still had to comprehend it. It wasn't until 100 seconds later that Han Fei got some understanding that the power Tianran had just shown was called time jump. As the name suggested, it was a great time technique that allowed one to skip a period of time. It sounded a bit inexplicable, but the Great Tao of Space had a great void teleportation and a spatial jump. Why couldn't there be a time skip? About 20 seconds later, Tianran suddenly regained all her knowledge of the Great Tao of Time. Only then did she heave a long sigh of relief, thinking that the seal must have been lifted. At this moment, Han Fei smiled. Okay, since the seal is removed, you can go back. The old man activated a crystal ball and opened a door. Everyone walked in and appeared in the prophecy house again. Humph, sir, Tianran snorted. She had nothing to say since she had lost, but she still didn't like a person like Han Fei. He was too arrogant to even despise the Time Temple. This time, Han Fei didn't sit down again. He said with a smile, after this spar, I realized even more deeply that the path of your Time Temple is too narrow. Although you are very good at using the Great Tao of Time, you rely too much on the Great Tao of Time. I'm different. I'm walking many Great Taos at the same time. For example, I'm walking the path of invincibility. Has anyone from your Time Temple taken it? I guess that throughout history, no one from the Time Temple has taken this path. With that, Han Fei waved his hand gently and walked out of the door. He said, my agreement with Mo Chi has been fulfilled. As for the test, there's no need. Well, I think the Time Temple won't burn the bridge after crossing it. After Han Fei left, Tianran screamed a few times, what is he being so arrogant for? It's just that I can't beat him. It's not like our Time Temple is like this. What's wrong with walking the path of invincibility? Who does he think he is? How does he know that no one from our Time Temple has walked the path of invincibility? However, the elder shook his head slightly. He's right. In the history of the Time Temple, no one has ever embarked on the path of invincibility. Huh? Why? Tianran and the young man were surprised. Although the path of invincibility was rare, how could there be no one in the entire Time Temple ever walking it in the countless years of history? The elder said, because the path of invincibility has always been incompatible with our Time Temple. The path of invincibility can be understood as fighting. It's an extremely terrifying will. And our Time Temple is best at learning. The path of invincibility can't be learned. The young man asked, Elder Guo, we just let him go like that? The old man was silent for a moment. He and Mo Chi are friends. Think of a way to inform Mo Chi about this matter and see if we can persuade him through Mo Chi. If the Time Temple has an unconventional genius like him who doesn't only walk the Great Tao of Time, a new path might appear. Tianran, Elder Guo, is this person trustworthy? What's his background? Why didn't Mo Chi say anything about it? The old man said, if she tells us, do you think he will still treat Mo Chi as his friend? They might even become enemies because of this. Tianran muttered, is our Time Temple afraid of him? The old man said, it's not a question of whether we're afraid of him or not. It's just a question of whether there's a need. Since Mo Chi can let him come over, it means that Mo Chi wants us to take a look at him. This also means that Mo Chi has a certain understanding of him. Otherwise, why would she let him come? Why would she want to absorb him into the Time Temple 1.5 months later? In the courtyard where Han Fei lived, he was lying on a recliner, closing his eyes and resting, reading the information Neza just synchronized with him in his mind. Leading the team from the City of Wanderers was Duan Qingxi, an acquaintance of Han Fei. In Neza's memory, Han Fei had seen the other 2 of the 4 divine generals of the City of Wanderers. But so far, Han Fei only had interactions with Jing Yu and Duan Qingxi. At this moment, Duan Qingxi summoned Neza and the others and said, the rewards of the Divine Capital Dynasty for this 10,000-year competition are exceptionally generous. The top 10 will be rewarded with godly weapons as well as world origin, mystic yellow soil, and resources. Of course, the higher your ranking is, the more abundant the rewards will be, the better. Even the top 10 to the 100 will be rewarded with ultra-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasures, world origin, mystic yellow soil, and resources. However, I don't expect you to get those rewards. If you can't beat your opponents, just quit. Even if you just watch the entire competition, you will benefit greatly, someone said. We're already here. Why don't we have a try? Duan Qingxi said. This world is not fair. There are countless heavenly talents in the East Sea Divine Realm. Although you can enter the top ranks of the City of Wanderers, it's hard to say in the East Sea Divine Realm. Competition is based on the premise that you are alive. If you can't even be alive, what are you fighting for? After that, Duan Qingxi glanced at Neza, but then she turned her head away. What a pity. If Neza's true body was still in the Sea Establishment realm, he might be able to compete for the top 10. On the other side, Zhang Daqian turned into Ye Fengliu, and Li Shenhao was chatting with him. Brother Fengliu, I've heard a piece of news. It's said that there will be a qualifier before the 10,000-year competition begins. It's a super large-scale group challenge. In each round, half of the people will be eliminated. There are a total of 3 rounds. Han Fei's heart did a flip. This was interesting. God knew where this fatty got the information. He even found out about the qualifier? Han Fei asked. Qualifier? What's the rule? Li Shenhao said in a low voice. Brother Fengliu, I don't know. However, I know that one of the 3 rounds of the qualifier allows life and death battles. Do you know what this means? It means the danger of death, Brother Fengliu. I'm the closest to you in our first squad. Brother Fengliu, give me a hand when I'm in danger. With that said, Li Shenhao stuffed a star shell into Han Fei's hands. God knew how many resources his father, Li Dekai, had given him before he came. Considering this guy's personality, it was a little scary that he hadn't given away all the resources in 50 years in the wilderness. Han Fei asked, What did Bai Ronron say? Huh? Li Shenhao immediately said, I definitely came to you first. Seeing the look in Han Fei's eyes, Li Shenhao immediately grinned and said, The captain said that in such a situation, we better fight as a team. But if the rules don't allow team battles, we can only rely on ourselves. Han Fei looked at Li Shenhao casually. Do you think the rules allow team battles? Li Shenhao said, I don't think so. Logically speaking, there will definitely not be a life and death battle in the first round. Too many people have to be eliminated in the first round. If we fight a team battle, there will be many people who are just here to make up the numbers. In the second round, I think many people may choose team battles after the first round, but I guess there won't be any life and death battles in the second round either. This is because the second round is meant to pick elite teams, and the strong will be less likely to be eliminated under the protection of the team. Therefore, it can only be the third round. Han Fei asked, So, will the third game be an individual competition or a team competition? Li Shenhao was stunned for a moment. I can't say that it will be an individual or a team competition for sure. That's why I'm here to find you. If it's a team competition, Brother Chu Liang, you must help me. I'm fat and can't fight. But I, Li Shenhao, am very loyal to my friends. Han Fei chuckled in his heart. Just cut the crap. Han Fei said, If your guess is correct, just follow me. Li Shenhao was stunned. He didn't expect Ye Fengliu, the second coldest person in the team, to be so easy to talk to. Li Shenhao felt that the coldest guy in the team was Hong Yue. The second coldest was Han Fei. And the captain, Bai Ronron, was the third coldest because at least Bai Ronron was willing to talk to him, but Hong Yue and Han Fei weren't. As for Pan Ying, although it was said that she had suffered a lot over the years, Li Shenhao felt that people from big clans like Pan Ying were not trustworthy and not as reliable as cold guys like Hong Yue and Han Fei. Anyway, Hong Ye and Han Fei had both accepted his resources. The captain didn't have the habit of taking bribes, so he failed to give her any resources. In any case, Li Shenhao felt much safer and more relieved. While Han Fei was lying down, he suddenly heard Feng Xingliu come over and shout, Han Fei, don't lie down. Come on, let me introduce you to some friends. Chapter 248, The Hedonistic Boys of the Divine Capital Dynasty. Feng Xingliu was released by Feng Yu half a month ago. He had recovered from his wounds a long time ago, or he would have wasted Han Fei's divine healing sheen. It was said that during that month, Feng Xingliu was abused by Feng Yu for a month. It was said that it was a temporary special training to improve Feng Xingliu's combat skills. During this period, Han Fei went to visit him a few times. Every time, within less than 10 minutes, Han Fei was kicked out by Feng Xingliu. When he was driven out, Feng Xingliu complained that he was practicing resistance. If it weren't for the fact that he disdained to fight Feng Yu, she would have been beaten to the ground by him. So, seeing Feng Xingliu appear, Han Fei couldn't help being stunned. Oh, you've been released? Feng Xingliu immediately said angrily. What do you mean I was released? I took the initiative to ask her to beat me. This is body tempering. Believe it or not, if she had 2 more hands, I would have been released half a month in advance. Han Fei sneered in his heart. If she were given 2 more hands, you would probably be beaten into tears. Han Fei didn't bother to expose the childish vanity of Feng Xingliu. He couldn't help but ask suspiciously, Where do you have friends? Haven't you been, body tempering these days? Feng Xingliu took a deep look at Han Fei. Do you forget that I used to be the most shining boy on Dragon Fighting Street? I didn't have any friends, but half a month ago, a bunch of invitations came out of nowhere. Alas, during the past half month, I traveled around the Divine Capital Dynasty, got to know many people, and earned a lot of resources. Wait, you said you earned a lot of resources? How? Han Fei's interest was immediately piqued. Although he didn't lack resources now, he was quite curious when he heard that Feng Xingliu could make money on his own. He wondered how Feng Xingliu could make money without his help. Feng Xingliu chuckled. I earned them in the casinos. Some were earned in the Dragon Fighting Street and some in other casinos. Well, some were given to me as gifts. Han Fei was confused. They gave resources to me? Why didn't they give resources to me? Feng Xingliu immediately said, We can earn resources together. How could I forget you? I invited them to eat hot pot today, so I invited you too. I heard that they all want to give you resources. Huh? Han Fei was dumbfounded. Wait, someone wants to give me resources? Is there something wrong with his head? Feng Xinglu, what kind of fish is an iron-head fish? Is it very powerful? Han Fei said. It's a fish with a very hard head. It can break a person's brain with a bump. Feng Xinglu couldn't help being surprised. So weird? Then I'll ask my family to look for it next time. Let's go. After the hot pot, let's go to the casino to have fun. Han Fei was lost for words. What had this idiot been up to recently? Another moment later, Han Fei came to the courtyard of Feng Xingliu. Feng Qingcheng was not there because she was participating in the Sea Establishment Realm's 10,000-year competition. Feng Yu wasn't around either. She seemed to be quite close to Princess Lan Xin from the Divine Capital Dynasty. Apart from occasionally coming over to chat with him, she just ran to Princess Lan Xin. Therefore, maybe Feng Yu didn't care about Feng Xingliu anymore after training him, so he could wander around. As soon as Han Fei arrived at the courtyard of Feng Xingliu, he saw a group of Feng Xingliu hedonistic children. Some were flirting with female cultivators, and some were throwing dice and drinking. The most fucking incredible thing was that everyone was smoking with a big pipe in their hands. Han Fei was stunned. Is there still smoke here? But on a closer look, he found that something was wrong. Although it was a pipe, it contained a kind of liquid that could burn. At this moment, it was burning with a pale golden halo. When it was sucked into one's mouth, what spewed out was a golden mist. It looked extremely flamboyant. Ah, well, Han Fei was curious. What is that? Feng Xinglu smiled mysteriously and took out a large pipe for Han Fei with a swish. This thing is very good. It's called luxury. It's said that it's made of the golden bark in the Sea Establishment realm. It's very refreshing to smoke it. Hey, Xingliu is back. Hey, Taoist Han Fei, you're here. Come on, pick a beauty. Han Fei? Someone pointed at Han Fei and said, go and serve Taoist Han Fei well, or you won't want to see the consequences. Someone shouted, oh, Taoist Han Fei, welcome. Where are the resources we prepared? Take them out. Then, someone took out a big pipe that was an ultra-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasure, which stunned Han Fei. Someone took out a rod that was an ultra-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasure too, but why was it shaped like a small hand at the end of the rod? Han Fei asked. Wait, what is this? The man ran over and scratched Han Fei with this little hand. Brother Fei, this is a back scratcher. It's very comfortable. You can use it to temper your body. Phoofed. For the first time, Han Fei knew that someone in the sky-opening realm would use a back scratcher to temper their body. On the other side, someone sent a folding fan over and opened it in front of Han Fei with a swish. The words "Number 1" on the heaven roll were engraved on it. More importantly, this fan was an ultra-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasure. Han Fei was dazzled by the words "Number 1" on the heaven roll when another folding fan unfolded with a swoosh on his side. Han Fei turned his head only to see the words "Bravest Warrior in Dragon Fighting Street" engraved on it. Feng Xinglu proudly showed off in front of Han Fei, took a puff of the golden smoke, and spewed out a dazzling golden mist, mostly on Han Fei's face. Han Fei's eyelids twitched wildly. He took the fan from Feng Xinglu's hand and slapped it down. Bam! Heck, the bravest warrior in Dragon Fighting Street. Bam! How dare you spray smoke on my face? Bam! How dare you flirt with women? Bam! Heck, the hot pot. Heck the hot pot. Han Fei activated the great Tao of time, and Feng Xinglu didn't have time to react. Hey, alas. Let's talk nicely, Han Fei. Don't go too far. If you slap me again, I'll fall out with you. Bam. Come on, fall out with you. Bam. Come on, fall out with me. Buzz. Han Fei unleashed his killing intent, and the hedonistic children who were laughing, presenting the treasures and smoking a moment ago were all stunned the next moment. What was going on? Didn't Feng Xingliu say that Han Fei was easy to get along with? Why did he suddenly flare up? Someone shouted, you idiots, look at the junk you take out. Watch my... As he spoke, he took out a small world and said, Brother Fei, this mere 200,000 kilometers of resources is my respect. Han Fei was about to slap this person's face, but when he heard that there were 200,000 kilometers of resources, he held back and didn't attack. However, Han Fei wasn't as gullible as Feng Xinglu. He didn't even look at the 200,000 kilometer long resources. Instead, he looked at the messy people in the courtyard of Feng Xingliu and said coldly, firstly, all Sea Establishment Realm cultivators disappear. The hedonistic children were stunned for a moment. Sea Establishment Realm? Only the female cultivators here were in the Sea Establishment Realm. They immediately understood that Brother Fei didn't like women. Someone immediately shouted, hurry up, enter my origin star. If you run slower, I'll break your legs. Wait, the young man who was about to take the women into his origin sea was taken aback, wondering if Han Fei had changed his mind. Han Fei said, don't take them into your origin stars. Give them their freedom. Let them go. Han Fei glanced at the girls just now. Although these female cultivators were all very beautiful, their eyes were lifeless. Besides, as cultivators, who wanted to live like this? Freedom? The female cultivators were all shocked. They all looked up at Han Fei with indescribable brilliance in their eyes. The silk pants who was being stared at by Han Fei felt his heart ache, but he quickly said, Brother Fei, I'll listen to you. You girls are lucky today. Shouldn't you thank Brother Fei? Thank you, Brother Fei. Han Fei waved his hand, thinking, I'm not a gangster leader, okay? The popinjay took out a dozen bloodstones and threw them to the female cultivators. Then he urged, hurry up, go, can't you see that we're busy here? At this moment, he couldn't care less about these female cultivators. He could find women at any time, but he couldn't offend Han Fei now. After the female cultivators left, Han Fei asked casually, what's your name? The playboy who let the female cultivators go chuckled. Brother Fei, my name is Cao Meng. Han Fei thought to himself, it seems that the Divine Capital Dynasty also has a Cao family. Cao is really a big surname. Day. At this time, the man squeezed out another word. Han Fei couldn't help tilting his head. Can't you speak normally? Cao Meng smiled awkwardly. I was so nervous just now that I forgot the last word. Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. Cao Meng, Cao. Han Fei looked around. There were 13 popinjays here in total. Plus Feng Xingliu, there were 14 of them. Feng Xingliu was lucky not to be born in the Divine Capital Dynasty. Otherwise, he would have been crippled. Han Fei said, just tell me, what do you want from me? No smoking or tickling, and no more the craps about the bravest warrior in the dragon fighting street. Chapter 2349, I'm afraid you can't afford it. As the saying went, one shouldn't slap a smiling man. The attitude of these hedonistic children was too fucking good. Although the gifts they gave were not good, Han Fei was at least sure of one thing. These people were very rich. They casually took out an ultra-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasures or 200,000 kilometers of resources. They obviously wanted something from him. Han Fei's heart stirred. They came to him with resources, asking for his help. Wasn't this better than hunting and fighting in the wilderness? Although he was very rich now, who would mind having more resources? Besides, he was molding the ground veins. After that, he would have to create the star core. And then, he had to refine his body and find a way to refine enough golden jade marrow. He even had to prepare a batch of resources for the birth of the 6th divine pill of the demon purification pot. All of these required resources. There were a total of 14 hedonistic boys here. He had to see what they wanted him and Feng Xingliu to do. If each of them could provide 200,000 kilometers of resources, he could help them. However, he was comparable to a perfected star transformation realm cultivator now, so he had to have the aura a strong master should have. Han Fei said casually, if there's nothing else, you can go now. Feng Xingliu was embarrassed. He said, Han Fei, Brother Cao, and the others are here to make friends. Don't cold-shoulder them. Someone echoed, yes, we all admire Brother Fei and really want to make friends with him. However, Han Fei sneered. If you tell the truth, there's still a need to talk. But if you don't, there's no need to talk. Make friends? Use these? Han Fei grabbed the long pipe that one of them gave him and waved it. What, do you want to make me like you? Han Fei didn't show any respect to these people. With his current strength, at least in the Divine Capital Dynasty, he didn't have to show respect to many people. Huff. Many people exchanged looks with each other and seemed to have decided on something. Immediately, the person who was about to give the money to Han Fei chuckled. Brother Fei, we do have a small request, but don't worry, Brother Fei. For Brother Fei and Brother Xingliu, this matter is very simple. Seeing that Han Fei still had no reaction, the man hurriedly added, we are willing to offer 200,000 kilometers of resources each. Well, each of us will offer 200,000 kilometers of resources respectively to Brother Fei and Brother Xingliu. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Good lord, if it was double, it would be a lot of money. Hearing that, Feng Xingliu immediately said angrily, we're brothers. How can I? Bam! Han Fei slapped Feng Xingliu's head and said to him via voice transmission, shut up. Do you really think they treat you like a brother? They just need your help with something. Don't pretend to be rich, okay? Hearing Han Fei's words, Feng Xingliu fell silent. He thought that he was too careless. Han Fei was very good at making money. He should have learned from Han Fei, but he was too hot-headed and fell for their flattery these days. Feng Xingliu felt that he'd better keep his mouth shut now. Hearing that they were willing to pay, Han Fei couldn't help but grin. Oh, I see. What's your name? The man hurriedly said. Luo Da Fei, from the Luo family of the Divine Capital Dynasty. Brother Fei, you can listen to what we have to say. It's really a small matter for you. Han Fei grinned. He remembered that Chen Yi once told him that there were many big clans in the Divine Capital Dynasty, including the Luo family, the Wu family, the Li family, the Zhao family, the Zhao family, Han Fei said casually. Okay. Luo Da Fei's heart did a flip, and he quickly said, Brother Fei, it's like this. Although we're from big clans, we are actually the children of concubines. We have no choice. If we didn't behave like playboys, how could we have survived until now? But this time, our family demanded us to participate in the 10,000-year competition. Therefore, we just want to ask Brother Fei to help. As long as Brother Fei and Brother Xingliu are willing to help, we can give you anything we have. Han Fei said expressionlessly, First question, how do you know that I can protect you? Is there a probability of death in this competition? Immediately, Luo Da Fei and the others smiled bitterly. He said, Brother Fei, this 10,000-year grand competition doesn't start immediately. You know that there are too many people participating in the 10,000-year grand competition. How can it start without screening out a large portion of them? Therefore, there are actually 4 rounds of qualifiers in total. 4 rounds? Han Fei frowned. He had just heard from Li Shenhao that there were 3 rounds. How did it become 4? One of the playboys said, the first round is a basic test to eliminate those who sneaked in through unknown means or tricks in the wilderness, or those who bought qualification tokens. However, the elimination rate in this round shouldn't be too high. Although it's a basic test, it can also be considered 1 round. The second round is mass elimination. It sets a goal, and only those who complete the goal within the allotted time can enter the next round of qualifiers. However, we don't know what the third and fourth rounds are exactly. It's said that they're different from the previous 10,000-year competitions, so we dare not make wild guesses. However, we know that there will definitely be a fight between the participants. This is because there has been such a fight every time. The probability of death is usually about 20%. So high? Han Fei was surprised. With more than 800,000 sky openers participating in the competition, even if they eliminated a large number of sky openers after 3 rounds, 20% of them would be at least 30,000 to 40,000 sky openers. Han Fei couldn't help taking a breath. 30 to 40,000 sky opening realm cultivators had died so easily? With the cultivation system and difficulty in the sea realm, Han Fei believed that there was such a high probability of death in the sea establishment realm. However, there was definitely no such thing in the sky-opening realm. After all, the sky-opening realm wasn't something that could be found anywhere. Even in the city of scavengers, how many sky-opening realm cultivators were there? From the governing cities to the main city, and then to the so-called infinite mining area, there might only be about 400 sky-openers in total. Assuming that there were so many sky-opening realm cultivators in each of the 3 major powers in the chaotic wasteland, there were only more than 1,000 sky-opening realm cultivators. Even if there were many big and small forces in the entire East Sea Divine Realm, and there might be countless sky-opening realm cultivators, it would be terrifying if 30 to 40,000 of them died at once. Therefore, Han Fei's first reaction was that it was impossible. Then he thought about it again and became even more sure. The sky-opening realm competition happened once every 100,000 years. It was impossible for so many people to die. Why was he so sure? Naturally, it was because of the ominousness the Time Temple showed him that might make a comeback. The sky-opening realm was not small potatoes. God knew how long it would take for a cultivator to grow to the sky-opening realm. Others might not know this secret, but it was impossible for Great Monarch East Marshal not to know it. As an absolute cultivator who could suppress the entire East Sea Divine Realm, Han Fei had reason to believe that Great Monarch East Marshal definitely knew something. However, Han Fei didn't say his thoughts out loud. He simply said, "So, you came to me and Fengxing Liu to shelter you?" Luo Dafei immediately smiled obsequiously. Yes, that's it. Han Fei smiled and said, "Then let me ask you a question. Is there anyone in your respective families who wants your lives? I suggest you answer this question seriously. Although you are all playboys, you should know that once your family is involved, the price will be different. If you don't tell me now, don't blame us for not helping you in the future." Huh? The Popinjays heard 2 things from his words. One was whether their safety would involve their families, and the other was that Han Fei seemed to be willing to help them. After a brief silence, one of the young men said, "Brother Fei, my name is Wu Bufan. To be honest, there are indeed people from the main branch of my family who want to get rid of me. If they really come, I promise to double the resources I promised Brother Fei. If Brother Fei can help me get rid of the person who wants to get rid of me, I can triple the resources I promised Brother Fei." Han Fei smiled contemptuously. 3 times 200,000 kilometers is not much money. If there is really a life and death battle, I can give you a certain amount of protection. 200,000 kilometers for pure protection. If anyone comes to attack you, 300,000 kilometers of resources. If you want to kill the one behind it, 500,000 kilometers of resources. However, this doesn't include the fights between the core disciples of the big clans. If I kill a core member of your family, you should know I will have to face the wrath of those big clans, right? So, if it's that kind of service, 1 million kilometers of resources. With that, Han Fei raised the pipe in his hand, put it to his mouth, and took a breath. Huff, ha! A mouthful of golden mist spewed out of his mouth and nose. At this moment, Han Fei was calm and casual, pricing the lives of the core disciples of the big clans. It actually tastes good, Han Fei praised. Apart from Fengxing Liu, all the hedonistic children here were shocked. After a while, Cao Meng suddenly said, "Brother Fei then, what if he is the heir of the main branch?" Everyone couldn't help but look at Cao Mengda, thinking that he was really bold. Huff, ha, Han Fei took another puff of his pipe and pondered for a moment. If he's really the heir, do you think he doesn't have someone protect him? That's a special case, so the price depends. Don't give me opponents at the level of Yi Qianxing. I don't think you can afford the price. Everyone, Chapter 2350, A Strong Master on the God Roll Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Crazy. When Han Fei put a price on everything, these hedonistic children thought Han Fei was crazy. This guy had pissed off the heavenly race, and now he even agreed to get paid to go against their families. From the looks of it, Han Fei didn't seem to care how much trouble he had caused. God knew if he was crazy or confident that he could contend with the many forces of the divine capital dynasty. Unfortunately, the price Han Fei wanted was not low. Although they were all from big clans, it was a bit ridiculous for them to take out resources worth millions of kilometers at once. Therefore, it was easy to pay Han Fei to do something for them. But if they wanted to hire Han Fei as a bodyguard, the price would start to rise. They might not be able to afford the 500,000 kilometers of resources he charged. Although they really wanted to use 1,000,000 kilometers of resources to ask Han Fei to help kill someone in their clan, they didn't have the economic strength. Han Fei turned his head to look at Luo Defei, who was holding 200,000 kilometers of resources, and said indifferently, "Leave the resources. You can come to me and Fengxing Liu later. Leave now. Think carefully when you go back." Han Fei looked around indifferently, not giving these people a chance to refute. These hedonistic children, at least for now, were all second-rate goods, or even worse. They befriended Fengxing Liu because they thought that Fengxing Liu and Han Fei could fight. Besides, since these two people had beaten the Dragon Fighting Street, they had already become enemies with many people on the Dragon Fighting Street. As the saying went, the enemy of an enemy was a friend. Therefore, they all wanted to try their luck with Han Fei, but they didn't expect Han Fei's appetite to be so big that they couldn't afford it. Of course, in any case, each of these rich kids had left at least 200,000 kilometers of resources. Luo Dafei said, "Well, Brother Fei Fei, take a rest." "We're taking our leave," Salmong Day said. "Then we won't disturb Brother Fei and Brother Xingliu anymore." After everyone left, Fengxing Liu couldn't help but say, "Actually, I didn't feel that they were bad." Han Fei sneered. "It's not that they are bad, but that they are useless. I have already given them a chance just now. If anyone has the courage, they can cooperate with me and directly kill some core members of the main branch. Resources or not, it's negotiable. The more powerful they are in the future, the more power they will have. Then how can I make things difficult for them for such a small amount of resources?" "Fengxing Liu, what do you mean? I don't understand," Han Fei said. "What I mean is that I don't see any qualification or ambition in them. They are just pure foppish." Although he said that, he wasn't quite sure because these silk pants weren't weak and were all smooth operators. These silk pants were actually all actors, but he didn't care now. 5 days later. There was only 1 day before the start of the competition. At this time, news finally came out about the competition process of the 10,000-year competition. The Venerable Realm, Sea Establishment Realm, and Sky Opening Realm competitions were respectively located on 3 neighboring islands. It was said that the first round was all basic tests. Because there were too many people, even the first round of basic tests would take up to 3 days. Besides, after the announcement was issued, it had been made clear that the first few rounds of the qualifiers of the 10,000-year competition were all eliminations, and there was no need to watch the battles. Therefore, no one would watch the qualifiers. Because of this announcement, there were rumors that at least 90% of the participants would be eliminated in these 4 rounds of basic tests. This high elimination ratio made many people nervous. This was because the first 2 rounds were purely a strength test. Once they were eliminated, it meant that they weren't talented enough. No matter how difficult it was for these people to get the qualification tokens to appear here, the basic test was the best to reflect the gap. The next day. Under the expectant gaze of everyone, Han Fei and Fengxing Liu went to the 101 First Island for the test. Han Fei didn't go with Feng Yu. Although no one knew their identities, the Phoenix Divine race couldn't all have a close relationship with Han Fei. Otherwise, it would only make people misunderstand that Han Fei seemed to have a great relationship with the Phoenix Divine race. Another reason why Han Fei didn't want to get too close to Feng Yu was that he was worried that the people from the Time Temple would find out more. Swish, 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 swish. When Han Fei and the others arrived at the 101st Island, they found that it was already overcrowded. In this circumstance, even Sky Openers had to follow the rules and line up obediently. However, everyone had to line up according to their qualification tokens. Han Fei's qualification token showed number 36, which meant that he was the 36th tester. This number saved him from having to wait a long time for his test like most people did. When Han Fei stood at the 306th position, he naturally noticed Feng Yu and the others. In addition to Feng Yu, there were some people he knew here, such as Wu Shuang and Wang Beichen. There were also some people not in the front line, such as the 6th Lord of the City of Scavengers, Chi Tonghai. As for the others, Han Fei didn't know them, but it was obvious that some of them harbored ill intentions towards him. Han Fei looked over calmly and put on a smile. He didn't have many connections in the Divine Capital Dynasty. After all, he had only been here for 2 months. The only high-profile act he had done was to challenge the Dragon Fighting Street. Therefore, these people who hated him were either from the heavenly race or some hedonistic children on the Dragon Fighting Street, but Han Fei didn't care. From the first time he learned the news of the 10,000-year competition in the City of Scavengers, Han Fei knew that this was not just an opportunity for a competition. Compared to the East Sea Divine Realm, the City of Scavengers was too small, and the 100,000-year competition gathered all the heroes in the world. As for the specific strength, only in such a place could one obtain a real test. At this moment, the 101st Island spanned more than 330,000 kilometers. It was not a residential island, but an island for training to cultivate talents. This island was a little like Han Xuan's 9-palace world. There were many trial grounds. Of course, most of these trial grounds were not prepared for the sky-opening realm. At present, there were already more than 700,000 sky-opening realm cultivators queuing here. There was only half an hour left before the first round of qualifiers began. In any large-scale competition, sieving people was a hassle, and there was no fun in sieving people. In front of Han Fei and the others, there was a huge octagonal tower. Its height exceeded 1,000,000 meters, and its width had reached more than 12,000 meters. The tower was pitch black with no doors or windows. Above the first floor, the tower was enveloped by a barrier. Beyond the 10th floor, Han Fei could no longer see it. There were 8 entrances to the tower, which meant that 8 people could be tested at a time. The further it went, the fewer people came. Gradually, the number of people reached more than 750,000. It seemed that there were fewer sky-opening realm participants in the 100,000-year competition than he had imagined. After all, from the number he heard when he first came, Han Fei felt that there were probably more than 1,000,000 people. At that time, he was surprised. 1,000,000 people in the sky-opening realm. What a huge force. But now it seemed that the number of people was about 800,000. It seemed that Great Monarch East Marshal had only issued 800,000 qualification tokens for the sky-opening realm. Half an hour was about to pass. A staff member reminded them, "Participants, please take note that the test will start in 10 seconds. Because this is a huge task, I hope that everyone can line up in order." At this moment, Han Fei perceived that a man wearing a starfish mask suddenly appeared. The contestants in the front were all extremely powerful. Han Fei sensed that someone was coming, so did others. However, the man in the starfish mask walked straight to where Feng Yu was. Hisser, many people were shocked. This person was probably not simple. He actually made it to the top 100? This guy walked slowly and casually. Less than 5 seconds after the qualifiers began, he finally walked up to Feng Yu. While everybody speculated, the man took off the starfish mask, revealing a slightly arrogant, smiling face. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Shoot, Zhao Qinglong from the God Roll." Huh? Zhao Qinglong, the 10th place on the God Roll? Huff, how can it be? Why is someone on the God Roll participating in this 10,000-year competition? Aren't they bullying noobs? No, even if he's only the last place on the God Roll, he doesn't have to compete with us, does he? Someone's eyes darkened. Zhao Qinglong just entered the God Roll more than 300 years ago. I'm afraid he's only short of resources to prove his Tao. I'm afraid this guy is only here for the rewards of the 100,000-year competition, right? One is ranked 10th on the God Roll, and the other is ranked 1st on the Heaven Roll. How can we survive this competition? Zhao Qinglong came to Feng Yu, took off the starfish mask, and thought for a moment. I didn't want to participate, but I don't have enough resources, so I can only shamelessly come to earn some resources. Feng Yu said indifferently, "Just do it. Hey, don't blame me for not reminding you. Be careful not to mess it up."